Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokémon World Champions!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon friends and fiends, you ghouls and gals out there ready for this Lille Regional Championship, one of the thrilling regionals that we have here in Europe, one of the first ones of the season. And as we get ready, we just have one thing we need to tell you. You need to prepare for trouble.
And make it double.
You know what? Actually, let's just make it quadruple here, and we'll welcome in the whole casting team. I'm Lumberger here alongside Arceus Aurelius, Jay the Underdog, and Cyrus. Inadequates. How are you guys doing so far?
Well, actually, Amanda, I haven't had the best morning. I'm feeling a bit blue.
Womp womp.
But still, I'm ready to protect the world from devastation, and I'll be blasting off at the speed of light. So otherwise, it's pretty good.
You know, Marcus, I'm really glad we coordinated our hair, right? We're so in sync here. But yeah, this weekend's going to be great. The meta's been developing every single time, I feel like. And yeah, this weekend's not going to be any different to see what everyone's going to bring.
And not only that, we have a fresh new face to the cast as well. Big welcome in for Jay the Underdog. Jay, how are you feeling?
Well, thank you very much, Amanda. I have to tell you, I'm incredibly excited and a little nervous.
Oh boy, we can already tell he's going to fit right in with the cast here, at least on my side of the bench. Since you so subtly brought it up, we are in Lille, but this is not the only regional competition of the season. There's quite a few more to go.
No, Amanda, we are now in Lille, which is the second European regional. There's already been one in Frankfurt. I can't quite remember who won that one, but I'm sure there'll be a recap later on to discuss. There are several regionals in Europe yet to come, so plenty of opportunities for our European trainers to get their points to build up to that elusive San Francisco World. We also have some ICs, Sao Paulo LAIC coming up in a few weeks' time. We also got EUIC and then NAIC coming up towards the end. Very exciting, Amanda.
Yes, all leading up to the San Francisco World Championships. You did bring it up a little bit earlier. We see that Frankfurt is grayed out. That was not only the first event for Europe, it was actually the very first event of the season. So it was a new meta, a little bit of a shakeup. And I know someone here would love to talk about it, but we're going to go ahead and show you a video recap first. But we can talk about it in the meantime, I suppose, if you want to. Martijn, walk us through a little bit about it.
Hello trainers, I'm Junkas and here's everything that you need to know about what happened at the first regional event of the 2026 Play Pokemon season. Over 100 players gathered in Frankfurt, Germany to test their skills in a brand new Tales of Transformation meta. Returning to the regional circuit, Pataman, coming off the back of the Grand Finals appearance at 2025 World Championships in Anaheim, made his way to Germany to take on Europe's best, including players like Zweiles as well as the 2024 World's runner-up in Netherlands. Needless to say, Frankfurt Regional was absolutely stacked. Whilst the core meta from Anaheim continued to stay strong, several new Pokemon arrived. To the excitement of many, Charizard made its return to the competitive scene thanks to the newly buffed Ember, allowing it to reach Blast Burn faster than ever. Togekiss also surprised many. 9 Alfie 2 took advantage of its new access to the buffed Fast Attack pack, pairing it with the also recently buffed Gastron to form a strong core. But perhaps the biggest new entry to the party was Shadow Giratina and Altered Form, brought by Netherlands. After piloting Giratina Origin Form to a silver trophy at Worlds 2024 in Hawaii, Netherlands cemented his title as the Giratina guy, storming into Day 2, only dropping a single game prior to the winners finals. Coming up against 9 Alfie 2 in the winners finals, Netherlands steamrolls his way to an early 2-0 lead, showcasing the sheer bulk of his Blastoise. Although Alfie clawed one game back, Netherlands stayed cool under pressure and even avoided a clever catch attempt and closed out with his Shadow Scissor. This sent Alfie into the losers final, where none other than Pataman was waiting, one of the most decorated players in Europe. But Alfie didn't show any fear. Alfie leaned upon his Gastron to bring home a commanding 3-0 victory as he booked his rematch with Netherlands in the Frankfurt Grand Finals. And the Grand Finals did not disappoint. Netherlands kicked things off by unleashing his Shadow Giratina, getting Galarian Corsair down to its last HP before sealing a shield-shattering KO with Gastrodon. Replicating the winners finals, Netherlands sailed to a quick 2-0 lead. Alfie returned fire in game number 3, taking the series to another matchpoint game where both trainers turned to their ace Pokemon once more, Giratina on Netherlands' side and Togekiss for Alfie. Despite Togekiss' valiant efforts, aligning multiple heavy-hitting charge attacks, Netherlands' patience paid off as he brute forced his way with Giratina and Gastron one final time. And with that, Netherlands was crowned the first champion of the 2026 Championship Series. What an incredible start to the season. We can look forward to even more thrilling battles ahead.
So yeah, no need to adjust your screens. You were seeing double at that point. I think we saw Inadequance going ahead, winning that Frankfurt tournament, and doing so with a little bit of style and flair, wouldn't you say?
It was quite the tournament, not exactly what I expected. And the best thing about it, I did with this Pokemon right here, took me to the Distortion World. I took it to the stage and worked out well.
And I gotta say, even though you're saying it was not what you expected, it felt like you were expecting to win going into that tournament. It was a demonstration of domination.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the other players who made it quite far in Frankfurt. Of course, we do see the first place going to Inadequance, but Alfie making a very strong run.
I'll tell you what, Amanda, I may have a Pokemon on my head, but I have the second biggest head on this couch right now. But going over the top 3 event winners from Frankfurt, I will leave you to last. Pato Man finishing in 3rd place. You always see him do very well in these tournaments. A usual suspect. Running the Goodra, not quite expected, but did very well with it after the Dragon Breath update. Also in 2nd place, Alfie. I think this is the best he's ever done in any tournament. So amazing. Congratulations to Alfie running that Charizard, and then we have Martine. Any words to sum up your performance there, Martine?
No, it was just, great to get there in that finals once more with the Pokemon Giratina, because that was also a Pokemon I've used many times before, but I also want to see what trainers used that day in general. I don't think my meta call was great per se, because trainers brought a big diversity of Pokemon that could have been a little bit threatening to that Giratina audit, and I don't think we're going to see it too much. So if we take a look at the usage, I think that the ground type meta has really shifted.
That before we step into that, one thing that I did notice is there's so many very good names. Not only were they in Frankfurt, but there's so many good names of players here in Lille as well. And you may notice that we're kind of dressed up for Halloween, some costumes. You get a vote in the chat if you want to see who has the best costumes, but that's not the only thing that you guys get to vote on as well, because we're also doing a community choice. So these are trainers who are here at the venue, ready to start off, and you in the Twitch chat get to decide which ones you want to see first. And just a note that this is for the Twitch chat only, so if you're watching on YouTube or anywhere else, go ahead, flip over if you really want one of these trainers to be able to take it in round number 1.
Super excited to see some of these matchups. Raging Taz against Alitic, both very prominent trainers. 19 Lawrence, 92 against Killy Boy. I believe those two trainers are very familiar with each other. Cheese Girl has traveled over from the US, I believe, against Neuten Madsal, which is also traveled across the sea, but not that far. Then we have Mega Junko against Kimisato Winston. Another huge matchup. And if it's the Kimisato Winston I suspect it is, that might also be a globetrotter.
Yeah, great way to describe that. Neuten Madsal comes from the UK there, Marcus. Get your votes in on who you want to see on Twitch.
So, sorry I interrupted you before, because I think you were making some really good points. You won your other event at Utrecht with a Giratina. Now you won your second one. I think you've actually kind of shook up that meta a little bit, because maybe the meta calls were a little bit different than they would have been without you getting that first place medal.
Well, I was really hoping to see more Giratina in the next tournaments, but unfortunately that didn't happen as much. In Frankfurt, one of the main threats that there was the Vert. It was at about 30% usage. But yeah, if we take a look at Milwaukee first here, again, no Giratina, but we have the other Ghost-type Pokemon, Galarian Corsola, and I think it will be the meta to come for a couple more Open Great League tournaments here, just because it has such great neutral matchups.
I think we see the spooky season arising with how many ghosts there are on basically every team. There's a ghost type. In Milwaukee, there was a ghost type on 15 out of 16 teams.
So actually, we have a little, trick or treat going on here for the Halloween season. This is actually from the Frankfurt meta. It just says Milwaukee on the top of it. But I think that's maybe a foretaste of the feast, because we're going to show the Milwaukee meta coming up as well.
Yeah, because the Frankfurt meta had a lot of Shadow Kanto Marowak still. While when we progressed to Milwaukee, we saw other ground types make a Earthquake in the meta. We still see Galarian Moltres. It's been prominent since Worlds. It was Beelzebub's best Pokemon in his matchup against Potoman, and it's still going on so strong. So I'm excited to see how it will change up from...
well, you know what I think the best Pokemon is on this graphic right here?
Tell me.
You know.
Wigglytuff?
It's gonna be the Wigglytuff, definitely. It is so charming, and it checks that Galarian Moltres that you just talked about, that Beelzebub won the World Championships. Jay, it also checks Galarian Corsola. How crazy is that?
That is absolutely insane. A Pokemon that I've noticed in this graphic that I am interested in is the Charger Bug. Last season, we didn't see very much usage of it, but I feel like in these previous tournaments, we've seen it rise up again. The Charger Bug.
I really love the Charger Bug. I think it's a great pick. It's super neutral because it doesn't take super effective damage from the ground types, which electric types usually do. And it can hit back against those grass types that electric types also struggle to hit.
So as a reminder, this was the very first tournament in the season, so I think a lot of times trainers are kind of deciding, what are going to be those meta picks. Sometimes we see things that are a little bit different than we see throughout the season, so keep an eye on that Corsola because it does look like it's been very popular, but there's been a Pokemon, I'm looking at that third place spot, Credilli, that seems to be popping up more and more as the season progresses.
I expect Cradley to go nowhere because I think Cradley is perhaps the safest Pokemon to play right now. And we have Scizor is the only true hard counter to Cradley in all of this usage. And that's why I think with Corviknight having a community day, you see fire types like Talonflame and Charizard. Scizor is kind of risky, and that's why Cradley becomes even more safe.
Well, let's pop on to Milwaukee and see how much of a difference that's actually made from these times. Go ahead, take a look. Looks like Credilli's already at that #1 spot.
Cradilli is still there, but the thing that stands out the most to me is that Clodsire in Milwaukee was the most common ground-type Pokemon. Why is that so mind-blowing? It's because it is the ground-type Pokemon, weak to other ground-type Pokemon, and we saw Gastrodon specifically being so dominant in the regional championships before this. Yet somehow, Clodsire still got to that top 3 here.
Another reason we might be seeing this and the Credilli so much is because of the sheer amount of flyers this season with the new move Peck generating so much energy. We've seen so many new flyers introduced into the meta, and it's quite essential to have this rock-type coverage to maybe smite them down.
As you're saying, Clodsire being able to hit being a ground type to hit the flying types, but also it's a ground type that beats Cradley. Because it's poison ground typing, it double resists the acids that Cradley usually
That's a great point
runs.
you got there, Marcus.
Excuse me, what?
That's a great point you got there.
Thank you. I have several great points. Championship points, I also have those. Not as many as you, but I have them. Anyway, Clodsire being able to hit flying types, good into Cradley. It can beat Corsola, Azumarill, Wigglytuff, even Furret. It's so tanky. It even beats Forretress in a lot of scenarios.
You know what actually boggles my mind? While we're talking about Clodsire, if you're looking at it, it doesn't do... Clodsire, Gastrodon, Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, we're seeing all of these on the top usage, but you know what took that #1 spot? It was a Bastiodon with Meteor Falcon's team, and that is a Pokemon that doesn't seem to do so well against those ground typings, but it does really well against the flying types. It's a bit of a divisive Pokemon. What are your guys' thoughts on the usage of it?
I think North America meta is cooked. Like
Cooked,
Bastiodon
entirely
only
cooked.
wins there. It doesn't win here, so far at least.
2 wins in a row for Bastiodon. That's 2 out of 2 so far this season. And I gotta say, Meteor Falcon, he's been running Bastiodon since day 1. It's a day 1 for him. They're OGs, they're true friends, and if there was one time to run Bastiodon and have success in an American tournament, it was right now. And Meteor Falcon, he ended up winning. He came in from the winner's side of the bracket. He did take 1 loss in the grand finals, but then he managed to beat out Pranav and win Milwaukee. And he had a very unique team. Not unique to him, because he's always running that Bastiodon, but he's also running that Fearow. And Fearow just had its move update with Peck, and it increased the energy so much for Fearow, making it a very flexible flying type.
And I love, if you're looking at this screen too, a lot of faces that have been competing in the seasons for a bit, but maybe haven't had their breakout moments yet. I think this was a big moment, not only for Meteor Falcon, but also for Pranav and for LW Josh.
I also want to say, look at these teams. Outside of Corsola and Cradley, which are staples on every team, there are so many different Pokemon. I don't think there's even a single repeat. You see Bastiodon, Fearow, Blastoise. Then you see Fortress, Murkrow, and Corviknight. And then you have Moltres as the 4th flying type in the top 3. I think this snapshot is a perfect snapshot of the meta that we have right now. Create League Corsola and then do whatever you want.
Okay, take notes, trainers, if you're listening to Marcus here. Apparently he's making some good points, so maybe these are Pokemon that you want to bring to your next tournament. But once again, huge congratulations to Meteor Fallon. He is now the second winner of the North American circuit. And we're going to crown our second shortly after this. This weekend in Lille, that's when we're going to be able to see who will be taking it after Inadequance on our pretty little screen.
I'm really curious to see. Like you said, it's kind of a snapshot that we had of the meta so far, but I'm curious to see how the European trainers will adapt to all the changes we've had so far. In Frankfurt, Corviknight with Air Cutter was not eligible yet. Now it is. And this is their first time to use that Pokemon. That Pokemon really has a lot of impact because it has play into that top meta of Cradily and Galarian Corsola. So I'm really curious to see. Maybe we're going to see some Talonflame again.
Well, if you're curious to see the meta, you are in for a treat, my friend, because we have day one usage of Lille. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. It's also the first time that we're getting a look at it as well, so very exciting to see. Looks like, well, it hasn't really shaken up that much in the top spots, but walk us through,
Yes,
Jay.
it is. The usual suspects. We have Galarian Corsola and that Cradily. Do you expect to see these? Of course you do. These are the two Pokemon, as Marcus said before, the staple Pokemon on every team. But what you have to remember when looking at all these Pokemon, the most used ones, including Blastoise, which was a little bit unexpected, I see, but it was in that winning team that we just saw from America. So this is very exciting.
I'm super intrigued by the Blastoise. It's shot up out of nowhere, and all of a sudden Blastoise is your 5th most used pick and the most, well, I guess Gastrodon is also a water type, but Gastrodon functions first and foremost as a ground type. But you see 4 different ground types here in this graphic. You have also a second ghost type in Shadow Dusk Noir. This certainly is the spooky season.
That Pokemon is so scary to play against because it has an excellent combination of fast attack and charge attack pressure. Blastoise, like you said, it's not a Pokemon you see a lot. It's kind of the Pokemon that never steals the show, but sets up the Pokemon that can steal the show. And then, Unova Stunfisk. Definitely a Pokemon that was not on my list, but because of the Thundershock buff a couple seasons ago, this sounds crazy because Thundershock is double resistant into ground. It actually does 1 more damage into Clodsire now, and it means it can win that matchup. You basically have another ground/electric type Pokemon to beat the Clodsire, and I think that's why we see a bit fewer than in Milwaukee.
Very interesting. We saw the Pokemon of Lille. You might be wondering, okay, but we see the Pokemon. Who are the players? Don't worry, we've got you covered on that front because we were going to show you the players to watch here. These are trainers who have been really making names throughout the seasons.
If this is your first time ever watching a Pokemon Regional Championship, these are the names to follow for this tournament. We have high expectations for Colin Six. He has been our #1 player in Pokemon Go for a long time here in Europe. Then you have, he also won Lille 2023. And then you have Galaxico Bolton. He won Lille 2024. He's a bit of an underdog here today, maybe, because it's been a while since he had his greatest finish, but his highest level is incredible. And then you have Tonton Matus, another local trainer who's also, he won a regional last season, and he's certainly a player to watch.
The first 2 trainers actually have defeated me in Lille even. And I'm proud to say that I was part of their road to victory here.
Well, this is not about you, Martijn. This is about the players to watch today. And even though they're going to be watching a lot of you, these are the players that you want to look out for.
Yeah, that's why you're behind the desk this time. You're like, okay, Lille is not my spot, but there is something that we will kind of look to you for guidance for, Martijn, and that is we have some top player predictions from around the globe, you would say. These are all champions this season so far, and these are Pokemon that they think are going to be doing well in the tournament. So walk us through your pick. You kind of said a little bit about Corviknight a bit before.
Like I said, Corviknight was not a Pokemon that was played before in Frankfurt because Aircut was not allowed at the time. Now I think it is the excellent Pokemon to Corvette, Galarian Corsola, and Cradilly. As you can see, also Zardi, the Belo Horizonte champion, with the Shadow Dusknoir. It has great fast and charge tech pressure, can also defeat Galarian Corsola. Shadow Altaria from Harjev is an interesting pick. It now has Flamethrower, which is great to fight back against Steel-type Pokemon.
But the Shadow Altaria is newly released, right? It's a brand new Pokemon. We've never seen it before. This is the first time it's been legal.
Yeah, really excited. We also have that Fearow from Meteor Fallon, but this is from all the champions before. We're going to crown a new champion this weekend in Lille. And you know what? You're going to want to make sure to catch all of the action. Don't forget to follow the broadcast on Pokemon.com/broadcast. While you're following things, while you're checking things out, you might as well follow the channels either on YouTube or Twitch. That's where you're going to be able to watch all of the broadcasts, watch back the replays, see what's going on with everyone. And I know that we've been yapping a lot up here, but we're getting ready to yap backstage too, because there's players ready to battle, and we are ready for Lille. If you have not, really paid attention to this before, don't know how our tournaments go, don't worry. We got you covered with this format video.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thank you, Rosemary, for telling us how this tournament will progress. I'm here with Cyrus, and you have had some time since I saw you last. I suspect you've been enjoying your time off, haven't you?
It's been great to watch just everyone play and just see how it's gonna go. And now I'm excited to sit here with you. We coordinated together, like you coordinated with me before you coordinated with Amanda. Important note.
And Martijn came to me, asked, Marcus, will you please dye your hair the same color as I do? Because or else I'll feel so lonely and insecure. But you could be my friendly support. And you know what? For a friend like you, of course I'm here for you.
Cyrus doesn't feel any emotion, you know that, right?
Yeah, well, I'm sure. I'm just a supportive guy, and I just want to make sure that everyone has a good time.
All right, let's take a look at the breakdown of the championship points that we have so far in Europe. Many trainers have already been looking to qualify for the World Championships so early on. And as you can see here, this is what they can achieve here at Lille, this regional championship, where the winner will get 350 championship points. And on the right table, you can see how many players from each region can qualify through championship points. Do keep in mind that the winner of each championship and the top 4 of an international championship and last season's Worlds will get a direct qualification regardless of the region.
That golden ticket is certainly coveted. And like 92 Alfie, who was a finalist in Frankfurt, he got 325 points. But I wonder, where does that put him on the European ranking? Because there will be there is a leaderboard for all the top performing trainers. And we see Swiles on top here with 547 points after being the finalist in Pittsburgh. We see 92 Alfie, he's on that 6th place, and the top 8 is where the travel award it will be awarded for Pokemon Go. We also have more trainers itching fighting to get into that top 8 spot. We see Galaxico Bolton, he's competing here today. Alejandro DL, he's competing here. RGR, JD Keke, he's competing. There's so many talented trainers that you see on the screen. A Mind Joke, Stone Collection, so many of them are here today.
So many of them, and I'm glad that you mentioned the Travel Awards, because it actually has been a little bit changed this season. It's actually been doubled. The top 4 of the leaderboard that we just saw in between international championships will get that travel pricing of $3,500, or well, 2,000 plus for your Guardian, depending on the age, of course. And then from 5th to 8th, we'll get $1,000. It also kind of depends on the region if you're in or out of region, because you're gonna need a little bit more if you go from Europe to North America, of course.
And the leaderboard that we just saw is our current EUIC Travel Award standings. And as you see, EUIC is our in-region international. That means Ziswalos, who's on top of the EU leaderboard right now, he will be competing for that $2,000 travel award for just from going to his hometown in Germany to England, where the EUIC will kick off. But we also have the 5th to 8th place travel stipend, the Tier 2 travel award, even awarded to the 5th to 8th place. And we also have priority registration for the players finishing 9th till 16th.
These are not the only prizes that trainers can earn from these regional championships. You can also get them solely on your placement right here, right now. As you can see, for that top 8, you can win straight up cash and then booster packs as well for the fans.
So even though if you don't win this entire tournament, you don't need to go home empty-handed. There are cash prizes, there are booster packs, and of course, the memories that we make along the way.
I mean, look how far we've come, right? And to say that as well, look how far we've come in the poll. You have voted which match you wanted to see. So let's take a look at who you picked exactly. I'm curious to see. The community has chosen 19 Lawrence 92 against Killyboy, and that will be a very exciting battle. We saw Lawrence get to, I believe, a top 16 last regional championship at Frankfurt, so he's already got that experience in him. I think Killyboy, a Belgian player, doesn't have the experience as much as yet, but I know he's a very good player as well.
I've lost to Killyboy myself. Yeah,
you lose to a lot of people.
I do lose to a lot of people, sadly, and I gotta get my act together if I'm ever going to make my way back into a regional. But I'm here with Martin. Maybe some of his greatness can rub off on me.
Okay, dude.
But I'm very excited to see these players at least. 19 Lawrence, we've seen him on stage several times, and the top 16 from Frankfurt really shows that he's taking this seriously.
Yeah, as we take a look here at their teams already, we see a Pangoro to start off the day on Lawrence's side.
Love it.
And on the right, we see, I wouldn't call it exactly spicy, but not a Pokemon we saw on the top meta usage, the Steelix. Both teams also have Cradily, Blastoise, and Galarian Corsola.
And this is 19 Lawrence 92. You can see his team shirt. They're repping his team's colors, and he's come so far, and he really wants to make a dent here in Frankfurt as well, bringing some of the most used picks in Blastoise, Corsola, Corviknight, Cradily, and Stunfisk, but that Pangoro, as you mentioned. Really good matchup into Corsola, resisting Astonish and the Power Gem, and also pretty good into Cradily, being that fighting type, hitting it for super effective damage.
I'm curious to see if we're going to see that Unova Stunfisk. It was a key pick for HK Assassin in Sevilla last season, and now it's going to be top meta here in Lille. It's got a pretty decent matchups into the Blastoise, the Golisopod, the Steelix, which doesn't pack Earthquake, and even against Cradily. If Cradily goes straight for the Grassot and you're up 1 Thundershock, you could actually win that 2-shield scenario as the Unovan Stunfisk. You think that matchup is helpless? Unovan Stunfisk pacing is really good because you need 5 Thundershocks for your first charge stack, regardless of Mud Bomb or Discharge, and 4 for your second charge attack. The Steelix looks difficult to use into the team of Lawrence because the Stunfisk is so good. Stunfisk, we don't have any immunities in Pokemon Go as we do in VG, so Ground is gonna double resist the Electric type fast attack from Steelix, and then Electric resists as well. So you have a triple resistance against Electric from Unova Stunfisk.
And I think Killyboy, he needs to maybe lean into that Gastrodon to control that Unova and Stunfisk. But Gastrodon does not look terrible, in my opinion, into Lawrence. It's not great into Corsola or Corviknight or Cradley, but it can hang on. And it's got neutral matchups to good matchups into Blastoise and Pangoro. So I think that Killyboy needs to use his Gastrodon, or else that Unova and Stunfisk, as you mentioned, might get out of hand.
The Gastrodon is a very solid pick indeed, because Acid is resisted as a fast attack, and even 2 Water Pulse will almost threaten a Corviknight knockout. Both trainers have locked in. We're getting ready for game number 1. We have Lounge on the left, Killyboy on the right, and it's going to be the Pangoro into Cradilly. This is a great lead for Lounge.
And how does Killyboy respond to this? He has softness to Pangoro in his team, but here he safe swaps the Golisopod and is met with the Corviknight. This is a very good matchup for Lawrence, because Corviknight, as a steel and flying type, double resists the Fury Cutters from Killyboy.
And that Aqua Jet neutral, though, still going to chunk a lot, but Air Cutter just comes out so quickly. It also has a 30% chance to boost the attack of this Corviknight, making it even more difficult to knock out. And keep in mind as well, because this Corviknight is a steel-type Pokemon, you could not even get an Acid down with your Cradilly.
How would you play this if you're Killyboy? Because now the Corviknight is in Rock Tomb range from Cradley, but Lawrence has the opportunity to overfarm here. This Air Cutter will knock out the Golisopod if it goes unshielded.
Do we see Killyboy shield up? No, he does not use his first Protect Shield just yet. The shiny Golisopod goes down, in comes the Cradilly, but it's gonna take, I think, 2 charge attacks here. If Lounge will go for the Air Cutter, he's already in the payback, and he is going for the Dark type charge attack here. This will do much more damage than the Air Cutter. Does Killyboy sniff it out? And he does not put up a Protect Shield. The Cradilly goes just barely on into the yellow here.
I think Killyboy's win condition is actually farming down the Corviknight, coming out with so much energy. It will threaten the Pangoro in the back, because Pangoro, even though it resists the Rock Tombs and hits the Cradley for super effective damage, it's squishy. It does not want to take a lot of energy, especially not from Cradley here.
But what if you go into the Galarian Corsola here? I think Laos might be considering that. No, he goes into the Pangoro, hoping to get the alignment in the back. And oh, he calls the Rock Tomb bait. This is very appealing to go for as a charge attack, because it has a 100% chance to drop the attack, but it's only resisted, and even a fragile Pokemon like Pangoro can easily take it. Going for another one. He's doubling down, and no, he puts up no protection again. What a call!
What a call by Lawrence. He's leading on his Corsola to win his game. And here, we see Corsola into Blastoise. This matchup is favorable to Corsola in most scenarios, as I remember it. Blastoise getting to having a slightly faster pace than Corsola. Killyboy's holding back on his energy because he knows he needs to find moves to wiggle out of this unfortunate situation for him.
I really love the play of Laos to no-shield the Pangoro here. He sees whatever could be in the back from Killyboy will not beat the Galarian Corsola with 2 shields up. And as you can see here, Blastoise only puts out charge attack pressure. The Hydro Cannon will add up, but the rollout, as you can see, this Galarian Corsola has hardly noticed any of that. Meanwhile, the Astonish damage has really added up already so far.
This is the pressure of Corsola. It's super tanky, it has heavy fast move damage, and it's just neutral into so many things.
Oh, he predicts the combo play! What a play by Killyboy!
Killyboy is not here to mess around. He wants to go home with a win in this first game of the day. But how can he farm down this Pangoro? Because Blastoise, okay, Blastoise gets to the Hydro Cannon. Perfect timing from Killyboy. This will knock out the Pangoro. But can it manage to take out the Corsola in the back too?
I think Killyboy had to go for the Hydro Cannon there, or Pangoro will get to another charge stack here. But you need 2 Hydro Cannon for this Galarian Corsola. It is so bulky, and I think that the Blastoise is already or nearing Nightshade range as well. So this is looking very downhill for Killyboy at this point.
And Blastoise needs to outpace the Corsola. It will win charge attack priority, but Corsola gets there first, and this Nightshade will knock out Killyboy's Blastoise.
What a play by both players. Lawrence calling 2 Rock Tomb baits from Killyboy and his Cradilly, and then Killyboy predicting the close combat combo play. That was an incredible battle to start off day 1 with already.
What a community choice we've had here. The community certainly know what they're doing.
Excellent choice, community.
Excellent choice, because this was certainly a battle. In my opinion, it looked so dire for Killyboy from the beginning, because he had the Cradley in the front and Blastoise in the back, and none of them can really easily damage that Pangoro. But that farm down with Cradley on the Corviknight, that made Killyboy actually gain some momentum back. If he threw the Grass Knot in one of those situations, then I don't think the Pangoro would have reached the close combat. So that could have been a different
it definitely came to the moment which attacks they threw, right? Because if Killyboy went for the Grass Knot, would have been an entirely different battle as well. Perhaps you could even get that farm down with the Cradilly and just debuff the opposing Corsola. Because if you look at the team from Laurens, and then the team from Killyboy, right?
Yes.
You see Galarian Corsola from Laurens. What? On the team from Killyboy, answers Galarian Corsola. There's nothing really. Cradilly can win the even shield scenario just because of Rock Tomb being an efficient charge tech that drops the attack of the opponent. But it's kind of wasted. That is not where you want your Cradilly. You want your Cradilly on pretty much anything else that is the Galarian Corsola or the Pangoro. You have Steelix with Crunch, but that still is not as good as you think it is against Galarian Corsola.
Corsola is so tanky that it can even beat the Steelix, who still hit it for super effective damage. So Laurens, realizing that Pangoro can get him shields because it's so threatening, gets to those close combats super quickly. If he can set up the Corsola with a shield advantage, there's really nothing on Killyboy's team that can deal with that Corsola.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just looking at it, and I talked about Galarian Corsola not being answered. You're right. Pangoro's not answered exactly either. I think the best answer that Killyboy has to the Pangoro is the Goliath spot, so it did make sense that he did bring that. I think the Pokemon that might neutrally be the best into both of those might be the Goliath spot and the Gastrodon, but that's core broken by the Corviknight. So let's see how these trains are going to adapt. We're locked in for game number 2. Laurens on the left. He's got the Pangoro again, and this time it's lined up into the Party Hat Blastoise.
And we see the same strategy from Laurens, but Killyboy, has he adjusted? Can he make a difference in this game compared to the last one? And they're both farming up, and Laurens immediately going for the close combat.
He's going for it.
He's looking at his opponent. Will he shield?
Oh,
and he puts up the shield. This is a very good play from Killyboy.
Then going into the Galarian Corsola to soak energy. Killyboy holds on to this energy. I love that play because you need to throw that energy at some point into the Pangoro. Now swaps in the Cradilly, realizing, wait, if I just swap in my Cradilly here, it won't be lined up into the Pangoro. I might be in a good spot here because Pangoro is so fragile, it will get into the red after even one Hydro Cannon from the Blastoise.
And I'm noticing none of of the players are bringing the Pokemon that we spoke about initially. So no Unoma Stufffish. This is the best place to put the Cradilly for Killyboy. Great recognition by him.
I like that play a lot. Another Nightshade coming through. Cradilly will hang on here. The timer's almost going to be up. I'm curious to see if Killyboy is going to play this out or if he's going to stay in. Yes, he's going to expand his energy just still. However, if you stay in here, the Galarian Corsola will get the farm down with the Astonish.
This was, as we mentioned, the strategy from Laurens, getting a shield advantage on this Corsola. But here you see,
this Goliath spot's not moving!
Goliath spot, your call to action. It was a few seconds ago, but here he comes. And now the Corviknight will outpace the Goliathbot, who took a rest in the middle of the battle there. But we see Killyboy. Now he's got to do some. He's got to do some moves to bring it back, because Laurens is using that strategy that we discussed. Get a shield advantage with Pangoro, and for Corsola to perform in the back.
The shields are still up on Laurens' side. It's 2 versus 1 shields, and there's still a lot of energy on that Blastoise. Perhaps something can be done with that, but not getting to this second Aqua Jet here kind of hurts Killyboy in this matchup. Luckily, there's no attack boost from Air Cutter just yet, but this Hydro Cannon will not be able to knock out yet now, and I think that rollout, it's not going to do much damage before Laurens will get to another charge stack.
And we see dealing with the Pangoro, it will be the hard situation for Killyboy here, because the Pangoro behind 2 shields, it's not looking good. The Pangoro is super threatening when it's up energy and up shields and you don't have a fairy type.
There's 1 shield down now. You have 1 more shield as Laurens going for the Hydro Cannon immediately. I think Killyboy wants to stall the clock to make a catch attempt here, but Pangoro paces so quickly. I think Laurens can just go for 2 close combat here and then go for the back-to-back. There's the attempt to catch, doesn't fall for it, gets the Karate Chop down on the Cradilly. Now you have 2 close combat, 1 to pull the shield, 1 to get the knockout.
And Killyboy knows what's up.
Yep.
And his only win condition is no shielding and Night Slash bait.
It's not going to be. It's going to be the close combat. And knocks out the Blastoise. That is the game for Laurens here. But I think that these players might be discussing just a little bit about that Goliath spot that was just hanging out there for a little bit, chilling, waiting before the Corviknight came in.
Yeah, what happened with the Goliath spot is what our judges will take a look at. If it was intentional or if it just had a slight moment of of a loss of
Yeah,
concentration.
maybe it was nervous, right? In the main series, Goliath actually gets nervous when it's lower held, so then it just swaps out. It goes back to the trainer.
It was an emergency exit from Goliath right there. And we want to highlight. I want to highlight the strategy from 19 Lawrence because he understood the board position so great before going into the team matchup. And I think that is a really good skill to have, to understand. If I can get a shield advantage on my Corsola, there's nothing that Killyboy has that can easily deal with it. And how can I get that shield advantage? What gets me that shield advantage? Pangoro. It's super quick to a threatening close combat. Pangoro has an incredibly high attack stat. Not a lot takes a close combat on the chin.
Giratina would.
Oh, yeah, but you don't enjoy those night flashes. There's not a lot Giratina. Giratina doesn't exactly enjoy Pangoro either. Or maybe you can wiggle your way out of that one.
The thing is, Pangoro is very fragile. So once a charge attack is launched at it, it is very likely that Lawrence will put the shields there. Swapping that Galarian Corsola to soak up that energy really helps to gain that momentum. But I really love the way Killyboy sniffed that play out, that he just held onto the energy of the Blastoise so he could blast down that Pangoro later. Unfortunately, not having that energy advantage into the Corviknight meant that the Corviknight will get to Air Cutter before Killyboy will get to 2 Aqua Jet there. And I think if you get to those 2 Aqua Jet, maybe you can get like a rollout down or something with the Blastoise, hold on to your energy, maybe get to 3 Hydro Cannon on the Pangoro.
And landing a charge attack on that Pangoro will be it will be incredibly important for Killyboy if he wants to win this round. But he has a way with Golisopod to threaten that Pangoro because the Golisopod is not weak to the Night Slash, and it also resists the fighting type close combat. And that means the Golisopod, with its pacing and with its typing, can really threaten that Pangoro. Golisopod, also with its pace and its damage output, can win the 2-shield scenario against Galarian Corsola. If you can get to 4 Aqua Jets,
Yes, correct.
Then
it doesn't have a tail.
No, but it has a jet.
Yeah, sure.
It has a jet engine, I'm sure. And that means that the 2 Aqua Jets and the added up Fury Cutters will knock out a Galarian Corsola in most situations. And with a pace, you can outpace Corsola to 3 charge attacks.
I do think, though, Lawrence wouldn't care, because the Galarian Corsola is just there to soak damage. So even if you were to win that matchup, you have nothing to hard answer the Pangoro with either way. And that's kind of a tough situation there. Do you think that Pangoro is the fighter to bring in the current meta? Because we've hardly seen any Prime or Annihilate in the latest regionals at all, right? I think he's like, you know what? Bastion's not going to win a Europe on my watch.
Okay, so I think Pangoro is looking incredible.
Okay.
That is the best fighter, in my opinion, right now.
Okay.
It's better than Primeape, even though Primeape is more consistent.
Better than Scraft?
I think it's better than Scrafty, too. Well, maybe if we get, spoilers, Mega Scrafty, then maybe. But I also think that Chestnut would be a fighting type to bring because of how it walls the Gastrodon and also the energy from Krayley. But we are getting from our producers that Lawrence has won Winners Round 1, the community choice, and congratulations to Lawrence for winning that game.
So we do not get the rematch. I think that the position of Killyboy may have been a little bit dire at that point already. So congratulations to Lawrence, Galarian Corsola, and Pangoro Core advancing to Winners Round 2. Very well played. And
I know what you're going to say, that you want to take note of, because he realized in Game 1, I found that incredible play to go for the farm down with the Krayley. Realizing the board state there, very, very great play from Killyboy, but the Corsola Lawrence and the Pangoro in tandem was too much for Killyboy to handle, and Lawrence, he managed to take home Game 1 with a combo play before Game number 2. The Pangoro was just too much to handle, taking shields and taking HP.
And taking names. We'll see how Lawrence will continue in this tournament. He's come off a top 16 run in Frankfurt, which is a great start to come in this season. Previously, he hasn't gone as far in other championships in the previous season. So it will be great for him to see the development and investment to pay back to see in this performance, right? To perhaps reward it with a medal at some point.
Oh, I'm sure he would be itching for that.
I mean, it's early to say now, right? Because medals are awarded at top 4. But this is a great start and really boosts your confidence. Because something that I find tough about competing in regionals, it's hard. It's really hard to get warmed up for your games.
But I think I agree. I wish we had a system where it would reward more games and it would give the players opportunities to get warm, as you say, because warming up is the struggle for a lot of trainers.
And Laurens has it now, so that's great.
Exactly.
We're gonna have more of these winners round 1 and 2 as well soon to come. Our next matchup is gonna be between 2 French players. It's gonna be Moches versus Caston, and Caston, I believe, is one of those players that has gotten a medal before.
He's a 3rd place finisher in Dortmund 2024, and the player to knock him out of that tournament was I. So I know Caston well. He's an incredible player. I've also played Moches several times. I knocked him down in Lille 2023, but then he knocked me out in Malmo 2024. So
That's tough.
Yeah, we have a bit of history.
Yeah.
But I know both of these trainers very well, and this is going to be a very tough matchup for both of them. I believe they know each other pretty well. So this is going to be an exciting one.
Let us know what you think. Use #PlayPokemon to tell us who you think is going to win, which Pokemon is going to succeed, why I have the best cosplay of the forecasters, and yeah, we'll love to show some of that on the broadcast as well. So make sure to use #PlayPokemon and put on your social post. We will talk about them.
I want to see some social posts. Have you seen some social posts today?
Not yet. I saw Paula say something about Cyrus. So, you know, Paula, if you have something to say about Cyrus, you know, put it on there, and we'll love to talk about it.
I would like to see some X posts about Cyrus and Martijn. Really a comparison of their hair, mostly, and how similar it is. Because the spikes, you really got the spikes going. Or would you say it's more wavy?
Yeah, I've been a little bit going with some waves. The spikes would definitely look great as well. I'm just like a modern Cyrus, right? I've been in the distortion world for a while, that's why I have a beard now. But let's not yap too long about that. Let's go into our next match here. What do we see here?
The distortion world did you well, but we see an Empoleon and a Zweilous from Caston. And we also see that Shadow Talonflame that you piloted so well to win Frankfurt. Maybe that's the recipe for success, but on Moches' side, we see Shadow Feraligatr and Shadow Dusknoir.
Oof, that is a scary Pokemon. Its pacing is so good, and Shadow Punch just comes out so quickly. What I really appreciate about Shadow Dusknoir is that it has 2 punch attacks, right? Shadow Punch and Dynamic Punch. And Dynamic Punch is such good coverage because we hardly use any fighters in the current meta right now.
That is true. And what also inspires me so much about these trainers is that they also coordinated their outfits similar to you and I.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yep,
That's what the French did, yeah.
Absolutely. It's white with black stripes, and the zebra outfit is what we have here. And also, Moches bringing that spooky season with his Gengar hat, which he's been known for. This is a trainer we've seen on stream before, and he is a veteran of the community. He's been around for so long, and now bringing that Shadow Dusknoir to the table. That Pokemon is looking very threatening for Caston because it really punishes the Cradily.
Yeah, and because Caston does not have the great Pokemon Wigglytuff, he doesn't have that great of an answer. Well, he does have a Zweilous, actually.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that does take super effective damage from Dynamic Punch. That's where Dusknoir can be really good. It's just that you resist Astonish. So that's going to be a little bit tough. I do think that Wigglytuff is going to be still a little bit better here because you core break the Galarian Corsola and Zweilous core here. Zweilous taking double super effective from Charm. I think it takes like 5 charms to take it down?
In my opinion, this is the worst matchup to bring the Wigglytuff. Even though, yes, because, and I'll explain to you why. Because
please do.
Even though the charm was reworked, so it has a way better matchup into Cradily now because it can reliably get to Icy Wind in both the 0 and 1 shield scenario. There is a Shadow Talonflame and an Empoleon on Caston's team. That means there are too many punishes for that Wigglytuff for Moches to succeed with it, in my opinion.
This Feraligatr has Ice Fang.
Ice Fang Feraligatr?
It's Ice Fang! It's another check to Zweilous!
Whoa, that Zweilous is not looking too hot in this matchup, that's for sure. And when you have that Feraligatr with Ice Fang,
It's going to be a little bit better into Marowak and
Cradily.
but there's an Empoleon, and Empoleon with water and steel type double resist that. I think that makes the Empoleon look excellent into the team of Moltres here. You only really have to fear the Unnovan Stunfisk and kind of the Dusknoir, but even against Dusknoir, I believe you win the 2-shield scenario there is the Empoleon.
It's a regular Empoleon, non-shadow Empoleon.
It is, it's non-shadow.
I think that is the way to go in this meta, because a little bit more bulk is good for Empoleon in a lot of situations, against Cradily, against Corsola. But here we go, trainers. They are locking in, getting ready. And let's see what we have. We have the Shadow Dusknoir versus the Galarian Corsola. Spooky, spooky.
What a scary matchup here. The Dusknoir is not as bulky, but will outpace to 2 charge stacks here. And that means it will only win the 1-shield scenario here, because Galarian Corsola is bulky enough to hang on to 1 charge stack here. So let's see if Castron is going to force shield here. And yes, he is going to pull up the first protect shield, but you have to go for your own Nightshade to secure a knockout here. You cannot get the Astonish down before the next attack, and in comes the Nightshade. If Moltres wants to win the 1-shield scenario here, where both trainers use 1 shield, then he is going to put that out, and he does.
And the Dusknoir will consistently win the 1-shield scenario, but Moltres decides not to. He wants to save that energy and goes into his Corviknight, a load balancer, being able to play neutrally into the entirety of Castron's team outside of that Talonflame, but there's no Talonflame here.
I do like this play, because you know that if you can get to a Dynamic Punch, it will be better on any Pokemon that Castron could have in the back. Going for the payback right away here, just before the Rock Tomb, because the Rock Tomb will drop your attack. So you want to make sure you launch your Charge Deck here before Cradily launch anything.
And this Cradily needs to debuff this Corviknight to secure the matchup here. And I think we still need 2 Rock Tombs to knock out this Corviknight from this guy. But we did see a Cradily farm down the Corviknight previously, and it looks like Castron has the opportunity to go for a farm down here as well.
Oh, going for the payback here. I think this will barely not be enough to knock out, but maybe a Sand attack. Do keep in mind the attack has been dropped, so it will be very close, even though payback is a very strong attack. Cradily hangs on. It has the charge deck, goes for the charge deck for the knockout here. And let's see, Moltres is probably pretty happy with that. Now you can get an energy advantage on any Pokemon of yours in the back.
Forcing Castron to throw energy into a single-digit HP Pokemon, those are the scenarios that you want in your game. But here we see the Shadow Feraligatr.
What you don't want is this! You really wish you had Shadow Claw here. It is Ice Fang.
And Crunch!
And Castron really read the team sheet here, because it looks like he's not surprised with it. The Ice Fang does almost no damage, and oh, no shooting is Crunch. And I like that play, because Crunch has, I believe, a 20% chance to drop the defense. The second one would do more. No drop here, though. Now going for the Drill Pack for neutral damage here on the Shadow Feraligatr.
And now the Moltres can go for Hydro Cannons to threaten this Empoleon, but Empoleon will outpace. Oh, and here we see a combo play, and Moltres throwing the energy into that Empoleon.
I was gonna say, there's still that Shadow Punch loaded, but can you get to another charge deck on that Feraligatr? Now you gave some Metal Sound farm down to this Empoleon, and there's so much energy already. This Drill Pack is neutral. It's gonna do a good chunk, and I'm not sure if Gator is going to hang on enough or have enough health to take out the rest of the backline here.
It's not getting knocked out just yet, but here we see the Hydro Cannon is coming in, but the Empoleon is pacing so quickly to the Drill Packs, and this will knock out the Ice Fang Shadow Feraligatr.
If you thought Feraligatr is an attack-weighted Pokemon, meet the Penguin! Empoleon, the Emperor Pokemon, wins charge deck priority, takes out that Feraligatr. Castron takes game number 1.
What a display from Castron. He did not have the greatest lead, because Moltres could force a 1-shield victory with his Dusknoir, but Castron, he ended up not dropping a single Pokemon in that game. All 3 were still ready to fight, even though they were low HP when the game ended.
Castron is known to have possibly a really good start to a tournament. When he got to top 3 in Dortmund at the time, I believe he didn't drop a single game up until his winners finals. And now he is looking for a tremendous start already, keeping all 3 Pokemon alive. What we call in the community the 3-ball flex there. We just saw from Castron an excellent call on that Empoleon in the back. Even though Moltres probably was like, maybe he doesn't predict the Feraligatr come out, I can bring my my Feraligatr, so I could possibly catch the Zweilos off guard here, or the Shadow Marowak that usually can win the 2-shield scenario against Feraligatr.
Cash. He can catch a good lead.
Yeah.
maybe he can Cashton can catch a good lead.
Are you done?
Okay, I'm done. What I would like to say is that because the Swilas is so risky to bring for Cashton, the Dusk Noir it feels so safe for Moches because Cashton does not have a ghost resist outside of that Swilas, and it looks so risky to bring.
I would arguably say that the Dusknoir was in the worst position possible. Perhaps you even wanted to go for that, to play that one-shoot scenario, just go for the Shadow Punch and knock out the Galarian Corsola. But I think Moches knew there was going to be 2 Pokemon in the back that wouldn't have really appreciated it. Because if you see the Galarian Corsola lead, you know there's not going to be Zweilous in the back. So where does your Feraligatr gonna go? It's very unlikely it's going to be on that Zweilous. If you're lucky, it might be on Cradily or Marek, but both can fight back really. And now we are heading into game number 2. I think the trainer with the white shirt and the black stripes going to win this. Here we go. We have the Unova Stunfisk into the Cradily. This is an excellently très bien for Cashton.
And let's see how Moches decides to play this, because he can dent the Cradily before the Cradily gets to a charge attack. But here we see,
we see the attempts, but not succeeding here.
And Cashton with his Cradily can now secure a win in this matchup. But is that what he wants? Because he knows there will be a Dusk Noir in the back.
And now building up some more energy. Making the catch on the Galarian Corsola. I think at this point, Moches needs to pray for an attack boost so he can undo the attack drop and then get to the payback. Does he get it? Yes, he does. That is actually quite big, but I do think Galarian Corsola is bulky enough to hang on to the super effective payback.
It certainly is. And Corsola is threatening a knockout on this Corviknight with a Nightshade if he can get there. But this will come through. And, it does heavy damage to that Corsola.
But look at the farm up from Cashton here. Perfect counting on the Sand attack. Throwing right before the air cutting here. We do not see the Protect Shield from Moches. And now I think Cashton has enough health to get to another charge attack. If you can hang on to 2 Astonish from the Dusknoir, you may be able to get to another Nightshade. But for that reason, Moches shaking his head. He might go in with the Stunfisk here. And no, he goes in with the Dusknoir, trying to get the Astonish down. Does he get it? And yes, he does get it before the Nightshade from Cashton.
And this is now looking, I think it's still looking good for Cashton, but Moches has an ace up his sleeve. That's Dusk Noir. He can now outpace the Empoleon.
I think at this point he goes for... he sneaks an entire Astonish there. That is actually great for Moches because you have an extra energy here and you need all the Shadow Punch you can get. But going for the combo play. I love this from Moches because now you have all the energy for the Cradily later. I think you have to put a protection here as Cashton, and he does preserve the Empoleon.
But the Cradily still dominates this Unova Stunfisk pretty much. So let's have a look how this matchup is going to go. Moches doing everything he can to pull this back, even though he's had unfortunate alignment throughout this game.
Here's the thing though, if you take too much damage here, you will be in Shadow Punch range. And Shadow Punch does cost less energy than Dynamic Punch from Dusknoir. In comes the Grass Ult, but you're going to need another one. Acid as a fast attack does not deal enough damage here. And now taking another Mop on here, now you're going to be in Shadow Punch range.
And Moches knows this Dusk Noir is his win condition. If he can keep energy and health
he swaps though!
And he has 2!
He has 2
loaded!
2?
2!
The first Protect Shield, the second Protect Shield goes up there. All Protect Shields are down now. And do we go for the Charge Security Tie? This is going to be dangerous. Did that Empoleon have a Charge Attack loaded? Because if it did, it will win Charge Security Tie here. You're going to put up the last protection, otherwise Dusknoir goes down. Does Empoleon have energy? It doesn't! And now
but this is Shadow Punch, a debuffed Shadow Punch. This will not be enough to knock out this Empoleon.
It's not, but what if the Empoleon will not be able to hang on to the Thundershock? I think this is a very tough situation for Cashton. He gets the Hydro Cannon here, but that Stunfisk is still around. It can potentially get to a Mud Bomb still on the Cradily.
Who will win this race? Will it be Unova Stunfisk farming down this Empoleon, or will it be Cradily?
But it doesn't have the energy yet.
How far is the Cradily away from another move? It's
will charge
charge priority. This is the closest. This matchup could have been Moches pulling it so close, but Cashton and his Cradily grass knotting this Stunfisk and knocking it out, taking a 2-game victory.
Wow, that was an insanely close game there. I think if Moches might have thrown the energy just a little bit earlier, it could have been just the end. It's a fraction of a second that made the decisive outcome here. And yeah, that Empoleon showcase, I was really impressed just how quickly it gets there to the charge sets and the resistances, the typing. It's just so good on this Pokemon.
If Cashton was not able to get that rock tomb through, it looked dire. But he kept his composure. He knew his main condition. That was to get the rock tomb off with Cradley and then keep it in the back, preserve it for that Unnovan Stunfisk. Molches, incredible gameplay, but Gaston, he proves what made him have such a deep run in Dortmund all those years ago. He's an incredible battler.
Again, it's early in the tournament, but a beautiful showcase there. We didn't get to see any Zweilos there, but
Sadly.
it's a Pokemon that can really just break through, right?
Did you call it Zweilos?
I called it, the word Zweilos was in there. Guzzlord is the dark and dragon-type Pokemon we've seen the most so far, but now Body Slam is a better charge stack. It made Gastrodon better again, but did everyone forget about Zweilos? It's a pretty good Pokemon, actually.
We all remember Zweilos, but Zweilos, the Pokemon, has maybe been forgotten by a lot of these trainers. Zweilos, compared to Guzzlord, does have a slightly better matchup into stuff like Cradley, and slightly better in the Zero Shield scenario because of the Dark Pulse. With the new Dragon Breath, it gets there quickly, and Dark Pulse hits hard. But here we see the Shadow Feraligatr with Ice Fang. It's a very
interesting choice.
Very interesting for sure. But into the Empoleon of Gaston, this is probably the worst matchup that you can see with that Feraligatr.
I think that Molches basically picked that to cover Pokemon like Marowak just a little bit better. I don't think he really needed Dragon-type coverage because he already has the Wigglytuff. We didn't see it come in play though, and I think that was a good call. We saw a catch here on the Galarian Corsola. Excellent play from Gaston because 2 payback probably would knock out. But like I said, great call from Molches on the team calls, though, because Empoleon came with every game.
And I think the Unnovan Stunfisk was a Pokemon that could have flipped it from Molches, but this matchup was so close. As you saw, it finished on charged attack priority. And that means the Pokemon with the highest attack will win charged attack priority, and Cradley having more attack than the Unnovan Stunfisk, that was what decided this game.
It's the moment when 2 Pokemon throw the charge attack at the exact same time. And a lot of trainers make good use of that. They know that their Pokemon have a higher attack, so they go intentionally for charge attack priority tie. But how do they know when the opponent has that energy? It's because they keep counting. You know, school was useful. School is useful. I don't use a lot of mathematics anymore in my daily job right now, but I use it for Pokemon because if I can count the energy and the amount of fast attacks of the opponent's Pokemon, I can know when they get to that charge stack, I can get the charge stack priority time, maximize my own energy. But Marcus, I can also win those charge stack priority ties, and then I totally lost track of what I want to say there.
And that's why we have the Empoleon with high attack stat. It only needs 5 Metal Sounds to get to that Hydro Cannon. And with such a high attack stat as Empoleon has, it wins charge attack priority over, we saw it win over the Feraligatr. Because even though it's a Shadow Feraligatr and a non-Shadow Empoleon, the Feraligatr might do more damage, but that's the Shadow bonus. Even though you could say the Feraligatr has more attack, the Empoleon base attack stat is what will decide it for it.
Very based. What I want to say is that if you keep track of your opponent's energy, you know when you can make a catch. And that's what we saw Gaston just do. He caught the attack of the opponent, knowing this is when they're going to throw the charge stack. Excellent play.
I'm really impressed by him, and I want to hear what Gaston has to say. Maybe he can reveal some of his strategies for us. Let's head over to Gaston and hear what he has to say.
Congratulations, Cash2. A fantastic performance from yourself. What would you say the most dominant Pokemon was of the 3 that you chose there?
I would say Cradily was really good against the line of my opponent. I had to watch out for sure for Dusknoir, but I had a good alignment. And Empoleon also, I quite like it. I hesitated to bring Empoleon, but in the end, yeah, because like this Corviknight was a bit of threat, but I was also lucky in the alignment, so yeah.
I bet you were well relieved to see that in the first game, the opposition Feraligatr didn't have the Shadow Claw and it had the Ice Fang, so you ended up just about getting through that game with your Empoleon. A fantastic game. I really enjoyed watching it.
Thank you very much. I think I messed up a bit the game 2. I could have played better, he sneaked, but yeah, game 1 I was quite happy. And to be honest, I discovered during the fight that Fair Alligator had the Ice Fang. I didn't read the, the spreadsheet. So I said, oh man, that's spicy. And yeah, no, it was good. It was also, again, a friend of mine, so it was really cool.
A fantastic game between friends. Is there anyone you would like to shout out? Anyone who maybe helped you with your making your team, or people you scrimmed against before today?
Oh yeah, I scrimmed a lot with the French community. Thanks a lot also to my friend Ikami. I will thanks also my wife, my teammate also. But generally speaking, the whole French community, because we practiced a lot during the last 2 weeks, also to improve for new players and stuff. Quite happy, so yeah, thanks to all of them. And my close friend also, Sandodo.
Fantastic, and got the home field advantage here in France.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on with me today.
Thank you very much.
You have a fantastic rest of your time in the tournament. To go far.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Jay and Gaston. Gaston asked me to do a full coverage in French. I'll let you do that later, but for now we've heard how much confidence he had there. And yeah, practicing with some of the best French players, Sandoudou. I also know Vish, he's incredible. And maybe trainers to watch out for here as well.
I think there are so many great local talents, and we finally get to see them on stage. Montchess, Gaston, they're really showing what the region has to bring. And even though there were fewer baguettes than I wanted to see on stream, we certainly saw the French stripes. I really referenced that to the community.
I told you, the trainer with the white shirt and the black stripes, they would win.
You're psychic, man. I mean, you should stop being a Ghost and Dragon type, and you should become a Psychic type, because clearly you can see the future.
Absolutely no.
We've had enough of that already.
Let's go into a quiz that we have here, Pokédex quiz. We're going to test especially your knowledge, and I'll be chipping in now and then to see how many Pokemon we can guess by their description. I have one goal here. I want to defeat Amanda this game.
Okay, well, then you need to keep track throughout the entire day of how many you manage to do.
I will do that.
But you can't be leaning on my help then.
Why not?
Because I will not be your
You don't know anything. Oh, okay.
I would just like to say that I'll let Martijn answer first, and then I'll chip in with my response later. So we can make sure to make this fight fair between Martijn and Amanda.
All right, let's take a look. According to many old tales, it creates friends for itself by controlling sleeping children on starry nights.
Controlling sleeping children on starry nights. Wow, that is a tough one. I'm actually not as good in this game as I'd like to be.
Yeah, you know, I only know Generation 4 Pokemon, so...
Miss me with those. I've always been a Johto guy. But, okay, Martijn. Old tales. Creates friends for itself. I think maybe some doll related, because it's creating dolls for itself.
So what would your first guess be in that case?
I might
a ghost
maybe
type that makes friends.
I would say maybe Shuppet.
Shuppet could be a good one. Yeah, I like that. I like Shuppet.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure. I actually I'm not sure on this one. Maybe Chad knows. Maybe Chad knows.
Chad always knows.
Oh, Chad always knows. But maybe
I think we should just lock it in.
Okay, I'm locking in Shuppet.
Shuppet. Let's do it.
And we see Gothorita. Okay.
I thought it was going to be a ghost type Pokemon. Yeah.
Oh, it's hypnotic, I guess. It's like a hypnotic style. I know Gothorita and that family uses hypnosis.
Can you do that for 2 more minutes, maybe? Let's take a look at the next one. See if we can get at least one here. Let's make that the new goal. We have. It will use any means necessary to frighten people and absorb their life energy. It practices constantly to hone its skill in causing fear.
Okay, this is... You know what? I'm going to read up on this. I have actually no idea what this could be either. It will use any means necessary to frighten people and absorb their life energy. Okay, so absorbing life energy. Maybe a grass Pokemon absorbing something? Like
a phantom, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's practices constantly to hone its skills in causing fear. Maybe Phantom, maybe the Gorgeist. I don't think it's Gorgeist.
No,
I don't think it's Trevenant because that's more forest related.
Yeah.
I would say I'm gonna go with Gorgeist here.
Really? But
yeah.
I think
Pumpkaboo?
Nah, I think there will be more of a pumpkin description in there for either Pokemon.
Fair.
I still think that the Phantom might be one of them. I'm always thinking about Ghost type Pokemon now, and we just got bamboozled with a Psychic type, so that makes me very much sad myself.
No, I'm gonna go with Gorgeist. Do you have any other pick?
Phantom, yeah.
Phantom.
Let's see who's right here. Production, reveal it.
It's Misdreavus!
I wanted to say that, but I want to, give you a chance.
But even after I took my chance, you still didn't take yours. Let's do a final one more time. Let's see if we can get it this time. This is starting to get embarrassing.
I just want to say that chat didn't get the first one either, so you know we're not as silly as we look like.
Did they get Misdreavus? That's what I'm questioning.
We'll see.
Okay, but this is the third one, and here it's coming in. This Pokemon is said to devour anyone daring to ravage the forest. To the creatures dwelling in the forest, it offers great kindness.
Easy, Trevenant. Easy, Trevenant.
I was on this already at the previous one. This has to be Trevenant.
It has to be Trevenant. Lock it in. Lock it in. No doubt about it.
If this is not Trevenant, I'm causing a riot. Boom! And that's where it's at, trainers.
We went 1-2. Unfortunately, we went negative. We're out of the tournament, but we're still in the game.
My memory is not as great anymore. But I clearly remember vividly nailing Trevenant immediately. So from my recollection, we did pretty great there.
Yeah, but you know what's scary? We actually have one more.
Do we have even one more?
I was told we have one more.
Now we're on a roll. Now we're on a roll.
Because we were fast. Its shell
is overflowing with its heightened otherworldly energy. The ectoplasm serves as protection for this Pokemon's core spirit. Okay, I have a feeling about this.
What do you think?
No, I'm gonna let you go.
Its shell. I have something came to mind.
Okay. And what did come to mind, Martijn? I hope it's relevant to the...
A ghost... Thank you. As a ghost type... It's not going to be Blastoise.
No. This Pokemon is protected by its shell with a core within. I think it's Cosmoem or Cosmog.
Really?
Yes, because that
no
is...
ghost type Pokemon, you think?
Is that another... Is it a Psychic type? Yeah, it's probably a psychic type. I think this is Cosmog, the first one.
Okay.
Because I would say
Cursula something. It also has like a little bit of ectoplasm around it, right?
Ectoplasm, but maybe this is Reuniclus or Solosis, because that ectoplasm will protect the core spirit. I think maybe it could be the Reuniclus family. So Duosion maybe. Or Solosis.
Solosis.
I'm gonna say Solosis.
Yeah, let's lock that in.
Okay, I'm locking in Solosis.
Yeah, let's do it.
Locked in.
If it's Cursula, no! I had it, Marcus, and you threw me off! Ugh! I had it!
Cursula.
Chad, you saw I had it, right?
Well, ectoplasm. It makes sense with the Solosis, though.
You know what I was thinking of, actually? Ghastly.
Ghastly.
But maybe not, because it's more like a gas around its like body, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what Ghastly
I had the Cursula.
Oh, did you?
What do you mean, did you?
I heard nothing about Cursula.
Chad, I'm gonna follow the channel and look up in the VOD and just look it up and then send you the clip or post it on the social using #PlayPokemon. Wow, that was...
Okay.
What a line was.
Show me that clip and I'll give it to you, but I can't remember anything about any Cursulas.
Of course you don't.
I remember you saying something about Blastoise, which was obviously not the right case, but here we go into Wolfpack versus Bowley 93, and we see another Empoleon on screen for Wolfpack and 2 Florges here.
2 Florges? Wow, that is an interesting pick. Florges just had a community day and it gained access to the water-type charge stack Chilling Water. This is basically similar to Icy Wind, but then a water-type charge stack. So it will always drop the attack of the opponent.
And I think the moveset is what's going to be interesting with the Florges here, because Florges is running Fairy Wind, Chilling Water, as mentioned, and Trailblaze, so we can also boost up their attack stat with that Trailblaze. So Florges, if you remember Ariados at the start of last season here in Lille, it was running Trailblaze and Lunge, debuffing and buffing its attack or its opponent's attack. Florges is doing exactly the same with a buff and a debuff move. So Florges could be really a great neutral pick in this meta, but the Empoleon on Wolfpack's side is really gonna hurt that Florges.
Empoleon really has been making an appearance so far already. This is winners round 3, and Wolfpack with a kind of inconvenient team of that Empoleon and Fearow core. It also has the Diggersby, which I find a very interesting pick. It's a Pokemon that is dedicated to countering Galarian Corsola, as it double resists Ghost, but also single resists Rock, and that's exactly the offensive typing that Galarian Corsola can output here. So interesting pick there. I'm not sure how good Diggersby is going to be exactly in this matchup, but you do have favorable matchups. You can defeat Blastoise in some shield scenarios, and you defeat Clodsire and Shadow Scizor. So perhaps we do see that ground-type Pokemon come in play here.
This is Bowley's first tournament since EYC last season. And he is, yes, I believe he's had a stream appearance or two, but this is, he's looking to make a name for himself. And to do that, he needs to take down Wolfpack. We've seen Wolfpack so many times on stream. He had a 3rd place finish in Lille 2023.
Yeah.
And he has been a consistent, great player. He also had a great run of Worlds, if my memory doesn't fail me. So Bowley knows he needs to bring out all his skills to take down the incredible trainer that is Wolfpack.
Wolfpack, I remember in Lille he took down one of the veterans so tactical. I haven't seen him in a while. And in this match, I'm curious to see how Wolfpack is going to tackle the team of Bowley here. If we're going to see a lot of Florges, it's kind of tough to lead weak into that Florges, because if you lose the lead and you swap out, Florges gets to Chilling Water incredibly fast. And we're going to see what these trainers are going to lead. We are going into game number 1.
And here we see the Fearow into the Clodsire. This is a very neutral start. Both of these Pokemon can hit each other for super effective damage, and I think Wolfpack would have preferred seeing the Clodsire maybe on that Empoleon. But here comes the Drill Run, and it's excellent, and it's going to chunk this Clodsire a lot. Super tanky Pokemon Clodsire, but this Stone Edge will threaten this Fearow immensely. I suspect, yes, Wolfpack puts up a shield to protect his squishy Fearow.
Yeah, Clodsire is not squishy. You can take on the drone quite easily. It will win all even shield scenarios, and I think you kind of have to, because the Clodsire has put in so little damage so far. You kind of really want to land that Stone Edge. The thing is, you get to your final Stone Edge in a 2-shot scenario, that it might be easy to catch a charge attack. But both Pokemon in the back, they really don't want to take an Earthquake on Wolfpack's side.
And look at Wolfpack. He knows this Fearow very well. Can the Fearow farm down the Clodsire in the 2-shield scenario? That is the question. But it turns out no.
Oh, the catch on the Unova Stumpus. What an excellent play.
Wolfpack is keeping track. He realizes that he can catch the Stone Edge on the Unova Stumpus. But this means giving up alignment. And here comes the Gastrodon. This is not where you want to see that Gastrodon on your Unova Stumpfisk.
I think this is kind of the plan of Wolfpack, though. He needed the Fearow to counter Gastrodon at some point, because if you lose your Fearow, Gastrodon will annihilate both Stunfisk and Empoleon. I do think that Empoleon might be a little bit of a better beta because of higher damage output, but look at how much work this Unova Stunfisk is putting in as well.
I think Bowley needs to throw moves if the Stunfisk is not getting to a third Mob Bomb. So here comes a Body Slam from Bowley, and this will knock out the Unova Stunfisk from Wolfpack, who I expect will come back in with his Fearow.
Fearow comes in, goes for the charge attack immediately before Bowley can go for the Water Pulse. I think this might actually almost be Water Pulse range. We see the shield come up from Bowley. He is thinking there might be Empoleon in the back. I need to get rid of this Fearow.
And here comes the Water Pulse. If this is not a knockout, it's certainly close. And we see the Fearow go down.
It goes down. Here comes Empoleon. It's not going to like this.
Oh, it's certainly not going to enjoy any of these mud shots. But Bowley decides not to throw energy here and just go for mud shot damage. That means his Moltres is now ready to take on this Empoleon. And even though Empoleon is a steel type and Moltres a flying type,
Yeah,
this Moltres is running payback.
Just a reminder to everyone, including Marcus, that Gastrodon has Mud Slap and not Mud Shot here.
Thank you.
Hydro Cannon is coming through. This is going to do a lot to the Galarian Moltres, but as you said, the dark type attacks are just going to do so much damage. You don't even need the payback here. Payback really helps into steel type Pokemon, but mostly for Bastiodon. And Empoleon does not have a lot of bulk. Even resisted charge attacks could take out from this range. And Bowley takes game number 1.
Wolfpack shaking his head. He realized that his position looked pretty bleak when he saw the Moltres in the end. And Bowley, he is doing just what we said. Even though he got a Stone Edge caught on that Unova Stunfisk, he is bringing out his A game. He realized that just bring the Empoleon as low as possible, force it to throw his energy, and then the Moltres would be able to clean up in the back. Great recognition by Bowley. He played that super well.
I think the problem Wolfpack, or maybe the issue Wolfpack had there, is that he stayed in too long with the Fearow. He needed to bait out the Gastrodon earlier on, so the Fearow would not be in Water Pulse range. If you can then safely take it out, your either Empoleon or Stunfisk in the back would have much more play. He wasn't exactly weak into the Clodsire in the lead, so it was possible to swap out if you were to start. But if Clodsire has an energy advantage, it's going to be tough, because Clodsire would also hit super effective with Earthquake on either Empoleon or Unova Stunfisk.
So I think the strategy from Bowley was to have the Clodsire in the front, and if there's a Diggersby met by it, he can play both with Gastrodon and Moltres in the back. So Bowley has like a double ground strategy, and he also needed to save that Clodsire in case there was a Florges in the back, because both Gastrodon taking double super effective from Trailblaze and Moltres being soft to that Fairy type is not great against Florges.
Well, let's see if they have adapted for game number 2, because here we go! We have the Empoleon from Wolfpack into the Galarian Moltres from Bowley. And this is a pretty neutral matchup. The fast attacks from Galarian Moltres are going to add up way and way more here. I think that Wolfpack doesn't really like this because he has the Unova Stunfisk in the back. In fact, this is kind of a risky line from Wolfpack. If he faced the Gastrodon in the lead here, would have been really tough.
But luckily for him, it didn't. And I don't think Wolfpack will be shielding it. But Bowley makes a counting error and lets Empoleon get to another charge attack. That means he will have to shield his Moltres if he wants to get off this energy. And Wolfpack maybe will let this go and then come in and farm down with his Unova Stunfisk.
This payback is a lot of energy. And we see Wolfpack shield it up, actually. Can you get the metal sound down here, though? Because it doesn't add up a lot here. The Sucker Punch from Galarian Moltres do, and you actually get to another fly here. Do you double shield go down to get the switch advantage here? No, he doesn't. He just wants to get it lower. Wolfpack shaking his head. I think he kind of realized he needed switch advantage there. But Fearow with energy is very helpful there, though. If you expect the Gastrodon in the back, you do know that your Unova Stunfisk in the back will have a very tough time dealing with that. And going for the Duran, trying to get the charge security tie with the Clodsire here, but Bowley is not having any of that because Clodsire is so bulky, it can take about anything.
Do you think, looking at the damage from this drill run, that triple drill pack maybe would have been the play in this one-shot scenario? I'm not sure, but because the drill pack is coming quicker than the drill run. Wolfpack needs to shield up all of these attacks from the Clodsire, and he probably needs a catch. But now, that Fearow is closing in on Water Pulse range again. Pacing is absurd. It can maybe threaten the Gastrodon with 3 Mud Bombs here.
Is there any play for Wolfpack at this point? I believe that he is 1 pack off another drill pack. So if you can get a farm down later on this Gastrodon, perhaps there is a problem here. And I think as Bowley, you need to expend your energy here.
So let's take a look. Another Mud Bomb is not going to knock out this Gastrodon yet. No. It's not knocking out, but it's getting closer and closer. And Bowley needs to make sure he has energy to threaten this Fearow, because if Fearow gets a farm down, it can unleash energy on that Clodsire, and it will always win charge attack priority.
All right, well, looks like this Gastrodon took that damage on the left side, not on the right side just yet. Comes out with the drill pack. Gastrodon on the right side still chilling, however. Now you do have the drill pack for the next charge attack, or for the next Pokemon coming in here. Finally, the drone's coming through. which was a Moplum earlier. And now Dropback is going to knock out this Clodsire. This is definitely... we're definitely going to take a look at this one, though.
This one certainly up for review. I suspect Boley will not be too pleasant if this game stands, but let's take a look at what happened. But I think in that starting scenario, when Wolfpack had his Empoleon against the Moltres, Wolfpack got shield advantage because Boley decided to delay the throwing of his charge attack. That meant Wolfpack could have gotten a shield advantage. He could have gone for a farm down with his Unova Stunfisk against the Moltres and had his Fearow up 2 shields against 1 against the backline of Boley. I think that would have been the play when you actually saw that you could get to get the shield advantage with Empoleon.
Well, either you double down there, or I think you go for the shield advantage there. Especially knowing that it could be Gastrodon in the back, and you know you cannot win that alignment there. Perhaps going all in on the Fearow. It is the Milwaukee Regional Championship Pokemon after all. Could really help, especially because if you just look at the team from Bali, there's just not really anything that takes the energy from the Fearow very well. And yeah, I think otherwise in that end game, the Gastrodon just came out with too much energy there for that Fearow to handle as well. Knowing that if Gastrodon would get that Mudslap down on the Stunfisk, come out with a Water Pulse, it would have been very tough for the Fearow. It would need to hang on to the Water Pulse, get a Peck down, and then get to a Charge Attack on that Clodsire.
As we see here, we get a rematch of that game. And if we see the same leads, I suspect Wolfpack would not be shielding his Empoleon if a similar scenario arises. As we saw, Empoleon would be able to outpace. Still, even if it got a payback shielded, the Moltres would reach the fly and still win the one shield scenario against the Empoleon because one Hydro Cannon and the Metal Sounds are not enough to knock out the Moltres.
And what I also want to point out, by the way, we've seen 2 Stone Edge catches so far on Wolfpack's side. He is trying what he can, even though Gastrodon has been on Stunfisk 2 games in a row now. He's really trying his best with those catches to play around and build up that Fearow energy.
But Gastrodon, with its with buffed Water Pulse, it's pretty flexible in this meta. With the Water Pulse hitting flying types for actual substantial damage, I think Gastrodon, it's more flexible than you might expect.
Yeah, I think like the worst thing you could see is a Torterra or Toadscruel. And I've not seen a lot of
pretty
people...
bad with Giratina.
Yeah, oh, as we've seen. How could I forget? Yeah, but we'll see how these trainers are going to adapt for this rematch here. Boley is still 1-0 up. Yeah, we'll see how Wolfpack is going to adapt there.
I suspect that Boley will probably rely on most likely the same Pokemon that he has been bringing so far. Moltres, Gastrodon, Clodsire, because it has brought him so close to a round win. But Wolfpack, he needs to go back in and check, what do I actually need to bring here? Because if he was leading Florges in that game number 2 into the Moltres without Brave Bird even, then you could debuff and start doing Fairy Wind damage, get some energy, and then potentially threaten the Gastrodon with Trailblazes in the back. So, very risky line for Boley, but Wolfpack...
Just as risky, no? Because the Empoleon leads Stunfisk in the back?
Yeah, it's still up for review, I think, but we're looking at what will go down in
the rematch.
In the rematch, if the rematch is confirmed, and I suspect Wolfpack will adjust. Because, yes, the Empoleon is very good here. It's just the Gastrodon that it really has to do fear, but that Moltres too puts in so much work.
It's so tough, though, because I feel like as Wolfpack, maybe you're inclined to bring the Galarian Moltres to soak energy better, but then Boley shows Galarian Moltres. He's just not fearing any of that Florges or Stunfisk nonsense, so he just brings the Galarian Moltres, which has a lot of fast attack pressure into the first 4 Pokemon that you see on Wolfpack's side, and I really like that read of him.
That is why I think Wolfpack should start to bring the Florges, because Boley has really adjusted his team for Empoleon. So the Moltres and the Gastrodon has pretty good matchups into that Empoleon. Clodsire is not knocked out one shot either by the Empoleon, so Florges. Good matchup into Moltres, good matchup into Gastrodon, but here we see Clodsire into Fearow, the trusted Pokemon from
just
Wolfpack.
like in game number 1, but this time we see the adaptation from Wolfpack. I think now he's a little bit happier to see the Clodsire here because he brought the Florges in the back. And Florges generally, even though it does have water type coverage in Chilling Water, it generally doesn't really like poison type Pokemon. So probably just get this Clodsire low. The Florges looks really good in the back.
And Wolfpack, here go. Oh, another Stone Edge Scat!
That's the third one he caught!
Incredible play by Wolfpack. He's realizing what is going on the entire time. Bully shaking his head. And here comes the Moltres. He's saving the Gastrodon for a potential Unova Stunfisk in the back.
I am not sure about this. I think, yes, the Gastrodon could be the counter to that Pokemon. I think Wolfpack really threw him off with that play. Now Florges gonna take the energy, though. But look at that Hydro Cannon coming through. That's a lot of very usable damage there. And going for the entire front on the Galarian Moltres. His energy is going to be good, but you don't have Brave Bird.
But this is the upside of payback. If there is a Unova Stunfisk, you can hit it super hard with that payback. Moltres is getting the farm down here. Fearow, neither Fearow nor the Florges will enjoy taking these charge attacks. But Bolly, he's throwing the fly. Florges, not the tankiest Pokemon in the world either.
But the thing is, now you've revealed your entire line. I think at this point, Bolly knows what to do. You cannot stay in this matchup. I think letting the fly through as well is definitely a choice, I think, because Florges is going to need to do a lot. But now hard swapping. And I think at this point, Wolfpack, if he's predicting the Gastrodon, he knows he's going to be in a good spot. Gastrodon is not going to like any of this Fearow. It's not going to like the Trailblaze. That is double super effective from the Florges either.
But this is very clever from Wolfpack. He played Fearow and Empoleon, Unova Stunfisk in game 1 in an ABA setup. Now he's ABA strong into that Gastrodon. And when Bolly saved his Gastrodon for a potential Unova Stunfisk, because this lineup resembled that game 1 lineup for Wolfpack.
But now with Florges.
But Wolfpack now has Florges. And this Florges and the Fearow is looking so tough for Bolly to win this game now.
Yeah, Gastrodon is very healthier, but Mudslap is double resisted. Drill Peck's going to do a lot of damage. You cannot even put up a Protect Shield here because the Florges is so close to a Trailblaze that would knock out almost the entire health of that Gastrodon.
Bolly knows that he needs to save his shields, but he can't. If this Drill Peck would land, then Gastrodon would be knocked out and all hope would be gone. And here comes the Florges. Oh, and he wanted to get a catch.
He tried it, but the attack wasn't ready just yet. Going for the Water Pulse, but Florges, fall is here. Flowers are blooming. It wins Charge Attack Purity tie. The Trailblaze double super effective is going to knock it out. This is why you played this community day. Florges ties up the score here for Wolfpack.
Even though it's autumn here in Lille, the flowers are blooming, and Florges is showing exactly why it has come to stay. With water and grass type charge attacks, it threatens ground types, water types, fire types, and also rock types. It's such a flexible Pokemon, and with a fairy type fast attack, it also takes on that Galarian Moltres.
That was a very smart decision to bring a similar line to that game 1. Throw your opponent off, make them think you have the Unova Stunfisk that you've been bringing the previous games. And then, surprise, there's the Florges.
And this is the downfall, or the scary part about running only the same Pokemon over and over again. For Bolly was a bit predictable for Wolfpack, because Wolfpack, he understood there is very likely a Gastrodon in the back. There's very likely a Moltres in the back.
And you have the Core Breaker.
And you have the Core Breaker in Florges. So bringing that Florges together with the Empoleon it's a very tough core for Bolly to break. And I'm not sure how he's going to do it. Is it the Blastoise? No, it loses the Florges. It's not even great into that Empoleon. Is it the Moltres? No, Moltres loses to the Florges. Gastrodon, it can lose too. I think Clodsire will keep coming for Bolly, and Wolfpack will just have to manage his way around that Clodsire, and then he could certainly be set up for success.
Do you think that the current moveset of Trailblaze and Chilling Water is the right one for Florges? Do you think there's any room for Disarming Voice or Moonblast Fairy-type charge attacks?
I think Moonblast is overkill on Florges.
Okay.
I would play Disarming Voice over Moonblast.
Okay.
But I think Trailblaze is the way to go with how common Gastrodon is.
So could you run Trailblaze and Disarming Voice, or is Chilling Water just you cannot miss out on it. You need to use an Elite Charge TM on
You
it.
definitely need Chilling Water, in my opinion. Florges, if you run Trailblaze and Disarming Voice, you are completely resisted by Steel types. The Steel types are common in this meta.
Yeah.
If you want a shot at beating Corviknight, then you need Chilling Water. Florges can actually beat Corviknight because of the debuffs that just keep stacking up against Corviknight. Yes, Florges is a very impressive Pokemon. And I think that we will see more of it going into this tournament, but you don't see a Cradley here. And Cradley is a terrible matchup for Florges, and that's why I think it's time to bring
let's see if we're going to see more of it into this decisive game number 3. We have the Unova Stunfisk making a comeback here. It's matchup into that Galarian Moltres. This is a great lead for a Wolfpack. In the back, we see the Scissor and the Clothesire from Boli, so he's not exactly prepared against the Unova Stunfisk, perhaps didn't even predict it. And Wolfpack went pretty good into Galarian Moltres in all 3 Pokemon.
But this is so exciting because Boli is running that payback moveset. And how does that matchup change against the Unova Stunfisk with this payback? We'll have to see how much damage this move will do.
I think Wolfpack is not going to respect it just because perhaps he might be expecting the Gastrodon again. Is doing a lot of damage and making an attempt to catch the discharge. Now you're going to be met with a lot of mud.
And this is not great for the Clodsire. The Poison Stings do not add up against the Unova Stunfisk, so you will need to throw energy to take this Unova Stunfisk out.
And in comes another Mop Bomb just right before the Stone Edge. Wolfpack counting the fast attacks perfectly from this Clodsire. Do you make another Stone Edge catch here? I would not do that on the Fear at the very least. Or do we see a potential... Oh, we see the Charge Security tie, but Clodsire loses almost every Charge Security tie because it is so incredibly bulky. I think that the Clodsire will still barely hang on here, but now you have no energy left.
And now you've got a low Galarian Moltres. You have a low Clodsire, but you have Scizor with 2 shields.
But Scizor is the kind of Pokemon that can do it. I think it might come down to a boost here, though. Going for the Drill Peck immediately. I love this play because the Scizor is a little bit behind. You now deny a full Bullet Punch here, and you take the first Protect Shoot here. And let's see what Bali is going to do here. He's going for the Nice Slash or the Trail. He is going for the Nice. I think if you want to win this battle, you need the boost here to also take out that Florges in the back.
If we can see a boost, then Boli certainly has a chance. But there's no boost. Can Scissor still pull through? Maybe going for the Trailblaze to boost up the Bullet Punches could have been a play for Boli as well. But now, let's take a look. Because he can farm down this Fearow.
But I don't think you can get 2 Trailblazes here because the Florges only needs 5 Fairy Winds to get there. Do we see a protection here? We do see the protection. Can you now get to the Charge Security tie on this Trailblaze? Would that be enough? Do keep in mind there are still 2 Pokemon in the back for Boli. They don't get to the charge stack though.
And the Pokemon in the back are so low. How far away from a fly is the Moltres? It's way too far. And Wolfpack and Florges is now taking out the Moltres too. Florges taking 1 KO on the Scizor, farming it down, then taking 2 KOs on the Moltres with Chilling Water. And now, can it outpace the Clodsire? It doesn't need to. It will Fairy Wind down, and Florges knocks out 3 Pokemon.
Just barely before the Stone Edge, Florges is able to pull through here. It was the Pokemon that Wolfpack needed earlier on in this game. He realized afterwards, wait, Galarian Moltres is coming out every time. Gastrodon's coming out every time. I have the core break to this. I have to bring Florges, and it paid off.
And we saw Boli. He was correcting for that Empoleon. And Empoleon, even though it was putting in work for Wolfpack, it kept finding itself having not so favorable matchups against the Moltres and the Gastrodon. So Wolfpack making the adjustment and having just the right answers to flip a very suspecting start because that Boli outplayed him in game 1, and he was very close to a win in game 2. Unfortunately, had some technical issues, and then it appeared that we had to have a rematch, and then Wolfpack realized Florges is the medicine I need to cure myself from losing here, to save myself from losing.
And that worked, because Scizor was just not coming out from Boli. I think he found a little bit too risky into the Empoleon and the Unova Stunfisk, because Empoleon does win against Scizor. You need Shadow Empoleon, so Shadow Scizor can defeat that, because then Nice does enough. But against that, and you see the Unova Stunfisk comes out as well, so it was kind of risky. Only in the final game he was able to bring that Shadow Scizor.
Scizor can win against Unova Stunfisk in the one shield scenario.
Correct. When both Pokemon use 1 shield, yes.
Yes. But in the two-shield scenario, you know Stunfisk will outpace, and Scissor cannot hang on with the Thunder Shocks and the discharges. And here we see Wolfpack. He got so many Stone Edge catches.
He got 3 Stone Edge.
And that was just enough for him to turn this game around. This was an incredibly tightly fought game between these two incredible trainers. Bolly, not as known as Wolfpack, but he really put on a show, an incredible showing from both of these trainers. Wolfpack showing his grit and turning it into a win in the end.
And he is moving on to winners round 4 with this victory, getting closer to phase 2, where we will have the top 16 played out tomorrow. But that is for much later on, as we have so many more battles and trainers to come up still.
And even though we have had Gastrodon on stream right now, it did very well in game 1 and then the start of game 2, but it unfortunately didn't end up performing as good as it had to win the entire round. But Gastrodon, has it come out of nowhere? It started off as a fan favorite maybe.
From Lou especially?
From Lou especially, but not really making a dent in the meta until getting Mud Slap buff, Water Pulse buff, Body Slam buff. It's triple buff. And how has it been? The Gastrodon made his way to the top, winning regionals, winning championships. Well, we have its story right here for you.
At the start of the 2025 season, I asked a question. Could Gastrodon be the next Pokémon champion? Could it truly become a hero? Let's recap its rise from splashes of doubt to tidal waves of success in 2025 and discuss whether 2026 will be the year Gastrodon truly cements itself in the Pokémon Go Hall of Fame. Gastrodon spent most of 2024 training and growing strong, so it could be ready to take on the challenge of becoming a champion. When Mudslap was buffed right before the 2025 meta, Gastrodon finally had the skills to step into the game. And in Baltimore, it wasted no time proving a point, as Elam stormed Gastrodon to a bronze medal in its debut event. But Gastrodon wasn't done. Inga Danks, Scaffo99 brought home another bronze, and Zizwilus, one of the first trainers to believe in Gastrodon's potential, made it taste silver for the very first time. The Sea Slug was proving it had the skills to battle with the best. Gastrodon's squishy limbs had grabbed several medals, but now it wanted to stick down a trophy. So, at the Latin America International Championships, Gastrodon stood on the global stage alongside 12 Vitorello and body slammed all the way to grand finals, earning second place at an international event. From overlooked to unstoppable, Gastrodon was anything but washed up. Championships in Stuttgart and Rio de Janeiro kept the silver streak alive, but the question lingered. Was Gastrodon ever going to become a champion? Mid-season brought whispers of doubts. Superior dominated the meta, and Shadow Marowak was also emerging as the preferred ground-type Pokémon of choice. Many thought Gastrodon's era was over. But at EUIC, Inadequance and Gastrodon battled to a top 4 finish. It wasn't gold, but it was proof that Gastrodon was still a contender. Then came March 9th. Rise to Occasion reset the bracket in Vancouver and won it all to take Gastrodon to its second regional title. And the wave just kept rolling. Monterrey Regional saw Gastrodon take its third regional title. No doubt about it, trainers, Gastrodon is a hero. Moving into the Tales of Transformation season and the 2026 competitive events, Gastrodon received 2 buffs. A damage increase to its bait move Body Slam, and a reduction in energy cost for its hard-hitting charge attacks Water Pulse. This gives Gastrodon faster pacing as well as even better coverage, now able to hit for efficient ground, normal, and water-type damage. In short, this makes it, once again, a force to be reckoned with. Already this season in Frankfurt and in Pittsburgh, Gastrodon drenched the competition and claimed both gold and silver medals. In Monterrey, it dominated the podium, with 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place finishes. A Pokemon once doubted now shapes the very shoreline of the meta. So from puddles to podiums, from overlooked to overlord of the meta, Gastrodon has proven itself not just as a competitor, but as a legacy. I, for one, could not be prouder of my best buddy Pokemon. So trainers, do you dream of being the very best? Go get stuck in the mud with Gastrodon and see what you can accomplish.
Gastrodon once again making some big slug moves here in Lille. And I know that we just heard Lou Pikachu. She's a big fan of that blue and green Gastrodon. I gotta ask you, which one's your favorite?
I'll tell you what, I don't think that the typing of the Gastrodon matters. What I really love about Gastrodon, it doesn't get to those moves super quickly. It's a workhorse. He puts in those mud...
It's just slapping away.
Mud slapping away. He throws them in. and he doesn't get all the glamour and the glory of throwing 1,000 charge moves a second.
It's true.
But he gets to them, and he gets the job done, as we've seen. Results matter.
So color doesn't matter for the Gastrodon for you. It's the results, it's the attacks.
And it's the pink one, yes.
Oh, and it's the pink one. Looks like okay. Well, let us know in the chat which one you prefer. Also, let us know who you think's gonna win this next matchup that we have coming up to the stage very, very shortly. We got some phenomenal players coming in. We got RJR there up against Jamie McElwain.
I'm very excited to see these two trainers. Jamie McElwain from Britain, like myself. I know this trainer very well. He is very, very up to date on the meta. He tests these Pokemon. He'll be scrimming all week long, and he will make sure he knows his team inside and out.
Well, if we go ahead and take a look at the team of RJR here, he's a trainer that is bringing a Pokemon that we've already seen on stream, but we weren't really quite expecting, and that's at Pangoro, and it has been able to completely truck through a lot of teams with the rise of the ghost types and with that rise of Credilli.
2 pandas in the stream already. It's pandemonium out here, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a fantastic time. I am a fond lover of Pangoro myself. I love to use it. It's such a good Pokemon. To get that heavy hitting, close combat move off on a Pokemon is one of the most satisfying feelings. Even if it's resisted, you know it will do a good chunk of damage.
And we see that Talonflame, one of the birds of prey, many that I'm sure that we're going to see over this weekend. Wanted to know it's running Fly as one of its attacks rather than Brave Bird. But on the side of Jamie, you said that he's been scrimming, that he's been really working with his team. There's some pretty meta picks here, but also that Shadow Scissor. What are you thinking about it?
I do love the Shadow Scissor. It is a bit of a glass cannon. It will deal such heavy damage, especially with its Shadow, extra damage bullet punches, which is stab, of course, and it will do the extra damage in towards anything. With a shield up on this Pokemon, you can go through a lot of opposition Pokemon.
I think that's why we see so many Pokemon that has that fast attack of Mud Slap, like those Gastrodons, like those Marowaks, but obviously having Trailblaze, not only does it boost the attack of the Scissor, it also can hit back against the water types in that way. So it'd be really interesting to see how he wants to play it, because I tell you what, with the Pangoro on the other side, even though those Karate Chops don't do much damage, like you said, Jay, Scissor doesn't have a lot of bulk to its name.
There's a lot of play with that Pangoro. The opportunity to bait the move, to get that big damage off. It may force Jamie into shielding when it's not actually that move and you don't get the debuff. So a big opportunity for RGR to maybe play on that.
And we are in winners round 3 on that winners side of the bracket in a double elimination tournament. That means both of these trainers obviously want to keep their momentum up. They want to stay on that winner side. It's a much quicker path to victory that way. But unfortunately for them, one of them will knock down to the losers bracket after this. Still a lot on the line and a lot to play for.
But even if you get knocked down to the losers bracket, you are not out, because you can still make it to day 2 and you can still make it to the grand final. It just takes double the amount of games. So every single win in this winners bracket is fundamental to less games played and less opportunity risk.
Yeah, we call it hard mode, right? Maybe some players just want to play a little bit in hard mode. They drop down to the losers bracket early, but we've seen winners of championships being able to knock down that very first round and still be able to take it all the way. So you're not down until you're completely out after 2 losses here. Both of these trainers just taking a minute to lock in, making sure that they have the team compositions that they're looking for, because again, like we said, Jay, this is a big matchup for them. This is the first time on screen for them today, and this is in the winner's side of the bracket.
And I think they've both watched the video we just played about Gastrodon, of course. The Mud Slapper, they both got it in there. Maybe this is going to be the Pokemon. Oh, then we're in the battle.
We'll see. Oh, and a wild Zubat. Catch it, RGR. Oh, no, okay. Well, we'll come back to the moment here. Looks like there was maybe our little Meowth from Team Rocket just screwing up with the cables a little bit backstage.
I have noticed, Amanda, since coming backstage, my hat seems to have disappeared.
I cannot. Pangoro, great call by RGR.
A shiny Pangoro starting off the game here. This is a very good lead for Pangoro, because you got the opportunity to throw that big heavy hitting move and then getting out to lose buff effect. But we are seeing RGR going for the lower costing Night Slash here, which still would have done a decent amount of damage to the Scissor.
Yeah, we call that a bait. Not only did he get the attack off a little bit earlier, he was able to get that first Protect Shield, but Jamie already out of Trailblaze. This is going to boost now the attack of the Scissor. Guaranteed buff here. You see that attack rise, and now in comes Talonflame, an immediate pivot out into the Corsola, because I think one Incinerate would be enough to basically knock out the Scissor at that point.
Absolutely. It does so much heavy hitting damage. The fact it's Shadow, the fact that it's super duper effective because it's super effective against both typings.
Absolutely.
It does seem to be a bit of a game issue here.
Yeah,
so this will probably go to a replay.
I tell you what, these ghosts, they're so spooky that I think they both have scared each other a little bit.
They're haunting the systems here. Oh, the game is continuing. We are going to watch this one go on. Jamie is now throwing the Nightshade.
And at this point, though we do know that there was a little bit of a stall in between here, players are playing it out, and you can still gather some information whether or not you actually will matter so much for this game. For instance, if there's a mirror like this and both of the Pokemon throw at the same time, you could potentially have a charge attack priority. You get to see how players like to play out these sorts of matches as well, using that Protect Shield on that Nightshade on RGR's side.
Fantastic catch. We have RGR in with his Talonflame now against Jamie's Gastrodon.
And I tell you what, you said you prefer the pink. It looks like Jamie is preferring the pink as well on the screen. Good, able to easily tank one of these, and this is one of the reasons we see Gastrodon more often, is because it can quickly now pace to Water Pulse, and it can hit back against the flying type Pokemon or things that it normally wouldn't be able to do at such a fast pace.
We see Talonflame ramping up his attack here with the Flame Charge, and that has now left him in a more powerful position, getting more damage off with his Incinerates. We do see the last shield now gone from RGR, taken by Jamie McElwain.
Going ahead, trying to swap in at the charge attack, but RGR patient, not throwing quite yet. Now no Protect Shields remaining there. That Gastrodon, though it is quite beloved by Lou, is now going down, and RGR taking that game number 1.
Fantastic play from RGR. I really, really enjoy watching Pangoro in action. What did you think? Do you think it was instrumental to that win?
Pangoro was a very interesting play there because you pointed it out from the beginning. It has an attack, Night Slash, which is one of its more energy efficient attacks, but can hit hard against a Pokemon like that Galarian Corsola, or if we were seeing like a Shadow Dusk Noir, we saw that was quite popular today. That's a great attack for that. But
or even against what it played against
exactly.
there. It's such a squishy Pokemon that
close
even
combat,
that
however, would have done just completely knocked it out, and it would have knocked out like a Credilli, so it has really great potential. I was not surprised to see the Pangoro in the lead, but I also was not surprised to see him let it go.
Yeah, not at all. Of all places to play the Pangoro, perhaps in the lead is the best place to play because you can remove that debuff from the Pokemon. I do love watching it in action. Jamie, what did you think of his gameplay? He did have his, as you mentioned, his pink Mud Slapper in Gastrodon, and I can see the plushie on his desk is also the pink one. Maybe, as we were talking about before, he definitely has a preference.
Yeah, hinting towards a preference there. It looks like both of these trainers are kind of discussing with the judges to see. We saw that little stall in between with the Galarian Corsola on a Galarian Corsola. If that would have mattered, it was quite in the middle of the game at that point, but most of the Pokemon for both teams had been revealed.
Perhaps you could have even seen that as an advantage, a little moment to think about what's happened so far and what can happen in the future.
So for times like this, if you're just tuning into a broadcast and you're not quite sure, if you as a player believe that there's something that potentially could have been done, you can raise an issue to a judge who will then decide if it was impactful enough to be causing a replay.
And we're going to find out shortly if that first game is going to be replayed or if the point did go to RGR. We're showing the moves on the Pokemon again here. Do you think anything else that RGR has could have been useful maybe against the Gastrodon on Jamie's side?
I mean, I think that honestly, Talonflame in the position that it was in was a good spot. It didn't surprise me, like I said, that he let the Pangoro go, because even with the Scissor having that buff, Talonflame coming in and just being able to get one Incinerate was able to put him in quite a good spot. So then he was one Incinerate, one fast attack ahead and already in energy for whatever that was going to come in.
Even the Talonflame on the Gastrodon, it's not even that bad of a matchup considering you see a fire against a water type, because it takes, even with the recent move update where Water Pulse was buffed and it's a little bit cheaper to get to the move, it still does take quite a while for those Mud Slaps. As we were mentioning before, the workhorse Pokemon Gastrodon, it does take quite some time to get to those moves.
And speaking of Pokemon that are a bit of a workhorse, ones that have at least putting in the work so far this season, we got that Credilli on Jamie's side there. Running Acid as its fast attack is one of the more recent updates for it. Rock Tomb, yeah, we said Trailblaze automatically buffs. We had the Incinerate damage with the Flame Charge that automatically is going to buff. Rock Tomb is an attack that is going to naturally debuff your opponent. It's guaranteed, so 100%, which also I think is 100% one of the reasons why Credilli is so popular.
And we have had information brought through here. There is not going to be a rematch. It is currently 1-0 to RGR, so he is match point perhaps to take the next set, to take the whole set if he wins this next game.
That's right. In a best-of-3 matchup, you only need 2 of them there, but we've seen even so far today a lot of what we call reverse sweeps, where you lose that first round, but you are still able to win game number 2 and game number 3 to continue on that winner's side of the bracket. Jamie's played quite a few different regionals before. He's got a lot of experience under his belt there. I'm sure that he's got a plan to get back into these matchups.
He has indeed. He has made it to Worlds twice, and he is a very formidable player, so do not count him out. I'll tell you what, 1-0 down, pressure makes diamonds. Is Jamie going to be able to make a diamond here today and sweep this set?
We'll have to see if it is indeed his time to shine. Both of these trainers just taking a couple more minutes to lock in. Game number 1, it's always nice to be able to win that matchup because you get a little bit of that momentum on your side. But in the same point, it's just still an information gathering round where you're trying to figure out how your opponent likes to play. Looks like both of them are ready for it.
Oh, Pangoro. We're seeing Pangoro early doors again against Jamie's Corsola. This is not a good position for that Corsola, and he switches out immediately into his workhorse, his Gastrodon, who is chugging away at this Pangoro.
Pangoro going for that heavy-hitting close combat. This will do a ton of damage, if not a shield. It looks like Jamie protects up that Gastrodon, recognizes it could be a big attack before moving out into the Corsola. At this point, this is actually not completely horrible because the water pulses plus that mud slap damage actually really add up on one of the bulkiest Pokemon we have in the Great League.
And it is a very safe swap, Corsola. Jamie will have played this situation through time and time again. Is he going to be able to overcome this Corsola?
Gastrodon ain't afraid of no ghosts here, comfortably tanking that Nightshade. He knows he will be able to get to another attack, just going and getting a little bit more fast attack, mud slap damage. This would be enough to knock out, and it looks like RGR is letting it go down, and Jamie is now going to be able to at least line up something better against the Pangoro than his own Corsola. But in comes that Talonflame once again, getting another Incinerate damage.
The Incinerate doing such heavy damage, even to a water type. This is some gaming. We've got Talonflame. What is Jamie going to pick in? He knows that that Pangoro is in the back. We're going to find out what he has in store. We know that Corsola isn't very good into Pangoro, but he is going to stay in, throw the move, and then perhaps switch out afterwards.
My goodness, and RGR calling this here. This is a Nightshade. It's not going to be very effective. Not enough to knock out one of the squishier Pokemon, and just giving him an opportunity once again to get so much energy. Once again, a close combat. This is going to reach so much.
It's Pandemonium here in Lille Regional event. Show 6, pick 3. This is amazing gameplay from the Pangoro. I'm really enjoying watching those big hits land.
Going ahead, if you're wanting to see big hits land, you're about to see potentially another one here, because this Flame Charge is going to boost up the attack of the Talonflame coming in, but now we have a very low health Talonflame that just paces quite slowly against a Corsola with a shield.
And RGR opting to not go for the ramping up move here and does throw the fly as this game is going to come down. Still 2 shields on the side of RGR. Jamie is going to try and farm it down. Is it going to be enough? And yes, it is. Jamie ends up squaring up the bracket. It is 1-1 here.
We talked about reverse sweeps. The potential is still there for Jamie's side, taking game number 2 quite comfortably. RGR had 2 shields left at that point in the end. And sometimes, obviously, when you're playing a game, you don't want to protect up like a bait attack, or you don't want to protect something where you're like, well, this is not going to be doing the maximum amount of damage. Unfortunately for him, I don't think he saw the best opportunities for when he wanted to use shields, but going down with 2 doesn't feel great.
Well, that is the way it goes. But I'll tell you what, He's seen it go square here. He got the lead initially. He may be able to just recoup his thoughts here. Is he going to bring Pangoro in the lead again? He's done it twice. It's failed once. It's been successful once. But it's a very good Pokemon nonetheless.
Pangoro has a lot of good play against the team, so it would not surprise me if RGR is bringing it one more time. If you do want to note the teams, RGR played the exact same lineup for game number 1 and game number 2. He had great leads for the most part for both of those games. So maybe in that first slot is that comfortable position, like you stated as well, Jay, because if he's able to use that close combat, he can immediately jump out of it and clear that debuff that he would put on himself.
And it does just such heavy damage. I really enjoy watching it. What do you think of the Corsola on RGR's side? It's been a staple safe swap for him in both these games.
I think Corsola, it's been one of the most popular Pokemon that has been picked for all of these regionals so far. Galarian Moltres, however, hasn't been too far behind, and Jamie actually has that Galarian Moltres on his side, so having a Corsola safe swap is a little bit dangerous if you're RGR, because you're giving your opponent a lot of farm opportunity.
We'll see what both teams, what both players decide to lock in their teams shortly as they recoup their thoughts into this last game, the decisive game number 3.
You love to see it as an audience member. You probably hate to play it as a player because that's when your nerves are the highest. This is a big moment. You saw them shake their heads at each other. It looks like they are locked in. They are ready to go, and they're ready to see who's going to take game number 3.
Game number 3, and it's the matchup we've seen before, usually in the middle of the game, currently starting Talonflame versus the Gastrodon. Who do you think is going to come up on top here, Amanda?
I mean, normally it's actually slightly in favor of Talonflame. Being able to hit the 2 flies quickly is nice, but having to use these shields is not a very good opportunity either. This Water Pulse would have completely knocked out, and Jamie actually went straight for it and didn't go for a body slam bait.
And having that 5-turn fast attack on the Incinerate, it does make it difficult to perhaps catch a move from the Gastrodon, so these shields are more than likely going to be used up in this case.
Going ahead, going for that body slam here. The range that the Talonflame is at would knock it very, very low. Both Protect Shields used at this very beginning part of the matchup. Looks like RGR is desperately wanting to try to align whatever's in the back. He wants to get this Gastrodon out of the way so he can decide what he has. And I think this makes a lot of sense.
RGR really playing for the swap here, but Jamie does still have a shield when choosing his next Pokemon. Going for the Galarian Corsola, which will chunk away with its Astonish fast type move.
This is so crazy because now that the biggest counter for the Tinkaton on RGR's side is out of the way with that Gastrodon, it definitely has a lot more play, and it comes in immediately. And if you're Jamie, you're probably thinking, oh no, this is exactly what I wanted my Gastrodon for.
Exactly, and Jamie, this isn't the worst situation for Jamie. He will be able to get these Nightshades through against the Tinkaton. Tinkaton, a very tanky Pokemon. Now we're seeing a mirror match.
And we saw a mirror match of Galarian Corsola's game number 1 coming in now with the Tinkatons for game number 2. You notice he's going for that Bulldoze because it has a potential to debuff the opponent. Doesn't get it on the first one, and we also see that Jamie's is going to be able to throw first. He throws a Bulldoze of his own right back at you.
There's a very big difference between the mirror matchup we saw in game 1 and this one in game 3. This one is a lot slower, Amanda, as both these Pokemon are very tanky. We know the Galarian Corsola is very tanky, but they hit hard against each other.
Yeah, Bulldoze going through. Now Jamie's did drop the defense, so an immediate pivot out, trying to just chunk away. He's able to get to an attack on RGR's side. No Protect Shields remaining. This Tinkaton has done a ton, but I might be going down at this point.
This Tinkaton is Tinker gone, and Jamie is down to his final Pokemon, Galarian Corsola, against the world. And by the world, I mean Galarian Corsola, but he does have that energy advantage into this Corsola. Is it going to be enough?
What he lacks in that bulk there, because he did take a little bit of chip damage for swapping out, does mean that he will be able to get to his attacks first. The big question is, how much can he survive
I
here?
don't think this is going to be very close, Amanda. Towards the end of the game.
Just swiping all the bubbles coming through here.
Jamie is just about alive. He's going to get his last tap in, but that is it. RGR takes the set.
Wow, incredible plays by both of the trainers there. RGR coming in with the Pangoro. Game number 1, game number 2, then like a magician, just letting it poof, disappear, and bringing in that Tinkaton instead. And I would argue that I was very well played by both of these trainers, but RGR played that last game masterfully.
fantastic game, opting not to bring the Pangoro to Game 3, but I'll tell you what, that'll be a staple point of his team going forward. And Jamie, commiserations, he is a fellow British player. I'd like to see the British do well. Hopefully, we'll do well in the losers bracket.
So if you are following along, want to know how all the different trainers are doing, you can use that exclamation point bracket and you can see all of the different trainers, how they've been doing in this tournament. I've been kind of keeping my eye on it throughout because we've just started a couple of the groups. Not all of the groups have even started playing yet. We're in winners round 4, while some trainers haven't even started their day.
There's a long day ahead of us and lots of exciting battles to commentate over. I'm really excited to see what the day holds.
There's so many. I mean, we saw already on some of the players to watch. We had named earlier Galaxka Bolton. We had named Colin 6, and we also named Tonton Batus. Colin 6, I believe he lost his very first round that he played today, so he's already in the losers bracket as well.
But we've seen that name, and we know what he can do. He's more than likely to make it far in this competition. We're getting a replay here. We're watching Jamie versus RGR. I'll tell you what. This Pokemon here, the Talonflame, he played it in all 3 games. It was so good for him. Even in the game where he didn't bring the Pangoro, I just felt like the Talonflame was such a safe Pokemon for him against Jamie's team.
Honestly, too, I think that was a really great point because at the end you noticed that he used both of his shields in that very first matchup, and a lot of times trainers don't like to do that because then you're saying, okay, if I'm using both of my shields at the beginning, then I really have nothing to hide behind later. But it really proved completely costly for Jamie to end up saving his shield because once a Gastrodon was down, he didn't really have a strong answer to the Tinkaton in the back.
And we didn't really see the Tinkaton until the final game, and both trainers decided to bring it. That was quite exciting. Why do you think they left it till so late?
I think that a lot of times when you're first looking at a team, right, you have a whole 6 to choose from, but you say, okay, not only do I want to play what I think will be strongest for my team, I want to play in a way that my opponent, it might surprise my opponent. So, I mean, I think because Pangoro has been playing so well for him in both game number 1 and number 2 with such good matchups, benching it for game 3 was basically a mind trick of RGR there.
And I'll say it one more time. The Talonflame did so well. It's a fire-type attacker. You don't really see many fire-type attackers in these tournaments.
True.
Do you have any idea why that might be?
I think the fire typing, for the most part, is just sort of like electric in a way where there's a little more squishy, right? Do you see like the Typhlosion Pokemon like that, where it's like it hits so hard, but with all these Pokemon like Gastrodon or like Marowak or even Bastiodon that are being able to just completely counter it down quite quickly, Talonflame has a little bit of better play for that, and especially against like a Kanto Marowak, where it has to go up to a rock slide to be able to throw a charge attack.
And this season, especially against in the rise of the dragons, Dragon Breath getting so much energy now and getting to move so quickly. Perhaps the fire types going into these dragon types are doing resisted damage, perhaps not being used as much.
Yeah, I think that there's always a place for fire types, especially you know, we see like Fortress coming around and stuff, but it's never been that Pokemon that everyone thinks, oh, this is the Pokemon that I need to use, unlike Pokemon like this Cradily, like the Corsola that we're seeing everywhere, including on both of these 2 trainers' teams in Zephymastix and Alatic.
We've got the 2 staple Pokemon on each team, the Galarian Corsola and the Cradily. The Cradily being used so often, and it's got that debuffing move, Rock Tomb. It's so good against so many, especially in the season of not just the dragons, but the flyers as well.
I mean, you're talking about dragons, we were talking about Altaria, we were talking about all these different ones. We were not even thinking about Swilus, but my goodness, what a nod to a dragon-type Pokemon that can learn Body Slam and Dark Pulse.
Body Slam also getting a buff this season, doing more damage, and Dragon Breath getting to move so quickly, it will be spamming out those Body Slams and doing detrimental damage, perhaps, in theory, to Alatic here, who is bringing in, a Fearow. Fearow we haven't really seen before this season, but with the addition, with the buff to Peck, it gets energy so quickly. Drill Peck, Drill Run, 2 fantastic coverage moves will be looking good against the opposition's team.
That one Pokemon that it's not a ghost-type Pokemon, but does have a ghost-type attack is that Primeape. And Primeape has been a Pokemon that has kind of taken some nuance for people to use, but good Primate trainers, you absolutely love to see them because the destruction that this Pokemon can go through is just so much. You have the Rage Fist to boost your own attack. You have the Karate Chops, which make you generate energy so quickly, and a potential close combat to just knock out your opponent.
If you thought you've seen it all with Panda, Pangoro, Pandemonium, this Pokemon gets to move just as quickly, and it can also ramp up his attack more consistently, where Pangoro can, but it's a random chance. This Ghost-type move will buff you up guaranteed every single time.
So Zweilous on the side of Zephy, I think that was a good and interesting call for this meta. We know earlier on, like Pataman used a Goodra, which is another dragon type that's able to get to attacks quite quickly. The problem with the Zweilous potentially into this team is it's part dark type. So because there's Pokemon like that Primate that hits with fighting type attacks, it could be a little bit less of an advantage, but there's not as many fighting type Pokemon.
This is a Pokemon that we could expect to see perhaps as a save swap on Zephy Marsty's team.
And I tell you what, there's no fairies on the side of Eletic to be seen, even though Wigglytuff has been able to wiggle its way into the top 12 usage. We just saw a bunch of Tinkaton in the previous matchup and on Zephy's team, but you know, I still don't hate the matchups. If he can avoid that Primate, I still think Zweilous could have a lot of play.
Zweilous does have a lot of play here against, apart from that one, as you say, the entire team. It can put in a good shift against anyone. It looks like the teams are just about ready to go here.
Oh, well, let's see if we're ready to go too. Are you guys ready in the chat? Who do you think is going to win this game? We got that Primate right away against a Galarian Corsola. A great lead for Zephy here because it's going to be able to resist those Karate Chops, but it doesn't want to take more than one Rage Fist.
I would see this as a very neutral lead here. It could be anyone's game depending on where they decide to use their shields. Alytic going straight for the Rage Fist here, which is super effective damage, and for each one she throws, it will do even more damage.
Zephy going ahead and doing what most trainers do here. He's not going to shield up the first one because he knows any attack after that point is going to be doing even more. You even see him debating if he wants to shield the second one, thinks he can still outlast it, and he's able to get up to 2 Nightshades throwing that first one. But look at this, by fast attack damage alone, that Primate is down to the red.
We were talking about how good it is. You do have to bear in mind it is a very glassy Pokemon. Now, Alytic decides to shield that move and throw the next Ghost-type attack into Corsola, which would, at this point, probably knock it out.
Yeah, despite all of its rage, though, it is going down, and now Corsola is coming out completely loaded and gets to dictate in the back how he wants to play out these matchups, because once his Corsola goes down, he gets to decide what is going to come into this Credilli.
And Zephy Master is feeling quite confident, perhaps, because as we were talking about before, he does have that Zweilous that no longer has to face the fighting-type attacker Primate.
Absolutely. Using a shield now from Alytic's side there, wants to keep the Credilli nice and healthy because he's going to be able to get up to some more energy. Going ahead, throwing a little bit extra, getting a little bit more energy before throwing this Rock Tomb. It will debuff the Corsola, and at this range, it might even knock it out.
Both trainers down to 0 shields now, so it is a straight battling contest between these two trainers. It's Credilli versus Credilli. One is shiny, one is not.
That's how you tell them apart. They're spitting acid at each other, now throwing a Rock Tomb. And since Alytic gets to throw hers first, that means that all the attacks now thrown from Credilli on Zephy's side is not going to be doing as much damage. But I really like his counting. He's going for that heavier hitting Grass Knot because he knows I'm already debuffed. I don't need to debuff her Credilli at this point. I just want it out of here.
At this point, his Credilli is low to the extent it probably wouldn't get knocked. Oh, goodness. We've got Gastrodon versus Credilli with no shields. This is going to be a very heavy hitting move. The grass type attack into the water ground type.
Going ahead, connecting, saying, you know what, I'm debuffed. It doesn't even matter here. I do like this play by Alytic, recognizing, okay, I might not be able to win this matchup, but I need to see that third Pokemon. Any piece of information that I can gather is going to help me for game number 2, but Zephy, barely showing that Zweilous, says peekaboo with one of its 2 heads, takes game number 1.
Peeks his head around the corner and says, have a little bit of dragon breath. But just about takes that game number 1 with a whole Pokemon to spare. A fantastic game played by Zephy. He put his shields out straight away, and you may think at that point, oh, this is a bit risky having given away your shields, but he knows that Alytic has that fighting type as the only real problem to his Zweilous.
Yeah, and once that was out of the way, I guess the Corsola came out to play for sure. Being able to dictate what came in the back was really helpful for him. And you know what? We saw it with the last matchup with RGR. We saw it with Zeffy in game number 1. Using 2 shields on your first Pokemon, maybe that's the play for this meta.
It was a very good, well-played performance from Zeffy, giving away those 2 shields and then dictating what's in the back, having that opportunity to put your strongest Pokemon onto whatever Alytic decided to bring in second.
Yeah, very dangerous play. If there's a Pokemon like a Gastrodon, which you talked about, it just takes a while to ramp up to its charge attacks. It does have a lot of bulk, but we saw how much even a debuffed Grass Knot does to that Pokemon, being that ground and water typing. Gastrodon just had nowhere to go in that last matchup.
Unfortunate for Alytic with that Pokemon in the back. It's just so devastating seeing that Credilli in that slot with so much energy. She knew that at that point it was probably curtains.
So at this stage, you notice that she did see that Zweilous. Do you think that she's still going to use the Primeape and maybe have a different plan? Because definitely stripping away 2 shields at the beginning is, you can play to a certain advantage like that, but we just saw how much by fast attacks alone that Corsola did to the Primeape. Primeape was just, you know, it wasn't as impactful, I think, as she was hoping that it was going to be that game.
That Zweilous is such a good Pokemon for Zeffy that I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it in the back for Alytic.
Ooh, much better matchup for that Primeape here in the beginning with that Credilli. Wouldn't hesitate to see they're going to swap out to that Galarian Corsola. One of the safer swaps here. This time Alytic banking all of that energy, recognizing, hey, there might be a Credilli in the back. I'm going to bring in the Gastrodon this time. But if you take a peek at Zeffy's backline, there's also a Tinkaton, which a Gastrodon would have done great against.
Credilli was so devastating towards that Gastrodon in the first game. You could see the fear in its 3 eyes. But this time, Alytic has nothing to worry about with her partner Pokemon, Gastrodon, as it comes in against something it's neutral against.
Going ahead and shielding up the Water Pulse, that heavier hitting attack. The Body Slams would not be doing very much damage at all to a Ghost-type Pokemon. And now Zeffy throwing a great timing when that Gastrodon's very low before it even gets to another attack, saying, if you want to throw another at me, you're going to have to use a shield. And that's exactly what Alytic does now at a Water Pulse here. This will do a nice chunk of damage back to the Corsola.
This will do a chunk of damage. It's very possible this might even knock out.
Nope.
And Zeffy recognizes that and shields it at the very last possible moment.
Zeffy heard you, said, okay, is it going to knock out? Well, then I want to keep the Corsola around, because once again, like in game number 1, dictating the pacing, but this time, CAP, charge attack priority. The Pokemon with a higher attack throws first. That's that Primeape. Down goes the Corsola with a ton of energy.
With no shields left, that would be quite devastating for Zeffy to take on board, having lost all that energy after giving it a shield.
Going ahead, ramping up that energy with the Rage Fist, now at a close combat. But even though it's fairy, it is part steel. And look how much that does. Now swapping into the Credilli.
Such a high amount of damage. Alytic having a fantastic second game here. Credilli is going to take this Play Rough. As a neutral move, it doesn't do much more than a quarter of the health.
Now, normally the Credilli against the Tinkaton favors the Tinkaton a little bit. Now coming in with the Credilli of his own, it is full health. We did see it at the beginning, but she's got a ton of energy once again and going to be able to debuff the Credilli, so whatever attack's throwing is not going to be doing as much damage.
Just like game 1, Alytic manages to get that Rock-type attack Rock Tomb in just before Zeffy manages to get to it, and it will end up debuffing, so this subsequential move will do less damage.
Going ahead saying, you buff, I debuff as well. At another attack here, this is going to double debuff, but not enough to knock out the Credilli. Keep your eye, everyone, on that switch timer, because the Primeape is ready, primed and ready to come in.
Primeape is going to get some huge fast attack moves in here, and each fast attack is so detrimental because it gets the energy so quickly. And here we are, Alytic against a Pokemon with no shields, defenseless. Here it is to take away game number 2.
Attack boost to boot. Primeape really putting on a show. You know, we said game number 1 wasn't as impactful as I think she was hoping it to be. Game number 2 was a showcase, truly, of what Primeape can do, even against some of its toughest opponents.
I was personally thinking Elytic should maybe bring Primeape into the back to try and align it onto these wireless if Zeffy decided to bring it again, but she made a fantastic call and it ended up working in her benefit.
I think a lot of times when trainers, especially trainers who, you know, are maybe a bit newer or not as good like myself, you see a Pokemon come in and you're like, oh no, I know this is a bad matchup, so I need to get out of it immediately. But what Elytic did was she noticed, okay, I'm going to save up my Rage Fist for later because there's barely anything in this meta that is going to be able to win charge attack priority over the Primeape. So I'm going to be able to use this at a later point. Not only was she able to get up to that Rage Fist to hit the Corsola to knock it out, she was able to hit that close combat and almost one-shot the Tinkaton.
Interesting, we haven't seen use of Stunfisk or Fearow yet on either team. Elytic, that Fearow, especially with its ground type coverage, could do a lot of damage against a lot of the Pokemon on Zeffy's team, but maybe she is scared of that. Can't think of the name.
Yeah, the Stunfisk.
The Stunfisk, of course. Maybe feared a bit, but since it hasn't been brought, maybe she'll bring it to game number 3.
Do you mean Fearowed a bit, Jay? Is that what you mean?
I'm so fearowed of this conversation.
You know, you're just so fear-overed this conversation.
Oh, goodness.
Going into game number 3, both of these trainers, once again, we're in the winners round 3, just like the matches that we've seen previously. So as these trainers are continuing to move on in the tournament, other trainers from different groups are moving up. This is Group A, so this was the very first group that started out the day. Group A through D are the ones that are playing currently, but we're going to get a whole new batch of competitors later on.
Very exciting, lots of battles yet to come. And just like last game, this one here has also gone to a tie. And just to remind people of the audience, even if one of these trainers lose the game, they are not out of the count. They could still make it to Phase 2, Day 2, and end up taking it all. It's very possible, but there's a lot more games to play.
Speaking of games to play, let's hop into it. Leading once again.
Oh my goodness.
Same as game 2 here.
Elytic has made a fantastic call here, again, to bring the Primeape all 3 games. This time, the same swap has been made by Zeffy, but Elytic, instead of swapping out like she did last game and winning the game, she decides to throw the Rage Fist immediately.
And once again, swapping into the Gastrodon, I think in her side, she's saying, okay, this Rage Fist that went through is going to be able to make this Corsola a little bit easier to manage. So I'm still going to be able to dictate the pacing because if Zeffy chooses to shield, the Gastrodon can also shield. Still, in the meantime, just getting up a ton of energy, going up for one more before now throwing the Water Pulse.
Fantastic. And if you recall, in the last game, Elytic ended up using a shield here, so maybe she's taken that into account. And she said maybe a bit of chip here in the beginning of the game will end up making me not have to use as many shields.
Going ahead, and now Zeffy once again throwing right before the next attack is available, getting the shield from Elytic. Again, this is playing out very similarly to game number 2, except for the fact that this time Primeape has no energy. But you know what? Maybe no energy needed because no shield used by Zeffy, and Corsola goes down.
Both players really pushing for that switch, but in the end, Zeffy decides I'd rather keep holding my shield and play it later on in the game. Here we can see Credilli into Gastrodon. Credilli getting a nice bit of farm here because there's no real heavy-hitting move from Gastrodon that will do that much damage.
And what an interesting play. Could have gone for an attack, decided not to, but Zeffy knows no use going and building up to a grass knot to throw when it's that low, swapping into the Tinkaton and now being met by the Credilli. Neither one of the Primeape nor the Credilli really actually want to face off against the Tinkaton, but last game Elytic was able to carefully maneuver around. Looks like Zeffy's made some adaptations himself.
In theme of the ghostly vibes, a little bit of deja vu here with very similar matchups as the last game. We know how that went. Is Zeffy going to be able to overcome what happened last game and end up flipping this to end up winning 2-1?
Going ahead, throwing a Rock Tomb. It is going to debuff the Tinkaton while it's in play, and going for another one before Zeffy throws an attack. I wonder, he's looking at the camera saying, did I overfarm? Am I trying to swap? Trying to get into head of his opponent there. Still not very effective. Almost at 100 energy. Now doing the pivot like we suspected into his own Credilli.
Taking the debuff and switching out, a very good play, but all 3 games here, we have seen the Credilli on the Credilli and Elytic getting that first rock slide in, a rock tomb in, pardon me, to get that debuff off early doors on Zeffy.
Oh, pay attention. This is the grass knot. This is the heavy hitting attack. There's no protections remaining, and this could be enough to knock out that Primeape.
Just about hanging in there. Here we go. Elytic has got the move. Is going to throw it against Zeffy. Zeffy still holding onto that shield, deciding I'm going to use this for my very last Pokemon. It is coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on to your hats because we have a full health Tinkaton with a shield left on its side and gets a very healthy Credilli, but there's not as much energy on this side. Play rough number 1 coming through.
Play rough number 1 is going to hit, and it does over half the amount, meaning if he gets to this second play rough, it is going to be enough to take out, and yes, it does.
This Tinkaton's not playing nice, it's playing mean, it's perhaps even playing a bit rough as it knocks out this Credilli. Zeffy Mastix taking game number 3.
Well played by both the trainers, but Zeffy is overall crowned the victor of round 3.
It looks like a trainer who's very popularly known to use that Gastrodon that you see on the stage with the that was what to help win him an earlier event in Malmo.
You can see there, Gliscor is getting a little bit of a piggyback, but no piggyback needed for Zeffy Master as he ends up taking the victory. I really enjoyed that game.
I think there was a really masterful plays on both sides and also kind of showing how different things can play out. A lot of times when trainers are playing against each other, or maybe us in the audience are watching, you say, they played these 3 Pokemon. We know how this game's going to go. I think that last game was an absolute showcase of how different maneuvers, different decisions that you make in just 0.5 seconds can really shift everything. Like a butterfly wings, you know, flying, it just kind of shifts momentum and changes the pattern of things.
Exactly. We saw these same matchups in lots of the games there, and we saw different outcomes each and every time, which is very interesting. You know, these trainers have practiced with their teams over and over again, and they know that they can switch situations upon what they do.
Yeah, going for a little bit of the watch of the replay. Both of these trainers pretty well known in the circuit, have been playing for a while, very good players. And I think that this was like a big moment for Zeffy at the beginning, being able to almost not even show that Zweilous. And you know what? It actually didn't really matter that much to begin with, because he didn't use Zweilous for game 2 or game number 3.
It's so satisfying seeing that big grass move sink in to the big squishy the big squishy slug. Oh goodness.
Going ahead using that Rage Fist there, taking game number 2. I think that that was a masterclass of how to play a Primeape. But in the end, again, when you have Pokemon that really desperately need shields, I think that Credilli really was that MVP for Zeffy in games 1 and 3 there, being able to basically knock out Pokemon both times, all with the Gastrodon game number 1, with that Primeape game number 3.
It's such a good Pokemon, and you can see why it's got such a high pick rate in all of these competitions that we've had this season. Litic picking it here, it did wonders for her as well. Instrumental in that game 2 victory, but overall, Zeffy takes it away. Very good play with all of his Pokemon.
Yeah, Zeffy, one of the trainers that we've seen for a while. Last time we had talked to him when he was doing quite well, he was in a top cut, asked him, how much did you prepare for this tournament? He said, I didn't. I picked some Pokemon that I was familiar with, that I knew how I like to play them, and I knew how they used to play in a meta. And it turns out that they were still quite good for him. So I think that's also a good tip for trainers. If you don't know what to play something that you're comfortable with and start to learn the matchups from there. So if you're playing Indigo Battle League even, and you're saying, oh, I played this enough times, I know how long it takes for the Fearow to get to this attack, I know how much damage it does to my own Pokemon.
Even with the updates of the meta, sometimes experience with what you know is just better than playing with the new Pokemon that everyone else is using. And as a good example of this, the Pokemon that have won in this season, Martine, his Giratina, that's a Pokemon you wouldn't see that in the top graphic, and in the 2 American regionals, both of them having Bastiodon. Very interesting that you wouldn't see that in the infographic of how much it's been used, but these trainers know these Pokemon so well that they can do amazing things with them.
Yeah, and if you've been following along on the different circuits, you know that we've had tournament after tournament. There's been so many different players who've been playing throughout the years, so many new faces that we get to see doing so well over time. It's something that I really, really appreciate.
We've found out who our next people playing against each other are. We've got Fabio versus Akushna.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking earlier that you like to see the British trainers. It looks like they keep playing them, and is also going to be playing up against a player from Belgium.
Well, hopefully the British can do a little bit better in this next game, unfortunately, having lost both the games that at least I've been.
But before we get into that, we're talking about tournaments. We also want to show you a bit of tournaments that have been going on as well, so take it away.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
one shot?
Wait, not gone yet.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
So yeah, we talked about your locals from the UK. We talked about my locals from Belgium. Fabio is one of the trainers who could be getting those championship points in one that's near me, but there are plenty of tournaments, I'm sure, in your area as well. If you want to be competing in these cups and challenges, meeting new trainers, make sure to get out your phone, quickly snap a shot of that barcode, and you can see all of the tournaments that are in your area.
An opportunity to play, an opportunity to get some points, and an opportunity to make some new friends in your local area that have a similar interest in Pokemon.
Absolutely. I tell you what, have you had a chance to participate in any local cups or challenges?
I've played in a few events locally. They're not the official ones from Play Pokemon, but I have played in some local events, and I've made several new friends doing so, getting beaten quite often.
Well, I do have a bragging point of last season. I haven't competed in very many, but I did get to compete, I believe, in 2 local cups and challenges, and I top cut in all of them. Ooh. Against big names like Calfia, against big names like Zephymastix that we just saw. So, but yeah, my tournament runs also have not been so good.
We've got the lineups of the Pokemon that we're about to see against each other here. Anything interesting here to you, Amanda? I can see the Steelix.
Definitely. I think Steelix is one of the Pokemon that I don't know if you were familiar, but last year's champion, Boom20, was not able to make it to this tournament, but he was doing some practice tournaments, some grassroots tournaments, and Steelix was one of the Pokemon that he said, this is going to make it go really, really far, and it looks like Fabio has decided something similar, that Shadow Steelix, being able to just really pack a punch.
Perhaps took some advice on board from a friend.
Yeah.
I do love that. Trainers finding something a little bit niche and sharing it with their friends, and then that going all the way in these tournaments.
But if you want to talk about things that we're not seeing very often, let's take a look at Kushner's side, because there is a Jellicent on that team. With so many Ghost-type Pokemon, we're adding one more to the fray, being able to hit with the Water-type attacks, Surf and Shadow Ball, but a little bit dangerous, especially against Pokemon like that Shadow Dusknoir, or like a Moltres or a Galarian Corso that we've seen so often in the tournament already.
It is truly haunting to see another Ghost-type Pokemon appear here on the Halloween event.
But, I mean, obviously, he must be doing something right with it, because this is the winner's semi-final, so whoever wins this will go on to the winner's finals of today.
Very interesting to see. He's also got Corviknight in his team. Corviknight was a very clunky Pokemon before the Community Day update, but now he gets to those air slashes so quickly that he just absolutely spams those moves, can get a buff, and the Pokemon is much more usable now.
Yeah, after the Community Day attack, Air Cutter, it was able to just get to the attacks very quickly, like you just said. And not only that, but I think there's a 30% chance that it buffs your own attack. So, I mean, while that's not completely high, that's still something that's incredibly useful, especially in moments like this when it can actually shift the momentum in your favor.
And with Sand Attack, it gets to those moves so quickly that 30%, what does it mean? You throw 3 and you're more than likely going to get
like,
1.
That's
you get them so quickly. Fantastic. We've got Fearow on the other side. Fearow, as we've seen before, has got that buff. We didn't get to see it in action last time, but we get to see it in action here.
And what once was a bad matchup for Fearow is able to hit back a little bit harder, because those drill runs do a nice chunk of damage to a ground-type Pokemon, but he is going to be a little bit outpaced. Both of them just charging away a ton of energy and still throwing at the exact same time. Fabio going for sort of a bait here with that drill peck, maybe expecting a swap, but no shield and no swap, and now also may have to put up a protect shield of his own.
It's the slightly cheaper move, and it is a stab, but it's not the super effective move that he could have gone for. It goes unshielded, but he does shield the move in return, knowing that this Clodsire does have Stone Edge, which would do detrimental damage.
Trying to come in, trying to get a catch with the Cordilli, but still, Kushner is just as patient as ever. They're getting a ton of energy on the Clodsire before throwing that heavier hitting Earthquake. No Protect Shield on Fabio's side, knows that he can comfortably tank at least one of whatever is coming in. And though that Clodsire is low, this Rock Tomb is not even going to be enough to knock it out.
Not at all. But it will get that debuff that Fabio wants. And I'll tell you what, Akushna has been playing through respecting the Clod. The Clod can take so many hits from all these different Pokemon, and it is still hanging in there, dealing out the damage.
And just like this, the momentum shifts. You see Fabio nodding his head because he got the shield for thinking it was going to be a Grass Knot, and now actually going for the Grass Knot against a debuffed Clodsire. Akushna doesn't want to put it all on Clodsire when it's so low, so this should be able to knock out. Switch timers are misaligned. Fabio is back in with a ton of energy also on his Furret.
Good job, Clodsire. You can now retreat, says Akushna, as he brings in his Furret here in against the Fearow.
And now, luckily for Fabio's side, because that Dusknoir would not want to be able to go up against this normal type Pokemon that's running a dark type attack. I think he's really thinking about this. He knows that he's got to be able to get this Furret out of the way.
This is a very safe swap for Akushna, apart from the Dusknoir, which does know that fighting type move. It's pretty decent against anything that Fabio has to offer, so this was a very good choice from Akushna to bring in here.
Yeah, a sigh of relief as the Furret goes down. Both of them have one Protect Shield, and the back Pokemon has now been brought in. This is going to be a race because this chilling water is going to cool off this Dusknoir a little bit, also cool off the defenses. No Protect Shield used on that first one.
We're down to the last Pokemon from Akushna here. It's all on the poor little petals of Floriges here.
Let's see if the Floriges is going to flourish or if it's going to wither under the pressure, because this Dusknoir is just continuing to fast attack away. He's at the next attack. This is going to be double debuff. Also keep in mind, everyone, there's a little bit of a Fearow in the back, but I don't think it's going to be able to hang on much longer. He's got to get through this Pokemon. Will he be able to go down?
Oh, and Akushna goes down with a shield in hand. Maybe this is something he can take on board for next game.
Quite astonishing plays here with the Dusknoir being able to completely farm down. He did throw an attack earlier on, but Jay, I know a lot of trainers are probably wondering, why didn't he throw his second Shadow Punch? Why did he just go straight for that farm down?
Because he had that shield left at the end of the game, he decided instead of wasting the turns where he could get extra moves in from Akushna on his Fairy-type Pokemon, he decided, I'm going to try and farm this down with Fast-type, oppressive Fast-type attacks instead of wasting that extra energy.
Yeah, well said, and exactly played out the way Fabio was hoping to. Even though there was 2 Chilling Waters that went through, which ended up debuffing the attacks, it was still enough to power through, still enough to take game number 1 despite a shield deficit.
Chilling Water is a very it's very unique move here that was learned from Community Day for Floriges. What does it do, Amanda?
So it's one of the attacks that we see a lot of attacks that have different abilities in the game. So one that we've seen time and time again so far is like that Rock Tomb on the Cordillera, which lowers the attack. Floriges is very similar in that, so the Chilling Water is going to lower the attack of your opponent.
And it is fantastic coverage for this Pokemon, not only knowing a Water-type move in this Community Day move, but also the Trailblaze, which is another effect move which ramps up the attack for this Floriges.
And not only that, he's got quite a few on his team if you look at it. So the Rock Tomb from the Cordillera on the Kushner's side. We also have the potential for the Air Cutter boost, as we talked about earlier. Chilling Water as a debuff, and Trailblaze on that Furret as a buffing attack.
Fantastic. He obviously a trainer that really enjoys his buffing and debuffing moves.
And it looks like it's been well paid off for him, because once again, we are in the winners semifinals, which means that these trainers have not lost their whole battles yet.
They've all done very well to get this far, but we're going to find out which one of these trainers is going to make it all the way through to the winners finals of day 1.
Going ahead, blocking in. Both of these trainers are ready to go. Want to see if Fabio can keep up that momentum. He just needs one more game to be able to go on here. Kushner, we've seen time and time again, we can have what we call a reverse sweep, coming in with that Furret up against that Steelix, and you see that he's already clicking on where that Trailblaze is going to be. Wants to immediately ramp up energy.
As I was mentioning in that first game, this is a very safe Pokemon for a Kushner to bring, only really being super effective weak to the Dusknoir, which on this time Fabio isn't even bringing.
Yeah, going ahead and now swapping in the minute that the Trailblaze happened to the Fearow, but these Swifts are going to be doing a lot more damage than they did game 1. You saw how low that he got game 1 with it. Wants to use a Protect Shield because Fearow gained energy so quickly. You see he's already at a Drill Peck, and it's going to win Charge Attack priority here, so I see that he will throw right before the next Swift.
He's throwing it on the Swift to go for Charge Attack priority here, and it looks like Fabio will be getting this move off, and it is going to be shielded by Akushna, who now decides to get his Swift off, but will he be able to shake this one off?
We'll have to see. The shield is there, so he's not going to be able to get much damage through. Already one more drill peck loaded, and I do love this play, just getting up a ton of energy, but he might be going for too much here, and you see Fabio recognizing, oh my goodness, if he shields this, I think I might go down, but no protect shield from Kushner's side. Firo does end up staying up in the sky, gets to dictate what comes in, and he gets to throw the next drill peck.
Fantastic play from Fabio. It was very, very close. Kushner nearly got that move in time, but the 2-turn move, the damage is dealt on turn 1, and you were able to get that move off immediately.
He risked it for the biscuit, and it looked like the biscuit was quite good there because he was able to get 2 attacks off to put some heavy chip damage in. While he's behind in energy now with the Credilli, he still has in a very positive position, but no protect shields on his side.
So Kushner deciding to go for the heavier hitting Grass Knot rather than debuffing like we were seeing in other games. We're loving to debuff in the mirror match between Credilli and Credilli.
So going ahead, once again, Kushner still has a protect shield on his side like he did game 1. Fabio is out of protect shields. He has debuffed the Credilli because it went for a Grass Knot the first time, so his is still at full health, but it might not be able to make it to another attack as this Grass Knot connects.
It is a debuffed Grass Knot, and it isn't quite enough to take it out, but Kushner does have the power play as he's got his swap and ends up catching a debuff move.
Now going ahead, I do like this play. He has to use his shield at some point because this Rockton would do a nice chunk of damage. It's also going to debuff it here. He says 1 debuff, not enough, having to go for number 2. But this is the problem with the Florges and with the fast attacks of the Steelix. It's not going to be doing too much pressure while that chilling water is just rapidly approaching.
The chilling water is super effective against this Steelix, and you can see Fabio shaking his head here. He knows this is going to be a heavy hitting move, but is it going to be enough? Not quite enough, but it does a lot of damage, and we're coming towards the tail end of the game here.
Going for 1 Psychic Fang to debuff the defenses. This is the 2nd Psychic Fang, so it's going to be double debuff. Not only that, the attack is debuffed, but will the Florges still be able to pull through because it's gaining energy so quickly?
And just about makes it to the move. It looks like this Steelix is going to go down.
Steelix trying as best as it could to stand tall, but just sinks into the ground from this chilling water, and now a quick pivot by Kushner there, being able to come back in and be able to just completely farm down the Credilli. A very close matchup for game 1 and 2.
Very nearly getting to that move in the dying embers of that game, but not quite making it there. If they did manage to get to that move, it would have gone to 2-0, but we are here again, Amanda. It's 1 apiece. It's game, it's match point.
Yeah.
We are 1 win on either side away from making it to the elusive Day 1 winners finals.
Ooh, and we love to see it. We like to see the players who thrive under pressure, the players who will buckle under pressure. There's so much on the line for both of these trainers. And I tell you what, like, again, I'm just so astonished to see a Jellicent on a team. We haven't seen it in action, but if you look at the Pokemon that are literally the top 2 usage in Lille, basically in every tournament so far, we have a Credilli and we have a Corsola. and then you're like, okay, I think I'll bring a Jellicent. It's just like, okay, I would love to see how much play this Pokemon has actually had for a Kushner's side.
Sometimes you have to think against the grain, and it's clearly worked for a Kushner to get this far. I would also like to know how many games it has played. You might be the opponent and think that, have that mindset, not bring one of those 2 Pokemon, and it may end up being in his favor.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he wants to do for game 3. We've seen a lot of players so far just completely changing up their strategies for that 3rd game, thinking, okay, my opponent has maybe figured me out a little bit, so now I'm going to do something to shake it up, shake it off, as you said. And I don't know, what do you do if you're in this position? You have one game where you felt like it was a comfortable win, even though it still went down to the wire, and then the next game, the exact same thing happens for your opponent.
Very, very close game in the second one especially. It's anyone's game to play for here in this, the decisive game, and the players are still locking in their teams while they're giving it a moment to ponder over what could happen, what might my opponent bring. What do you think?
I think that it's one of those things where Firo was something that Fabio brought game 1 and game 2. I would expect him to bring it again game 3 because it hits so hard and can get energy so quickly. But like Pangoro in that other game, maybe we see it.
We're going to find out.
No,
here we are again.
We see it right away. It's a repeat almost of game number 1.
Going for the 3-peat here. Firo playing in here again. Fabio trying to make the most of it like he did in game 1. This is the very same matchup from then, we're going to find out as this time Akushna ends up throwing the move first. Is the very hard-hitting, super effective Stone Edge.
Going ahead, using that Protect Shield. He knows he has to Protect Shield whatever that Clodsire is going to be throwing, and going once again for that Drill Peck. We saw it does a nice chunk of damage, although it isn't as effective as the Drill Run is, but you still need 2 no matter what. Going ahead and just using both of his Protect Shields up in the Fearow at the very beginning of the matchup. Clodsire, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, shiny at that, being able to strip away the shields, and now quickly pivoting out into a Furret.
Furret catching the move from Furret here, the flying type attack. Drill Peck is going to do a decent amount of damage here, and Fearow does have another one in the locker. Are they going to throw both? Is it going to be detrimental for Furret?
I like this play about Kushner saying, okay, he keeps on throwing on charge attack priority, so I'm going to go for another fast attack instead because I know that I lose this, and now just continuing to pivot up, but now in comes the Azumarill to soak all the damage. There are no protections left on Fabio's side. They has a Trailblaze loaded on the Furret, but not a lot of health left.
Azumarill, a very tanky Pokemon. It is a water type, and this move thrown by Furret is a grass type, but it doesn't do all that much damage because of how tanky it is and the fact it's not a stab move. This time opting to throw the Swift.
Swift connecting there with the Azumarill, and now a quick pivot out into the Florges. But at this point, there's still a lot of energy on the Azumarill. What Azumarill lacks in pacing with that 3-turn bubble, it makes up for it with its heavy hitting attacks, being able to already put that Florges barely into the green. And the Florges is going to have to go for a Trailblaze itself if it wants to knock out the Azumarill.
He's waiting just in time, just before Azumarill gets to that move, knowing that there are no Protect Shields remaining, trying to get maximum farm for Florges in this decisive game.
Going ahead, I like, the thing about Florges, it has 2 attacks. That Trailblaze to boost itself, the Chilling Water to chill out your opponent there. And this is a hard call for Fabio because while the Fast Attack Acid is going to be able to do a nice chunk of damage, I was going to say, he's got to be able to do something with these debuffs, and he's cleared it completely as he's put it onto the Fearow. But will this Credilli be enough to knock out both the Furret and the Clodsire in the back?
Credilli is here, and he is ready to fight for that spot in the winners finals. We have Credilli throwing the grass knot. Oh, and a catch onto Furret here. Furret didn't have that much energy, if I do recall correctly, so this is a very good catch for Akushna.
Yeah, you see that was a small undercharge, but it wasn't quite enough. He's got to throw an attack here, and he's throwing the Rock Tomb, just hoping that no matter what, that the next attack that the Clodsire will throw is not going to be enough to knock out now that it's been debuffed. But I don't know, that Earthquake looks pretty loaded.
It's all coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. It's all coming down to this. How much damage will this Earthquake do? Fabio shaking his head. The debuff movie does just quite about live. Credilli.
Oh my goodness, he's able to make it!
Oh my goodness! Credilli makes it to the grass-type move, but is this enough to kill Amanda?
We'll have to see. This is going to be able to connect. Clodsire's in the red, Credilli's in the red,
and that's
Clodsire
it!
goes down!
1 HP and a dream. A fantastic game from this Credilli, from this trainer. Amazing gameplay.
Wow, incredible plays coming up from the back end there from Fabio's side. Kushner did everything he possibly could in those last moments. He caught an attack on that Furret. He was able to use a shield on that Clodsire, but in the end, really fantastic plays, was able to cinch the deal for this trainer.
Those last 2 games came down to the wire so intensely. It was anyone's game, Amanda, and I'll tell you what, these 2 trainers, very, very well played.
But both of these trainers kind of playing it out to the end, and both times, if you notice, actually not both times, the times of all 3 matches just came down to the absolute wire. I mean, the first time there was be able to fast attack down through a shield. Second game left, Kushner just had like 3 HP left on his Pokemon before he was able to win. And then both at the end were like, which charge attack is going to be the one who knocks out?
I think these trainers may need a minute's rest after these 2 games because pulses were flying. I'm racing, just watching.
Yeah, I think at these points, a lot of times, because it's such a fast-paced game, right? So you don't know, am I making the right decision in this moment? You see a lot of times, like trainers like Fabio, even himself, he was shaking his head, he'd put his head down, he wasn't thinking that he was making the correct decision. But even if you don't think you're making the correct decision, it's already been done. You have to now play with the hand that you've been dealt, the hand that you've been given yourself, and to play it out the way he did, masterfully, to be able to take that game by the narrowest of margins.
Even games where you feel like you're making the wrong play, the opponent might see that and think, oh, they're thinking of something that I'm not. And you can get in your opponent's head, play a few mind games, some spooky mind games at this time of year.
That's one of the real things that I like most about the Show 6 format is like, okay, yeah, you can bring any of the 3 Pokemon, and while there might be Pokemon that on paper make the most sense, you might be having a really, really good read against your opponent or saying, okay, you know what? I know that they think I'm going to bring this, so I'm going to bring something completely different and hope for the best.
Even that Jellicent that Acushna decided to bring, it may not be the best Pokemon in that situation, but it may apply that bench pressure that makes the opponent decide, oh, I'm not going to bring this, or I'm not going to bring this, which ends up giving him an opportunity, an open doorway to make a new play.
Yeah, absolutely too. Speaking of play, Jay, I'll have to think of more rhymes later on, but we've been asking everyone earlier on to use that hashtag play Pokemon, and then perhaps that some of your posts can be featured. We're asking you once again, we are asking you for your time, for your posts. Let us know what you're liking about Lille. Let us know who you think is going to be the champion, who's got the best outfits. I have to say, I was kind of scrolling through earlier, and it looks like Martine is winning by a landslide in the eyes of the people. Well, come on.
We can't let that happen.
We can't let him win everything, guys. Come on, vote for one of us. Did you see that cute Bulbasaur hat that Jay had that Team Rocket didn't steal from him?
Well, I don't have it anymore. You're a little bit on the nose there, Amanda. Perhaps there is someone, a culprit of my hat that is now missing.
No idea, no idea.
But I'll tell you what, please do not let Martine win. If his head gets any bigger, it will fill up the whole room, and there'll be no room for anyone to play.
We won't have enough blue hair dye for anyone else.
Oh, goodness.
But yes, going back to the matches, has there been anything so far? This has been the first tournament that you've seen, at least from this perspective, from behind the desk. You get kind of like a new inside look. What has there been any surprises of things that players have brought, or anything that really speaks to you on this new stage?
I'll tell you what, I've really enjoyed getting to view everything about all the Pokemon being brought, all the percentages of like how much of it is shadow, and you see some of these graphics and some of the Pokemon being used, and you think, how would this fit into any team? I'm sitting here looking at Blastoise, and I think I've never seen this used before in Show 6 Pick 3 format, and I think, is this going to be usable? And we saw it in one of the games earlier on, casted by the other two. And it was really exciting.
Yeah, and one thing that I liked about that too, when you're talking about the graphics, is the new usage of how we're showing shadow Pokemon. And speaking of shadow Pokemon, like that Shadow Steelix we saw on Fabio's side, we're getting word that last matchup, there is going to be a rematch of it. So what that means is basically game number 3 is just, poof, it's a clean slate, it's been wiped away. The trainer's going to pick 3 new Pokemon to bring the battle, so we might be able to see something completely different.
I don't know if I can handle another match that close, Amanda. We're going to see what these two oppositions decide to bring. And look, they've seen that last game. They see what the opponents brought. Is there going to be something outlandish? Maybe we'll see the Jellicent. You never know.
Yeah, that's true, because again, yeah, you get to bring absolutely anything of the 6 that you want. It's not like you're confined to the 3 that you brought in the match that was a rematch. As a reminder for everyone, that was just a game that had the closest of margins. We saw a Pokemon that even if you missed one fast attack, it really could have proved detrimental in those games. Looks like the judges decided something did happen that was going to prove a little bit costly, and that's why we have judges, right? That's why we get to make these decisions, see who's going to be able to move on in the most fair and reasonable manner.
Absolutely, Amanda. And I'll tell you what, I didn't see what the problem was in that last game, but there will be something small, better than my eyes for sure, that made that game worthy of a rematch.
Yeah, definitely. And then we're going to see how these trainers adapt in moments like this to see what they want to bring forward. Because again, this is now a new decisive game number 3.
Oh, here we go. And the players have locked in their Pokemon. And this time, we've got Credilli on the Fearow. Credilli knowing that debuffing Rock-type move that will be so heavy-hitting into the Fearow. We haven't seen this matchup yet.
And going ahead and throwing first on Fabio's side, he wants to be able to put some chip damage into the Credilli, but Credilli is a Pokemon that's going to be doing some heavy-hitting things to basically everything on the field. On the Fearow side, it doesn't want to take these Rock Tombs. On the Azumarill side, it doesn't want to take the Trailblazers. And obviously, if Fabio swaps in his own Credilli, he's going to get debuffed because the Credilli is ahead in energy.
The energy advantage is big there for Acushna. Fabio deciding, I really just want to get rid of this Pokemon, so there is less to worry about in the back.
Going ahead and using that Protect Shield early on from Acushner's side because he is almost at that next attack, trying to catch, but coming in with the Credilli. I do like this play. I think it's the safest bet for Fabio. And Acushner, it's not even fooling around saying, I'm not even bothering debuffing this. I'm going for the heavy-hitting attack. I'm
do
going
as
for that
much damage as I possibly can as Acushner, and then swaps in the Corviknight. Corviknight, as we were talking about before, now with this Community Day move, Air Slash, it does so much damage. Well, it does so much. You get the move so quickly is what I was trying to say there.
Yeah, oh, well, he's about to do even more damage because the attack rolls on this attack. But you know what? Fabio says, I see your attack race, and I'm going to go ahead and just lower that right back down with that Rock Tomb. No shield used on that, but he's able to get to another air cutter before it's even close. And I like this, going ahead, just throwing on perfect timing right before the next charge attack was available.
Perhaps it does do so much damage when buffed 6 times because of how many times you can get this air cutter off.
Going ahead, now hopping in with the Azumarill, so Fabio's whole team has been revealed and coming back in with the Credilli. But this time, the Azumarill is a little bit ahead on energy. He was able to get to this Ice Beam, and it would be enough to knock out Credilli using that shield. And this time, Acushner has been the first trainer in these battles to use both of his shields.
Fantastic, potentially a fantastic decision here from Acushner because this Pokemon is so good against the entire team of Fabio, and Credilli has played through the entire game so far, doing so much damage, taking both the shields, and is still just about hanging in there, maybe even getting off another move, and just about does.
He does indeed, hanging on by a thread, going for that heavy-hitting Grass Knot. It does connect, and this puts Fabio a little bit on the back foot because there is a whole health fur in the back. He wants to throw immediately, try to get as much damage off as possible.
Throwing off this ice type attack. It's not stab, it's not going to do the most damage in the world, this Ice Beam, but Acushner's going to happily take it and then continue farming down. Now swapping as the opponent swap because he wants that line up in the back.
Now you told me before, Air Cutter comes in fast, and indeed there's one more already, third one thrown. At this time, he's able to get yet another attack going through, and Fabio looks like he has maybe stopped tapping. He had so much energy on the Pharaoh, but he wasn't quite sure where it was going to go.
Had the opportunity to throw the move, but the resisted attack, so he just decided at that point, it's probably enough for me. He's tapping through at the end of the game here, but I think this has to be a game set match for Acushner.
And Acushner's showing off what the Corviknight can do. Air Cutter after Air Cutter, wonderful timing. He always knows where his opponent is at in energy, throwing right when they are there, and now actually the Credilli being able to at least put down the Corviknight from the sky at this point with the Rock Tomb, but it's just got so little health left on its side.
But you got to remember, we do have this Ferret in the back. Trusty Ferret there to finish off the game, and that has actually changed the decision of this game, and now Acushner wins.
Acushner taking game number 3 with masterful plays with this Corviknight, showing just how much energy management and knowledge, how far it can take you in this tournament, right past that winner's semifinals into the winner's finals.
I was particularly impressed with the gameplay from Acushner with the Credilli. The Credilli did so much in that last game.
Really, really good call from him, being able to put it there, and also recognizing when to use shields. In game 1 and game 2, he still went down with the shield basically at the end of the game, but this one, he was like, okay, I'm recognizing how strong that Credilli is. I need to save this around. And being able to get to that Grass Knot at the end to knock down the Azumarill was the turning point in the game for Acushner.
Sometimes playing these extra games gives you the mental note of what my opponent might do. You get a grip of their play style, and getting that extra game in that they otherwise wouldn't have got can maybe give him that indication of how my opposition is going to play this out, and that made him use that extra shield. The tale writes itself.
And you know what? I keep saying we don't want Martine to win everything, but he did have that player prediction where he predicted that Corviknight would be doing well, and I think that if you wanted to showcase, if you wanted to have a good case for why it's doing so well, you could look at the team that Acushner just played, because he really was doing such a fantastic job, not only with playing it, but also in managing all that energy.
Very interesting to note. On the other side, Fabio was using Azumarill, played it in the second game. We don't often see Azumarill played as much this season. We used to see it twinned all the time with Shadow Drapion last season.
Yeah.
And we don't really see it at all anymore. Why do you think that is?
I think that honestly, with the rise of all of the, I can't speak for Azumarill. Azumarill is one of those Pokemon where I think like it might pop out for a little bit, but it will always be back. But the Drapion, why it's not around as much anymore is because you look at all of the Pokemon that just hard counter it so much, like those gas Gastrodons, like all those Mudslap users as well.
But not to take away anything from the winner of this game, Akushna, a fantastic game played, well done. Moving on to the winners finals.
Absolutely, and Fabio knocked down to that loser side of the bracket, but won't have quite as many more games to play because the later you're knocked down in the tournament, the less of a gauntlet you have to go through. Once again, as a reminder, if you're following along, you might want to use that exclamation point bracket to see how your favorite trainers are doing in this tournament. We gave you some players to watch at the beginning, but there are quite a few players in this tournament. We're going to have a full phase 2 on day 2. Really excited to see.
Very exciting. You think you've seen a lot so far? Well, this is only half of it. We're going to have so many more battles to play.
But we were kind of talking earlier on about the different usage of the different Pokemon, and I really liked what you were saying, that you're like, okay, you know, you're looking at it from a new perspective, and you get to see all the different trainers from here. And we briefly touched on it before we got back into the game, but we have some updates like to our graphics, and so we're like, now we can be able to tell there's a Pokemon like that Dusknoir, if it's going to be more used as a shadow, and if it's more used as a shadow, you'll see like the purple flames around that Pokemon, and you'll also get to see in the purple boxes the percentage of the Pokemon that is going to be used. So that's really cool updates and things that we like to kind of, you know, tweak and tailor as the seasons go on.
Much like many of the Pokemon being used to play here today, the stream is constantly evolving. Very exciting updates, just like the one you've just mentioned yourself.
I don't know about you, Jay, but I'm final form.
Sure.
Sure, yeah. No one else believes it either.
Oh, dear. What is your favorite Pokemon that you've seen here played from what we've seen on screen today? What have you enjoyed watching?
Interesting. So I would say, not that I would like it the most, but a call that a couple of trainers I've been talking with have made that has surprised me, but I've already seen on stream, is Empoleon.
All right.
I think Empoleon is a Pokemon that I was like, okay, I didn't see that coming as much, but it definitely has a lot of play in the meta.
I've had 3 Pokemon that I've really had my eye on before we started today. I was really enjoying watching Gastrodon play. As I was talking about before, the workhorse. And then I really enjoyed Pangoro. Pangoro dealing that massive damage in with its close combat, really threatening the opposition. And then finally I really enjoyed Zweilous as well.
Yeah,
just from that one game.
That's good.
It didn't really put much of an effort in, but I love the thought of how capable it could be against these meta Pokemon that we've seen on the graphic. It's really interesting to note.
No, I completely agree with you there. One thing that's been really cool is like the fact that so every season we get new meta updates, new movesets, potential orb energy changes, and Dragon Breath used to be one of the most oppressive moves in the game, so it would take a while to get up to your charge attack generating energy with that fast attack, but then, you know, once you got there you would either have to shield or whatever, but now it doesn't do as much damage, but it's able to generate energy so much quicker that it kind of forces opponents into a new line of thinking when you're going against the dragons.
Well, we've seen it twice already this season win. Do you think we're going to see any Bastiodon today?
Well, it's definitely not in our top 12 usage, but I don't count it out. They did say earlier on that they thought that North America was cooked with winning both of the matches. We'll have to see as the tournament progresses how many Bastiodon users we have. But if you look at how many of the flying type Pokemon, like Vero, we just saw used every single game by the last trainer Fabio, Bastiodon does put in a nice amount of work against a Pokemon like that, or like a Talonflame or a Galarian Moltres.
I'll tell you what, with this new season, with the update to the Flyers, you see a vast array of different flying type Pokemon used in the current meta, even like Murkrow and Galarian Moltres and Altaria with its new move update as well, and it has access to Dragon Breath, and it gets to the move so quickly. To have a Pokemon that can just knock it down like Bastiodon, and it's so tanky as well. Perhaps that is the reason it was so good in these other tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't count it out. It's a Pokemon where it wins very hard, but it also loses very hard. So if you do see a Bastiodon, it's usually going to be in that lead position where you can immediately swap out if it's not a position that you want to be in to your safe swap position. Or it could be one that's used in the back. It's kind of hiding there because there's no way that it was going to be used as that safe swap because it's not very safe at all.
I'll tell you what, a Pokemon that we've seen time and time again in nearly every team, Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, tell me more.
It's a very, very good Pokemon, as we've seen in nearly every battle that we've watched. And we have a spotlight here for you now.
Galarian Corsola was one of the Pokemon that was introduced last season, and it took a while for trainers to get one that they wanted to use. We saw a lot of trainers at events or even at these local cups and challenges trading Galarian Corsola with each other to try to get the right spread that they wanted. They wanted usually a lower attack and a higher defense on there, but also it depended on your team composition that you wanted to make. But Galarian Corsola running Astonish as its fast attack and Nightshade and Power Gem as its charge attacks has been proven doing so well in the tournament.
It's been so good. And I tell you what, Nightshade got a nerf a couple of seasons ago. It ended up doing less damage, but it's still so used, and everyone loves it because of how bulky it is. It's such a good Pokemon.
Well, we'll have to see if, Acushner was even scared of this really, really good Pokemon. Having a Jellicent on his team, he's been making it to the winners finals. We have an interview ready with him, and I can't wait.
Thank you, Amanda and Jay. Martijn, Cyrus, and Alex reporting here from the Lille Regional Championships. We've just had our winners semi-final between Fabio and Acushner. I'm here with the winner of that match. Acushner, congratulations. I believe this is the furthest you've gotten so far in a championship. For those who are not familiar with you, can you give yourself a slight introduction?
Yeah, I'm a relatively casual player at times. I am on a team in Battle Frontier in your kind of set with Psyduck and Sue. But I like to run a bit of Spice, so I've run Jellicent that has worked well so far, I would say.
How did you get to that pick exactly, and what does Jellicent do?
I was quite worried about the Mud Slappers. My team's a bit weak. I've got Clodsire, Cradilly, which struggles a bit against Marowak at times, and it's there to target them. Any Annihilate, which I haven't seen yet, but hopefully I do. And Azu, which again, I've seen a couple of them, so it's been a good pick.
Yeah, what did you think of Fabio bringing the Azumarill? Was it the Pokemon that you anticipated him to bring into your team?
I didn't, because I was strong to it. I ran Clod, Cradilly, and Corviknight at times, and Furret, and they all beat it, so it was very nice when it came up. I enjoyed that with the Cradilly getting the grass knot off, I think twice on it, to knock it out, and yeah, didn't expect it, but it was nice to play against.
Yeah, as we saw.
Yeah.
Which Pokemon has been the best for you so far? What Pokemon would you recommend for viewers to bring as well?
Furret has been quite safe. I faced a Pangoro, which was a bit awkward, but I had Floor just lined up against it. But Furret's been surprisingly safe. A bit bulky, so it can take some of the Fearo's Drill Pecks, but it just hangs in there and helped me a lot with the games against Fabio.
Furret, chat. If you don't have it yet, you might want to have one. I'm going to wish you the best of luck against Ghana WWW in the winners final. It's going to be super exciting. Do you have any final shout-outs that you want to give?
I'd like to thank my girlfriend for putting up with me playing all the time, and my mum for playing all the events with me.
Awesome. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Perhaps we'll see you soon again. Let's head back to Amanda and Jay for more action.
There's no Jay. Prepare for trouble.
And make it double.
To protect the world from devastation.
To unite all peoples within our nation.
All right, that's all we're going to do for now. We got to save some for a little bit later. Welcome back in. Once again, congratulations for Acushner for making it so far. And welcome in my Team Rocket compadre.
Thank you, Jesse. I'm very happy to be here. I've been searching for some of my favorite Pokemon to put up here, and I think we have some great company right now.
Yeah, I told Jay I had no idea what happened to his Bulbasaur, so
it's certainly been. It's a case going on, and it's being investigated.
Yes, we'll get to the bottom of it. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and jump right to the stage to get into these next matchups going on. We got Pine Tree versus Chris, and some Pokemon that we saw on that usage chart that kind of surprised us, but we haven't really seen it much already. We got that Blastoise now coming in.
Blastoise on both sides, together with that Cradily, a ground type. We see the spooky Shadow Dust Noir, but also there is a King Gambit on the screen. Are you watching what I'm watching? King Gambit with Metal Sound, Foul Play, and Iron Head. It has a great matchup into Ghost types usually. It has a great matchup into Cradily, Corsola, Galarian Moltres, resisting all of its attacks. and also the Wigglytuff that we see on Chris's side. This is Pine Tree 6626, and this is only their second ever tournament, because the first tournament they played in was Lille last year.
Wow, okay, and already making it to the winner's semifinals of day one. That's a pretty fantastic feat. Also with a Pokemon that is a little bit spicy, a little bit different, but like you called out, a really great meta call.
Undefeated with the great meta call so far. But on the other side, we have Chris LB7. He was our 5th place finisher in Frankfurt. This is a player with not the most tournaments under his name, but he rarely finishes outside of the top cut. He's an incredible battler, so Pine Tree knows that this challenge that he stands in front of is going to be a massive one.
He's going to have to bring his A game here in Lille. Chris is a trainer that, like you said, has been around for a while. He's also a trainer who's very good friends with Patoman, one of the most renowned trainers in our region. And you can see that a lot of times they're bringing very similar, if not the same teams, but they also have different unique playstyles. So Chris is going to be able to make a name for himself. He's well on his way to do it here. Winner semifinals, Credilli up against Zafiro.
And Firo here outpacing the rock-type Cradley to charge stacks. Have a deviously okay matchup in this situation, but Firo needs to throw immediately before the Cradley gets in the Rock Tomb debuff.
What the problem is with the Firo against the Credilli is you need to use one Protect Shield if you're the Firo no matter what, because these charge attacks are going to hurt way more. So it does put you in kind of a disadvantaged position, recognizing, okay, maybe my opponent is not going to shield here. Not only am I debuffed, but I'm also down in shields. But what I am is now up in energy, but still a catch by Chris.
And this is not that bad for Pine Tree either. The Blastoise naturally doing super effective rollouts against the Firo, but this Drill Peck is also chunking a little bit. And here Pine Tree gets to align the Cradley onto the Blastoise. A Blastoise with Ice Beam.
Yes, and if you're Pine Tree and you're paying attention to the movesets on that sheet, you have to be a little bit wary. But Pine Tree's counting was great there. He recognized wasn't even at that Ice Beam yet, didn't bother putting up a Protect Shield and going for his own Rock Tomb bait. The Grass Knot would be enough to knock out, but not only does he get the shield back, he also gets to lower the defenses of that, or attack of that Blastoise.
Excellent play by Pine Tree. And now Chris is going to throw the Ice Beam with his Blastoise. I think this is a very brave play by Chris. Oh, the Cradley even hangs on. Can it get to a move?
Oh.
No, barely not. But this is a very brave play by Chris, because if Pine Tree were to match his own Blastoise into the Ice Beam Blastoise, that could have been detrimental for Chris's chances to win this game.
Now coming back into a rollout user, able to get to another attack first, and using that last shield of Pine Tree here, hasn't even revealed the Marowak in the back. And now he's about to see what's going to come in, going to go for a combination play here. Quick plays by Chris, going for one Hydro Cannon to get the shield, Rock Tomb to knock the Firo from the sky.
And we see the combination play is what takes out the Firo, but here comes the Marowak. It farms down the Cradley before it manages to get to an attack, but there is a Corviknight waiting in the back. I don't know if Chris is even going to reveal it. If the Blastoise can get to an attack, it could take out the Marowak, but no. Here comes the Corviknight. And yeah, Marowak needs to throw the Rock Slides here.
I do like that play by Chris because he recognized that rollout damage is not going to be doing very much at all to the Marowak, saying, okay, I'm not even going to risk getting Mudslap down or giving this Marowak any more energy. I'm going to come in with the heavier hitting a Pokemon. No Protect Shields remaining. Payback coming through.
I think this is a great recognition by Chris. He doesn't need to take a risk with coming in with a Blastoise. He has a shield on the Corviknight. The Payback loaded. It does so much damage. And Pine Tree, Marowak is going down thanks to the Corviknight of Chris LB7.
Chris takes game number one with a combination play that really put it well on the map for him, saying, okay, I'm here. You know what? I'm making it to that winner's finals. But Pine Tree says, not so fast.
So Pine Tree, he had his Firo leading into that Cradley. And also there's a Blastoise and a Corviknight in the back. The Corviknight's energy does not do anything to that King Gambit, but resisting flying type, resisting dark type. The King Gambit was also incredible into the Cradley. So I'm curious. Chris has decided to disrespect the King Gambit a little bit, but Pine Tree knows it's a little bit of a risky Pokemon to bring, especially against the Unova Stunfisk.
Sure.
But Can we see the King Gambit? That is what we all want. Chat, I know you want it. Chat, where are you? Let me hear you the King Gambit screams. That's what we want to see. We're just praying. Can we see King Gambit?
You know, honestly, you bring up a good point because the last winter semifinals we saw, there was a Jellicent on the side of Kushner. So to make it farther on in tournaments, it's not like you need to bring the cookie cutter staple things that everyone's bringing. Sometimes you just need to make a good meta call. But another good call that trainers are making is recognizing when to actually use that Pokemon. So is it too much of a risk to bring it against a team like this? Looks like we'll have to see as they jump into game number 2. Not a great lead here for Pine Tree. Great lead for Chris. We'll see if we see an immediate pivot out or just going to try to get a little bit of energy before the grass knot comes through.
This is a very neutral matchup, actually, because Kanto Marowak, if it lands the first Bone Club, Marowak can farm down Cradley in the 2-shield scenario because acids from Cradley aren't doing a whole lot to this Shadow Kanto Marowak.
The big risk is, although we've seen it now a lot of times in this tournament, using both of the shields in that first matchup to get the alignment that you're looking for in the back. Should Pine Tree choose to do that, yeah, he looks like he might be able to, but Chris goes for, once again, a good catch here, just taking all that energy that the Marowak had and releasing it into the sky.
And here we see this is what Chris, the Pine Tree, probably brought his Charjabug for, and here it comes. Because now Charjabug is aligned to this Corviknight. It can try to farm up a lot of energy and then maybe also threaten the Cradley in return. But Chris, he's up a shield and he's landing a payback. This is going to hurt the Charjabug.
Going ahead, the heavier hitting attack of the Corviknight is getting awfully low, but there are 2 Protect Shields remaining. Maybe he doesn't really care for the alignment as much, but it looks like he does. He's going to use that shield because he's got a lot of energy now on that Corviknight, but when he has an energy, he's lacking in health.
And this Charjabug is putting on so much pressure for Chris. Will Pine Tree decide to shield? He cannot easily farm this Corviknight down. It's still in the yellow.
Going ahead, not only is it in the yellow, it has basically another air cutter almost loaded up for whatever is going to come in. Last time we saw so good of energy management with these Corviknights, and now we're going to see it throw immediately onto the Marowak here on Pine Tree's side.
I think Pine Tree knows he cannot shield this Marowak because then it would be susceptible to this energy from the Cradley. And this is slightly unfortunate for Pine Tree, but great play from Chris, realizing that the Marowak would throw a 3-turn Mud Slap so that he could get his charge attack through.
Yeah, not only did he do it game 1, he did it game 2 as well, saving energy on that Credilli to throw a rock to him and either threaten a shield or threaten the knockout here. Now comes in the Credilli on Pine Tree's side, being able to try to get a little bit of energy, but look at this, counting by Chris right before it's loaded, throwing an air cutter.
He tried to go for the payback, but he realized that he couldn't outpace the Cradley, so we wanted to get some damage in at least, but this allows Pine Tree to farm down the Corviknight without the risk of taking a payback. So the Cradley can now farm up, and come out fully loaded into the Blastoise in the back.
Now coming into that Blastoise, that last Pokemon has been revealed. No Protect Shields on Pine Tree's side, going for that heavy-hitting Grass Knot right away and immediately stripping away that last shield from Chris's side.
I think it's now Pine Tree that needs a combination play to win this game, because Pine Tree now needs to also land some energy from the Marowak into the Blastoise, because if Blastoise can double up, then this is looking bleak.
Going ahead and just not even trying, going for it straight away, a catch! Pine Tree recognizing when that was going to be thrown, and Blastoise is releasing all of that water energy onto a low health Pokemon, and Credilli now, it is a race to the next.
And this is incredible play by Chris, because I think Pine Tree wanted to go for that combination play, but Chris, he realized what was going on and threw the Hydro Cannon immediately. He waited to see if there was a switch, and in came the Marowak. He had the Hydro Cannon ready and just blasted the Marowak out of the field.
Yeah, what looked like to be a catch for that Marowak actually proved detrimental, as Chris was able to still get a ton of energy, be able to not only not have to use the Ice Beam against the Credilli, but use that Hydro Cannon to knock out both Pokemon in the back.
And I would really like to take a look at that last part of Chris's game at the end there, because it's it's such great awareness, realizing what is going on and what your opponent is planning to do, because he realized, he knew that the Marowak in the back had a lot of energy. He needed to be ready. He needed to leave with energy on the Blastoise to snipe the Marowak if it was coming in.
Right.
And that is what he did. And I think that is exquisite gameplay from Chris.
Absolutely. And a 2-0 sweep. We haven't quite seen so many of those today, but he's once again proving the skill levels. Each game that he plays, he just gets a little bit better, a little more fluid, and it's been absolutely fantastic to watch this trainer continue to grow through these tournaments.
I'm honestly in awe. This trainer, he has so much talent. And even though Pine Tree, with his great team, and he put on a real show, he really demonstrated his skills, but Chris, such a formidable trainer. It was too steep of a climb for Pine Tree in this occasion, because Chris, incredibly talented, and you see, like, when he practices, if he practices with Pokémon, I'm sure that I can understand why they are always making it this far.
Yeah, I completely agree. Pine Tree, though, no slouch. Only second tournament that he's ever played. Been able to get to the winners semifinals in his group is absolutely incredible. I'm sure with as much time and training as Chris has put in, he's going to be just as formidable. Also bringing a very unique and spicy team. He's not out of the tournament yet. He has been knocked down to the loser side of the bracket and will continue on in this double elimination tournament. We might still get to see some King Gambit play later. Who knows?
I would love to see some King Gambit play. And what I also would love to see is my charged TM stack after this event. Because trainers, I gotta tell you, there's so much going on in Pokemon Go right now. There's a Go Battle League weekend.
Yes.
You at home could also participate in the Go Battle League weekend right from your home. So you have 100 battles today, which is 5 times more than you usually do.
Yeah.
Or 4 times more. And then we have, if you're here at the venue, the Pokestops here will grant you charge TMs. And I know I'm in dire need of some charge TMs.
As a PvP player, everyone who's been playing in any grassroots formats or who just wants to test out different Pokemon, it's like, oh, maybe I want to actually try my Blastoise with Ice Beam instead of Skull Bash. You're going to need those charge TMs to be able to flip it, because then when you say, actually, you know what? I'd rather have it back the other way.
But I've tried to TM my Hypno recently, and I'm all out of charge TMs right now.
Again, well, we'll have to mark Marcus's words now, because, as you said, been able to spin all the stops here, these regional Pokestops that have a little special photo disc on it. By the end of today, I'm sure he will have plenty.
But I just want to take a quick look at the last moments of that game again between Pine Tree and Chris. Because take a look here. If we move back, I hope I can move back a few seconds here. Because here, Blastoise knows it is taking a Grass Knot from the Cradley. And then take a look in the top right corner. Here you can see the ground type showing. And Chris is waiting. He is not pressing that the charge stack. He is not pressing it because he's waiting to see if the typing shows up here. That is the Marowak. Blastoise has a higher attack than Kanto Marowak. So Chris knows that if the Marowak comes in, he needs to leave with the energy that Blastoise has. He needs this energy to go into the Marowak, not the Cradley. And that is why he waited. He just watch Chris wait a turn after the Grass Knot lands. And this is high level play. I think this is incredible from Chris. Watch here. He notices the type up there show, and then he throws his Hydro Cannon, winning charge deck priority and winning the game, moving on to the winners finals.
I could watch Marcus do this forever. You're very excited, like a kid in a candy store almost. This Halloween season, all these treats that have been given to you, and this game was absolutely one of them.
But also this was a nice trick. And some players who have a nice trick coming up for us, I suspect that is Kaston versus Snowman. Both of these trainers are so tricky.
Yeah, both of these trainers are well known within the circuit as well. We saw Cashton play, and a little bit earlier on against Modchess, they both were wearing, very French white striped shirts, and it looks like now he's changed into more of his opponent gear here as he's playing up against the Dutch battler Snowman.
And we see, we've obviously seen Cashton already on stream. We've seen this Zweiles not come into play, but already on the roster. But we see on Snowman's side, he has the Altaria, another dragon type, resisting the ground, resisting the fighting. That Zweiles is weak to especially the fighting. But I wonder what dragon type will come out on top. There's also a steel type on both sides with Shadow Scizor against the Empoleon.
And I think that we'll get a deeper look at the teams here. We saw this earlier. I like the pick of Empoleon. It's something that I wasn't quite expecting for this tournament, but I've actually talked to quite a few players who have been interested in bringing it, so I like to see how different players like to play around. And also, Zweiles was played by Zephy earlier on against Alitix, so it looks like some trainers have opted to use a Pokemon, a dragon typing that we haven't seen so often in this competitive circuit.
But here we see Snowman. We've seen him on stream in so many tournaments. He's a regular for us, and he has 2 ground types, both of them weak to other ground types, but they have different utilities. I'm curious about this Altaria, because even though Empoleon is a steel type, as we mentioned, Martijn and I mentioned previously, it's not so tanky. It wins charge attack priority against a lot of things. That means the Altaria can actually win against an Empoleon in a one-shield matchup. So I'm curious to see. The Empoleon is looking pretty good into Scizor, into Azumarill, into... it's fine into Furret, it's really good into Azumarill. It's just the Unova Stunfisk that is really bad. The Scizor is terrible into the regular, non-Shadow Empoleon.
Yeah. And on the flip side, though, Unova Stunfisk was one of the very popular Pokemon that we saw. It was in the top 12 usage. But besides really like the Empoleon and maybe a little bit the Talonflame, it doesn't have super heavy-hitting targets on the side of Cashton.
So Cashton will probably bring his Krayley. I suspect it will calm most games. It's pretty good into the Altaria, Azumarill, and Unova Stunfisk. It's just risky against the Shadow Scizor, but you have a Shadow Talonflame. It's risky both sides, this Scizor. The game could be over really quick if that Scizor lands on a Krayley or lands on a Talonflame. I'm not sure if Snowman will risk bringing such a high-risk Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a high risk, but definitely high reward because it packs a bullet punch. Let me tell you, as one of it as its fast attack, just being able to completely melt through its opponents. Let's go ahead, jump into game number 1. We saw it before. We have that Kanto Marowak up against a Furret on the Snowman's side, and it looks like both of these trainers are opting to stay in and just gain a little bit of energy and take a bit of damage.
Even though this is a surprisingly neutral matchup, the Furret will threaten the shield with the Trailblaze, the Grass Attack Trailblaze. Marowak, if it shields up the Trailblaze, can win this one-shield scenario, but Furret gets the bait here. But Furret will also have to shield one of these Bone Clubs if it wants to get off the second charge attack.
I think a big thing for Snowman is he's just so happy that this Kanto Marowak is not on the Clodsire. He is able to get to another attack, and Cashton counting, recognizing, okay, I don't need to shield this one up yet.
And Snowman is very happy that this Marowak is not on his Clodsire. Oh, but it's safe switching the Empoleon. This is very brave from Cashton, but I really like the play because there's no Unova Stunfisk. It's met by the Clodsire.
My goodness, Clodsire is not really an answer to the Empoleon. While the Earthquake would be enough to knock out, it still has to shield up from those Hydro Cannons. There is a Protect Shield left on the side of Cashton, and it looks like he is throwing before the Earthquake was thrown on the Snowman's side.
This will not be enough to knock out. So Snowman can no shield. He decides to protect his Clodsire, but Empoleon's so quick, it will outpace the Clodsire to the next charge attack. So Cashton decides to shield up his Empoleon. It's looking incredible in this position.
Yeah, you saw the danger on his face. It's like, if this is a bait, this would be so detrimental. But at this point, he knows he's going to be able to throw even before the Clodsire is available for the next attack. No Protect Shields remaining on either side. Not enough to knock out, but enough to do nice, super effective
And this
damage.
is a combo play. Oh, but Snowman reads the combo play. Marowak now landing the Bone Club into the Furret. And now Snowman can align his Azumarill onto this Marowak and get some energy head start into the incoming matchup.
Yeah, Azumarill was one of those Pokemon where it is so bulky, but it does take a while to get to its attacks. But this is the perfect amount of farm for Snowman's side, being able to basically be almost at an Ice Beam or a Play Rough. But the Empoleon is still so healthy. All of this energy goes absolutely nowhere.
It's only taken double resisted Poison Stings, and the Azumarill's energy, as you're mentioning, is resisted. Everything the Azumarill can do to the Empoleon is resisted. The Empoleon is putting in so much work for Cashton here.
No, you're absolutely right. He's got both shields with it. He's been able to take charge attacks with it. Now coming in with the Corsola to gain up a little bit of energy of his own. This Play Rough will do a decent chunk of damage, but we're talking about bulk. Let's introduce you to some of the bulkiest Pokemon we've got in Great League.
And Cashton, he's playing so aware. He's realizing there's a Clodsire in the back with an Earthquake loaded. So he wanted to leave with a charge attack on his Empoleon. Empoleon will win charge attack priority against anything that's left on the field here. The Corsola is so bulky, but here comes an Earthquake from Clodsire. Can the Corsola hang on? I believe it barely will.
This Earthquake coming through, but it does hang on, just knocking it down to the red. And if you're looking at the switch timer, it's almost up. I think Cashton was waiting to see if he could able to store this, but it looks like he's even under tapping because he wants to try to get some farm and not going to be able to. But look how much energy is on this Empoleon. Attack number 1 coming through.
And this Drill Peck will be enough to knock out this Azumarill. This was a demonstration of Empoleon's power. The Emperor Penguin is taking out the Azumarill in this game number 1.
Yeah, and I think Empoleon is going ahead and keeping that crown on its head because you look at how much work that Pokemon put in for Cashton game number 1, stripping away both shields from that Clodsire there, being able to tank the attack from the Azumarill and also pull out those winning punches at the end.
Incredible by Cashton, utilizing the flexibility of the Empoleon. Is fine into Furret, it's good into Scizor. The Clodsire matchup, as you saw, Clodsire needs to build up until that Earthquake to have some actual damage landing into the Empoleon. That takes a dang long time.
Well, so I tell you what, I said before that Unova Stunfisk doesn't really have that many heavy hitting targets on the side of Cashton, but the one heavy hitting target that really it needed was on such display in game number 1. Do you think we're going to see some shift in Snowman's behavior, a shift in his team building for game number 2? Do you think we're going to potentially see that Stunfisk?
I think we're going to see the Altaria because the Kanto Marowak relies on ground damage. That double resisted by the Altaria. Yes, it has a Rock Slide, but Altaria is tanky. One Rock Slide will not be enough to knock it out. And the Empoleon matchup is playable for Altaria because it resists the Hydro Cannons, which is Empoleon's most effective damage. And then the Corsola matchup is obviously not great for Altaria either, but it lives a non-stab power gem. And I know if you have a high stat product Altaria with much defense and HP, then you can win the one-shield scenario even against the Corsola.
Okay.
So I think Altaria...
When we're talking about the one-shield scenario but with Altaria a couple times, are you talking about going straight Sky Attack, which is the more energy-efficient attack? You maybe think of the Empoleon, oh, he's part steel, so I would want to throw the flamethrower, but you're saying straight going Sky Attack, you are able to take those matchups.
Against Empoleon, you need to land the flamethrower.
Okay.
But against Corsola, Sky Attacks, straight Sky Attack, you get 3 Sky Attacks before the Corsola gets to 3 Power Gems, and that's how Altaria might be able to win out that matchup.
I hope that we can see it at some point. All of this in action. This is some great action from Snowman's side, bragging about this shiny Shadow Scizor here and also finding a matchup that it really kind of likes because this Night Slash is going to put a heavy work into that Corsola.
And Snowman is grimacing a little bit because he knows he would like Furret to land on this Corsola. But can he make a catch? Oh, but he double boosts with a Night Slash. This is now looking pretty scary for Cashton because this Scizor is now super threatening.
Yeah, it's got energy to boot here. I'm actually surprised coming in with the Empoleon instead of the Marowak for that Mud Slap damage, but to able to just get a lot more energy from Snowman's side. Very patient plays from him, recognizing I'm boosted at this point. This is a threat. I'm getting the shields.
And I think Cashton has decided to go for a farm down. As long as he can get the Scizor down without taking a third Night Slash, then or fourth Night Slash actually, then it could be salvageable. This game could be salvageable for him. But I assume here comes the Azumarill, yes, to try to make the energy of Cashon less efficient.
Yeah, but the same goes around, right? What goes around comes around here, because the energy of the Azumarill is not going to be that efficient against the Empoleon either. And Empoleon has so much energy. Look at this, 100 energy, throwing another attack before Azumarill is even ready to throw its first.
But the Empoleon is getting closer and closer to play rough range. And oh, there's an Ice Beam. It was a potential Ice Beam from Cashton. I think he maybe could have done a few more metal sounds to try, because Snowman would never have thrown an Ice Beam into the Empoleon, because that's double resisted by both the water and the steel typing.
And now this is a very dangerous position, because you have a Marowak coming in, and a Trailblaze is going to be enough to put a heavy damage into the Pokemon. There's no Protect Shields remaining. Furret doing what Furret does here, boosting up energy, looking cute while doing it, and just getting some more, being able to try to knock this Marowak down desperately low.
Marowak not finding its target here in game number 2. It's up against a Furret and then a Azumarill, and it's not looking great. Snowman will farm down, no shield, the Bone Club, and have energy to spare against this Empoleon. And here comes a boost to Trailblaze. No Empoleon, I will take it at this range.
Empoleon maybe taking off of its crown at this point, as Furret comes in, being able to do this damage here, taking game number 2 for Snowman.
Very brave display by Snowman. He led the Scizor, which does not have a really good matchup into that Empoleon. Bullet Punch has actually been double resisted, and then having a Azumarill in the back, not particularly efficient against the Empoleon either. So he took a risk, but it paid off, because he got the boost on that Scizor, and it put in tons of work.
Yeah, so well, there's a will, there's a way, or at least if there's a Night Slash boost, there's definitely a way. Something that, I mean, I'm sure as a competitor, you love to see it when it's on your side, but if you're seeing against it, you're just like, okay, well, there's maybe not much I can do in this scenario. I do like the point that you made earlier on about Cashton, maybe swapping out a bit too soon, trying to catch an attack that was not or even going to be coming yet. There was still 2 bubbles away from the play rough at that point, and what he did was just give a ton of extra energy and farm to that Furret.
And that is Cashton's adjustment. He will need to find a way to be more safe into his matchups. And I think he will continue to lean on the Empoleon, which, from how I see it, will be a good choice. But Snowman, he has decided to bring it back. He's not giving up without a fight.
Yeah.
And Azumarill, not going anywhere. This, if anything is inevitable, it's Azumarill.
That's the move. It's just talking with Jay about it. He said, you know, like Shadow Dropion and Azumarill used to be everywhere last season. Where did they go? And I said, you know, I can understand why Dropion's not around as much anymore because of the ground type attackers. But Azumarill, it comes and goes. But I think Azumarill is a staple pick that is almost here 100% to stay.
And we see the new Azumarill and Shadow Dropion in this meta is Corsola and Cradley, because they pair like peanut butter and jam. It's they're inseparable once they're mixed together. But Snowman has decided to not run any of the two. This is a new take on the meta, and Cashon maybe is caught a little bit off guard by it.
Yeah, I think that that's something that a lot of trainers are always trying to, you know, figure out what are the best Pokemon to use against what everyone has been using. Cashon is running some teams that has some very meta picks, but also some off-meta with that Empoleon that seems to be here almost every game, almost in the lead every game here. Now we got to go up against that Furret in a much better position from the start.
And this is looking risky for Cashton, in my opinion, because he has brought the Zweilous. The Zweilous is not good into the Azumarill, and is not particularly good into that Shadow Scizor either. So what can Cashton do to come back into this game? I think Snowman, he's looking incredible right now.
Yeah, at this point of being able to get at least a Protect Shield, now you're boosted and has to make some decisions here. Looks like he's just getting up a little bit more energy on Cashton's side before throwing his Hydro Cannon. And actually, Snowman letting the Furret go down could be very, very nice for Cashton, because like you said, neither the Scizor nor the Azumarill really does that much against it. So it's going to be able to at least put in some work.
This is very exciting. because Kashdon is shaking his head. He needs to strip away both shields from the Scissor. He needs to shield up the Empoleon. He needs to get Zweilous on the Scissor because the energy from Scissor is not what makes that matchup good for Scissor. So I think Kashdon needs to shield here.
What is the hard part though is look how much energy is on Snowman's Scissor. The first one goes through, but there's already another one loaded after one bullet punch. In comes the Spyless, not very effective. Look at this, it's just trying to melt away, but it's not happening.
Oh, but it's a catch on the Azumarill. This is exactly what Snowman needed. He needs to leverage his Pokemon to the best of his ability. Can Kashdon farm up though, because the bubbles are not doing anything to the Zweilous?
I mean, I would say that you argue this is exactly what Snowman needed, but this might be exactly what Kashdon needs, because now he can align up the Credilli up against the Azumarill. He will have to take this Ice Beam. It is super effective, but so are the Grass Knots that are coming through, and you don't want that much health on the Credilli when the Scissor comes back in, because you don't want it to just get tons of energy.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Snowman decides to shield up the Azumarill. This is great play in my opinion, because now the Scissor is soon ready to come back in, and it might be able to bullet punch down the Cradley before... No, here comes... Oh, he has...
Oh, this is an interesting play. This is the real question. Will a Night Slash at this range be able to knock out? Kashdon puts up a shield. He isn't sure. He wants to make sure that he can get off his energy, but there's a back-to-back!
Incredible play by Snowman. He has exactly the tools that he needed. The misaligned switch timers is what can win this for him. Oh! But this is better for Snowman, because now the Azumarill has a player ready to take out the Zweilous.
It's true, it's true. Well, maybe a little bit too little too late. Immediate pivot out. There's so much energy loaded on both of these Pokemon. There is a charge attack priority, but the Body Slam will not be enough to knock out the Azumarill this time. Trying to do as much as possible.
But the Azumarill is inevitable. It's got a player uploaded, and Zweilous, Dark Dragon typing, will not take this Fairy attack. It's going down, and the Cradley, left on 1 HP, goes down 2 to the inevitable Azumarill.
Going ahead, Azumarill there, time and time again, Snowman getting better and better after each tournament, being able to take game number 3 off of Kashdon, one of the local trainers here in France.
And Snowman and Kashdon are having a good talk about the game. You can tell about the good spirits on stage, and this is what Pokemon is all about. It's the friends you make along the way and the battles that you have with them, and we're all here to have a good time, and I'm happy to see that these trainers are making the best of their time.
I mean, how can you not have a good time when you're up in that winners matchups here in the winners semifinals? Snowman going on to the winners finals for today. There are a lot of really, really good competitors here. We've seen some of the really great matches, and I can't wait to see more as it continues to progress.
And Snowman just told Kashdon, "You're no match for my Iron Will." And that Scissor, it really stole the show. It didn't steal the show.
Man, you're really, you got it today.
I've been practicing.
Really great matchups. And I think you made a good call when you were talking about when you were seeing some Pokemon, even if it's a neutral lead, taking a look at the back lines, you can also see who maybe has the advantage. But of course, Kashdon couldn't see that the Zweilous really had nowhere to go in the back versus that Scissor, versus that Azumarill in game number 3.
As long as, if Kashdon had avoided that catch from Scissor onto the Azumarill, then the timers wouldn't have been as misaligned. And then Kashdon maybe would have been able to keep his Cradley healthy to deal with the Azumarill in the end game. But because he could nullify the Scissor's energy on that Zweilous.
Yep. This was a huge part too. The back-to-back, being able to throw, because Scissor, we talked about Pokemon that can win charge attack priority, the ones that have the higher attack stat. Shadow Scissor is definitely one of these Pokemon, so it doesn't matter how much that the Credilli had. Being able to throw both of those off was like the winning point.
Absolutely. And then in game 2, when you hear that, that is the noise you as an opponent know.
And then that's a noise that you go, wow.
Because that means the Scissor, already having such high attack stat, double boosted on a Night Slash. And, well, there's going to take a lot of resistance to withstand scissors bullet punches.
Yeah, it's a lot of attack, a little bit of luck, and a lot of skill too to be able to make it this far in a tournament with a team like this. And really, congratulations to Snowman being able to make it on to that winners finals. So, I mean, there's been so many trainers. Has there been anything that's really been sticking out for you today? I know you made the meta call earlier on. You said that, yes, of course, there's going to be so many Galarian Corsola, there's going to be so many Credilli. Is there any other big calls you want to make this weekend? We see if we make them come true?
Well, I think we've seen Empoleon do very well. But I haven't been really impressed by Blastoise's performances so far.
Okay.
Chris did put in work with his Blastoise. So maybe Blastoise can continue to do well, but I think that Shadow Dusknoir is one Pokemon that is looking to make its, put its stamp on this meta and make its mark here.
Well, I tell you what, we're definitely entering spooky season because there are quite a few ghost-type Pokemon or dark-type Pokemon, and countering each other, it's really interesting to see how this meta is continuing to evolve. I tell you what I haven't seen any of yet, at least over Bastiodon.
Oh, yeah, Bastiodon is not showing up here in EU. I mean, I know you guys over in NA love your Bastiodons, but here in EU, we're prepared for it. We've got our Empoleons, we've got our Gastrodons, and I'm just saying, if Bastiodon's met up against a Gastrodon, it's going to be beaten to the ground.
No. Okay. Well, Marcus, you've been so on about everything so far. I'm wondering if you will continue to be on. Do you want to play a game?
Of course, I love to play games.
Okay, I saw you earlier on, I mean, I think everyone heard Inadequate's shout when you threw him off of his game when he got the wrong answer for the Who's That Pokemon Pokedex thing. I want to have a chance to play this as well, so let's go ahead and bring it up. Are we just, we're Team Rocket, so we're a team, right? So this is a team performance.
I'm completely with you. When Martin blamed me for his own mistakes, I'm done with that. So this friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay it even the slightest bit of attention, and it will follow you forever.
Okay. So it's a scary but friendly Pokemon.
How scary? This Pokemon doesn't like being alone. So it's a cuddly Pokemon, maybe something that or something that wants friends.
Yeah, but I mean, it's got to be still kind of scary. Like, as if you're thinking about it, like it's following you forever, you know? And so then it's like, oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Pay the slightest bit of attention and it will follow you forever. So yeah. I assume this will be a ghost Pokemon because forever, etc.
Whenever I don't know, I always say Mimikyu.
Yeah, but this is probably not Mimikyu.
Okay, so now I'm going to say probably not Mimikyu.
Yeah, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Chat probably knows. I wish I had chat available. That'd be great. But I don't know. This friendly Pokemon.
What's a friendly ghost? The solution's already there. Oh, we didn't even see it.
Graveyard.
That makes sense. It's super cute. It's like a dog, you know, like
it's a dog because it will follow you forever
friendly.
because it's your best friend, of course.
All right. That was just a warm-up round. That was just warm-up. Yeah, we'll get one. Yeah, go ahead. Give us one more production. We're ready for it.
Are we though?
When it finds humans or Pokemon it likes, it freezes them and takes them to its chilly den where they become decorations.
Okay, I think this could be a Frostlass.
I was just going to say that. It's a Frostlass.
I know there's also some Pokedex entries where Frostlass is a woman that's frozen in the mountains, but I think this is looking like a Frostlass angle to me.
I agree. We're going to go with Frostlass.
Okay, we're going with Frostlass. Lock it in.
Oh! Yeah!
Okay.
Team Rocket.
We're 1-1 now.
Yeah,
and Martine was only able to get one as well, I believe.
Okay.
So you're still up over Martine.
Okay, excellent.
Well, no. Now we're tied.
We're tied.
So maybe we have time for one more?
One more?
Okay, let's see if we can get one more. These Pokemon arose from the spirits of people interred in graves in past ages. Each retains memories of its former life.
It's like a Cofagrigus or like a.
Oh yeah, Yamask maybe.
I bet it's Yamask.
Yeah, because interred in graves in past ages, it has to be a Yamask or a Cofagrigus in my opinion.
Yeah.
But so it could be.
These Pokemon though makes it sound like it's
more
than
one.
Yeah.
So it's a Cofagrigus inside
it's just a lot of Yamasks inside a Cofagrigus. What is
Or
there a
do we
Pokemon that's like made up of a bunch of like other Pokemon?
Or Pokemon made out of graves? No, but in past ages, Spirits of People, I think it's
Yamask.
I'm also going to go out on Yamask. So, and it's Yamask!
All right.
Okay, Martijn, I didn't know where you are, but you need to be catching up.
Yeah, no, I don't know where you are either. Behind us. Because I'm not looking back.
Just adjusting the rear view mirror to have a great look at Martijn.
Don't give him any more of these questions these weekends, because I want to keep
Now I'm done. Now I'm done. We
I
need to
finally
move on
beat him in something.
But I think that we have the matchup that we have coming up is between that player we already seen on stream.
That's right.
A Kirshner against Dana WW. In Stockholm last season, he was the 3rd place finisher, only losing to PvP David in the losers finals.
Yeah, Dana is a very strong battler. Another one that we've seen throughout the ages, getting better and better, doing very well in tournaments after tournament. Kushner and Bear being able to make it now to the winners finals, which is the farthest that he's made it in a tournament, I believe, is what he said in that interview with Inadequate. Also doing it with a really unique team. I know that there's a Cordillea on the team, that #1 used Pokemon, but no Galarian Corsola. And not only that, but something that Galarian Corsola is kind of like does pretty well against a Jellicent on this meta. Tell me where this fits in.
The Jellicent fits in against the Fortress, so I think A. Kirshner likes Jellicent for its fire-type resistance, for example, because he's also got that Corviknight, and we know Shadow Talonflame can win the 2 shields against most Pokemon, but the Jellicent can resist at least the fire attacks. But here we see Dana WW. He's a trainer that we've come to get to know quite well, and he's bringing that double ground and that Murkrow.
Yes.
That Murkrow, he actually showed me his team before we went to the tournament. He had a Shadow Murkrow initially, and I said, he told me, roast my team. And I said, regular Murkrow. Because I think that you do enough damage with regular Murkrow over the Shadow.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, it has a squish level value. I know it has a very similar usage, or at least typing, as a Galarian Moltres, but a lot of different utility because of its fast attacks and its charge attacks hit in a much different manner. One thing that I really liked that I was seeing more of than I expected was the Florges. I've been seeing that because it's like, you watch it in the Go Battle League almost all the time now, ever since that community day, having chilling water to be able to lower your opponent's attack and also a Trailblaze to boost your own. There's a lot of play, I think, for the Pokemon in the meta.
I completely agree. I expect Dana to bring his Clodsire. There's no Mud Slapper on A. Kirshner's side. It's just the Corviknight that is a really bad matchup for the Clodsire. Also, Jellicent, obviously not great. But that means that Dusknoir also is pretty good into both Jellicent and the Corviknight because of the improved pacing on Shadow Punch for Dusknoir and its increased damage output. The Corviknight doesn't take it as well as from the Corsola, and it's a long way up to payback to hit the Dusknoir for hard-hitting damage.
One thing I also want to note is that there has been a rise of Clodsire usage again. In seasons past, it's kind of gone back and forth of its different charge attacks. Earthquake has always been the attack that you wanted on your Clodsire, but it's alternated seasons between sometimes people want to use Sludge Bomb, sometimes people want to use Stone Edge. If you're Stone Collection, you're running a Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge, but you're literally the only person in the whole league to be doing so. So, I mean, like, do you think it's because of the rise of all the flying type Pokemon that's why we're seeing that shift back to the Stone Edge?
I think it's Clodsire's bulk, its great charge attacks and Poison Sting, and also its ability to beat both Cradily and Corsola. Actually being a consistent answer to Cradily is what sells Clodsire for me. Dana has chosen the 2 bulkiest ground types in the entire meta, in Diggersby and Clodsire, but I think the Florges from A. Kirshner is looking so good because it can hit, I believe it is on Trailblaze, yes, so it can hit the Feraligatr for super effective. The Clodsire and Diggersby also for super effective. It resists the Bug Bites from Fortress, and the Murkrow is weak to Fairy. Even though Murkrow is so attack-weighted that it can win some shield scenarios against the Florges, still, the Fairy wins add up on such a squishy Pokemon as a Murkrow.
Okay, well, very interesting to see. who of these two trainers is going to be able to come out on top in this winners finals to be able to make it to phase 2. We haven't seen Dane yet on screen, but we've seen him in times past. Looks like these trainers are getting ready to go here. We got that for Alligator, a regular, not a shadow, up against a Corviknight.
I love this pick from Dane, but here comes the first safe swap, and it's answered by the Clodsire. This is not bad for Ray Kushner because he gets the Florges free from that Clodsire.
And Clodsire is going to be able to soak up this damage. Definitely not going to shield up that first Trailblaze because it's going to be the subsequent ones as well as the fast attack damage now being boosted that's going to be doing more. But already at an attack, being able to go for this Stone Edge, no Protect Shield from a Kushner's side.
Great recognition by Dane. He knows that he needs 2 charge attacks to knock out this Ferret anyway, so no point in going for the Earthquakes because he will need 2 attacks anyway. So the Stone Edge will be more efficient in this matchup.
Yeah, all about that energy management, and if he's able to take it, he wants to be able to throw something that comes in the back. Just going ahead, you'll see, yeah, going for a little more energy before throwing. He doesn't want to throw right away, and actually, Kushner using up a Protect Shield wants to be able to keep this middle game here, recognizing how bad that Corviknight was up against the Feraligatr.
But the Ferret gets the farm down. This Ferret is not going to be able to handle for Dane because he's only got Ghost-type fast attacks. He will need to start shielding up his Feraligatr that's most likely coming.
Yeah, this is dangerous for Dane because this Ferret is fully loaded with energy. Swift #1 coming through, and this is a huge... Okay, I thought he was going to call that Swift because the Trailblaze would do so much damage. It's boosted one more time, and now this Swift is coming through.
But A. Kushner has to realize that his Ferret is in such a good position. Is it ever worth shielding the Ferret here? Because the Feraligatr is now so low.
I don't know, this is the Ferret show. I think we're all just living in it at this point. He does let it go at this point. I mean, I guess you can maybe get some decent farm in, but I agree with you, Marcus, that maybe recognizing that, okay, if a Shadow for Alligator came in, maybe there's nothing that can really do much damage to my Ferret in the back.
And Dane needs to rely on his Shadow Dusk Noir to clean up this matchup, but A. Kushner lets a fully neutral Hydro Cannon go. This Florges takes a lot of damage. I don't think Dane can shield up this Chilling Water because then he would be susceptible to the payback from Corviknight. So he needs, I think Dane needs to throw his energy soon because now he needs to shield up this Dusk Noir.
Yeah, he was hoping that he could put on a show similar to the Ferret, just get a ton of energy on this Dusk Noir, but be able to knock down, but he wasn't able to do so without using both of the Protect Shields here. Now going for this Shadow Punch bait. It's still going to do a decent chunk, but Kushner is just calling everything here. It's like he's a Psychic type. He's just letting this go.
This is a double debuff, the Shadow Punch. It's not going to do a whole lot to this Corviknight. Corviknight is so bulky. It takes these moves very comfortably. Dane not looking great here.
Going ahead and just trying to get up as much as possible. At least he's cleared the debuff here with this catch onto the Shadow for Alligator, but once was a great matchup at the beginning has now proved quite costly for him in the end here as this Dusk Noir comes in, tries to do as much as possible, but there's still a protection left on the Kushner's side, finally using that last one up.
But insult to injury, Corviknight also gets an attack boost just to make sure that this Air Cutter will be enough to knock this Dusk Noir out. A. Kushner 1, Dane 0.
Going ahead and taking it. Both of them are in the sky. One of them's flying, one of them's hovering, but the hovering one falls down. Dusk Noir going down to that Corviknight, and it looks like a Kushner taking game 1 quite comfortably.
I would say it came down to that Ferret. Dane deciding not to shield the the boosted Swift from Ferret made Ferret able to just farm down that Clodsire. A. Kushner clearly being aware of the matchup between Ferret and Clodsire, and Dane, he will need to realize that he needs a better answer for Ferret than he currently has. Maybe that Fortress.
Yep.
Because the Bug Bites will do a lot of damage to the Ferret. It completely resists the charge attacks, so the energy goes nowhere. But I think, and it's also got a very playable matchup into the Florges. So I think Dane maybe needs to bring that Fortress.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk earlier about is there ever any targets for that Jellicent, and Jellicent would do very fantastic up against that Ferret, actually as well against the Diggersby. So if there was any time to potentially bring it for a Kushner side, I could see it potentially being now, when you're recognizing, okay, they have to do something to stop my Furret. What's their best answer? And how am I going to counter their best answer?
In my opinion, I think Dane should bring out the Murkrow.
Okay.
Mostly because I want to
Yeah,
see
mostly
it.
because you just want to see it.
I just want to see it. But I think it's got a pretty good matchup into the Furret as long as you're on equal energy, because you will win charge attack priority. And it's pretty good also into some of the other picks. But here we see, oh, there's a Dusk Noir into Clodsire. This is a fairly, and we see an immediate pivot from A. Kushner. He really likes to switch out immediately.
Yeah, going ahead saying, if it's not the exact matchup that I want to see, I'm going to get out of it and try to negate anything that's going on. This time that Shadow Punch is going through, and it is not double debuff, knocking that Corviknight down to the yellow, and now in comes that Murkrow. You wanted to see it, Marcus. You got it. It's taking the field, but it's going to have to take this Air Cutter as no Protect Shield by Dane's side.
Very interesting to see Dane going into Murkrow against the Corviknight, because I assume these sand attacks are doing 1 damage each, and that means Murkrow as a flying type can take these ground type attacks. No shielding, 2 charge attacks on the Murkrow. How often have we seen Murkrow taking 2 charge attacks in the living?
Wow, yeah, we know that Murkrow is one of the squishier Pokemon. It hits hard, but it also gets hit pretty hard. Now taking out that Corviknight. Still has a little bit of energy behind it, but that Clodsire coming in just to tank it all. Murkrow trying to do everything it can and going for that heavier hitting attack. No Protect Shield used on a Kushner's side.
Going for Foul Play, which is slightly less damage than the Drill Peck, but I assume Dane, he was guarding for a potential catch on a Jellicent maybe. So we'll see. Here comes a Stone Edge from the Clodsire. I don't think Dane is in a position where he can shield this. And he realizes.
Yeah, recognizing he can't shield it up. Now immediate pivot, simultaneous swap by both of these trainers. But this is where we were at in game number 1 when Kushner was able to get ahead by throwing that Trailblaze and shielding up the Furret to get through that Clodsire.
I think no shielding the first non-boosted Trailblaze and then starting to spend shields on the Clodsire. That is the play you ideally want to go for. He goes for an Earthquake. As we mentioned, this play surprised me a little bit, but maybe Dane is realizing that he needs to play the 2-shield scenario, and then an Earthquake might be enough. If Dane is aware of that and is going for it, then all
bets are up. I mean, yeah. I think Dane has to double shield because the Furret is so strong against that Dusknoir in the back too, being able to just use that fast attack damage to hurt it, and also nothing that besides the dynamic punch that the Dusknoir can throw is going to be doing that much damage. Going for Earthquake number 2, it knocks it down to the red, but still already so much energy on Kushner's side. This Furret is at yet another charge attack.
And Dane needs to shield up here because the Dusknoir, it has a lot of energy to take care of this Furret.
Oh, going up a little bit extra.
Oh, and it catches the Stone Edge. Dane, you could have seen it coming, but no. A. Kushner gets a Stone Edge on his closer. Oh, but he decides to shield still. Great bait by Dane.
Yeah, well, let's turn this around. That was pretty good. And great counting as well by Dane, recognizing he's got to throw this before the next charge attack goes through on the Clodsire's side. That Stone Edge is almost ready. This knocks it down into the red. This will knock out the Dusknoir. It's going to be a race, but is it going to be a race in Dane's favor? I don't think so. He's got to get through both a Clodsire and a Furret to win this matchup.
And Dane is ahead against the opposing Clodsire, but he will also need, but he loses charge attack priority. This Stone Edge from A. Kushner, is it enough to knock out the Clodsire? It looks like it will be. A. Kushner going through undefeated against Dane WW. A. Kushner, a veteran of a Pokemon player. He's been to a lot of tournaments, but this is already his best finish of all time. He has won his winners finals and has made it. Our French trainer ready for day 2.
How incredible is this, and what a story to call behind a trainer like a Kushner, someone who, like you said, has been to so many tournaments, who's tried his hand a little bit. All it takes is one breakout moment, one really good play, one time to say, yes, I have what it takes, and that's exactly what he's done in this moment. Lille will remember him now. He's our first one to make it into phase number 2.
And what a story for him. Coming in, having tried himself a little bit before, as you mentioned, and then all of a sudden, just swiping the competition left and right, out of my way, because I'm coming through to day 2, and A. Kushner, really impressive performance, not giving a single game to Dane.
No, and that's not something too. It's like obviously if you've been playing for a while, you start to recognize some names, you start to recognize some opponents, and now this is a trainer who's going to get some recognition himself. Say, okay, I know I have what it takes, and all it took was just a little bit of a spicy team here. This Furret was able to just completely power through for him there. He was also able to beat Fabio earlier on in the winners semifinals by the narrowest of margins. So Kushner being able to take out this with the Stone Edge, being able to take day number 2, congratulations to him.
Who needs Corsola? We have Jellicent. We have Clodsire. Cradley didn't even make it onto the field for either of these trainers.
I think so. I mean, like, all it takes is a little bit of ingenuity and, like I said before, with the attack boost, a little bit of luck, but a lot of skill to go behind all of this training, all of this preparation to be able to make it this far in the tournament.
So I'm super excited to see if he can keep his momentum going into day 2. But Dane, he's not out of the tournament. He was undefeated up until now, so he's in losers finals in Group A, and I suspect we will see his loser finals coming up on stream later today.
There's so many matches that still have to be played out here. A lot of these trainers are not only prepping for this event, they're also prepping for the ICs that are coming up for the World Championships later on this year. LAIC is the next event that's going to be coming up, and we actually have quite a few European trainers that are going to be able to do that with their travel awards and stipends. And hey, if you guys are just as excited as LAIC as we are, then go ahead, you're gonna love this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the official broadcast of the Lille Regional Championships 2026. My name is Martijn Cyrus Inadequence. I am joined by my new recruits, JD under Team Galactic.
That is me, and as you can see, I have a new addition to my outfit, so I am surely a shoo-in for the best costume.
You're a villain now. Congratulations.
I feel honored and evil.
Very good. Now, that was us yapping. We are heading straight into our next matches very soon. We have some of the winners finals coming up soon. I believe that's going to be Group B, and as we're moving down the groups, we're also going to have the loser finals after, and the top 16, all the winners you're going to see from here on, they are moving to day 2.
We're finding out now who we're facing up in this winners final for Group B. We have Crystal versus, and you might have to help me pronounce this one.
It's going to be Noitan Matsal.
Neuten Matzel.
You got it right there. Chris on the left side competed in Frankfurt as well and reached a top 8 there. For Neuten Matzel, it has been a while since he's gotten that far because his best performance has been a top 10, but that was last season or maybe even 2 seasons ago. So this is kind of his redemption arc.
Very interesting to see here. The Shadow Malamar is a Pokemon that I see quite often in the Go Battle League, but I don't think I've ever seen it in Show 6 Pick 3. Do you think it's a very common pick?
Wait, you haven't seen your friend the Malamar?
No.
It's a dark and psychic type Pokemon that usually feels very versatile to use. Its only problem really are opposing dark type Pokemon and fairy type Pokemon specifically. Now, the thing is, it looks very clean into Neuten Matzel's team because there is none of those dark or fairy type Pokemon. You do have to be careful of Scissor though, just because of sheer bullet punch damage, and it resists the Psywave damage.
Also, Charizard, an interesting pick with its
with Dragon Breath.
With Dragon Breath, its move update from this season, doing that additional energy, but also in effect doing less damage. Do you think that will be used an instrumental part of his team here today?
Well, Blastburn comes out even faster now. And Jay, I must say, it's been a while since I did this because when Charizard was meta, me and Leo used to go like boom. I might have to rely on you for this one if we see Neuten Matzel bring out the Charizard with hard-hitting Blast Burns.
Oh, I can't wait. I will boom as hard as I can possibly boom.
Okay, well, we do have viewers with headsets on, so maybe we have to be
Maybe
careful.
a slightly nullified, softened boom, but still with accentuated effect.
You know, that is an excellent choice. I believe in that, and let's see if our trainers also believe in the choices they make. We have our first lock-in here. Game number 1, Chris on the left, Neuten Matzel on the right. We're gonna have the Wigglytuff into Diggersby.
Ooh, a very neutral matchup here, I must say. Who do you think will come out on top on this particular matchup?
Well, Wigglytuff now paces quicker to Ice Wind. Ice Wind is super effective, but on top of that, it also drops the attack of the opposing Pokemon. Scorching Sands also does this, but it only has a 10% chance to do so.
So not very
not
likely,
very 100%.
Not
yeah.
very likely to happen, but still there's that chance. So we'll be looking out for that exciting moment.
It didn't happen this first time. Ice Wind, I can tell you, I bet this will debuff actually, because it is a 100% chance. And that puts Wigglytuff kind of in a decent spot. It looks like Neuten Matzel swaps out immediately and it's answered by the Dusknoir. This is kind of not what Neuten Matzel wants because he does have that third in the back to answer this. However, Cradily is not exactly helpless here, especially when you can start debuffing.
Debuffing this early on before Dusknoir is able to get its move off is fundamental so that it can maybe resist one of its moves coming forward. Not that I'd say from this much health it could potentially be resisted.
This might knock out if it goes unshielded, and it goes through! Dynamic punch!
My
boom, boom, boom! Takes out the Cradily!
Unshielded, but now
Neuten
Matzel can bring in that dark, fast type attacker, Furret, to farm it the rest of the way down before. Oh no!
Still gets to the dynamic punch here. That is crucial. Do you put up a protection here? This would do massive damage. Here we go, and we do see the protection come up from Neuten Matzel. That otherwise would have done a lot of damage.
He was really hoping he could get that farm down before that move was able to be got. Tried to go for a catch here, but wasn't quite able to make it. It looks like the Diggersby would have been able to get a move off there, but didn't.
Not exactly a catch just yet, but wants to swap out immediately into the Diggersby to get ahead on energy, because he knows, Neuten Matzel, that Diggersby is much better into that Corviknight, and it's also really hard to send attack down. Here's the thing though, I think that this Diggersby is almost in air cutter range already, so even though if Sand Attack doesn't add up as much, there's still 2 protections on the side of Chris, and this is super effective. This is where you have to use your protection.
Exactly. Having 2 shields at this point in the game is fundamental. Being able to use them here and then get your moves off on what is already a very nullified HP Pokemon.
Right, Aircut's coming through, 30% chance to boost the attack. That would be devastating for Neuten Matzel. Chris is looking to buff up the Corviknight. It's not getting it just yet. And going for the Trailblaze. Now, Jay, this is double resisted, but why does Neuten Matzel go for the Trailblaze here?
I believe it so we can get more of the oppressive fast attack moves off.
Yes, it boosts the attack.
Exactly, the more oppressive fast attack, which has been buffed, and we're going to try and farm it down as much as we can with these buffed moves. Being the last Pokemon left alive, you want to try and get it as a high attack as possible.
I agree with that. Ferd is still hanging on, but you're almost in air cutter range. It's only 4.5 seconds to get to that air cutter. Ferd might barely hang on, but I don't think you get to the 2 swift that you need here.
We've seen this Corviknight being used time and time again today, and it is about to be absolutely dominant again in this matchup. Your prediction, I must say, has been true so far.
Yeah, you know, Team Galactic is always right on these kind of things. Yeah, shout out to Marcus and Amanda, who are not as good as that as predictions. Chris is taking the 1-0 victory here with that Wigglytuff into the Diggersby. That used to be a much better matchup for the Diggersby because Wigglytuff would exert much less charge stack pressure. Now you can get to that Icy Wind earlier, and that kind of put Noitamatsu in a very difficult spot, especially when he needed the Diggersby for that Corviknight in the back.
Interesting we didn't manage to see the Shadow Annihilate. Do you think that'll be useful against this team in the second or third game?
It's going to be a little bit tough to use that when your opponent shows Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has a normal and fairy typing to it, so the counter damage that is fighting type would be neutral. But Annihilate is kind of slow to its charge attacks and usually has Rage Fist and Ice Punch as the charge attacks. I can confirm that Noitamatsu has these charge attacks on his Annihilate, in fact. So, yeah, not exactly where you want the Annihilate. It could put in use against Pokemon like Corviknight, against Unova and Stunfisk, Blasters and Credilli, but then there's another Pokemon you have to be careful of, Dusknoir. And I'm actually surprised that Dusknoir came out because there is that ferret on the side of Noitamatsu.
Very, very risky play to put it in, but luckily it didn't really have that much of it to face, just the last little drips and drabs of HP towards the end there. It's for a little bit of farm in for the ferret.
Ferret is that Pokemon that all the Ghost type really fears. Who's the spooky Pokemon? Now, one of our trainers has locked in already. The other one overthinking just a little bit on what to predict here. Yeah, it's kind of a tough choice, right? If you're 1-0 behind already, you have 2 games to come back here, but Chris only has to win 1 to come back. The loser of this match, however, would not be out of the tournament. They would be moving on to the losers final, so they still have a chance to get to day 2.
Still a large opportunity to get to day 2, phase 2, and potentially make it all the way. Even if you lose a game on day 1, you can still make it all the way to the final, and we all hope the best for everyone.
I just hope both trainers have fun. Here we go, game number 2. We have the Wigglytuff. It's met against the Shadow Charizard. Now, do keep in mind, this Charizard has Dragon Breath. It's double resistant. We actually see Chris staying in because he has the Corviknight in the back.
But what we spoke about earlier is that it's not all about the damage that the Dragon Breath does. It's also about how quickly it gets to a move and is about to throw this
is it
fire.
Going shield? Oh, barely put out the Protect Shield.
Goodness gracious me. I felt my heart racing after that one, Martin.
Yeah, I can actually feel it right there. And now going for the Swift. This will actually knock out. Look at how much this resisted charm damage does on the Shadow Charizard. Just shows how fragile it is. But it looks like Noitamatsu wants to get to another charge. Like he knows that he needs shields down if he's going to face that Corviknight in the back. And Chris doubling down on the Wigglytuff. And now Charizard. Can you even get to a third attack here? The charms add up so much. However, Dragonite allows you to pace quicker.
Yeah, very, very close. We're going to be seeing a Swift here from the Wigglytuff, which goes shielded. He is going for this third move. Do you think he's going to get there?
Yes, he will get to the Blast Burn right
and he
here.
does get it.
And this Blast Burn is going to do massive damage. It's been a while since we've seen Blast Burn from a Shadow Charizard. Here it comes to the Wigglytuff. Boom!
Goodness me, such high damage. This has been responded to by Corviknight from Crystal. What do we think is going to happen here?
Well, what we first saw there was the perfect sand attack down. In comes the Dusknoir right away, but answered by the third. But this is kind of optimal for Chris because now shields are down. You can land the Dynamic Punch. This is going to be super effective damage.
Are we going to get a back-to-back boom?
Well, we can do this. We can do this. The punch comes in super effective on the third. Boom!
Such heavy-hitting moves in this game, but it looks like the Ferret is going to be able to get to a Trailblazer. It did live that move, and now the Astonishers are coming in. It is resisted. It's not going to do too much damage, so perhaps some extra farm on the Ferret can be had.
I think that a Swift might be crucial. Can you get there? No! The Corviknight gets the sand attack down. It has much more energy than this Cradilly. Goes for the payback right away. I love this play from Chris because you want to output as much damage as possible first for his Rock Tomb.
Perhaps just going straight for back-to-back paybacks to try and get that done, rather than going for the chancy, the
air cutter,
the chancy air cutter move there to try and get the buff. But we are going to see on the other side from the Cradilly, we're going to see the Rock Tomb, which is going to debuff and do just under half the amount of health. How do you think this is going to go for the rest of it?
I do think 2 Rock Tomb will knock out, but I think you need 2 air cutter here. This payback might just not barely be enough after that Rock Tomb debuff here. And can you actually get to the air cutter after this if possible? Cradilly bangs on. Can he get to the Rock Tomb? But this is going to be enough.
I don't think it's going to be enough. We saw how much the first one did. I think it's going to be very, very close to the wire in this winner's final.
Gridilly
B
throwing
game.
stones at the bird.
Oh my
It
goodness.
does no counter shot. Can you get to press it down? Yes, Noiten Matzo
Oh
ties
my
up the
goodness.
score.
It's all leveled up, 1 apiece. Martijn, this has been... I don't know if I can take it anymore. I've been screaming.
We still have a lot of battles to go, you know this, right?
I'm fully aware. But that was such a well play, and it was so fun and interesting to see how the Shadow Charizard played in that game, throwing the big move every time. Perhaps if they didn't throw the big move, would they have shield for the air cutter? Yeah.
Yeah, and you possibly would get to another charge deck on that Corviknight as well, because the charm damage did a lot there. Chris kind of took a risk there, going ABA weak to the Charizard with Wigglytuff in the lead, right? Because Fairy is, Fire resists Fairy. And then you have the Corviknight, which really doesn't want to see the Charizard in the back. Chris was just going to double shield, get that Charizard low, and then farm down the Charizard, so it's no problem for the Corviknight anymore. Because if you look at the team of Noiten Matzo, the Charizard's really the only thing that holds back the Corviknight.
You've got to have a look at Chris and what he's thinking here, and you've got to see that he has got a lot of answers to that Shadow Charizard, and he may be thinking, oh, I'll happily go ABA weak to it because I'm not very likely to see it.
And you've just seen how that plays out, right? Even if it is the Charizard lead, the Charizard will go straight for the Blast Burn, then you can get it into a range where the Corviknight can sand attack down this flying type Pokemon. Keep in mind, for those not super familiar with those Go mechanics, that we do not have any immunity in typings here like we do in the video games. Instead, we have a double resistance here. So ground is not... Charizard is not immune to ground, it is only single resistance.
And it does so little damage that the time it takes for Charizard to get to that move, and it's so low on health, you can get so much farm in, and it is absolutely detrimental to try and get all that extra energy into your Pokemon in ready for the next encounter.
It's going to be tough to construct a team here, in my opinion, for Noiten Matzo. Because if you look at his team, it's kind of consisting of half bulk, half fragile, but you cannot... It's hard, for example, to run Scissor, Annihilate, Charizard together. You always have to put it with bulk. And we're going to see if these players are going to bring the bulk. We have the Credility lead from Chris, but this is a great lead for Noiten Matzo. It is the Shadow Scissor.
What a fantastic lead for Noiten Matzo. He's going in, he's got those... super effective
bullet punches. They do a lot of damage. In comes the Diggersby. Now you think, what? This ground type is not a flying type counter. Yes, it actually is. The Sand attack does about no damage here, putting Diggersby in a really good spot.
And he's got that super effective fire punch that we've just seen here that does a decent amount of damage considering it's a non-stab move.
And in comes the payback now. I think that Corviknight can flip this if it gets air cutter boost, but you don't get those from paybacks, obviously. I think that Chris is just fine letting this go and potentially sweep with that Dusknoir. The Dusknoir with 2 shields actually looks insanely good into the team from Noiten Matzo.
Taking that all into account. We've got Corviknight throwing, again, the big payback, deciding not to go for the lower move to try and get the buff. I do quite understand what he's going for there, just trying to get as much damage in as possible onto this Diggersby.
And again, no Protect Shield there. Do we see a switch somewhere? Yes, he's preserving the energy, comes in with the Credility, but Chris comes in with the Dusknoir. Now, this is an answer, but do keep in mind that because Chris swaps in this Dusknoir, the Credility later on will be aligned against the Scissor from Noiten Matzo.
Maybe that was an oversight from Chrissel's perspective. We're going to find out how this ends up going. Throwing the debuff move onto the Dusknoir. As you said before, with 2 shields, this could be really good for Crissel. So we're going to find out where that ends up coming to a
It ends up with the Dusknoir punching down the Credility. Super effective damage. I think Noiten Matzo tried to call that. You still have the Diggersby with some energy, however, which you could bring in. You cannot astonish it down. So let's see. Noiten Matzo is waiting out the clock. He brings in the Diggersby, goes for the Scourging stance. The timer was barely enough for Chris. You kind of need this Dusknoir, though, for the Scissor.
This is going to be big damage coming through his stab. And it does just over half the amount of
And the timer's up,
HP.
so you can go back into the Scissor right away.
Goodness me. So we've got a Shadow type move being thrown into the Scissor now. It's going to go shielded. This Scissor's got a lot of work to do ahead to try and take down pretty much the remainder of the team.
But Credility has double resisted fast attack damage here, as it is hard resisted by Steel, going for the Trailblaze. Do keep in mind, there is some left on that Corviknight, so perhaps that can get to another charge deck here, but I think you need a full payback. Air Cutter is not going to be enough to take out the Scissor.
The attack has gone up, and the attack will come back down as this Rock Tomb is going to land on the Scissor. It was shielded, meaning the Scissor no longer has any shields. Neumann Sal has no more shields, and it's got 1 shield left on Chrissel's team.
This is going to be very tight. There's still a protection on Chris, his side, so Noitamatsu might not even go for charge attack. Can you get to the payback? Chris actually still has some energy. Noitamatsu might have to make a catch here. Can 2 bullet punches be enough to knock out the Corviknight, or can Corviknight get to that final charge attack? It's trying,
amazing catch! Oh my goodness! I think that's the game-winning catch.
That has to be the game-winning catch. This is so much energy expend, and now you need energy on somewhere else. But looks like, ooh, I do like this play. There's a last resort here. He gets to the 5-punch. Oh my goodness, he barely gets there. If you get that Astonish down, I think that Chris would have won this battle otherwise.
Goodness me, it's really coming down to the wire here, and it looks like this Shadow Scissor is going to be the game winner. Not even that.
Not even that. Me because the sand attacks deal no damage. Noitamatsu taking game number 3 there. That was absolute insanity. You know, you're British, your English is better. How would you describe this match right here?
This match was fantastic.
Fantastic.
I really enjoyed watching this game. It was such a close one, and for it to come to such a blow at the end there, that catch, it felt like such a rush moment. I really enjoyed the feel. It's my first time casting. I really enjoyed the rush feel. I'm sitting right next to you. The excitement. What a game.
What a game. Have you seen Lau Jeffs compete before? When he made like a when he got a decisive win, he made like this expression of, yes, I did it. And it became an emote, the success kit. That was kind of the feeling that it gives when you catch a payback on your low health Diggersby. And then get to the fire punch as well, right? Because if that got astonished down the Diggersby, then Chris would still win the game.
Oh my goodness, there was so much scope for either player to just pinch it right in the end, but it ended up in the hands
of Noitamatsu, indeed. Yeah, Noitamatsu was down 1-0 in that first game there. Dusnor seemed so tough, especially when the shields are down third, cannot really handle it reliably because Dynamic Punch deals so much damage. Even Cradily, a rock-type Pokemon, it deals so much damage. That's the strength of the Dusnor that Corsola does not have.
And there's so much mental fortitude between these two players. Is he going to bait? Is he going to throw the big move? And the decisions you have to make sometimes are so in the moment. You have to be on the ball 24/7. This game is so fast-paced and intense, and it is very, very difficult to make that decision in the moment.
And what was very intense was this blast burn right here. So much damage, getting the shields down, but getting those shields down kind of bit him in that game as well when the Dynamic Punch landed from the Dusnor on the third. And this catch, what a beauty. Absolute beauty. Realizing, okay, this Corviknight has almost no health. He's got to throw the move if he has it now.
Exactly, and it's so close to the end, and your Pokemon, his Pokemon is so low on health. You've got to make that split decision. Is he going to throw it? Is he going to try and do something else? You got to make that decision.
If Chris hits one more, you know, every time you press a charge attack, you have this swiping minigame, right?
Yeah.
If he hits one more bubble, I think he gets that Astonish down on the Diggersby. That's how close the margins were on this game.
So you want the game to add them more bubbles for like maybe a bonus?
Well, or for a win. How about that? That would have been a crucial win there.
Bubble win con.
Chris is not out just yet. He now moves on to the losers finals of Group B. We will see him later again on the day. And Noitamatsu moving on to Phase 2.
Moving on to Phase 2, yep. Phase 2, Day 2, that's all to come tomorrow. Very, very exciting times ahead, but there's still lots of games today to play.
Yeah, we're going to head into the winners finals of Group C soon. There's going to be RGR versus Kokshak, 2 veterans in the circuit. RGR has played in many tournaments as well. But if we take a look back at the moment from that earlier game, right, that undercharge from Chris in that game at the very end. As we take a look right here, look, you see that he's just barely off. And look, going to this payback, look at this, look at this, look at this. He hits no bubble. If he hit like one bubble here, right?
Oh, really?
One bubble, then he gets that full Astonish down after. Because now the Astonish comes in. You need to knock it out in 3 Astonish, and the Diggersby hangs on just right there.
Not
just right there.
It's so hard to calculate just how many of those bubbles you need in the moment. It's so close, some of these fine margins. You've got to have a real eye for it sometimes, especially when the move is like neutral or resisted. You've got to even equate that into your system.
Undercharging is one of the hardest mechanics in the game. I remember one moment, I believe from Pataman at the EUIC last season, where he had that perfect undercharge against these Zweilas to get to a final charge stack, and his friend Chris almost pulled it off. But I was talking about RGR versus Kokshak earlier. We have them right here. What do we see on these teams? We see the Pangoro.
We watched this game earlier on from RGR, and I tell you what, Amanda and I were sitting here, and I was talking about that Panda. I'm such a lover of Pangoro. It is pandemonium in this. Today, we've seen it 3 times. We've seen it, well, 2 from the same person. But to see it 3 times on one stream, we're having a great time.
Pangoro is a fighting-type Pokemon that resists Ghost. That is actually the struggle of most fighting-type Pokemon because there's Galarian Corsola on almost every team. I mean, look, there's 2 more here. That's why it's so difficult to play something like Annihilate or even Primeape. Pangoro doesn't struggle that much. You resist all the attacks from the Galarian Corsola. The only problem is, because you have so little bulk, Galarian Corsola still makes that kind of close. That is why I personally am not exactly a believer of the Pangoro, but I can see the vision of it when so many teams are weak to fighting. Wait, we have 2 Pangoro here.
I've only just noticed that myself. There is a Pangoro on the other team. But you've got to understand, like, the 2 Pokemon that we see in pretty much the most usage in every regional is that Credilli and the Galarian Corsola, and this answers both of them.
Right, we have a lock-in. Let's see what both trainers are going to bring. It's gonna be from Kokshak. We have the Pangoro, but he leads it into the Tinkaton from RGR. Normally, fighting-type Pokemon actually don't struggle as much here, but Fairy Wind is double spread effective. So let's see if Kokshak is going to stay in. Yes, he is going to stay in. Probably going for a close combat and then swap potentially. And look at that, even waits just a little bit there to make sure that he avoids the Charge Security tie on a potential Bulldoze, which would do a lot of damage after this.
Very smart to then switch out straight after, so these Fairy Winds are not doing even more damage when it goes double debuffed.
Yeah, preserving that Pangoro is very smart here. Throwing a player up, then answering with his own Galarian Corsola. Now, these Ghost-type Pokemon keep dealing super effective damage to each other, but I think RGR might just be looking to sacrifice the Galarian Corsola here, so it's not lined up into that Pangoro.
That's probably the ideal situation for him. So he lets this one go. He doesn't want this to face it at all, so he's going to let as much damage go onto it as possible and maybe throw the move just before it dies, so he gets minimal farm. Not even that.
Wow.
He manages to farm it down on 1 HP.
Is this even 1 Karate Chop range? Because if not, I think you get these 2 Nightshades off even, and that might knock out the Pangoro. We see Kokshak
close. Brings in the Pangoro.
Oh, he throws the Power Gem. This does a little bit more damage, but at least you have 2. Can you get both Power Gem off here? No! It knocks out.
There was just enough to deal the final blow. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Trailblaze on a Pokemon double weak to grass.
I don't think you want to take this as RGR, but
my goodness.
He knows, Jay, he knows, because if you, your only win condition here is no shielding and chilling water, right? Because this floor just paces so quickly to this grass-type charge stack, and knowing there's a body slam, Kokshak no shields this charge stack as well. Now getting the full Fairy Wind down.
Very, very brave to no shield that move, but as you say, if that was the only win condition, that is probably what you have to go for, and just hope that the other move was thrown to try and debuff you instead of buffing yourself up.
Now going for the chilling water, trying to pull those shields from RGR, but RGR knows the writing is on the wall here. However, there's not a lot of HP on the Pangoro either. Which Pokemon is going to deal more damage with their fast attacks? You do get double debuffs here as on the Tinkaton.
It's going to be very close, but the double debuffs may have the detrimental effect in the end game here, but it looks like it's going to be thrown out a little bit earlier.
Oh, gets to the Night Slash. Pangoro
just enough.
Closes out the game here for Kokshak and taking the first match of this set.
What a game. I'm a fond lover of
Pangoro.
Pangoro. I always call it the panda because it looks like a panda.
It kind of looks like it. It's a panda-like Pokemon, yes.
Pangoro the panda. I'm such a fond lover, and to see it in both teams is very exciting for me. Do you think the opposition will bring it in the second game?
I mean, it was very impressive, right? Even though Kokshak led Pangoro into that Tinkaton, he was still able to win that. So maybe that does make you think, wait, maybe Pangoro is better than I thought it was. Maybe I should have more faith into my own Pangoro. Here's the thing, though. Perhaps RGR has a Pangoro with a very high defense, very high HP, low attack. And that means if you lead Pangoro into Pangoro, you are going to lose the charge security tie because that is decided by the attack stat of a Pokemon. And I think that's what you might have been afraid of.
So what? So if they match up against each other and one has the higher attack, you don't want to lose charge attack priority there because
generally
it's such a hard-hitting move, and you have to make that call. Is it a bait? Is it a hard-hitting move?
Generally, it's kind of the thing is, because Pangoro is so fragile and they keep outputting super effective damage versus each other, you could actually put up Protect Shields there. The thing is, the trainer who wins Charge Security Time might not even put up Protect Shields and just take the shield advantage there. Let's see how both trainers are going to play it out. Do we see more Pangoro? We're going to see doubling down on the Tinkaton RGR, and it's lined up against the Galarian Corsola this time.
It's a very, very neutral looking lead here. It could go either way. A lot of scope to maybe dance around with your team a little bit and make some plays here. What have we got in the back?
We have the Tinkaton going for the player off. In the back, we see the Florges and the Unova Stunfisk. So this is kind of an iffy place for Kokshak to see that Tinkaton, simply because, yes, your Florges doesn't want to see this, but your Unova Stunfisk really wants to see this.
Absolutely. So perhaps to let this one go down, just to get that extra farm down, might be a good play for Koksiak.
And here comes another Nightshade. I believe this is barely not enough to knock out. RGR is not taking any chances and is fighting for switch advantage. He senses that his Gastrodon might be in a good place in the back. If it's Florges in the back, you don't want your Gastrodon on that. And also, if it is going to be the Pangoro, you don't want your Galarian Corsola on that. So RGR fighting for switch advantage here. Kokshak doesn't mind. In comes the Unova Stunfisk. RGR is probably going to stay in this matchup because he wants to align his Gastrodon to this Unova Stunfisk.
We've seen Gastrodon do so well overall today. It's the powerhouse. It really puts along the work that needs to be done. So by letting this one go down, by letting the Tinkaton go down, it gives you full ability to swap out and make sure that this is aligned in the end game.
Yep, and swapping out into the Florges. RGR staying in just a little bit, going for a body slam first. Now, the problem with this is we have a 45-second switch clock. That means that with this charge stack, you already stalled the clock by 10 seconds, and that might prove very useful to Kokshak later because his timer will be up sooner than that of RGR.
And the extra time it took for that move to go through gives Kokshak the opportunity to swap in, and we've seen all the energy that his Stunfisk has to be able to throw one, maybe even two moves.
Right, now Troll is coming through. It's going to boost the attack of Florges, but it's not going to do as much because Galarian Corsola has so much bulk. We still have protection on RGR's side. The timer is almost up for Kokshak here. He could potentially save a Trailblaze and then swap into his Unova Stunfisk, which has a lot of energy.
We know that the Trailblaze will do so much damage onto that Gastrodon, so maybe to save that, this is a very good play. As you were mentioning earlier, the timer, this is exactly the play that you predicted.
Mud Bomb coming through, probably going to knock out this Galarian Corsola. It's very bulky, but not bulky enough to hang on to that. In comes the Gastrodon. Here's the thing, you cannot use any Protect Shield here as RGR. Trailblaze will take out an entire family of Gastrodon at this point, so you cannot shield any of these Mud Bomb.
RGR knows exactly what is built up in the back, and he is making sure that every single one of these is let go, ready, preserving that shield to try and end up winning the game in the final moments. It's going to be very close here. This Mud Bomb, oh, it doesn't get to the Mud Bomb.
Excellent counting from RGR, throwing a body slam right before that Mud Bomb with his eccentric swiping of the bubbles there. No one does it like RGR does, but can he also close out the game like RGR usually does? He steals a Protect Shield. Florges does not have enough energy here.
I don't think Florges is going to be able to get to another move before the move from RGR is going to get off just after one. And no, that's it. It's a tied game where it will be one apiece after this, surely.
Gastrodon is going to close out this game for RGR. Even though you have Trailblaze, it doesn't matter. With that alignment, switch advantage is sometimes so important, as you can see in this game. RGR just let his lead Pokemon get farmed down entirely so he could align his Gastrodon on the Unova Stunfisk and basically just play it out from there. And Kokshak, he was just kind of chasing behind that switch advantage there. Even though he built up all that energy, and he was able to stall the clock there enough, it was not enough to put Gastrodon in a tough position there because Gastrodon was locked on the Ufisk.
Very smart plays from both trainers, both knowing exactly what they're aiming to do. RGR fortunate enough to read the play from Kokshak.
Yeah, that's an excellent play, what you need in these winners finals. You see some of Europe's best on the stage right now here, and now they have to think through what they're going to use for their next game. I'm curious to see if now we are going to see the Empoleon from Kokshak. You kind of have to answer that Tinkaton better. It's been really proven to be a nuisance for his team so far.
The Tinkerton lead has been very good for him so far. I think he used it in the last game of the game we watched previously. Tinkerton...
it's 50-50. You lost and you won one.
Yeah, but he's very good, and he likes that Pokemon. So will the team building from Kokshuk reflect that he likes to use Tinkerton?
Here's the mind game that always comes with these kind of games, right? As the opponent, as Kokshuk, now you're gonna think, there's no way this geezer is gonna lead Tinkerton 3 times. And then as RGR, you're gonna be like, there's no way he's gonna call it. I'm just gonna lead it again. It's possible, right? But we're gonna see decisive game number 3 is gonna start right now. We have the Galarian Corsola from RGR this time, and it's met with the Galarian Corsola from Kokshuk. How spooky!
I am absolutely petrified looking into this lead. It's going to be a pretty even match. We're going to find out which one is going to win charge attack priority pretty soon, I'm pretty sure.
And that's going to be the Galarian Corsola from Kokshuk. So this is the Pokemon that Team Galactic needs to steal from this matchup right here. This Galarian Corsola winning charge security could be detrimental for winning switch advantage if Kokshuk wants to. And looks like he puts up the first Protect Shield immediately. I expect RGR to swap out right away.
A very good play here. This pretty much secures that you're going to win the swap. And that's exactly what it does. This is not a great situation to be if you're a great big slug, because you will be on the receiving end of a super effective move.
Because the slug is actually a water and ground type Pokemon. I expect RGR to use up some protections here, trying to keep his Gastrodon around and maybe swap out the Galarian Corsola at some point in again.
Really trying to stall the clock here, perhaps, RGR, as this isn't the best situation for him to be in. And it looks to be another Trailblaze coming through. RGR really evaluating his options here, taking another shield, saying, I want to keep this Gastrodon alive towards the end of the game.
And he needs to wiggle down this floor just right here. You have to throw the Water Pulse right now before this floor just gets to another charge. Like, shields are down, so you will knock it out. Gastrodon now is still hanging on, and you kind of need this Pokemon because look at what's in the back. It's going to be that Empoleon, and Gastrodon's really good into that. Swapping into the Galarian Corsola, but now you get Astonished down!
Oh my goodness. RGR making a slight misplay, perhaps, because we didn't quite get to that move, meaning RGR's one got all the energy wasted, and Kokshuk ends up with more energy.
And on top of that, the timer is up for Kokshuk, so he could swap out at any point he wants, while RGR is still going to be stuck for a little bit there, expending some energy because the Galarian Corsola is almost maxed out on energy already. And I believe now you come in with the Empoleon, but this is not exactly Hydro Cannon range just yet. You do have super effective Bulldoze, but Bulldoze is not exactly a strong charge stack.
No, it's not a strong move, it's not stab, but it does have that chance of debuffing your opponent, which may end up making a difference towards the later stage of this game.
And Empoleon still hanging on there. 2 Bulldoze won't knock out just yet. Not going for the charge security tie here. I think Kokshuk at this point has to be careful at a potential catch. The timer might get close to being up. As you can see, the timer actually already is up. In comes the Gastrodon. We see the defense drop. If this Gastrodon hangs on, that Mudslap will land. It will do a lot of damage on this Empoleon.
I'm really excited to see what's going to happen.
Oh, it knocks out. That is huge.
Oh, it's not looking good for RGR. That would have been so much damage. And then you would have had the Gastrodon onto the last Pokemon here.
And now this Hydro Cannon is coming through, and Empoleon's gonna wash away the team from RGR. Kokshuk moves on to phase 2 tomorrow.
Well played, both trainers. You got to remember at the end of the day, RGR is not out. We've seen him twice already. We may end up seeing him tomorrow, depending on how this last game goes for him today.
He has a lot of experience and really showed that, but so does his opponent, Kokshuk. RGR has been competing more and more in many tournaments, even competed at the North America International Championship last season, where he placed top 17, got really far, almost, actually he did make to day 2 there, so yeah, we have a lot of experience on the stage right now. You're seeing some of the best of Europe.
Some of the players here spending so much time scrimming against each other, practicing in some of your own tournaments, and then learning their team, trying to work out the current meta inside and out, to try and adapt their team to what best suits them and what they are predicting may happen in the future.
I really liked how RGR dealt with losing charge security tie, because it didn't look like that he knew it yet, right? The Galarian Corsola threw at the very same time. RGR noticed, I lose charge security tie, not optimal. Adapt the plan. And he did, because when he did that, he took the shield advantage into that Gastrodon matchup, and then Florges with his shield down wasn't exactly so good anymore, was it?
It's the skill of being able to adapt in the moment that really makes a player so great.
Yeah,
that's why we see
close.
the same players at the top, tournament in, tournament out.
Yeah, well, we see here the Pangoro in game number 1, and then we didn't see any Pangoro action at all anymore. I guess both players kind of feared the Fairy-type Pokemon on the opposing side, and there with the swiping from Arjard, I think only Galaxy Cabolton can replicate something like that. And yeah, that just Gastrodon has been so important for him.
It's been so good all this tournament in general. So many teams we see playing Gastrodon, and you see it used in, and it's a fundamental Pokemon. It puts in the work, it slaps down your opponent.
Yeah, and that Gastrodon just barely didn't hang on to that Empoleon. I must say, Empoleon really has been stepping up its game in this tournament. We hardly saw anything of it in Frankfurt. People call it the fraud of the new meta. Well, the fraud of the new meta is actually just needed a little bit more time.
Well, anything can happen. Everything is one move away from being maybe the best Pokemon in the game, and you never know. So it's always good to have a favorite Pokemon, a Pokemon you really enjoy using, and anything can happen.
Make sure you catch all those Whismers. They're gonna be really good one day.
Probably. Ponyta?
Perhaps. Well, it already Rapidash has Wild Charge and Drill Run. I'm just saying. So yeah, excellent play by both trainers there, and just a showcase of how you build those teams and how you handle losing charge stack priority time. I think that really was a great takeaway of how Arjard dealt with a situation that looked pretty dire for him. And even though he lost that game, right? Because now I'm saying it as if he won, but he lost that game, but he made it so close because the way he played that. If he stayed in and let the Galarian Corsola from his opponent farm all the way down, that opposing Galarian Corsola from Koksha would just come out with even more energy, and it would look even more difficult. So I really like that quick switch and recognition from Arjard there.
I did notice on the other team, they do have Goodra, a Pokemon that we don't see too often, but there are so many different dragon types that have been positively affected with the most recent season update.
Yeah.
What do you think the best dragon type Pokemon in usage at the moment are?
You're asking me?
I'm asking, well, apart from the obvious.
Yes, the joke is I would obviously say Giratina. I think that, personally, I find that Dragon-type Pokemon kind of lost their fast attack pressure asset. That was usually the thing of like a Dragonite. You just Dragon Breath something down, you just melt Pokemon. That was the strongest thing they had going for them, and now they don't really have it anymore. Goodra excels in its coverage, right? Yes. Dragon Breath is not what you have Goodra for. You have it for Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch, and that is really good coverage into flying and ground-type Pokemon, which are about everywhere. The problem with Goodra right now, however, is that the most common ground-type Pokemon is not Marowak anymore. It is, well, let me correct that to Mudslap user. It is now Gastrodon, and Gastrodon doesn't take significant damage from Aqua Tail.
It's very interesting you say that. We in terms of Mudslappers, we often see, especially Gastrodon, but also we do still see Marowak occasionally. We used to also see the evolution of Boltoy. What's that Pokemon called? Claydol. We used to see that as well very often. See, I don't even remember the name of it. It's been used so long ago.
It's been a while since we've seen it.
But what do you think's happened to it that people don't use it as much in the current meta?
Yeah, Claydol is a Pokemon that's just a little bit slow in its pacing, and that's why it's kind of a tough Pokemon to use. I do think it's still going to be good, and it's going to be very good in the upcoming LAIC meta as well. And there's going to be more Pokemon you can catch with the upcoming event that's going to be the Wild area, and especially if you need Stardust, are you a Gigantamax expert?
I am a Gigantamax enjoyer myself. You can get so much Stardust from completing these battles. Such a good opportunity, especially if you're trying to build a Pokemon. Say you've got a Pokemon, you've got the candy for it, but it takes a long time to catch a lot of Pokemon. This is a quick way to get Stardust. We're going to show you a video now.
exciting. And the wild area is also going to introduce Grimmsnow. It's going to be a dark and fairy type Pokemon. But before that, of course, get all the starters that you need. How much starters can you get again from a Gigantamax? It's been a while since it's like 75k?
I believe it's 75,000. Oh, is it 30? I mean, it might be 32,500, but with the star piece on,
yes.
It's 75,000, which is a lot.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, I always am poor on starters. I just keep building Pokemon to PvP with, right? That is something I do. Gigantamax events are perfect for that. So make sure that if you also are, you know, poor on starters for me. When I was in Japan, I couldn't enter a place called what's it called? The Stardust Club. Because I had no, they said, do you have Stardust? I don't have Stardust. I had to do more Gmax at that point. It was a tough time. Let's take a look at a game. Marcus was not great at this, so I'm hoping you're a little bit better at this. It was definitely not my problem. We have a game with the Pokédex entries where we're going to take a look at a description and then we're going to guess which Pokemon we think that is.
Okay, I'm really good at identifying Pokemon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's that look? Let's take a look here. With a voice like a human's child, it cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among the trees.
I've got an idea.
Okay.
I'm looking at Phantump. It's a tree. I can imagine it would have a horrible shrill, but it might be attractive to lure people out.
I 100% agree with you. If it's not Phantom, we're being bamboozled. So let's lock it in. Phantom, it's got to be the 100% answer.
Phantump.
It's too easy. 100% win rate right there, right? Well done, mates.
Better than your other caster?
Yeah, well, we had one there, so let's not lose the next two. Let's take a look at the next one that we have right here. You can read this one out once it pops up right here.
This Pokemon is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours, where common knowledge is distorted and strange.
You will disappoint me if you don't know this.
I answered the last one, and of course I know this. That's why I'm leading you to answer this one.
Very good save right there, buddy. That's going to be Giratina. Lock it in. Easy. Easy. You see me on the air, production, and you put Giratina on there. Thank you. Thank you.
I obviously knew that as well.
We did better than Marcus already.
No, that's all that matters. We've got one more. Do you want to read this one?
Yeah, let's roll. It gazes at the stars to predict the future. It acts somewhat detached because it has seen the end of all existence.
Goodness me, that's a horrible backstory. Your grin tells me you already know it.
Have a guess first.
Goodness me. Gazes into the stars.
It's not a ghost type Pokemon.
I was thinking the Pokemon that evolves into Lunala, the small star-looking Pokemon.
Actually, I'm not so sure anymore.
Cosmog.
Oh, I thought of Absol. But Absol actually sees like natural disasters occurring, so maybe it's not exactly that. No, I need to think it through. Oh, man, if it's actually Absol and I say something else now,
just lock it in, because I feel like if you always have that doubt in yourself if you get
no. I need 2 seconds. I need 2 seconds. All existence. What could that be?
All existence.
It has seen the.
I'm sure there's people in the Twitch chat right now who are screaming out the answer, and it's so easy common knowledge, but
well, chat is asking for a Dartrix related one. I don't think this is Dartrix. Okay, Absol?
Absol. We're locking in.
I'm not sure, but let's see. It's Gotitel, this evolution line again. I couldn't get it the last time too. Production gives me the easy one and the tough one.
Well, webs and flows.
Yeah.
You can't get all three because someone else has to come beat this now.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Can't keep getting away with this. Come on.
Our next match is going to be Sneeuwman on the left. That's a Dutch name, by the way. So just in case you don't know how to pronounce it, say Snowman. Snowman. Snowman probably sounds better. Yeah, that's the literal translation. If he doesn't like that, I'll tell. You can tell him I instructed you to, because I know the Dutch pronunciation might be a little bit difficult for non-Dutch. And on the right, of course, Wolfpack. We saw him earlier with that Diggersby as well, and the Firo.
We saw both these trainers earlier on the stream, and both trainers obviously won to have got to this point. So it's very exciting to see them both facing off against each other. A Pokemon that I like to draw attention to here is the Altaria.
Yeah.
Altaria having now access to Flamethrower, and to get to it so quickly now that Dragon Breath has been changed to get to energy so much faster.
But do you think that the Altaria might be good here? Let's see if these if he's gonna bring it. We have the Ferd instead. It's gonna be up against Unova Stuff. This is a very positive matchup for that Ferd because you have access to Trailblaze, and it looks like Wolfpack is gonna stay in a little bit here.
And we are seeing the Altaria in the back. Very exciting to see. Maybe that'll be a good safe swap for Snowman.
Mud Bomb is coming through. This is not going to put the Ferd at half just yet. You're going to need 3 charge attacks. Looks like Wolfpack now swaps into the Florges, answered by the Clodsire immediately. Now, you'd think this Poison-type Pokemon is really good into Florges. It kind of is. But however, it now has Chilling Water. And this chilly attack is going to drop the attack of Clodsire. It doesn't like this Cold Shower.
The recent community day has really spiced things up for Florges. And we're seeing it find its place in the meta now. It has all this coverage. And the super effective in conjunction with the fact that it also debuffs your opponent. It makes it very good. We're letting an Earthquake go here, and a lot of damage there dealt to the Florges.
But Florges can hang on just a little bit better because of the attack drops here. You don't have Sludge Bomb on this Clodsire. Most Clodsire users prefer Stone Edge to hit Flying-type Pokemon back, and I believe this will be charged like pretty tight on the next attack here. It is Clodsire loses that because it has such a low attack, but Snowman's just fine letting this go and get some more energy on one of his other Pokemon, because now that the Florges is out of the way, the Altaria in the back is somewhat free from it.
There's the drawback of having such a bulky Pokemon. The defense is very high, and you do often lose charge attack priority. Here we can see the Furret has been brought in, and it is throwing the Swift in against the Florges, which will take it out.
And that's Swift. I'm kind of surprised because Trailblaze would have boosted the attack otherwise. Now coming in with the Empoleon, I think Snailman is just fine with this because you can boost the attack, and now the Sucker Punch damage on this fragile Empoleon will deal even more damage.
Oh, goodness. And you've got to remember that isn't super effective damage from the Trailblaze because it is neutral because of the steel typing of the Empoleon.
Correct. Very sharp from you there. And this Hydro Cannon, also neutral, would knock out because it does a lot of damage. Ferd is still having a lot of value here, though. You don't have a lot of fast attack pressure, so you need to knock out this Ferd with a charge attack. There's no in between.
Absolutely, and to throw, to catch a Trailblaze maybe isn't the most ideal situation. We're going to see Wolfpack throw up a shield here to try and salvage as much of his Stumpfist as he can. Coming into Altaria now.
Yeah.
You'd see the Flying type and imagine the Discharge is going to be really good against it, but the Dragon type attacker and the fact it gets to move so quickly shows
but
that
this
maybe
resistance.
best.
He's going for the resisted Sky attack here. Interesting choice. First, Snowman tried to catch a potential Mud Bomb on the Altaria, failed to do so, and now go for the Sky attack. That's a curious play right there.
For a resisted move, it didn't do like a little amount of damage. It did a substantial amount.
It did something. Yeah, Discharge coming through. I think the next Discharge with some few Thunderstrokes might knock out. So maybe we see Snowman put up a Protect Shield, but that Empoleon now comes in actually. It already has some energy. I'm not sure if this is what you want to do. Oh, go for the Sky attack.
Yeah, got
before
the
I thought otherwise you could shield as Snowman and then get the Dragon Breath down. Get the 2 charge attacks into that Stunfisk. Looks like he opts to keep the shield here. And now you need to get the 2 charge attacks on Furret versus 2 charge attacks on the Unova Stunfisk.
Yes, it looks like the move's going to go through and the Altaria doesn't quite go down. Going to swap out quickly to try and get as much energy in on the Furret as possible before Stunfisk gets to many moves.
Going for the Trailblaze. I thought perhaps Snowman's going for the Sucker Punch down here. No, he wants to get as much fast attack pressure as possible. Altaria is still hanging around. He can get some Dragon Breaths in, but now this Stunfisk is at 2 charge attack. You shield this attack because shielding this means that the Sucker Punch that snuck through from Furret will still land.
But I think the Sucker Punch won't be enough to kill the opposition, to knock down the opposition's Pokemon, and it does get the move off onto the Furret.
But do you get the Dragon Breath down here, or is it going to be a Thunderstroke down? Let's see. Altaria hangs on just a little bit, and who goes down here? It is going to be Altaria. Stunfisk hangs on by 1 HP.
The suspense was unreal. Sitting there watching the 2 Pokemon. Which one's going to be the one to go down? Oh.
And it
was anyone's game.
It just keeps us in suspense a little bit more when it takes a few seconds before they go down, right? I'm like ready to yell it out, but I have to hold back because I'm not sure at that point.
In that moment, do you know who's going to win in that moment?
No, I had no clue at that point. It was so close between these two trains. I thought that the third was really going to pop off there, that Snillman would stay in a little bit longer in that matchup because the Sucker Punch boost just did so much damage to all these Pokemon, and you couldn't get fast attack down. So I think if you shield up that third at the moment it was boosted, instead of swapping out, because if you swap out of that matchup, you lose your attack buff.
So Wolfpack does end up going 1-0 up in this winners finals. To go through to day 2, we're going to find out if Snowman is going to be able to reverse sweep and end up taking that winner's place, or if Wolfpack will continue the good run and end up 2-0 up.
It wouldn't be the first time, because Snillman also had reverse swept his previous opponent Gaston in this tournament, so he's definitely capable of doing that. The last performance where Snillman did quite well was a top 10 in Utrecht, his home country. That's the furthest he's gotten so far. So getting this, if he would win this matchup right here, he would secure a top 16 and possibly get even as close or further as that performance back then.
For all these players to get this far in the competition, they have done so well to see out their opponents. Even if either player loses here, they've done so well to have gone so far.
Yeah, Wolfpack, of course, already has some experience with success in Lille when he reached top 3 in I believe 3 seasons ago even. So let's see if he can do that as well here. We have a lock-in. We have the Diggersby from Wolfpack on the right. It's going to be met up against the shiny Shadow Scissor on the left from Snillman. Now, this is not exactly the worst matchup for the Scissor, but you need to avoid the Fire Punch somehow. So we see the catch attempt there on the third, and it's answered by the Florges immediately. Now, third is not exactly terrible here because Swift still adds up, but obviously the Sucker Punch is resisted.
I'll tell you what, the Shadow shiny Scissor is so good looking, but it wouldn't have been as good looking if that Fire Punch had gone through.
Yeah, that would have dealt a lot of damage. I would have expected Snillman to shield if that would happen, but obviously now he kept the Night Slash, and I think Snillman, this is exactly why he brought it. He's kind of sick of the Florges, but this is also maybe his plan. If you look at the team from Snillman here, Scissor lead, third safe switch, Altaria in the back. It's a textbook ABB strategy, where you bait out Florges with the third, you let third go, and you can then clean it up with the Scissor. Altaria in the back will be free.
Very good strategy, and the fact you've even seen this so far ahead of time. Let's see if that does come into fruition.
And I think that you cannot even get the Fairy Wind down here as Wolfpack. Can you get the Fairy Wind down? He has to. No, he actually doesn't throw the charge attack here. Do you shield for a charge attack, or do you let this floor just go? He lets it go.
Goodness me, and that means...
That's so important. Look at this. Look at that Diggersby. Do you know what Diggersby does into Altaria? It's gonna tickle
Very
it.
little.
It's gonna tickle it with its flappy ears here.
So the win switch here is instrumental for Snowman maybe coming back into making this a level overall. We're gonna find out.
I like this a lot for him because Wolfpack thought, okay, I'm kind of strong into Scissor anyway. It doesn't matter as much, and I don't want to take any of this Trailblaze damage that right now that I would have to shield later. So I think that was the idea why Wolfpack let switch go here. But Snillman having his Altaria on the Diggersby is absolutely huge.
And his Pokemon is so squishy, but to have 2 shields in this situation...
You might as well use them, right?
Exactly. In this situation, because you know in the back that Altaria is going to not be even touched by the Diggersby.
But do keep in mind that the Diggersby has energy. So if Snillman uses a Protect Shield here, Wolfpack could swap in the Diggersby after this charge attack right here, and then take out the Scissor with that attack, keeping the Ufisk alive.
Very good opportunity. We'll see what happens after this move goes through. Is he going to go for an instant swap?
He's predicting it. Snillman's predicting it. Oh, and he catches the Fire Punch. What a terrific play here from Snillman.
Snowman sees it coming and he reacts in time, ready to catch that Fire-type move. Maybe it was Wolfpack's only opportunity to maybe make a big move in there.
It definitely was. And a huge insight here from Snillman to predict the swap here. Now, this time he goes for the Sky Tech. That is the correct charge tech this time into this ground type, because Sky Tech is a more efficient charge tech than Flamethrower is.
And we see the ground type attack move is going to be going through here, but it's not going to do much damage to Scorching Sands. It could get a debuff, but that'd be a consolation prize at this point.
Sky Tech's coming through. Gonna knock out this Diggersby right here. I think at this point Snillman wasn't fearing the charge tech damage at all, but it's more to make sure that this that he couldn't swap out anymore. So now you secure the knockout on the Diggersby, and it looks like Wolfpack has to farm up a lot of energy here. He needs 2 discharge to knock out Altaria alone, and then another attack for the Scissor, which I believe has a nice slash stored. Not a Trailblazers yet.
So we're coming down to the tail end of this game, and Altaria is, oh my goodness, a swap and throw here for Snowman. Is this going to be enough to knock out the Stunfisk? Because Stunfisk is close to 2 moves.
It's not enough just yet, but I don't think that's the play you want to make here, because if you threw energy before an Altaria, Scissor definitely wins charge security time. I'm not sure between Altaria and Stunfisk. Both Pokemon are very bulky.
It's going to be very close.
This is going to come down to it.
It's all come down to the wire.
It's Altaria wins charge security time with the Sky Attack on this Unova Stunfisk.
That was a very close game, a lot closer than it could have been.
Yeah.
Snowman was in the power play, and it came all the way down to a charge attack priority, which, whew, my heart's racing at least.
I think that Snowman just wanted to keep everyone in suspense there with the charge security tie between Altaria and Unova Stunfisk. It's not a matchup you see every day. If you throw the charge stack with the Altaria, Jay, I think even my mom knows that Scissor wins charge security tie into Stunfisk, and then there would be no suspense. Now, he kept it very exciting, and Snailmon is in for a potential reverse sweep here.
I believe your mum would probably know a lot about the game compared to most mothers.
I taught her double charm. You don't need to think a lot with that, right?
No, just tap the screen.
Right, exactly.
I hope you see one of the many Dragon-type attackers that we see in this current meta.
We haven't seen many Dragon-type Pokemon
We haven't seen as many today, but in general, in this season, you do seem to see a lot more than perhaps what we saw before.
Well, it's mostly been Goodra, right? I haven't seen as much Altaria at all, because even though you have Flamethrower, Dragon Breath's resisted, and because Altaria has a low attack, Flamethrower is hardly enough to threaten Steel-type Pokemon that are not Scissor. Maybe Fortress, I guess.
We see the Azumarill picked on Snowman's side. We used to see that in a classic pairing with Drapion. You don't see that as much anymore. What do you think has taken the place of Drapion?
Well, the Drapion is a very neutral Pokemon that used to be safe because there was hardly any Mudslap users, and now ground-type Pokemon, there's sometimes 2 or 3 ground-type Pokemon on one team. That makes Drapion really tough to use. I know that Elam, a player from North America, he posted a meme the other day where he was missing. He basically had Drapion leaving a tier and wearing all his medals because it can't do that anymore. Drapion is a very tough Pokemon to use that now. I don't think it's bad though, because it's Galarian Corsola everywhere. Drapion still has some use there. It can soak that damage very well, even though I know that Galarian Corsola can win that 2-shield scenario.
As long as you're not seeing that Gastrodon that every team, apart from these 2 teams, seems to have in this.
The Gastrodon, the Marowak, the Unovan Stunfisk, those are pretty much, and Diggersby, those are kind of all Pokemon Drapion does not want to see. And let's see what these trains are going to bring.
Into decisive game number 3.
We see the third from Snailmon into the Florges. He went kind of ABA weak to this Florges, leading third into it. But now that you're not ahead in energy, you will get to these charge attacks at the same time. But still, Snailmon didn't throw immediately, needed it Wolfpack, and now we still have the charge security tie, even though they went over their charge stack there.
We are going to see the chilling water land on the Furret. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but does get that debuff that we have seen so often in this tournament.
It's the cold shower. It's a cold shower that drops your attack.
It cools you down a little bit.
Yeah, it cools down the Pokemon, the match, and now let's see if Snailmon's going to try and catch or not. You kind of cannot even catch, because you have Unovan Stunfisk in the back, and still, we get the charge security type. Snailmon throws just a little bit earlier here. He avoids this double debuff.
You are ABA weak in terms of Altaria in the back, but you've got to remember that the charge attack moves, the Florges knows, doesn't really do that much damage into it. It's just the fast attack.
And I don't think you can even get a fast attack down here as a Florges, because Wolfpack is using Pokemon that rely on charge attacks rather than fast attacks. Do you let this go? Yes, this Furret has been weakened way too much, but what can you farm down with? I would actually say with the Altaria, because even though you're going to struggle, no, it looks like he's going to the Unova Stunfisk, but the charge attacks from the Florges would have been resisted.
Exactly.
But he does catch it though on the Altaria. But the thing is, now you are stuck in this matchup for another about 35 seconds.
Well, we'll see what happens here as Empoleon is brought into this Altaria. The Sky Attack isn't effective. The Flamethrower neutral because of the Steel typing. We're going to see if Wolfpack decides to let this go, and he does. It's going to do a substantial amount of damage.
Flamethrower neutral because Empoleon's also that water typing. 2 Drill Peck will knock out this Altaria. And I think for Wolfpack it was kind of easy to make the choice of what to bring in because Snowman already had revealed his Unova Stunfisk. The timer's not up just yet. You can secure the knockout before the timer is up and just throws right before the timer is up. Excellent play there from Wolfpack.
Excellent counting from Wolfpack to know exactly when Snowman is going to get to that move and throw just before to optimize the amount of energy you can get on your Pokemon. Oh my goodness!
This is such an amazing play, because I was going to say, maybe Snowman is not even in a great spot here if he has so much energy on this Stunfisk. You just undid all of that energy, and now you still have the Empoleon with energy for later.
You got to bear in mind that Snowman is still slightly ahead on energy. Losing out on that catch is bad, but it's still possible for Snowman to come back in this game.
Jay, I saw you the other day throw a discharge in this mirror match. Why did you do that again?
I think you might have been watching the wrong person, Martin.
Oh, was it Marcus?
As I know what I'm doing, perhaps.
Discharge is triple resisted, so if anyone's gonna throw it here, they're just memeing. But looks like we have some serious competitors here going straight for the Mud Bomb here. It's gonna be super effective. Do keep in mind that the Empoleon from Wolfpack is still around. It might be able to get to another Hydro Cannon, and that would knock out the Unova Stunfisk. You're not gonna get a Thundershock down here.
Both players down, still got 2 shields. We're going to see the first one used by Snowman here. It's going to be very close towards the end of this game. A catch, what would that do? What would that do for Wolfpack?
I think actually that you want to land a Hydro Cannon at some point, and I think Snowman knows he cannot use a Protect Shield here because a Hydro Cannon would do way more damage. You do know here, look at this, just 2 Protect Shields by the way, that all the fast attack damage from Wolfpack, they don't do as much because Metal Sound's also resisted.
Exactly, and if it ends up going down to
the fast attack down?
Yeah, fast attack down. Yeah. It will end up going in the favor, effective-wise, of the Stunfisk. But the HP is already so low, I don't think it's possible at this point.
I think Snowman is a very tough spot here to win this game. You're not going to get... Can you get a Thundershock down? It looks like Snowman has less health. Can you get there? Oh, you have to go for the charge attack priority tie.
Just about won the charge attack priority.
But you have so little health. Look, there's no protections remaining covering the health right now. That's how little there is.
It's going to be so close at the end of the game here.
He's one off,
trying to scramble for a move.
And there's the
Empoleon. Not quite enough. We saw it coming. Wolfpack ends up taking this game number 3 and end up advancing to winners side of the bracket in day 2.
That catch won Wolfpack the game there. What an excellent but also risky play. If that catch fails, Snowman will be able to farm up more energy with the Thundershocks, and that's why this play was so impressive, because it was perfect. Like, there's no in between, right? There's no in between. You have to catch the attack or you lose this game.
And at that moment, he was already so much energy ahead. It was looking very likely that he had all the opportunity with his 2 charge attacks, super effective into the 2 remaining Pokemon from Wolfpack, that he could have ended up doing it with all that extra energy, but it just didn't quite work out.
You know what I also find kind of funny in that match? Both trainers never threw that charge stack in the lead, right? The third versus the Florges. Immediately, they both threw like 1 or 2 over the charge stack, and they got charge stack pretty tight like every time.
That's the mental games they're playing. They know exactly when they're going to get the opponent's going to get to their first charge move, and they think, oh, are they going to try and catch a move from me trying to throw on charge attack priority? There's all these mental games going on in their own heads, and they end up the same mental games thrown at the exact same time, a little bit over on energy.
There's so much pressure sometimes for these competitors on the stage. Snowman now has to keep his cool for that losers finals. Look at how close game 1 already ended up. I could not tell at this point who would win that game, because Dragon Breath could have knocked out as much as the Thundershock did. And look, even Snowman knows, man, that was so close.
There was that moment at the end of the game where it's just a stalemate, them staring each other down. We don't know who's going to win.
And that catch, Jay, was so important on that no HP remaining floor, just letting the flower go down to close out the game with his Unova Stunfisk and his Empoleon. If Snowman had like more HP, he didn't need to shield a Mud Bomb potentially and would have had an attack later.
Catches like that can't be taught, Martijn. That is instinct. That is player instinct. He was in the mind of his opposition and he knew exactly when to
survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, and Wolfpack was the fittest in that game to proceed to phase 2 here. That's a top 16. Perhaps can replicate his performance from 2023 Lille when he took down players like Tone Tactical to get to top 3 at that tournament. So yeah, a play that I wanted to highlight real quick was in that second game. Not necessarily because it was that Altaria here, but if you take a look here, right? This is that Scissor, which has a charge attack at this point, and he kept the charge attack here. Now, I'm not sure if this was actually the moment that I clicked on, but it was more... Oh wait, no, this was. Look, the simul swap. Look at that simul swap. The simul swap. That was so good. Because if you think about it, right? You have to look ahead already. You are basically thinking ahead. Okay, the timer is almost gonna be up, right? Maybe I can
rewind a little bit here. Look.
Yeah. If we can rewind it just a little bit there, thank you. I'm using this for the first time, so that's why. Look. So at this point, you see the timer is already up, right? Can I draw on it as well?
Yes.
Where? Well, not.
Let me do this.
Yeah, let's refresh this real quick so I can draw on it. Look, the timer is... Oh, yes, it works. It works! Okay, see, the timer is up there. And Snillman already knows here. Snillman already is thinking. He's already thinking, right? His mind is blowing up. He's like, okay, my opponent's going to make the 5-head call. I'm going to make the 6-head call. I'm going to predict that my opponent swaps to knock out my Scissor. And then... he also swaps. He predicts this. And that is the beauty of this game. It works perfectly here. Even Wolfpack waiting just a turn, it didn't matter because he didn't wait long enough there. And then, yeah, just the play there was just excellent. I think this moment won Snillman this battle. This was very well played.
It was such a good play, and he's in the head of his opponent. He's thinking, what can my opponent do to perhaps make this game even closer? What can my opponent do to really get a close game out of this? Because it's not looking good for me at this moment in time.
Yeah, that was incredible. And you know what? Who can tell us even more about this? That could potentially be Wolfpack. He's ready for an interview with Amanda. Amanda, please.
Thank you so much. I think everyone is enjoying this new Telecaster that we have. We've been laughing at the scribbles back here. For those just tuning in, I am here with Wolfpack, the winner of the last round, going on to day 2. Billy, we keep meeting this way.
Yeah, we keep meeting, yeah. It's better this way, right?
Yeah, it is. It's great to be on the winner's side, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Tell me about your tournament so far, because the last time we talked was at Worlds.
Yes.
And you did quite well there as well, but your team is completely different now.
Yes, actually, I liked Firo a lot. I saw it in the previous tournament in Milwaukee, so I wanted to try this. And of course, it's really, really strong against a lot of the meta picks, so I wanted to use it, right?
Yeah, and you're doing absolutely incredible so far. I mean, it must feel like a lot of pressure is off of you to be already in debut.
Yeah, especially with all of the French crowd, so I want to make them proud, so yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
I've been noticing a lot of the French teams had on, you know, the black with the white stripes and stuff, but you're in a different... Oh, no, he is! He's also...
Yeah, just to take the picture after, yeah.
Very nice. Is there anyone that you want to shout out from that community, being kind of your hometown area?
Yeah, I wanted to shout out to my 4 friends who was following me from the beginning. Wellington, Ikami, Tonton Batters. The 3 of them are really, we are really close to, and we're practicing a lot, so yeah, really thanks to them.
Well, I have a pressure question for you, because we always joked around with Inadequents about who is the best Dutch battler, but now there seems to be quite a few French battlers. Who sticks out in your mind this season as a really good French battler?
Tonton, of course.
Tonton still?
I'm trying to pair with him, so...
That's a great goal to have.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to let you relax for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Yes,
we still have plenty more matches to go, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take it back to the casters.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Wolfpack. And we switch out Jay. He and my co-caster now demoted from a Team Galactic member to a Team Rocket member. Welcome in. At least you have blue hair, so you'll suffice.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be to have my Team Rocket application approved, and I can continue my life with searching for Pokemon.
Is that so? Well, if you're searching for Pokemon, there's going to be some events coming up where you can actually get a couple useful Pokemon. It's the Halloween event.
Oh, wow. And there's the Sinistcha and the Sinistee. And these Pokemon are based on I'm guessing matcha tea, and then you obviously you have the Sinis tea and Sinis. No,
I got this.
Poltergeist.
Yeah, I got this one. I think they represent tea.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, that's really cool.
And if you're lucky, you can actually get Sinistea Shiny for the first time this event.
And Sinistea has there is a way to tell if it's a phony variant or an antique variant.
Please do tell.
And that is, if you look beneath the Sinistea, you can see on the bottom of the cup is a purple mark underneath it. That is how you separate a phony Sinistea from an antique Sinistea.
Wow. You can also just look at the amount of candy you need, and if you need 400, it's going to be the one you're looking for, the not phony.
Actually?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. I know the Pokemon lore. You tell me about the Pokemon Go.
There's also extra bonuses that you can get here, of course, with extra candy that you get per catch, and also transferring candy. So make sure that you take a look at all those bonuses and make the best use of it as well. And these are some of the wild encounters. You told me the other day you were going to bring a Hisuian Zorua to a next tournament. Why would you do that?
Because I just want to have a Pokemon that you don't really know who is or what is, and it could be any Pokemon. And
but why don't you evolve it to Zoroark?
No, I prefer the Zorua. It's so cute. But I actually was the first person ever to bring Runerigus to maybe the second person ever to bring Runerigus to a tournament, and did well with it. I was the first top cup with it, and Galarian Yamask is in 1-star rates. I traded with a friend of mine, Lyle Jeffs III, to get...
Oh, Lyle Jeffs, the success kid.
Yes. He traded me a Galarian Yamask that I ran at NAIC, and I finished top 16. So get your raids in next week, trainers, because that Galarian Yamask, it can also be shiny, and then 3-star raids. You see anything interesting for you there?
Well, what you don't see just on here... Oh, it is actually the Spiritomb. You can actually... So here's the combination play. You can get 3 Galarian Yamas by doing 3 raids if you have the research. Because win 3 raids, you need to win, of course. You cannot lose to the Galarian Yamas. Then you get a Spiritomb out of field research. And I think that Spiritomb is one of those very promising Pokemon. If it has like a lower cost energy charge attack, it could very well be super meta one day.
I think the trainers at home, they really need to keep a Spiritomb in case it gets a cheaper charge attack.
Just in case.
It has Sucker Punch, an incredible fast attack.
Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb is incredible as well. You see Cradley. If Cradley didn't have Rock Tomb, Cradley wouldn't have been as good. But talking about Cradley, there's none of it here. Who needs Cradley when you can have Kanto Marowak and Superior?
Of course, Superior. It's a signature Pokemon.
If there's one thing that's constant, it's Galactica Bolton and his Leaf Tornado Superior.
Well, actually, last time I saw him play on the broadcast, he had Aerial Ace on that Superior.
That can't be true.
I'm not kidding. I'm going to show you at one point if I don't forget again.
If he has Aerial Ace in this matchup, I'll be surprised. But here we see Stone Collection. He finished 9th place in Frankfurt with a very similar team. He had Dragon Breath, Shadow Charizard then, but he's keeping the Shadow Dragonair with Body Slam. I actually prefer Dragon Pulse on the Shadow Dragonair, but Stone Collection here. He's an incredible trainer. He is, I would like to call him the boss from Hinterhof.
The what?
That is the boss of kindergarten, because he is the one that plays with all the toys, and he is the boss of them. But here you have the Timekeeper. This is Galactica Bolton. He brought a Chansey, a Bumblebee Mantine,
and a watch.
And a watch.
Yes.
A mechanical watch to keep track of time in Stockholm, just to try to time out his opponents. This is the Timekeeper, and he's here to take the time of his opponents.
And he also has Mirror Shot on that Fortress. That is an interesting attack to have. It's the lowest energy cost charge attack Fortress can have. It's also Steel type.
It hits the Florges of this meta.
Okay.
It's a bait move to actually get sooner to Rock Tomb.
Right.
Could be a great call. I'm curious what usage he has found for the Mirror Shot there.
So am I. We do see a much different approach from him than usual. He usually has like a very specific strategy. I feel like he's just going in a little bit more aggressive with Pokemon like that Shadow Talonflame, with Galarian Corsola, a little bit meta in there, and of course the Superior. Superior has to be there, and by that it is also no surprise that there's a Fortress to hard check Credilli.
I think Galaxico Bolton knows exactly what he's doing. He's been saying over and over that Shadow Talonflame, in his opinion, is the best Pokemon in the meta. So if it lines up against the Shadow Dragonair, it's not going to be great. But otherwise, it could put in some work against Stone Collection's team, who has both a Corviknight and a Tinkaton.
Yeah, you know, did you know that he did bring Shadow Talonflame to Frankfurt paired with Bastion?
Yeah, I
definitely the timekeeper.
I remember
the gatekeeper.
Yeah, he's keeping. I mean, he's gonna drain all his opponents out of their time. That's what he does. He swapped out the Bastiodon for this tournament for the Unnovan Stunfisk instead. That is his flying counter this time, and so far it's been working well for him.
It's going to be pretty good into this team from Stone Collection as well, as there's a Tinkaton and a Corviknight. The other 4 Pokemon kind of, I mean, the mirror is okay.
Shadow Counter Marowak is also fine for. Wait, are you?
Unnovan Stunfisk? Not for Unnovan Stunfisk.
Oh no, I
you
thought you were talking about the
But anyway, let's go. We have the first game here already, Marcus.
And we see the Corsola. Oh! This is great for the boss form hinter of Furret lined up against the Corsola is exactly what you want.
In Germany, they would say sehr schön, as that was probably the best lead you can get as the Furret there.
And he safe swaps his Unnovan Stunfisk into the Furret. What's the strategy here, you think?
Taking this attack, perhaps just staying in and boosting up here, because Stone Collection is not exactly weak to the Galarian Corsola in the back, but you can definitely count on a Pokemon strong into the Furret in the back. So I would not be surprised if Stone Collection is just going to play this out.
I think Galaxico Bolton needs. I think the Fortress is looking very bleak in the back because it doesn't.
Further staying in, that's why.
Yes, and the Fortress against the Unnovan Stunfisk, it doesn't have a ground attack. It has Mirror Shot and Rock Tomb, so Unnovan Stunfisk resisted entirely. Corviknight is also good.
At this point, you could even swap out, keep the Furret, and Galarian Corsola still cannot farm it down later. So I would not be surprised if Stone Collection does that, or he just gets Let's Go getting farmed down here. I actually don't dislike this play as much because you still get a good amount of Sucker Punch damage in. Barely not getting to the Swift there, though, kind of hurts.
I think Stone Collection should have kept his Furret. But
well, the thing is, now you have Switch advantage, and this Fortress doesn't have Sand Tomb. It only has Mirror Shot and Rock Tomb.
But still, the Bug Bites will chunk this Unnovan Stunfisk. So, and Corsola has a very playable matchup into the Corviknight if you can shield the paybacks.
Well, let's see who's gonna call the charge attacks here that are gonna be thrown. Payback is actually coming in, and we see the Protect Shield coming through there from Galaxico Bolton. An excellent call.
And Galaxico Bolton, he's slightly ahead with his Corsola, so he's outpacing the Corviknight. If Corsola can land the Nightshade and farm down before the 3rd payback, if Stone Collection goes directly for the payback, then Galaxico Bolton is still in this game.
The timer's also almost up. We might see a catch attempt from Galaxico Bolton. No catch attempt there. A Protect Shield yet again. Galaxico Bolton realizing this is by far the hardest hitting charge deck if I can shield a payback here. So great call there to shield that charge deck. Can you get to another charge deck here though? Marcus said you can't. Oh, the Simul switch!
This is so good for Stone Collection, but immediate debuff from Galaxico Bolton. So maybe his Fortress can still put in some work here. If the Galarian Corsola can come out with the attack, I believe it still kept the attack. Stone Collection needs to make sure that his Corviknight can outpace the Corsola and win charge stack priority.
There's no way though, because I think the Galarian Corsola will always hold back on the energy. The only job this Fortress now has to do is get the Stunfisk to a point where it's no longer a threat to Galarian Corsola, because Galarian Corsola has so much energy still.
And then Galaxico Bolton, as long as he can come in with his Corsola before the Stunfisk goes down.
Do we see another Simul swap here?
I think they both will be swapping.
Oh, yeah, we see the Simul swap!
And Galaxico Bolton is launching his Nightshade. He suspected the swap from Stone Collection. The Timekeeper is going to take down this Corviknight. This Air Cutter is not enough to knock out.
But Galax doesn't realize I think he's thinking it's a payback, but it's only the air cut. And yes, he didn't count apparently. That is not a payback that would have done a lot of damage. Can this Pokemon close out though, because I think there's too much fast attack pressure from both the Fortress and the Galarian Corsola.
And the Unova Stunfisk will have to launch both attacks immediately into the Corsola, but it won't be enough to knock it out. And Galaxica Bolton has the 4th Nightshade of this game.
Wow, 2 simultaneous swaps. Stone Collection winning the lead incredibly hard. Galaxica Bolton manages to get the first game here. What an incredible start to the set. And not what I expected.
The Timekeeper, he used the time of the battle and used the switch clocks to his advantage.
Well, they both kind of did.
Oh yes, but Galaxica Bolton was the one that got the advantage at the end because he managed to keep his Corsola away from the paybacks. He shielded up the paybacks from the Corviknight. If Stone Collection got off one bait,
then he would get there.
Then he would have gotten there. But in the 2-shield scenario, Corviknight does not get to 3 paybacks. That's why Corviknight, if you want to land a payback in the 2-shield scenario, you need to land a successful bait.
I think that's why that's what Stone Collection now definitely has figured out. You need a bait there, and Galaxica Bolton with the correct protect shields, I think that also, besides obviously the very flashy simultaneous switches, just shooting the paybacks there, the hardest hitting charge attacks, I think that was crucial for him in this battle.
But look at how impressive Fortress was. Even though all the energy was going to waste against the Unova Stunfisk,
it's still put in some work.
It's still put in work because the bug bites do so much damage. And then Corsola managed to shield up the paybacks. I mean, the fast move pressure is just incredible with Galaxica Bolton, the Timekeeper's team.
So how do you adapt to that strategy there? Stone Collection won the lead probably as hard as he could, and Galaxica Bolton still managed to win that battle. I think you need to make to adapt here as Stone Collection to tackle that Fortress.
If you're Stone Collection, if you are the boss from Hinterhof, then the Kanto Marowak plays fairly well into Corsola, it plays fairly well into Fortress, and it plays really good into that Unova Stunfisk. That line that Galaxica Bolton just brought was very weak to Kanto Marowak because he has those hard counters to it. And here we see Zweilous on stream, at least for me the first time today, but against the Kanto Marowak.
Now, keep in mind that with the Dragon Breath rework, they're not going to add up as much here. So Mud Slap dealing more damage, but Body Slam or Dark Pulse will come out much faster than it used to. Zweilous is not the most fragile Pokemon, so it will be able to get to 2 charge attacks here at the very minimum. And I think that Stone Collection is kind of happy with this alignment here because it does have the third in the back.
But will he shield? Yes, he shields up his Kanto Marowak. I think this is a good situation for Galaxica Bolton because he has a Shadow Talonflame in the back that really enjoys getting a shield advantage here.
In comes the Dark Pulse.
Oh, that knocks out!
Wow, that does so much damage. He's down his shield and still lost that matchup.
That Zweilous putting in so much work for Galaxica Bolton.
Zweilous is so good.
It's so good. It got the bait, it got a shield and switch advantage for Galaxica Bolton against a boss from Hinterhof. And Superior is tanky. It can take these Swifts from the Furret.
This is excellent alignment for Galaxica Bolton. He doesn't know it yet. Obviously, he's bringing in Superior because much bulkier than Shadow Talonflame. Trying to catch a Grass-type charge attack on the Corviknight. In comes Shadow Talonflame. Galaxica Bolton looking at his opponent. That got you now, and he concedes!
Yeah, it's a game there, and the boss from Hinterhof, Stone Collection, realizes that that's the game he's done for. When Galaxica Bolton got that great start to the match, and there was a Shadow Talonflame in the back.
I just wonder if Galaxica Bolton has practiced this exact situation before, that you can get to a Body Slam bait and then a Dark Pulse without shielding anything to win that matchup. That was mind-blowing, and from that scenario on, already put him at a win. You win switch plus the shield. That's crazy.
Zweilous put in so much work for Galaxica Bolton, but I did notice Stone Collection did not throw his second Bow Clump immediately. He thought he could get the farm down before the Dark Pulse, but with Dragon Breath's new rework, it charges up energy much quicker than before. It does a little bit less damage, but you see the pace coming in play here, where Galaxica Bolton got to the hard-hitting Dark Pulse.
And let's take a look again at the replays here from these two very successful trainers, veterans of the competition. In that first game, Galaxy Bolton making all the correct shield calls and the simultaneous switch. This was the first one where Stone Collection predicted that switch and caught a Rock Tomb on the Stunfisk, but he didn't know. That would only lead to his demise because that Rock Tomb put Fortress actually pretty much ahead in this matchup.
But at the same time, he couldn't take the Rock Tomb on the Corviknight because that would have been the end of Corviknight.
If you didn't do the simultaneous swap here at Stone Collection, would you win this game? I think a payback still would not have been enough to knock out.
I think the payback knocks out.
For other Galarian course, okay.
Yes, I think it barely, maybe barely does knock out, but you would get the sand attack down afterwards. So if you would have taken the Nightshade on the Unome Stunfisk, then Corviknight could have closed out the game because it's a pretty good matchup into the Fortress, and the Fortress was very low. So preserving the Corviknight was probably the play for Stone Collection, but it was
so
tough.
Probably a prediction from one side in the first catch or first simul swap, right, where we had the Stunfisk into the Fortress.
But that was a good swap.
That was a prediction from Stone Collection, and then I think the second simul swap was a prediction from Galaxy Bolton.
Yes.
Where he would try, because he knows that Stone Collection needs to get to that payback as soon as possible. So he wants to get that energy advantage, and Galaxy Bolton's like, nah, not happening on my watch.
Immediate Nightshade, Astonish down. Corsola, it's doing so much damage with its fast attack, and even though Nightshade is not the greatest charge attack, it still does so much damage because just Corsola can just hang on and get multiple of those.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with that. And of course, congratulations to Galaxy Bolton, the 2024 Lille Regional Champion, now moving on to Phase 2 in the 2026 Lille Regional Champion.
He wants to take back his crown.
With Leaf Tornado Superior. This is like the first tournament where he used it and also succeeded as well.
Last year, he was 4th in Lille. This year, he wants to take back the crown that he got in 2024. This is one of Galaxy Bolton's favorite tournaments to go to. His results speak for themselves. And now he's bringing back his favorite Pokemon, the Leaf Tornado Superior, that he cherishes so much, and he was the one that brought into the spotlight.
And I think it just really showed the practice that these trainers kind of gotten with these Pokemon before going into the tournaments. And one place where you can do that is at local tournaments, right? You can go to the website and look for tournaments nearby at events and potentially get championship points, trade with trainers, and etc. And you know, to prepare, how about we show you a little video about these local tournaments that you can find.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
That's what I always do. I come play at my local Pokemon League because there are so many nice tournament organizers in my area in Oslo where I live, and they host tournaments for me and my friends so we can go and play Pokemon. So if you scan the QR code right now, you can find a Pokemon tournament near you, whether it's Pokemon Go, Pokemon VG, or the TCG.
Yeah, and they can just be expanded all around the places wherever you are in the world. We also have them in the Netherlands, and you know, one of my locals, Tip Tando, you know, he's here at all these events as well in production, and you know, then he comes to play as well. Unfortunately, always loses to my Exploud what's it called? Dust Skull Core? The Exploit Dust Skull Core.
Oh, that's a great normal.
Yeah,
goes to perfect coverage.
Yeah, he just doesn't get it. He just doesn't understand the strength of some Pokemon. And this is just an excellent place to try it out. So, you know, scan that code and get the practice in before your next championship.
And maybe then you can beat the infamous Dust Skull Exploud Core that has ruined
Double Ghost.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I used Bite.
Of course.
to bite down the Galarian Corsola.
Why would you not run Bite on
Because, you know,
Exploud?
he save switches every single time, and I just swapped in my Exploud, bite down the Galarian Corsola, Fire Blast the Fortress, and yeah, it was just like...
How can you win?
Textbook play. But speaking of textbook play, let's see if these players can do that. The French players, Jourcouf versus Keldeo.
Gourcuff, I think. Gourcuff, okay. I believe, is the way to say it. And this is a trainer who has not been to a regional for 2 years. His last tournament was Lille 2024, where we had Registeel, Medicham, Lickitung, Gligar, but now it's an entirely different meta. It's Empoleon, it's Shadow, Dusk Noir, it's the Altaria. This trainer has adapted, and he's looking for his best finish yet. This is probably I think this is already his best ever finish. So he has adopted, and he's running that Empoleon, who's putting on a great show so far here in Lille.
Empoleon has just been really a star in this tournament in general. Many of them have been very successful. Just the fast pacing to Hydreigon has been so useful, and yeah, you know, at the start of the season you hardly saw it around because of so many ground type Pokemon, and now I think players realize, you know what, we can check those ground type Pokemon, and Empoleon can just be paired with a Pokemon like Altaria, which always has been like a notorious core. Like Steel plus Dragon just pairs so well together, and now players realize I can utilize that core and use it at championships.
And Gourcuff is ready to take on one of his greatest challenges yet. This is Keldeo, and Keldeo has been a force to be reckoned with for so long. He's running a very interesting team, in my opinion, with Florges, and we've seen a lot of Florges do well so far today. With Scizor, puts on a lot of pressure as always, and then Blastoise. I think Blastoise, it's not impressed me as much as I hoped it would. I really like Blastoise. I think it's a cool Pokemon, but
it just doesn't have like those superstar knockouts, right? It's not like exactly a Blast Burn from Shadow Charizard. Blastoise is just there as a wedge to basically set up other Pokemon on the team, and that's what it's been really good at. However, we've not seen it succeed as much so far. Obviously, every team has like a Cordilli Corsola core, and Blastoise does not do well into those two.
It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. But what it does is scare away a potential Talonflame. That's what I would use it for, but there's no Talonflame on Gourcuff's side.
It's the European bird. We see it all over the place here.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, me too. And I'm European too.
I'm also European. And
well, we have Europeans here. Let's see how they are going to play this. On the left, Gourcuff, and on the right, we have Keldeo. We're going to have the Gastrodon into third. This is kind of favorable for Ferret, but if Gastrodon double shields Trailblaze, this actually might get a little bit nasty and in favor of that Gastrodon. Trying to catch a charge attack pretty quick there. I don't think the Ferret was even at a Trailblaze just yet, but this does allow Keldeo to launch a Trailblaze, and I would actually not be surprised if he just stays in, because he has a Scizor and the Florges in the back. Both don't want to see this Empoleon at all.
But this is kind of unfortunate for Gourcuff as well, because his Empoleon would have been so great in the back against a Florges and the Scizor. But now he's got it lined up against the Ferret, so Keldeo realizes that he needs to preserve this Ferret and get rid of this Empoleon.
Let's see, another Swift coming through. This is resisted, but will knock out this Empoleon at this point. I think as Gourcuff, you have to kind of just get rid of this Ferret, but at this point, Keldeo may as well use 2 Protect Shields, or does he keep it for the Shadow Scizor? That's also a fragile Pokemon.
I think this will not knock out, so great realization by Keldeo.
And comes with Swift.
Perfect play by Keldeo here. And now this Gastrodon is going to take the Swift, but that does not threaten a knockout.
It doesn't threaten a knockout, but it is very much boosted, so it's going to do a lot of damage, and now you can decide what to bring in. Obviously, the what's it called? The Scizor doesn't want to take any of these charge attacks, so you bring in the Florges there. This is what Florges is meant to. Even though it's not a grass-type Pokemon, it does have that grass-type coverage, and it's going to be very valuable here.
Oh, but the Water Pulse does a lot of damage. Here comes the Wigglytuff, but there's a Scizor, and Keldeo is nodding.
Yep, he knows. This is where you want Scizor. This is why you have Scizor.
Because you just want to knock it down. Bullet punch down that Wigglytuff, and here comes the Gastrodon. Can the Gastrodon withstand the pressure from Scizor? No. Gourcuff decides, I'm going to try again next game.
Kind of perfect alignment there for Keldeo. Wins this first game here in a very advantageous spot, leading Ferret into Gastrodon. You have grass-type coverage there. Then you have Florges in the back, which is also kind of good into the Gastrodon. And because Gourcuff brings in the Empoleon into the Ferret, that was Keldeo's best answer to Empoleon to begin with. So that was kind of just setting up Keldeo and then the Scizor on the Wigglytuff. Yeah, it just kind of played out as long as you stay with the Ferret against the Empoleon.
It's interesting to see Keldeo how he uses Furret, because in my opinion, Furret has that potential to be like the neutral Pokemon that can win you switch advantage. For example, it can win against Cradley in the one-shield scenario. We saw it put on a lot of pressure for the Gastrodon. The Empoleon matchup is so-and-so, but not the worst, as we saw. With shields up, it's very good into the Shadow Dusknoir.
Yeah.
Altaria, maybe not the best for Furret. And also Wigglytuff, not the best. But that's why Furret and Scizor together, because Scizor can really deal with that Altaria and the Wigglytuff, as long as it doesn't take a Flamethrower.
Yeah, Flamethrower would do a lot of damage there, but I think that's why Keldeo also didn't double Protect Shield that Furret in that first game there, because he knows, yes, my Furret is boosted, it might be a problem for Gurkov to take it down, but I have a Shadow Scizor in the back, and that basically feints to a gust of breath, and you can't afford that. You need Protect Shields.
I think Gurkov realized when he saw the entire team of Keldeo why he stayed in with the Furret against the Empoleon, because the Empoleon would have been incredible against the backline of Keldeo. So maybe we see an adjustment from Gurkov, but are there reasons for Keldeo to switch up his lines?
I think that the Blastoise might not be terrible into what Gurkov just brought there. It was the Wigglytuff, the Empoleon, and the Gastrodon.
I think it's pretty bad, to be honest.
But in those three,
yeah,
and even into like Altaria, I do think you have a lot of play there. It could be a wedge to set up your Scizor, because Blastoise and Scizor do make an excellent core, but because switch advantage might be a little bit important, Blastoise is not exactly the Pokemon to get you switch advantage.
We will have to agree to disagree on this one, but here we see the players going into number 2. We see Empoleon into Scizor, and there's a Florges in the back. Keldeo is broken in two by this Empoleon by Gurkov.
Now, Shadow Scizor is not exactly helpless here. You would win the 2-shield scenario if this Empoleon also was Shadow, but I'm guessing that's why Gurkov has the regular Empoleon, not the Shadow one, so you actually win this matchup. But it will be quite close, because at the very end, this Scizor will win Charge Tech Purity Tie on the very last Charge Tech, and even though the Bullet Punches are double resisted, they're still going to add up enough that Nice is going to do more damage.
And there's also the
boost chance,
the chance for a boost, and Gurkov's heart is racing whenever he sees a Scizor throw a move and he spends a shield. Please no
Which is
boost.
why you can't
Please
shield
boost
again, right? Because yes, you can shield a potential Trailblaze, but not a for sure Nice Edge that could boost. And now expending some energy here, I think you kind of needed energy for the Scizor later.
I think if he can,
he swaps out with the attack. I love this play from Gurkov.
Brilliant play, and also coming in with the Altaria. He saw Scizor and he saw Florges last time, and now he can sponge the energy on this Altaria. And Altaria's energy will go. It will do so much damage to the Scizor.
Well, I do think you might have to throw your charge stack though, and if Scizor can get a far now, it might get a little bit dicey. Let's take a look here. Maybe you can take another Swift with those Sucker Punch. Gonna get very close. The Dragon Breath down is gonna look a little bit tough because it doesn't deal as much damage, and we do see
perfect timing
going with the Sky Tech before the Swift.
And I think Keldeo needs to farm this down with Scizor, but if he spends a shield, maybe he can farm down with the Florges.
I like this play a lot.
This is a great play.
Because normally, Florges, of course, it's decent in this match, but you only have resisted charge stacks to expend, and now you actually can use it elsewhere. That's going to be on the Cradily in the back there, but you cannot hard swap as Gurkov here, because if you do that, you risk that Scizor coming onto your Cradily right away, and this is actually pretty tough. There's so much energy on this Florges, and there's still so much health on a Scizor as well.
And Scizor will have a great matchup into this Cradily. What Gurkov needs to do, in my opinion, is to build up to a Rock Tomb against the Scizor, threaten a knockout with the Rock Tomb. But he comes in with the Empoleon. This will threaten a knockout on the Scizor. Expected shield from Keldeo. But now, this Scizor will put in so much work against the Cradily.
Yeah. The Bully Punches are going to do so much on this Cradily, dealing a lot of damage and almost putting you into range already. Going for the Rock Tomb on the Charge Tech Purity Tie here. Could have thrown it a little bit earlier, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough because you're in Chilling Water range almost, and you already expend your energy here now.
And now the Florges is closing in another charge attack. And this Cradily has been taken so low by the Bullet Punches of the Shadow Scizor. Can Keldeo knock this Cradily out with a Trailblaze? I think it can.
I think Florges is gonna show Cradily, who's a real grass type here. Trailblaze is coming through. It's gonna knock out, boost the attack, but it doesn't matter. Keldeo takes game number 2. He's moving on to day 2 here in Lille.
The flowers are blossoming in the autumn here in France. Keldeo, he is hugging his opponent. The Florges taking out the Cradily with the poison type fast attacks, better stat product, and also more efficient charge attacks. Florges proving that it can overcome any obstacle that you set in front of it.
Keldeo just really cooked up with that Florges farm on the Altaria. I thought that was an absolute brilliant play. It just put Gorkov in such an awkward position. You don't want to let that farm down happen. It's not always ideal. But what if you swap into Cradily there, you just lose immediately. Because then the scissor comes out, he's gonna bullet punch you down, and yeah, you just lose then.
What Keldeo did that was so great in my opinion was swapping in the Ferret against the Empoleon. Because it tricked Gorkov to throw the energy into that Ferret so he could have a pretty good matchup with the Altaria and potentially threatening the Scissor with an attack. But Keldeo, he didn't have to come in with the Scissor against the Altaria. He came in with the Florges. As you said, it was a brilliant play. And it set up the Florges with an energy advantage to deal with the Cradily in the end.
If you hold on to that energy, sometimes it's not exactly the best play to expend your energy to secure a switch advantage. If you hold on to your energy there, you build up to 2 Hydro Cannon. If you would have that later for the Scissor, you could actually be in a much better spot. If you get rid of your Altaria, you won't even get farmed down by the Florges.
Exactly. So I think the best play for Gorkov in that position was to hold on to the energy, as you mentioned, come in with the Altaria and let it go. Because if there's a Florges in the back, you have an Empoleon with energy and you have a Cradily.
It is very situational though, right?
Absolutely.
Sometimes switch advantage is important. But if you see like a fragile Pokemon, do always keep in mind that perhaps your opponent wants you to throw energy into something else because that's bulky. And you need to think for yourself, is switch advantage so important? Can I just throw in another Pokemon and make sure that I'm not weak to this Pokemon later, exactly?
And that is what Keldeo did so cleverly. He tricked his opponent. This is the Halloween season, and he got the treat. He got both the trick and the
treat. It's
a
Halloween special.
Exactly. I mean, you couldn't do it better for this season than Keldeo did.
That was an excellent play by him. And so many great plays have been made on day 1 already. He's moving on to the top 16. We will be streaming that tomorrow, obviously, as well on Sunday on this channel. And day 2 matches are going to be so good, where we're going to win or crown our Lille champion. But of course, we're going to have more winners rounds coming up first today and losers finals as well. Trainers that you have seen lose earlier today that might still be in this tournament, you can still cheer on for some of your favorites in the tournament.
So we have the Group E Winners Round 5 coming up. Is that the Winners Finals? I
that
think
is the Winners Finals. These are all Winners Finals.
Oh, there's so many good battles in one line here, Martijn. They're just waiting for us. And this is going to be Bats 893 against Maximilian P.
And he has a bat-crazy Pokemon. He has Shadow Galarian Weezing. Weezing.
Who of them has? Who of them has?
Bats.
Bats has the Shadow Galarian Weezing. Yeah. I remember in some of his first tournaments in this spring, at the end of last season, he was running that Shadow Galarian Weezing, and he would put in so much work for him.
Well, he's a big fan of it, Galar.
Absolutely.
Weezing with that Poison and Fairy typing. Do you think that matches up well in this meta? I just feel like you add an extra weakness, right, with the Poison typing to ground types, but you do check Florges, for example. And if you have Brutal Swing, you can also fight back very well against Galarian Corsola.
So I think that is exactly the point that Bats is trying to do, because it's a Fairy type, Galarian Weezing, that can fight back against Corsola with Brutal Swing. And since it's a Poison type as well, it's bad. It's not even bad into Cradily. And those 3 matchup, Florges, Corsola, Cradily, that is a very unique combination to be able to fight back against, and I believe that's why Bats has decided to run his signature pick, the Galarian Weezing.
Your hair looks so blue.
It is very blue. I have.
Have you like taken any Pokemon yet?
Excuse me, what?
Have you taken like any Pokemon around the venue as Team Rocket?
See here, I found a Meowth. I found a Meowth. But I wanted to ask you, Martijn, because I saw you throw some shade on my skills as a Pokédex guesser. And
I would totally do that.
yeah, that's so on brand for you. But we have more questions coming up. And now this is starting to become a competition between me and Martijn, if I'm not going to
Don't mess me up this time, though.
Mess you up?
Yeah, mess me up.
You gotta take responsibility for your own losses.
No, I said the curse line. You threw me off the other day.
Well, at least
At the time, I mean.
I acknowledge that I threw the Aqua Tail. Anyway,
I'll never let you forget.
Let's get into this. Hiding in people's shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chill it causes makes the victims shake. Whoa. Chill
Absorbs
and
their
heat? Maybe it could be a fire type, but also like an ice type kind of situation. The chill it causes makes the victim shake, but that could be a metaphorical chill. So
well, the thing that throws me off is it absorbs the heat. That really throws me off. Otherwise, I may have had an idea. But
that would not be a fire Pokemon then, most likely.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it's Rotom Frost.
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah,
no, I thought Rotom Frost, you say?
Yeah, that's the freezer.
The freezer.
Yeah, but it has inhabited the freezer.
Okay, well, let's lock that in then.
Okay, I didn't know who it is.
What?
Gengar?
No, Gengar doesn't absorb heat. Doesn't absorb heat.
Well,
I know it goes into people's shadows.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that in the anime.
Well, why didn't you say that then? Because you didn't know.
I try. Anyway, let's move on. This was not... None of us can be proud of that one. Let's have another one to see if this can settle the score. It lays traps, hoping to steal the lives of those it catches. If you can stand in front of its mouth, you'll hear your loved ones' voices calling out to you.
It lays traps.
Okay, I am ready. But I'm not going to tell you.
Why not?
No, because you're running around. I think this one's for you to guess. And I'll lock in my answer once Martijn has locked in his, because I'm not giving away mine.
A Pokemon give me a hint. Is it a Ghost-type Pokemon?
I'm going to guess a Ghost-type Pokemon.
A Ghost-type Pokemon. I was thinking, what's the Sandygast? Could it be that? Sandygast. Let's go with Sandygast. I don't think it is, but let's see.
I don't think I have it, though. But I'm going to guess...
Yeah, I would not describe if you don't have
I'm going to guess Bramblegast.
Okay, go for it. Let's see. Gigantamax J, are you kidding me?
Someone's trolling us right now.
Nah.
This is not real.
Who's responsible?
Who can I hold accountable for this misuse of power? Okay.
Let's go into the last one. See if we can get one at least, okay?
Okay.
All right. It can pass through other dimensions and appear anywhere. It casts a stir one time when it's stuck just one leg out of a wall. So it has legs.
It has legs.
It has legs. Oh my. There's Dialga and Celebi that are affiliated with
dimensions.
Dimensions?
This is a phantom forcing Pokemon, isn't it? Passing through other dimensions.
Yeah, Phantom Force.
I am going to lock in Dragapult.
Dragapult?
No, I'm not. I'm going to lock in...
Pokemon goes through other dimensions.
With legs.
Man, you think...
I'm just going to say Dragapult.
I tell all my friends I know everything, and now I feel so helpless.
Yeah,
I feel really helpless.
I'm looking in Dragapult.
Yeah, I'm just curious if chat also gets it. I see.
Come on, Martijn. We don't have all day.
Okay, it can pass through other dimension ghost type Pokemon. Let's go with Hoopa.
Hoopa.
I mean, Hoopa does other things.
Mega Gengar! Of course it is. I was thinking it could be Gengar. I was onto you, but then no, it doesn't have legs, does it?
It kind of does. It kind of does.
This is outrageous. I'm going to find you who's responsible for this.
It's the work of Tristan. I'm telling you, he's getting back at me. When he lost to that Duskull, he got really mad.
I'm done with this. Let's go into the battle. We're playing bats against Maximilian Peel. Let's get those two up on stage.
I'm not gonna forget about this. This is gonna haunt me at night.
Someone.
This is gonna. They can't keep getting away with this.
This is outrageous.
Yeah, Maxi versus Bats is a very exciting match. Maxi got to top 2 at Utrecht last season, and I believe also top 16 at Worlds.
Was he not top 6 at Worlds?
Perhaps, yeah, yes, right, top 6.
I think it was fifth at Worlds. And Maximilian, he's been known to have these incredible runs. He was 3rd in Barcelona a couple seasons ago. And then he had that Utrecht incredible run and also at Worlds. This is a player who is incredible when he has his day.
Right, and we'll see if he can do that again. Of course, Maxi is a player that has experience with... I always tell him, right? I'm always joking with him. Either you do everything perfectly, you're the best player in the world, or you just throw so hard. Like, that's what Maxi really has done many times, that he just outplays to like no one else does. And then he also has battles where you're like, could have done a little bit different.
He's also one of my favorite players to have on the stage, because whenever he can throw a move that is not the preferred move to throw, he goes for it. He has thrown superpower into Dustclops to win games. He did in Utrecht or Stockholm last season against Sefi Mastix. So I think it must have been Utrecht. Maximilian P is an entertainer, so keep your eyes peeled, folks.
You know what that reminds me? You know what I like to do in the Go Battle League? When I have like a poison-type Pokemon and I play against someone who's running a very respectable team of like Wigglytuff and Bastiodon, I would love to lock in my Clodsire against the Bastiodon and go straight Sludge Bomb. I'm not even sorry. If that was you, I'm not sorry. So, yeah.
But you'd be losing that match then.
Look, you would lose.
Triple resisted Sludge Bombs.
I'm baiting.
Okay, sure. Okay, well, if that's what floats your boat, I'm happy for you. Against Wigglytuff, do you also throw Sludge Bomb, or do you just top left because you don't want to hurt your favorite Pokemon?
I throw Dragon Claw with your team.
Okay, that's great to hear. And here we see Bats against Maximilian. 2 formidable battlers, and I'm noticing the Lapras on Bats' side. It's looking pretty good. I love Lapras. I don't know if you're aware, but Lapras is an incredible Pokemon.
Of course, it's very bulky, very flexible. Now, the Galarian Weezing, it doesn't look Shadow on this, but we just confirmation that it is a Shadow variant. So that's what we can expect here. Both trainers are already locked in. We're heading into game number 1. From Bats on the left, we have the Shadow Annihilate. On the right, we have the Gastrodon from Maximilian.
Not a terrible matchup for any of these trainers. You don't want the Annihilate on the Steelix, that is for sure for Maximilian. But Bats is fine having his Annihilate here maybe, then he's not on the Corsola. But at the same time, this Gastrodon is not a problem for Bats' backline, is it?
Yeah, I actually like this matchup more for the Annihilate, because this Gastrodon has to go for full Water Pulse, which just takes a little bit too long. Go for the Body Slam bait, surprising, because you don't get 2-0 Charge Attack here, but we do see the switch. So maybe Maxi does get 2-0 Charge Attack later, and now, oh no! There is the Diggersby. It's going to eat all this energy from the Galarian Corsola. Ghost is double resisted, Rock is single resisted. Diggersby is doing a laugh. Let me do a Diggersby laugh for you.
Diggersby, the 5th most popular ground type. It's Clodsire, Unomostuffus, Gastrodon, and Marowak are all more popular than it. Maybe Maximilian has forgotten what a dominating matchup this is for the Diggersby.
And Maximilian has a Galarian Corsola with a very high defense and HP, so I'm not surprised that he does bring it to this game, but that he uses it as a safe switch against a team with Diggersby is very, very bold. But here's the thing, if you look at the backline of Maximilian, perhaps as crazy as this sounds, this might be even what he wants, because he has a Shadow Steelix in the back, and I believe the Shadow Steelix has an interesting moveset. I don't think we've seen it, but I'm pretty sure that's Earthquake instead of Crunch.
If it still has Thunderfang, then Maximilian only has double resist fast attacks left when that Gastrodon goes down. So Bats can farm up here, and this Diggersby is going to be so tough for Maximilian to get rid of.
You kind of have to shoot, but you can't, because it doesn't do enough damage.
You can't.
You go in with the Gastrodon here, but now Bats can just swap. No! Expense the Fire Punch here. Perhaps that is a very, very small opening for Maximilian, but yeah, you have to shoot here. Now you have a Body Slam. Bats can just swap into the Annihilate. No, doesn't swap, takes the Body Slam.
And Bats let it go. This Diggersby is now so low. The Corsola has really put in a lot of work against this Diggersby. But Bats is relying on his Lapras in the back. And here comes the Steelix. This Fire Punch, though, will put Steelix in Sparkling Aria
No,
range.
it doesn't.
With...
Shield it.
Never mind.
but 2 Sparkling Aria would knock out the Lapras, but this Annihilate is still around, though. You do get a Psychic Fang, a Thunder Fang down now, but I don't think Psychic Fangs plus Earthquake will be enough to knock out the Lapras. You might need a catch here as Maximilian, but look at how low this Steelix already is. Look, and there's still a shield, by the way.
And the Sparkling Aria will threaten a knockout on the Steelix. Maximilian needs a catch, but here comes the Lapras, and it outpaces the Steelix. And now the Sparkling Aria is going to apply detrimental damage on the Steelix.
In fact, it's going to knock out.
It's knocking out, and there's a Corsola barely hanging on, and Lapras secures Bats game number 1.
Bats, excellent play there with that, and just good predictions there. I do think that Maximilian overestimated the Galarian Corsola's power a little bit, because he went with an ABB strategy, but that strategy kind of just fell in the water. I don't know if that's also an English expression. It's definitely in Dutch.
Fell on his face.
Okay, yes. Okay, there it is. But because he led into Annihilate, he couldn't even swap in Galarian Corsola just yet, because you cannot have Steelix on Annihilate either. So that was just kind of a tough team composition there for Maximilian to deal with in the first place.
I think Maximilian's play would have been to shield up the Gastrodon, throw the bait, then go into Steelix. Yes, it would have been awful, but at least the Annihilate would have been manageable. Maybe you could wiggle around, do something, but it was tough. When he got the Annihilate in the front there and had the Steelix in the back, with the Diggersby, it was tough. It was tough from the start.
Diggersby just devours Galarian Corsola, and the reason why Bats brings it to this tournament is just to punish everyone who hard relies on Galarian Corsola and its neutral matchups. Basically just punishing anyone who is not used to playing out of their comfort zone. And, you know, if you're kind of a lazy player, if you're like, you know, Galarian Corsola safe, which always works, Bats is the person you do not want to face.
It does not work against the Diggersby team. That is for sure.
That's why they have it in the first place.
Exactly. So, Galarian Corsola, if you face up against Diggersby, maybe stick to the bench.
Yeah. Both trainers are still thinking it through here. Again, this is a winner's final, so the winner of this will move on to day 2. The loser will still be having a chance in the losers finals as well. We may see the loser of this matchup later today still to, you know, reach that day 2 in the top 16.
I really want to see the Weezing from
it would be
Bats
cool, right? To see the off-meta Pokemon.
That would be great. But let's have a look what these trainers are bringing. They are locking in right now, and they are bringing out their strongest picks for their lead. Maximilian sticking to the Gastrodon, and Bats is putting his Lapras in the front.
Oh, and look at this. I love this call from Bats here. Didn't bring the Gastrodon this time. Now swapping into the Galarian Corsola, but I think you pointed this out earlier today. Goliathspot can win this matchup with 4 Aqua Jet.
But Bats will be very fine letting all the energy go on this Corsola, because his Lapras and his Talonflame are looking so good up shields.
The European bird.
My European bird.
The European bird.
I think Bats, if he gets what he wants, he gets shield advantage, and then he can farm down with either of his Pokemon and start to unleash his energy on either the Gastrodon or the Galarian Moltres in the back. Here's Maximilian shielding up the first Nightshade.
He's gonna go for switch advantage here, likely. The Fury Cutter down is maybe possible, but catching on the Galarian Moltres, plus the Sucker Punch coming through. That's gonna secure the knockout on this Galarian Corsola.
How do you deal with this as best? Do you go into Lapras or into Talonflame? I believe the Talonflame is probably coming in here. It's up shields. Oh no, here
it comes with the Lapras. He does have Ice Beam though, and since Maximilian already used 1 Protect Shield, it's kind of difficult to justify not even using a shield here. It would do so much damage.
But if you don't, what? Okay, Maximilian.
Yeah, you kind of have to. It would deal too much damage.
And now, how does Maximilian go around this matchup? He goes for a Fly. That means Lapras can hang on through this Fly and get to another Ice Beam.
And let's take a look here. The fly's going through on that lap press. The timer is barely not up yet. Bats knows he wants to get his Ice Beam off as soon as possible to secure a potential knockout. This is going to get really close. I think it barely knocks out the Galera Moltres, and it does.
Oh, and now you have the Shadow Talonflame.
Oh boy, with two shields
up against this Gastrodon and the Golisopod. I think what you want to do here as Bats, you need to double up.
Let's see. Is he going to use a protection here? He knows that the Golisopod might have energy. Oh! He knows shields!
That's so gutsy! But he knows his lose condition is taking that Aqua Jet off of that Golisopod as well.
This fly is barely not going to knock out, I think. You might be able to get to another charge stack on this with this Gastrodon, but I don't think you get to 2 here. And 2 is exactly the amount of protect shields Bat still has!
Bats, he's making the call. He's looking ready and primed for tomorrow. He wants to go on to day 2. And he can shield up this Aqua Jet. And then his Talonflame can hang on and he can get to his fly. He goes even for the Flame Charge to boost up his attack.
Hold up. How many Incinerates do you now need for your next charge stack? Because I know that
Only
otherwise you need... Let's see, because if this was the 3rd charge stack, are you... it
But
doesn't
it
even
does not matter.
You get the Incinerate down!
The Incinerate, and Bats is going through!
The Incinerate takes down the Gastrodon, and wow, Maximilian taken down by Bats. That was pretty much an upset, but Bats, of course, top 16 at Frankfurt as well. Just like his friend Laurens is really making that climb in this at the start of this championship already.
Talonflame facing up against 2 water types. Does it care? Absolutely not.
It's the European bird.
It's the European bird, and it's incinerating through even the water types. Gastrodon, Golisopod, take this fly and flames, and what are you gonna do? You go down.
And now Maximilian is gonna have the British battle potentially in the losers finals, as in the losers semis it's now Smeetix versus Tomahawk UK. Do you know him?
Who? Smeetix?
Yeah, Smeetix.
Yeah, I've heard of Smeetix.
Yeah, he's pretty good, right?
What's his opponent?
Tom the Hawk?
Nope.
No,
absolutely new to me.
Yeah.
If there was a player named Tom the Hawk,
yeah.
I assume Skarmory would be their favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, you're totally right. That does sound like someone who really likes Skarmory.
I think so. Incredible display by Bats here. The way that his composure when facing up with the Lapras in the end.
Yeah, and it looks like it's gonna be Tomahawk in that losers final.
Whoa, Tom the Hawk has knocked out Smeetix and is ready for losers finals against Maximilian P. That's a British face-off.
Yeah, the British battle, as I call it. And as we saw here, the catch from Maximilian was a great play, but Bats kind of didn't care. He kept 2 shields for the European bird, the Shadow Talonflame, and in Europe is actually where it's at its best, because that's where it's used the most, and it shows, because these trainers have experience using such a good sweeper.
Look at Bats here, the composure of no shielding and body slam. That sealed it up, because then he could fly on the Gastrodon, flame charge the Golisopod, and just incinerate down.
I think that having that call just made it was the way, because otherwise you have to shield another attack, and then you cannot shield the Aqua Jet as well. You cannot shield 3 charge stacks because you only have 2 protections per game.
Exactly, and the 2 water types went down in flames. It's not often that you see it, but do you know how hot Pokemon's Fire Breath get?
Oh, tell me.
Incredibly hot.
In Celsius?
Smoking!
How much in Celsius?
Probably a 1500.
Okay, and now how much in Fahrenheit?
It's 300,000 probably.
Wow, for the Europeans and Americans. Now you have both of it. Very, very well done.
I gotta say, I'm not an expert on freedom units, but I do believe that it's exponentially.
Very, very
increasing. Yep.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I am really looking forward to the final. I think it could be one of the final winners rounds of today. It's from Group H, and it's a Mind Joke against Ikami.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting battle. However, before we get into that action, we're going to showcase some introduction to the LAIC that's going to be later in November. It's going to have a unique meta, and I'm super excited for it. So before we head into the next exciting matches, don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to show you a little bit about the Latin America International Championship.
It's time for a quick recap of the Latin America International Championships 2025. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I was in Sao Paulo when Mato Galde took Brazil by storm against many of the best Pokemon Go players in the world. Famous for its electric atmosphere, LAIC was a showcase of some of the best talent, support, and sportsmanship that Pokemon Go has to offer. Dominating the scene were meta staples, including Clodsire, Azumarill, and Shadow for Alligator. However, LAIC was also ripe for spice, as Primeape, Jumpluff, and even Shadow Alolan Marowak found their way into trophy placements. Championship Sunday kicked off with a face-off between friends, which saw fan favourite Mato Galde take a quick victory over his teammate Richie1409. Richie dropped into the losers finals for a sensational set of 5 against local hero 12 Vitorello. In fascinating fashion, Vitorello and his Galarian Moltres recovered from a 2-game deficit to secure his place in the LAIC Grand Finals. Vitorello went on to stun the crowd as he steamrolled his way through the first 3 games against Mato Galde, resetting the bracket and leaving everything to play for. In one of the most closely fought finals the game has ever seen, Mato Galde and Vitorello took the series to a final game of 5. An immensely climactic charge attack priority event saw Azumarill and Galarian Moltres exchange heavy blows, with Mato Galde coming out victorious.
Mato Galde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion! Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo!
Off the back of his 3rd place finish at the 2024 World Championships, his 1st place finish at the 2025 Lima Special Event, Mato Galde sealed his name as a legend of the game, as he became the 2025 Latin America International Champion. Make sure to keep up with all of the incredible action and Pokemon champions this season at pokemon.com/compete.
And we are so back, ladies and gentlemen, in ready to cast this next game. I'm back here, partnered by Amanda, and we're ready to watch a mind joke from Italy versus Hakimi from France. How do you think this game's going to go, Amanda?
These two trainers, I tell you what, it could be either one of their games. Both are very strong competitors. Both have been in day 2 plenty of times. Some could say that Hakimi has the home field advantage, the home turf advantage being here in Lille, France. But a mind joke, he's been a trainer who's been on the leaderboards, been doing so well for so long, but still has not gotten that gold medal. He could be well on his way, and this is that first step to be able to make it into day number 2.
And we can see the teams here. A mind joke running that Shadow Steelix, and Hakimi running that Zweilous that we saw earlier on in the day today. We heard that it was going to be a bit of a runner in this cup, and we can see someone here, a prime example of someone who's gone all the way.
Yeah, I think there was like a secret sauce that has been cooking, and it must have been shared among some of the French competitors, as well as with Zephy, who I believe is also running a Zweilous on his team. Dragon damage, of course, not being able to hit as hard this season, but being able to generate energy so much quicker. It's no surprise to me that we've seen the comeback of Altarias, of these new Pokemon like Zweilous. Very interested to see how they will play out in these matchups. When there's a Steelix on the other side, however, it does sort of like put a wall to that Dragon typing.
It does potentially, and we have seen one in the previous game to show that this Pokemon is getting quite far in the competition. We didn't really see them earlier on, and it isn't the most popular Pokemon, but we are seeing it in the later stages, which is showing how prevalent it has been in the meta today.
One thing that I'm really interested about on Hikami's side is that Abomasnow too, because that's something that can hit back pretty decently against the Credilli, also against all of the Flyers. So could potentially be something that we'll see in these matchups. Looks like they're getting ready to go. Game number 1, winners finals here in Group H, and we got that Furret up against this Zweilous. This is actually exactly where Hikami wants to see that Furret.
We're seeing the resisted, non-stab sucker punches being completely deflected from this Zweilous early doors, but the pace-wise, Furret is going to get to that swift.
Yeah, very, very swiftly they're being able to get to it, but there's over 200 bodies, or 100 energy stored, 2 body slams, going for that heavier hitting Dark Pulse. Instead, no Protect Shield on a Mind Joke side, can take it. It looks like he will be able to get to his next attack. Does Hikami want a shield? No!
It is quite shocking how quickly that this Zweilous is getting to these moves. Just watching it, it flies up as we get the Dragon Breath through, and just before it gets farmed down, manages to get that last last move off, leaving a Mind Joke with a choice. Does he want Switch, use the shield? Decides, no, I don't.
That's actually perfect for Hikami because there's not even much of a farm down to give either. Only one Incinerate for the Talonflame, and he gets to line up what's in the back. This is a bit dangerous because if you look at it, he didn't know quite what to do. Not only is a Mind Joke ahead on energy on that Talonflame, but that Gastrodon is looking for a yummy, yummy snack in that Empoleon.
He didn't, maybe not read the line maybe as nicely as he's going to find out later on in the game, but that Mud Slap damage is going to absolutely truck through the Empoleon.
Here, using one of his Protect Shields on that Flame Charge. Both of these Talonflames are now boosted a little bit. Another thing to note, both of these are both Shadow. That means they're hitting 20% harder because of that Shadow damage, but they're also having to take it.
Taking that extra damage may be costly, but we're seeing the swap in early doors here. Hakimi may be in with a somewhat of a lifeline because he knows what he's got in the back. He knows he has the Empoleon, and he knows he has to do as much damage as possible with this Talonflame in this position.
He already has boosted as well, so keep in mind that these flies are doing more damage than they would have if these two would have been evenly paired at the beginning. No Protect Shields to hide behind that Gastrodon. Has to take it. Basically knocks it out at this point. Mind Joke just going for a little bit of chip damage, wants to be able to put some damage off into what is in the back, wants to see that last Pokemon. It's about to be revealed.
And this is fantastic for Hikami, who will now a Mind Joke is now going to realize what a wasted opportunity they had in the Gastrodon, as you can see by his facial expression there.
Yeah, he recognizes, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have swapped out. It's so hard to call, especially when there's 6 Pokemon to choose from. Seeing which 3 there would be, really, really great plays by both of these trainers. It looked like it was kind of in the hands or the wings, or I guess the talons of the Talon. But at the end, really, Hikami proved to show what a great trainer he is.
It was a very, very close game, and it could have gone any direction. No one can quite, and you can see it in their minds, they're trying to surmise and work out what would they potentially put in this team, and it turns out on this one instance, a Mind Joke just wasn't able to work out what was that key element in the back. Well, and if he had known, then he would have had the perfect Pokemon to play against it in
exactly.
the end.
It's so hard to call, right? So you've seen 2 of the 3. You know that the Talonflame is already in. You know that the Zweilous is out of the way. That leaves a potential Abomasnow in the back, which, of course, if you're Hikami, you're not going to be bringing that into a Talonflame, or a Corsola, or, of course, that Empoleon in the back. So I think a Mind Joke was thinking, for the fact that there was a Talonflame still in there, potentially it's the Abomasnow in the back. Maybe I need to save my Pokemon for a later date. Unfortunately for him, didn't play out the way he quite expected.
What he needs to do now is he needs to completely forget that game, forget the lost opportunity that he had, set it aside, come in with a new team, potentially, maybe the same team, and just completely rework your mind and see it as a fresh slate.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm looking at the Talonflame on Hikami's side, and it has so many targets there because, okay, the mirror, it's neutral, right? It depends how you want to play it out. Corsola is okay. It's not great. Corsola is better. Gastrodon, similar story. It has to be able to hit that Water Pulse, but I'm looking at that Florges, I'm looking at the Steelix. I mean, these are heavy-hitting targets that Talonflame would love to see.
Exactly. There's no clear answer on a Mind Joke's team. It does... Florges, with his new Community Day move, does have that hard-hitting, cooling,
chilling water.
Chilling
just
water.
Cools right off that Talonflame.
Absolutely, which would do a lot of damage. But you got to remember, it's not stab, and it won't be enough to take it down in one hit for sure.
Exactly, especially if it's at full health. But you are absolutely right. It does have some play. Everything has some play in there. But we do see again the Talonflame. This time on Hikami's side, up against a Gastrodon, a kind of a reverse scenario than what we saw in game number 1. A Gastrodon continuing to just stay in, get a little bit of energy, and we'll see if he goes for an actual Water Pulse or Body Slam bait. No need as another Gastrodon swoops in, and now comes the Furret.
Hikami switches first, but it's given a Mind Joke a perfect opportunity to bring in Furret, which knows the Grass-type move, Trailblaze, which would do so much damage to Hikami's Gastrodon.
Yeah, and not only that, it boosts your own attack, so going ahead, charging up a lot of energy, going over the amount that it actually takes to get to the Trailblaze, because he doesn't want this to get caught on anything. And Hikami uses his first shield here, very good shield that would be enough to knock out, and it may be enough to actually force a shield in return, because this body slam will knock out the Furret should Mindjoke choose not to shield, and that's exactly what happens.
Fantastic play from Hikami, managed to getting the alignment they might potentially want in this game. Gastrodon being brought back in here, lots of energy on the side of a Mindjoke, so we're going to see what Hikami decides to do. It seems to be letting it go.
Yeah, Water Pulse going through, definitely enough to knock out, and now we see actually the Empoleon coming in, trying to get as much energy as possible, but this time the Gastrodon has 2 shields to hide behind. First one going through. I wonder if we're going to go ahead and see a shield here from a Mindjoke's side. He's got so much energy, he has to use it at some point. Although, as you can see, these mud slaps are absolutely chunking away at the Empoleon.
And Gastrodon is absolutely laughing all the way to the bank with this. He is putting through these ground-type moves. They're doing so much damage. Even a Water Pulse, a resisted Water Pulse, is enough to do so much damage as to knock out the Empoleon.
I say Gastrodon's being very generous. There's a Water Pulse for the Empoleon. There's a Water Pulse for the Talonflame. It looks like he's just willing to hand them out to anyone who is ready, and just almost able to make it to another. Hikami forced to throw, try to get this Gastrodon out of the way.
And it will land and knocks down the...
Yeah, the Gastrodon here now comes in, but there's so much energy on Hikami's side. He's basically at 2 flies, using that last protect shield on a Mindjoke side. Will he be able to get to another one? It has to see, because this is going to do so much damage. They're both at its charge attack priority!
And Hikami has managed to win the charge attack priority, meaning this will be enough to knock out and win overall the winners finals here in Group H.
My goodness, sweeping through that bracket in Group H, 2-0 against a Mindjoke, coming down to the absolute wire. This charged attack priority. These 2 Pokemon, they're the exact same typing, so that means that the one of the 2 of them that had the higher attack was able to go first. This was information that was hidden to both trainers, and both trainers played to their absolute win condition.
What an absolute time to find out which one had the higher attack than in the very final tap of the game. It could have been either trainer that ends up progressing to day 2 straight from that in the winner's side of the bracket, but we found out in the end it is Hikami.
Yeah, Hikami is going to be able to go on to day number 2. Congratulations to him. You know, I was joking around with Wolfpack earlier when we were doing the interview, and I said it seems like all of the French battlers are wearing these, like, you know, white with the black nautical striped shirts, and he said, oh yeah, I'm wearing it under my jersey. We'll have to see if maybe Hikami is also wearing that under, because he is a French battler, and I know that that community is very, very close-knit. They do a lot of team building together, and I think that's why we see some of these interesting off-meta picks like that Swilus or like this Empoleon, and how it's been doing so well for so many different trainers.
There's definitely something in the French water with all these very similar Pokemon
I think
being
it's
brought
mud
in.
from the
Gastrodons. in the muddy waters, perhaps.
Or the chilling waters, I guess, on the Florida side. Well, okay, we'll stop. We'll go ahead and focus right back on to the games, because these were absolutely incredible matches. You see the emotion on both of these trainers' faces, recognizing it could have been either one of them. It basically came down to a coin flip moment. Both of those trainers playing to their absolute best win conditions, and congratulations to Hikami being able to make it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
It was absolutely anyone's game in that second game, but I tell you what, a Mindjoke isn't out, Amanda.
No, he is
Going
not.
down to the loser side of the bracket, it is still possible to go all the way to the end.
And
you just have to win double the amount of games from this point.
Absolutely true, and so many of what I would call, like, the quote big names, the ones that have been around the circuit since almost the very beginning of our Pokemon Go Championship series, a lot of them have been actually knocked down to the losers bracket or already out of the tournament, because there are so many fantastic newer players, people who have just started playing more recently, that are really into it, and it's so exciting to see.
Looks like we've got the next game up on the screen for us.
Yeah, if we wanted to talk about the winners finals, we're now dropped down to the loser side of that bracket in this double elimination tournament. So this is literally a go big or go home moment for both of these trainers. We got Dane WWW looking to maybe pick up another W for him here against the German trainer Zephy Masters.
I'm sure that Danny has got plenty more W's than 3 in his career, especially to get to the losers final here in day 1. Now remember, whoever loses this game will be going home, but whoever wins will be progressing to day 2 in that loser's side of the bracket.
Absolutely true. And let's go ahead, take a look at the team that Dane has, because it is something that is a little bit different than everything else that we've seen so far. Yes, we know that you know, the Cordillera is everywhere and that the Galarian Corsola is everywhere. Some of these Pokemon are on that top usage graphic, but I would say that Murkrow, being the actual regular and not the Shadow, a Feraligatr hasn't been around for a while, and also that Fortress running Bug Bite with Sand Tomb to debuff your opponent's defenses and also Rock Tomb to debuff their attack is a very interesting strategy.
A Pokemon we haven't often seen on stream here today, but these are Pokemon that have obviously got him so far in his competition. Perhaps his opposition's not planning for such Pokemon on his side. I'm really looking at this non-Shadow Feraligatr. You don't see that very often.
It's true, obviously, but with the Shadow, it packs a little bit heavier of a punch when those charge attacks go through, but it looks like he's got a plan that maybe revolves around a little more bulk than it does attack. Zephy Mastix, on the other hand, running a team that we saw a little bit earlier today. Yes, it does have that very popular Cordillera Corsola, but it's also paired with some things that are a little bit different that I think that it's really making their debut in Lille. We saw this Wireless before on Hikamu's team. Now we're seeing it once again on Zephy's.
We're seeing Wireless quite often in some of these end games here
I wonder
today.
if we'll see it in day 2 usage, to be honest. There seems to be quite a few of them that we've seen, even in the cast that you and I have had alone.
Exactly, and it seems so neutral into so many of the opposition teams. Very, very few Pokemon being able to do that super effective damage onto it that perhaps, and it gets moved so quickly that perhaps it's such a good safe swap for a lot of these teams.
I think that with the downfall of fighting type Pokemon, we don't see as many Primates or Annihilates or anything like that that can really pack a punch. Guess maybe the dark typing of this Wireless isn't as detrimental as it would have been a couple seasons ago when we saw Primates everywhere.
Absolutely, and you can see in this specific example, there are no Fairy types on Danny's team. The only Pokemon with access to a fighting move is the Dusknoir, which it does take a little while to get to, but as long as it doesn't pair against that, it looks to be a very safe swap in this game.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do if you're that side? Adane, honestly, the Fortress has like a pretty decent matchup because it is running Bug Bite, and since the Zoilis is part dark, it's going to be able to do some nice effective damage. Plus, it's not going to be able to hit very hard with those Dragon Breaths because of the Steel typing. So maybe if you're Dane, you're really relying on that Fortress because otherwise that Zoilis might go unchecked.
Anyway, it looks like we're locked in here, Amanda. We've got Zoilis into Dusknoir. Okay, well, this is the exact situation I said perhaps Zoilis doesn't want to see, but we're going to find out. Look how fast these Dragon Breaths get through to these moves, already building up to back-to-back body slams. We're going to find out what Zephy decides to throw, and it will be the Dark Pulse.
Going ahead, just throwing the heavier hitting attack, Dark Pulse for that Diggersby. I wonder if we'll see a swap out or if he's content to stay in this matchup because honestly, at this point, he can do whatever he wants. Ends up taking all of that energy with him, swapping out into the Gastrodon to just negate all the energy that Dane's built up with this Diggersby. The Scorching Sands will connect. It does have a potential to also lower the attack. We'll see he doesn't get that attack.
Absolutely smart to keep that move saved in his back pocket for Zoilis, and then swapping into the Gastrodon. Gastrodon, very tanky Pokemon. We've seen it time and time again here today, and I tell you what, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of it more tomorrow. Throwing the body slam here, and it should be enough to knock out from this point. We're going to see if Dane decides to shield.
I mean, really, really great play. Really great counting by Zephy there, throwing on nice timing and gets to see what's coming in. He still has a body slam actually stored, even though I don't think it will do too much to either of those Pokemon, but he might even be able to get to it. No, he's not able to get to it.
Tried to build
Fortress
to the Water
comes
Pulse.
in.
Almost got to that Water Pulse, but the Fortress was just enough to end up bug biting it down.
But this is kind of a precarious precarious position for Zeppi now because this Dusknoir has so much energy, and if you are as wireless, you don't want to come into a Dusknoir that can potentially dynamic punch you, which is exactly what happens here to this Unovan Stunfisk.
Unovan Stunfisk were able to take one, but it would not be able to take two. Zeppi has been counting the moves though, and decides to shield here and take shield this Shadow Punch and swap back out, knowing that he's got this Dark Pulse saved up.
Yeah, knowing that, okay, that Dusknoir is now plenty out of energy. Let's see what we can do. Still 2 Protect Shields remaining on the side of Danny.
Ooh.
Lets it go because he knows the Fortress has such a good matchup with this Wireless, hoping he just can completely farm it down, and that looks like exactly what will happen.
Potentially seeing, I've got 2 shields here, I'm just going to let it go anyway because I've got a good answer to it in the back, and if he does decide to bait me because I have all these shields, it would end up benefiting me.
Yeah, look at all of this energy on this Fortress going for the first attack here, but not before the Unovan Stunfisk gets to throw off its own. So much energy on Zeppi's side still. Don't count him out yet because you can see he's basically at 2, and this second one is going to put that Fortress in the red.
But you do have to bear in mind that Danny does still have that Protect Shield, and it's going to take a lot of energy to get back up to that point.
I like this play. This is what you have to do at the point. Neither one of these attacks are going to be doing so much damage, but it's the outcome of these attacks. Look at this. This is super effective, but didn't do very much. But it lowers the defenses so much that Zeppi's not even able to get to another attack, and Dane takes game number 1.
Well played by Zeppi.
Indeed, both of these trainers really putting it all on the line, and kind of like we discussed right before this matchup, Jay, Wireless can potentially go unchecked against this team, except for the Fortress and the potential dynamic punch from that Dusknoir. So I think that both of these trainers really tried to play it out to their win conditions, recognizing what their opponent might be trying to do.
I think, as you mentioned, the Fortress there, I kind of underestimated how good that would be against Wireless. It was absolutely chipping at it so quickly. It was absolutely peppering itself down. And I'll tell you, so there's 2 decent answers for it, but it's still such a safe Pokemon in general, I think, in this game.
I think it's a really, really interesting call, and I'm very excited to see how many dragons are going to be able to make it in that top 12 usage, because we know that we've seen a couple of Gudras earlier on in the tournament. We saw some Altarias. Seems like the dragons are back and ready to attack.
And it's so exciting that we've got such a diverse array of dragon-type Pokemon making it this far, whereas we look at fire-type Pokemon, there's what, 1 or 2 between like Charizard and Talonflame. You look at dragon types, we're seeing such a diverse amount getting so far in this competition.
You know, I mean, you're talking about diverse Pokemon. Go ahead, everyone, and take a look at the bottom of the screen here where the teams are listed out. There are 12 individual Pokemon there, so there is not a sort of any overlap in either one of these teams. This is a very unique team composition, and this doesn't happen all that often, but it does happen more and more often in our Tales of Transformation.
Absolutely. This season has been such a shift in the meta for so many different Pokemon. We're seeing so many different flyers, so many different dragon types making it so far in this competition. Just look at that, look at the little
yeah, little Murkrow.
Yeah, down
doing a lot of damage very, very quickly. And I think that it was very popular also in the LATAM region, and some people in North America have also adapted it. We haven't seen it so much in Europe, but Dana is saying, hey, no, don't count it out. Look how far I've made it so far into the losers finals. He's just got one more match to go, but Zeppi wants to stop him. Gonna stand in his way there, bringing in that Gastrodon up against the Diggersby.
And Gastrodon probably having the better type advantage here in this game. The Scorching Sands does do a lot of damage, however, on the other hand, which we're going to see straight away.
Both of these Pokemon fairly bulky. Diggersby does have a little bit more bulk to its name, but doesn't want to take the Water Pulse. The Attack Ball does help, though, at this point. Zeppi's still wanting to throw because he wants to try to either get a shield or some chip damage, and the shield indeed that he's going to get.
Zeppi with his trusty partner Pokemon, you can see it's shiny, it's best buddy. He has a lot of faith in this Pokemon, and he is going to see if he's going to, is he going to shield this second ground type attack from Danny, and he says, no, I'm not going to. Oh, and just about living in there. and getting the normal type attack off on this steel type. So it's not going to do a lot of damage, but it was still very cool that he lived that move.
Yeah, also very interesting because Dane's swap, yes, that attack's not very effective, but now he is switch locked into this matchup. So while he does have a quite healthy of a Diggersby, this Fortress is stuck in this matchup, which means if you're Zeffy, you get to completely avoid that Fortress on this Wireless, which happened last game. You're going to have much better matchups against that Diggersby and the Dusk Noir.
You absolutely do not want to see it in the back there, but it's not a great situation for this Tinkaton. It will happily take these Sand Tombs because they don't do very much damage, but the damage dealt on the other end is also very small, with Bulldoze not doing that much damage at all.
Yeah, Bulldoze has the potential to debuff the opponent, but meanwhile, Sand Attack is a guaranteed debuff. Neither one of these, absolutely what you said, they're not doing so much damage, but it is starting to wear off over time. And keep your eye on that switch timer, everyone, because these switch timers are going to be misaligned soon. That means that one of these trainers should be able to swap out. Looks like already able to do so. Both of them getting some defense drops here, but going for one more Bulldoze. Could this be enough?
Still sticking in there with a war of attrition. These two Pokemon head-to-head doing very slow and stable damage to each other.
Oh, poor Dane. They're not quite able to get off that last Sand Attack before going down, and now has to come back in with the Diggersby to be able to hit this harder hitting play rough. Does he recognize this is a bigger attack, or does he think it's another Bulldoze?
We're going to find out, and he lets it go, meaning it does over half the remaining health to that Diggersby. Diggersby now opting to throw the Fire Punch, which is a super effective move here, and it will be the one to knock out the Tinkaton.
Now going ahead, we'll take a peek at that back line there. That does not an immediate counter swap by both of these trainers. The ghost typing of this doesn't do too much for the dark, but the dynamic punch would hurt so bad that I think it will threaten the shields on the other side. Does Dane want to use his last shield here? Yes, he protects it up for that Dark Pulse, which is a great call. It would have done so much damage.
We're going to see some mind games here in the mind of Danny. He says, am I going to throw the smaller move, the bigger move? He opts for the smaller move. Zeffy says, I am absolutely reading none of that essay, and I'm going to shield this move, and ends up making the incorrect call, but it's such a dangerous game at this point. What do you even do?
He says, I'm not reading all that. I've got two shields. I'll just shield everything up no matter what. Shadow Punch, it doesn't matter. Charging up energy so quickly. Once again, keep an eye on that switch timer. This is exactly what Zeffy doesn't want to get. Patient as ever. 100 energy going for the body slam.
Absolutely fantastic play here from Zeffy, making sure he will not be caught on here, and ends up getting the normal type attack off on the first Pokemon and the dark type attack off on the second Pokemon.
It's found its targets in both cases here. One little one for the Diggersby, the big attack for the Dusknoir. Zeffy Mastic's taking game number 2.
Locked on and let fire. Fantastic play, again, as we've been talking about, from that Zweilous, a Pokemon we maybe didn't even expect to see very much of before this tournament began, but we're seeing it at the high end. We're seeing some fantastic plays from these trainers using their Pokemon, and it's been a very enjoyable experience.
You know what's very funny is most of the time in the Pokemon Go competitive scene, if we're talking about Zweilous, we're talking about Z Zweilous, the German trainer who's been able to make it so far in so many tournaments. The one tournament that he is not here, it looks like the Pokemon says, I would like a chance to be in the spotlight as well. I would perhaps like to be on screen just as often, and it looks like it is getting its wish because it's putting on some master classes.
ZZ is not here in person, but Z Zweilous is here to play.
Yeah, it's definitely here to play, to take a game number 2 in this losers finals round. As a reminder, these are best of 3 matches. That means this next round, whoever wins will be the deciding factor of who will make it into day 2. We'll begin to play tomorrow and have a chance to take home that Lille crown.
Both these trainers have proved time and time again that they are worthy of making it to day 2, but which one is going to be able to take it all in the dying embers in the decisive game number 3?
It's so exciting to see so many good players here. We showed a graph earlier on today about like the best trainers, and I would say that, you know, Colin 6, I think, is already out of the tournament. Glasgow Bolton, we just saw him win in his winners final, so he will still be going on. So there's still potential of a Lille regional champion of previous years to come back and take that throne, but we'll have to see for sure. And if I am a Glasgow Bolton, I'm already taking notes of all these other really good trainers, because it's like, okay, I'm definitely going to have to defend against some really big titans.
Lots of opportunity for young blood, as someone who has never won this competition before, to go ahead, step up, and take take the glory here in the Lille Pokemon Regional Championships.
Now, Zephy Mastix has been a champion in the past. Dane has always made very far runs, but hasn't claimed that title quite yet. This could be his tournament, but he's got to get through this Tinkaton first. Will he be able to do so? This is a big game for both of these trainers. Both of them staying in, just getting a little bit of energy here, going for that play rough right away on the Tinkaton, and I think they will probably see a Protect Shield on Dane's side. No!
Ooh!
Last second.
Leaving it to the last moment there. I do enjoy watching the Astonishes just chomp away at any Pokemon that is put in front of it.
Going ahead, and this is the heavy hitting attack. It is fairy, but it is part steel. Dynamic punch from a shadow Pokemon puts that Tinkaton so low, and he might be able to completely astonish down before the next one happens. That's exactly what he does. He might be down a shield, but he is up some energy.
Zephy had an opportunity to throw the Bulldoze there, but opted not to, and then let the Pokemon go down and straight into the next one to get the farm straight away.
Listen here, Dane's going for the 1-2 punch, but it's the big ones there, going for a dynamic punch right after dynamic punch, going for yet another before it even gets knocked out. This is Dane's first Pokemon, and it is putting in so much work. It's knocked out Zephy's first, and it's taken both shields.
What a play from that Dusknoir. We're going to see what Dane decides to bring in here against the Gastrodon. You'd expect to see the Murkrow, and we do. The flying type completely ignoring all the mud slapping damage.
Yeah, while it's ignoring the Mud Slap, it is a Pokemon that is not very bulky. You saw that just one Water Pulse got it so low. Trying to catch now on the Credilli, but at this point, he just might be giving some extra energy to that Murkrow. Watch it throw here. No Protect Shields remaining. This is going to do a ton of damage because it packs a punch.
And Murkrow is very squishy, and as you say, it is a glass cannon. It does so much damage because of its squishiness. It has such a high attack, and it wins charge type priority a lot of the time if that ever came down to it.
Sometimes when trainers are in this moment, when there is a shield left and you have a Credilli versus a Diggersby, you opt to throw the Rock Tomb at some point because you know that the Diggersby has to shield. However, Zephy went straight for that heavier hitting damage because he knows he's getting low on both ends there. There's only a little bit left on the Gastrodon. There's only a little bit left on the Credilli. He is able to make it 2-2. There's a Protect Shield. Is this where Dane wants to use it?
We're going to find out. Is he going to go for the trip that you mentioned? But no, ends up letting it go, and the Diggersby ends up going down.
He knows that he has a Protect Shield this up, but like you pointed out earlier, Jay, these Mud Slaps aren't going to be doing too much, but Murkrow doesn't have a lot left in the tank. Will he be able to get to another one? Going for the Drill Peck here. No Protect Shields on Zephy's side. Don is making sure to swipe all those bubbles. He wants this attack to knock out.
And I think this will be enough to take it.
Coming back
just
in.
About.
It's going for
it's
the
coming
fast
down
attacks.
to the
It's going all the way
my
down.
goodness.
Look at that HP left on that Murkrow. Barely anything. Donnie scrapes by the skin of his teeth.
It came down absolutely to the wire, but Dane WWW is now Dane WWW and goes through into day 2.
Congratulations to Dane, our Swedish trainer, going ahead and showcasing the power of prediction, the power of different Pokemon. If you remember, too, all 12 of the Pokemon used in those matchups were completely unique, and he is using a team that is rather unique overall to this entire tournament meta.
Going into that game, we were surprised to see 3 of those different Pokemon, and for that team to end up winning and going through to day 2 is very exciting times ahead.
One thing I would love to point out is when I was talking with Marcus earlier, he was talking about Dane's team, and a lot of people, when they're opting to run Murkrow, are choosing to run Shadow Murkrow because Shadow Murkrow has a lot heavier hitting damage. We saw how much damage that did to begin with, but now just imagine that 20% more.
Absolutely.
However, Arceus Aurelius, his counter argument was, you already hit pretty hard with this Pokemon. You need a little bit of bulk to it because it's not very bulky. And I would argue this very last matchup, if that was a Shadow Murkrow instead of a regular Murkrow, I think it might have gone to Zephy.
I absolutely agree. At the end of the day, it's one of those situations where it really is the dealer's choice. Depending on what team you're running, the little bit of bulk extra may have that extra detrimental effect, which it has in this case.
Do you mean the Lille bit?
Oh my goodness. I've made that joke already, Amanda. Come on.
Generous, I'll have to cross it off the list. Sorry. You're going to hear a lot more of them. But look at this. This is the moments that I'm discussing here. So Murkrow doesn't have very much health left. And think about all the attacks that it had already taken. So now it's really coming down to the wire. It's coming down to the fast attacks. And Murkrow just barely hangs on by one fast attack being able to take that third game.
It's these fine margins we're seeing nearly every game. It's so exciting. It could literally go down to anyone. These trainers are so strong. They all know what they're doing. They're very clever. Sometimes we see some fantastic catches. There weren't as many catches in that game, but the skill level of these players are absolutely unreal.
I mean, we saw in game number 2 that Zephy took. There was a potential win condition, a catch condition for Dane, and he even tried to get it. But Zephy just knew that the only way my opponent can win this matchup is if he catches the right attack that I'm trying to throw onto the Dusknoir. So I think you're absolutely right. Not only are you playing to your own win conditions, you have to play to the win conditions of your opponent, and you have to be thinking that far ahead, all in these split-second times that it takes to make a move.
Absolutely. There's so many different thoughts that you go through these trainers' heads in these split seconds. You have to make the right call at the right point. Sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming, but these players, they're calm, cool, and composed, even on camera, and I feel like that is a lot harder.
Well, speaking of being on camera, it looks like we're about ready to have an interview with our last winner, Dane WWW, with Inadequate, so go ahead and take it away.
Martijn Cyrus Inadequate here with the winner of the previous match that was Dane WWW versus Zephy Mastix. I'm here with the trainer who just got another W to his name. Dane, congratulations on that tremendous and close victory that you just had in that match. Can you tell us what went through your head in that final game there?
I was super scared at the end because...
Yeah, it's Halloween after all.
True, I've been fitting with the team, but yeah, also because... As most people know, Murkrow isn't the tankiest Pokemon, so I was very scared that we would end up like either in a tie or that I would just get farmed down by the acids, but luckily it worked out.
Murkrow is a very interesting Pokemon. It's a dark and flying type Pokemon. We've seen Galarian Moltres mostly. Why did you choose for the Murkrow?
I tend to lean towards Pokemon that are a bit more spammy, and it feels like even though Moltres isn't the slowest Pokemon out there, it's not the fastest either. So I tend to like the things that have like around 10 turns to charge moves. I play a lot better with those, and aside from like, as opposed to Bastiodons and stuff, that's not really my jam.
You don't like Bastiodon?
No, not a big Bastiodon fan.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm a really big fan of Bastiodon personally. Which Pokemon was the most important for you so far in this tournament?
It has to be either probably Murkrow or Diggersby. They've both been very good, and yeah, has lots of neutral play into most things. Even against the rougher matchups like Cradily and stuff, you can like play around with it, catch them here and there, and then yeah, you can make it out of.
Yeah. How did you get to Diggersby after all? Were you like so sick of Galarian Corsola?
Yeah, kind of, and it has play against most things that aren't or like Cradily is pretty bad, and Ferret, as we saw, yeah, and yeah, superior, yes. But besides that, it has play into kind of everything. It's one of the few ground types that can sort of hang with the flying types, as opposed to like K-Whack, which unless you're ahead on a lot of energy or they're down shields, then you really don't do anything. But Diggersby can kind of hang with the likes of Moltres and stuff decently.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's always been very good. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to family, friends, fans?
Well, yeah, of course I'd have to shout out my teammates, the Snover Tappers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you should know them pretty well.
Yeah, I think our co-caster Marcus played against
he does, and
a Rocket yesterday.
Yeah, and we've had pretty all right showing here as well. A couple of people that have made, or well, Galax that made day 2, and this RGR that's coming up shortly. So yeah, shout out to them, and thank you for helping me with practice and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you are now day 2. Galaxy Bolt has been doing really good, so congratulations to that, of course. And speaking of teams, would you like to join a new team? I'm looking for people to join Team Galactic. I don't know if you're like interested, maybe?
I could be. I've always been more like a Team Magma, Team Aqua kind of guy, I suppose. Really? But like Team Galactic is pretty cool. They're definitely better than Team Rocket, as some of your other co-casters are representing. You definitely have the upper hand there.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dane. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Have some rest, have some good food here in Lille, France. We're gonna go straight back into the battles, back to Amanda and Jay.
Oh, what's that I heard from production? Donnie's just been kicked from the tournament? That seems so sad. Apparently, he was like talking bad about Team Rocket.
I think you must have misheard what was said. What was actually said was he's doing really well in this tournament and he supports the best team, which I'm a part of.
Oh my goodness, I feel a little bit sad that I have not been recruited to the team, but we'll have to see if maybe more trainers will be recruited as day number 1 starts to close down and more competitors are going to be able to make it on to day 2. You know what, if he's already taken Donnie for your side, I'm going to go ahead and scope out the rest of the teams. Maybe we can recruit some more people for Team Rocket.
We've already found out who we've got next up on the screen. We've got Chris LB7. Fun fact, Chris LB is actually 461 on the GBL leaderboard.
He's a very good Go Battle League player. That is a different format, is the blind 3, where you just get to pick 3 Pokemon and you don't really know what your opponent could be having in the back, but he's a very good trainer. And this is actually what we call a grudge match, because these 2 trainers played earlier on to be able to see who would be able to make it in the winner's side of the bracket. Chris did take those games against Pine Tree 2-0 earlier on, but Pine Tree has been able to climb back up, and now they are meeting once again in this losers finals.
And it's so exciting to see that King Gambit in action. I'm very excited to see if it makes any play here on the stream.
So I've had some bad luck with kind of the unique Pokemon. Haven't really got to see them so much. I know when we were up before, there was a Jellicent. We didn't really get to see that in action. When I was up with Arceus Aurelius, there was this King Gambit. We didn't get to see it in action. Perhaps it is the Pokemon that Pine Tree needs to be able to beat Chris in this rematch.
I'm very excited to see if it does get used. Also, the use of Charger Bug. I'm really enjoying the use of Charger Bug this season against all the different varying flyers that we see. We didn't really see it much in the 2025 season. It seemed a little bit obsolete, but now it is so back, and I'm excited to see if that has any play as well into Chris LB.
Yeah, it's actually quite shocking. One of the reasons that you didn't see it as so often was because there was so many ground-type Pokemon. There's still all of those ground-type Pokemon, but there is more targets for it as well with the continuation of the waters and the flyers, so it doesn't surprise me to see that Charger Bug begin to ramp up once again. Really excited to see how these 2 trainers want to battle it out in this losers round. The winner of this will continue on to day number 2, and you know what? My good luck has just started to turn around, because there is that King Gambit on the screen. If you are not paying attention to your screens, click open this tab. You're not going to want to miss it.
King Gambit versus Corviknight, a classic matchup that we've seen several times before.
Going ahead and throwing the target here. Honestly, if you're Pine Tree, maybe you're not exactly wanting it to be on the Corviknight, although it is hitting for some decent damage. What you would more want to see it against is probably like that Dusknoir. But you know what? Beggars can't be choosers there, and going ahead and just comfortably taking this payback, because it's not very effective and still has a ton of energy, throwing right before the next air cutter.
Payback did do a decent amount of chip there, but for once in his life, Corviknight is doing a lot of fast type damage onto his opponent.
Yeah, going ahead and just being able to get to another air cutter. King Gambit has put in quite a chunk. If you're Pine Tree, you could potentially be using this moment here to see that small amount of health left on the Corviknight to be able to fast attack down, get a little bit of energy with whatever comes in. It's going to be that Charger Bug, but Chris doesn't want that to happen, immediately pivoting out into that Credilli, and I like this play by Pine Tree, saying I'm either going to get a shield or I'm going to get some damage off here with this X-Scissor, forcing the shield in this scenario.
I would like to say I'm very fortunate. The 2 Pokemon I really wanted to see, I get to see it in the same game. What a fortunate time for me.
Maybe, goodness, I need to pair with you more often, Jay. Shield coming up on the other side. This Rock Tomb from the Credilli would definitely hurt the Charger Bug. Not only that, it ends up debuffing it a little bit, so a quick pivot out into Pine Tree's own Credilli. We've got a mirror match going on, but Chris's is a little ahead on energy, and that means he's going to get to debuff first.
Yeah, as you say, that little bit of energy ahead really means that Chris can get that first debuff in, meaning the subsequential moves that Pine Tree throws will do less damage. So from this point, Chris does have the advantage.
Going ahead and throwing that Rock Tomb as well. Grassnot does do a little bit more damage, but I think he wants to also be able to lower the attacks a little bit, but in comes that Corviknight again just to completely refresh everything, able to make it up to this payback. This will do enough nice chunk of damage. There's only one Protect Shield remaining, and it is not used.
Oh my goodness, Pine Tree had the opportunity to throw the move beforehand, but didn't take it. Now throwing the move afterwards. Is this the right play, Amanda?
And sometimes chip damage is better than going down with the attack, but I mean, at this point that Credilli's coming back in, and in comes the Charger Bug. I think he saved it. I have to look and see for sure when the next screen comes up, which he could use potentially later for a swap. Yes, that's exactly what he did. So he could potentially try to catch a charge attack from Chris on that very, very low health Credilli, but we are going to stay in the match that's going on right now. Last Protect Shield as this next Rock Tomb's coming through.
Credilli throws the rock, but it will not squish this bug on this fine occasion as Charger Bug does manage to hold in there and throws the electric type attack onto the water type, which is super effective.
It is going to be, it is debuffed, so he's going to have to go up to another one. Meanwhile, Chris already at a Hydro Cannon here. Blastoise has been making it quite far from that top 12 usage. It means it's been chosen by a lot of players here, and I'm starting to be able to see why. Going ahead and throwing yet another attack. There's a tiny bit of health left on this Charger Bug and a tiny bit of health in Credilli. Jay, is it enough?
I don't know, Amanda. They're so close. No. We see so many of these games get so close. And Credilli does manage to live in there, and unfortunately Pine Tree's Credilli just didn't have the health to see it through.
Going down there, there's 2 Pokemon left, but unfortunately for Pine Tree, just not enough health left on either of them to be able to take both that Blastoise and also the end from that Credilli. Chris is technically up 3-0 to Pine Tree in their overall series so far, but we've seen so many reverse sweeps today that I'm not going to count Pine Tree out at all. This is his second tournament ever, Jay. He competed in Lille last year, and I believe this is the farthest that he's made it in a tournament. He's just 2 games away from being a day 2 competitor.
I am always going to root for the underdog, Amanda, and to hear that is inspiring me at this moment in time. To go essentially 3-0 down, to come back from that would be something miraculous. We're going to find out how these 2 trainers end up playing against each other, toying that in their mind.
Yeah, it will indeed be an underdog story for Pine Tree. The tree is still growing. We'll have to see if it will be continuing to do so after these matches. He just needs 2 games to be able to win. And a lot of times, I mean, you might feel that the momentum is in favor of one opponent, but it really is all about mindset, right? It's all about taking some chances, playing a little bit differently. We saw the King Gambit this time, which we didn't get a chance to see last time. Perhaps we'll go ahead and see him play this out one more time.
It's so interesting how this team, especially with a player that hasn't played that many of these tournaments, can get this far with King Gambit. I've also I've been told that Pine Tree actually beat Tauntaun earlier today.
That's a big accomplishment for a trainer that is so well accoladed like Tauntaun, but just being able to take someone down of that caliber has got to boost your confidence a little bit here, saying, okay, if I can topple one giant, surely Chris cannot be that difficult. Let's see if he's able to take him this time. This is not the route that he needs to be going here. Marowak up against that Corviknight in the sky, just launching that mud as high as it can go.
Marowak, please, throw the mud a little higher. It's a steel type, surely. It doesn't do the super effective damage that it perhaps wants to against a steel type, and then Marowak opting to throw the Rock Slide, which is neutral against the Corviknight.
Yeah, already knocking it down to the yellow, so that is pretty good. Chris going straight for the payback. It is the heavier hitting attack, and it gets the shield from Pine Tree. So actually the Marowak is still fairly healthy and still fairly close to getting to another attack. He will be able to get to another Rock Slide before. It looks like he's opting to throw right before that payback is available, and also in return getting that shield from Chris.
Chris deciding to shield here, smart as the sheer amount of energy that he now has on this Corviknight, deciding what am I going to throw, knowing that the Marowak was far away from a move. But Pine Tree switches into his King Gambit, the trusted King Gambit that we do love to see here.
Going ahead, he has a lot of energy, but this is also something you may need to save some shields for, because for those who haven't seen it that often, it's not the heaviest, it's not the bulkiest of Pokemons, but either is Blastoise, and this next foul play is already coming through before either Hydro Cannon on Chris's side is thrown, and no Protect Shield use. This is going to get the Blastoise very, very low.
Goodness me, I'm surprised I've not seen this Pokemon in action before. It seems to be running away with the competition here, Amanda.
Going ahead, throwing this first Hydro Cannon on Chris's side. No Protect Shield on the King Gambit. We see that knocked down to the low yellow, but there's still another one in store. store. This Blastoise is slow low. Does Pine Tree want to be able to farm, fast attack it down and come out with energy? No, choosing to let that King Gambit go and coming in now. Well, let's see what he wants to come in with. You see Chris already desperately tapping. He wants to get out of this matchup, doesn't want to give any farm to Pine Tree.
Absolutely not. Credilli comes in, and so does Chris's Credilli. But Pine Tree is slightly ahead on the energy, and as we've been talking about before, that is essential because this debuff that you get so early on means every move from that point, less damage is dealt. And getting the big damage in first, Pine Tree is in the power position in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. Chris had it in game number 1. Pine Tree one fast attack ahead, which made it so he could throw that Rock Tomb first, putting him in a good position here. Koning Lionheart in Frankfurt had a funny saying. He said, "Don't be silly, lead Credilli." I would argue, don't be silly, swap Credilli here, because seems to be a really good, safe swap for both of these trainers. Going for that heavier hitting Grass Knot instead, and now it's Chris's turn. He's actually opting to do the same.
Monkey see, monkey do.
No, they're plants actually.
Oh,
they're
sorry.
not
The plant see, plant do, as they say. And a big swap here for Corviknight coming in and throwing the heavier hitting payback against this Credilli. But Credilli just hanging in there.
Hanging in there, goes for one more attack, but the Corviknight just has so much energy. You thought that maybe it was just an air cutter. You thought it got to do it so quickly. Going for a payback after payback, knocking out the Marowak and coming back in with that Credilli. Chris is taking a dominant sweep into day number 2.
With a shield remaining and all 3 Pokemon still remaining. A fantastic display here from Chris.
Chris, a Spanish trainer, one of the trainers that we've seen. He hasn't competed in so many competitions, but when he has competed, he's really been able to make a name for himself. They joke around between him and Patoman because they're very good friends, and sometimes they have to play against each other in tournaments. This tournament is the tournament that Chris has made it farther than his friend Patoman, making it into day number 2 on the loser's side of the bracket, and looks like he's coming home with a lot of championship points.
Nothing to be taken away from Pine Tree. A fantastic display to get that far, having not played in many of these tournaments before, with an unlikely team of misfits. A true underdog story.
Very applaud. I think you already have your new favorite pick for this tournament. Unfortunately, he is knocked out since this was the loser's side of the bracket in a double elimination tournament. However, just like we discussed with championship points with Chris, Pine Tree is going to go home with a nice amount of championship points, some booster packs, some nice prize for participating in his second ever tournament. Not too shabby for Pine Tree.
Well deserved indeed. But we've got to have a look at Chris here. What a play, especially in that last game. It was so dominating.
Yeah, you see, like, he's not so expressive, but what you see is determination in his face. He knows his counts. He's been practicing. He knows the Pokemon he wants to use, and he sees his win condition after win condition, putting himself in the driver's seat the entire time, and he did not let his foot off the gas.
Some people, you see their face and you think, I can read exactly what this person is thinking. But Chris, he's got that poker face, and he's locked in, determined, and he is not letting on to anything on his mind.
Yeah, I think that Chris is one of those trainers where I've been liking to see him develop more and more throughout all of these tournaments. He's been playing absolutely incredible, and I think that also just showcasing these shows how good of the players that are in the loser's side of the bracket still are too. So there's the people who have gone through the brackets on the winner side who haven't dropped their matches yet. This was loser side bracket. I mean, these are still super high caliber players.
Absolutely crazy. One loss does not determine how good of a player you are. To get this far, especially the gameplay that we're watching at this stage, these players are so good. These are the loser side.
Yeah, exactly. And we're not done yet because there are still a few more matches. This is very, very big tournament, and we're going to go ahead and keep it on that loser's side of the bracket. We saw RGR playing a little bit earlier on when he was knocked down, and he is playing up against someone that, I mean, we know him from casting. We know him from playing in the regional competitions in both NA and Europe. We have Nighttime Clasher on the other side.
And we can see the Pokemon that we've seen a few times in this tournament, but maybe weren't expected to be brought. We've got the Pangoro on the side of RGR, and we also have the Steelix on the side of Nighttime Clasher. Two slightly outsider picks, you might say, but have been absolutely dominating here today.
Yeah, definitely true here. Pangoro, really, really good pick to kind of pluck off the top of the metas. You'd be able to use those close combats for the Credillies, those Night Slashes for the Corsolas or the other Ghost-type Pokemon like those Dusknors, and just kind of cleaning up with the other Pokemon that he has in the back. A little bit, things that have a little more bulk to their name, like that Gastrodon or like that Corsola.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, I've said it once, I think I've said it probably about 5 or 6 times. It's pandemonium today, and I've absolutely enjoyed watching playing. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, and I do love to give it a little shout whenever any opportunity that I can.
In last games, we saw Murkrow and the Inadequates and Donnie kind of discussed it. Moltres doesn't have slow pacing at all, but Murkrow just has a little bit faster of it, but Moltres has a little more bulk, has a little bit more stability, and it's very interesting that this Moltres is running Fly and Brave Bird. So of course, the Brave Bird being able to hit very heavy, but also lowers your own defenses.
So you have that option of what you might want to do. The Fly does do a lot of damage in itself, but Brave Bird, it does so much damage. And if you can land one of those and then swap away to remove the debuff effect, you can get such heavy hits in against your opponent.
So Nighttime Clasher, another fun fact about him is he was the first NA trainer to take a gold medal here from us here in Europe a couple seasons ago, playing against Tomahawk UK in the finals. He's been doing rather well throughout the tournaments, throughout all the seasons. He's been competing at the international championships. He's been competing at regional competitions, usually making a far deep run. It looks like he's on his way to try to do that again here in Lille, but he's got to make it through RGR first.
These are the losers finals. Just a reminder, the winner of this game will be progressing to day 2. The loser will unfortunately be left here in day 1. But to have got this far in general, absolutely fantastic players. We've seen RGR quite a few times today. He has done absolutely fantastic here on stream.
Yeah, a great player who was shouted out by Donnie as well. Him, Galaska Bolton, and Donnie are teammates and friends. So how incredibly fun is that 3 of them potentially could be making it on to date number 2. Nighttime Clasher as well has a lot of backers, people who he team builds with, who he team builds for. So it'll be very interesting to see how far he's going to take it with this team composition, most likely of his own creation.
Here we go, going into the first game here. We see the Panda, the shiny Panda. Very exciting. Pangoro versus Dusknoir. Dusknoir usually having these Astonishes do so much damage, but these ones are resisted. But you can see this Panda is taking still some quite heavy hits.
You know, I joke around that RGR and Galaska Bolton are friends, and I think it's very obvious by the way that they swipe their buttons. I only see 2 people with this sort of format, and it's those 2. So it'll be very interesting to see if he can make it on tomorrow. Then we can see how they play against each other. But continuing on in this, just getting a ton of energy, going for a Night/Bait. Look at the zigzag pattern.
Very excitable, making sure not to miss a single bubble here. Nighttime Clasher decides to shield the Gastrodon, and maybe a little bit scared of a potential close combat, but he has definitely got to be scared if he lets this one go, ends up shielding it.
That's a smart call, recognizing, okay, if that first one was a bait, he definitely has the energy for the next. But while now Gastrodon has a ton of energy, and he's going for a bait of his own, and he gets that last protection from RGR's side. Nighttime Clasher has to be careful though, because once the Talonflame gets up to a Fly, it's going to knock it very low, and he's right there. Will this be enough? It's not a boosted Fly, but it is a Shadow Talonflame.
The Shadow may make it enough damage to rip through the rest of this Gastrodon. Not quite enough. The Gastrodon is at the Water Pulse, and with good move timing, Nighttime Clasher throws the Water type move in against the Talonflame.
Yeah, risky and good move timing. How many times have you decided to go for one more fast attack and ended up getting incinerated down? Not Nighttime Clasher. He's able to almost completely farm down this Pangoro, but not before the Pangoro gets to a Night Slash. But I still think that Glyphosate has a lot of energy to boot now to whatever comes in the back. It's going to be that Tinkaton.
Tinkaton, a very tanky Pokemon. It may be able to make its way through the rest of the Pokemon here. We're going to find out as the game progresses. Tinkaton's got a lot of uphill battle to work through.
This is going to be an uphill climb as well for Nighttime Clasher, because if you take a peek, neither that Dusk Noir nor that Gastrodon has very much health left. He's got to make as much out of this Glycopod as he possibly can, but this Tinkaton is already up to a player up here. This will be enough to knock out. It's going to come down to pins and needles to the end of this. Will be enough fast attack damage from either the Pokemon and Nighttime Clasher's side.
You do have to bear in mind this Dusk Noir's fast attack Astonish. It just does so much damage. Oh no, okay, I thought it was the other way around it. But it turns out RGR ends up going down 1-0 to Nighttime Clasher in this first game.
Tinkaton did all it could. It lifted its mighty hammer, but in the end, the swings were too heavy as Dusk Noir was able to take it from him in the end there. Game number 1 going to Nighttime Clasher. One more win on his side puts him into day number 2. In the meantime there, if you're RGR, you have to think about what you need to do to get yourself back into these games. This is a big moment for these trainers, because you think to yourself, okay, I'm down, but I'm not out. I'm in that loser side of the bracket. This is my opportunity to be able to continue and make it on.
Interesting fact here, Amanda. Nighttime Clasher is running the Credilli, whereas RGR is running the Galarian Corsola, two Pokemon that we see very often put together in the same team, this time maybe separated.
Yeah, see, between these two trainers, we've gotten to see RGR a couple times on stream already, like you pointed out, Jay. So we're getting a little more familiar with his play style and the Pokemon that he likes to bring in. While we do know Nighttime Clasher because he's been performing on the mainstream a lot of times in different opportunities, we actually haven't seen him so far in Lille.
We haven't seen him this competition, but no surprise to us. We've seen when we are seeing him, it is in the losers finals. Usually, maybe you'd expect to see him in the winners finals, but to see him in a final regardless is no surprise to us.
Yes, great player. Talking with him earlier, he wants to continue to get those championship points, to see him at Worlds, and now this is a great lead for him in this position as well. This Corsola has nowhere to go against the Moltres, and you see an immediate pivot out to the Talonflame, but this isn't really a direct answer. But Nighttime Clasher stays in the matchup, because if you take a peek at that backline, neither one of those Pokemon actually really want to face Talonflame either. It's kind of a soft matchup.
It is a soft matchup here, but you've got to bear in mind what in the back would potentially want to see that Galarian Corsola. Nothing in particular, so he is saving a bit of it, leaving it in the back, ready to try and match it up against that Corsola once again.
Yeah, that's a smart decision. You have to take a look of your whole lineup of 3 and saying, okay, well, I still know that the Corsola is going to be somewhere. What do I want to come into it now? Protecting up this next flight would be enough to knock out the Gastrodon at this range, and just continuing to get a little more energy. 3 turn versus 5 turn is always a little bit clunky, but Nighttime Clasher going for the risky but correct 3 mud shots before throwing his next body slam, and RGR lets his Talonflame go down. There's still a body slam or a little bit of energy loaded on that Gastrodon.
Fantastic move timing here from Nighttime Clasher to get the 3 mud slaps in, and then throwing the water type move, which you wouldn't have potentially got to if you didn't do those every extra mud slap you could possibly get in that last encounter.
Absolutely. Being able to chunk away that Corsola before that Moltres comes back in is going to be proving vital here. Going for that power gem, there are protect shields left on Nighttime Clasher's side. There could be a potential bait, and it looks like Nighttime Clasher actually thinks that it is a bait, or he either wants to get energy on the Glycopod in the back, because that's super effective damage, and that Moltres is gone.
And that's all she wrote for that Moltres. Moltres was looking at a very promising position here, but if you look what RGR has in the back line, it's probably a good thing that it was let go.
Wow, really, really great timing by Nighttime Clasher there, throwing right before the attack is ready from the Corsola, and now getting the last protect shield from RGR's side. He's throwing that power gem once again. It was enough to knock out the Moltres, definitely be enough to put the hurt in the Glycopod, and in comes Tinkaton. This looks much more manageable from Tinkaton's side at this point, Jay.
It does, absolutely, but you've got to say it wasn't the correct call to let that move go from Nighttime Clasher, as this has a much more chance of dealing some heavy damage to the Tinkaton than perhaps the Moltres would.
Absolutely true. Tinkaton this time was in the back, able to completely seal the deal for RGR, taking game number 2, and now that means we are going into a decisive game number 3.
Decisive game number 3.
That's a song that we've been working on.
We need more work on it, I think.
Yeah, I think a little bit. But we check back tomorrow, guys. We're going to do great.
Day 2, second version of the song, shortly.
With more beeps than whoops.
Beep, beep.
So if we're going to look at these two trainers here, once again, reminder, losers finals, that means that it's really coming down to the wire for all of these games that we've seen so far. We've gone to so many decisive game 3s.
There's been so many decisive game 3s. There's been so many really tight matches where any player could have won it. It's so hard to decide a clear winner.
I know, and especially because the team compositions are quite different. Again, we talk about Pokemon that are different on each team. Really, if we're looking at this, the only similar Pokemon that they have is that Gastrodon. Everything else is a little bit different, which obviously means there's a different ways to play around. Nighttime Clasher, actually, in game number 1, he didn't have the greatest lead. In game number 2, he actually had the lead that he wanted, but still ended up losing that game.
Yes, it goes to show you, Amanda, is anything can happen in these games. You can have the most perfect lead, but still a little bit of dancing in the back and anything can happen.
I really liked what you called out before too. It's like, okay, it's true that the Talonflame didn't really have good answers for on the back of Nighttime Clasher, but at the same point, he needed to save that Moltres for that Galarian Corsola.
Absolutely. And here we are in the decisive game number 3, and we have two spooky Pokemon going at it. Astonish, Astonish, Astonish. I am astonished watching these two attack each other.
I'm astonished that Nighttime Clasher let RGR throw its attack first, because Shadow Dusknoir has a much higher attack than Corsola and able to get to its attack much quicker. But I think if Nighttime Clasher was just not wanting that to be able to be caught on anything else, especially something like that Pangoro. So going up and charging up a lot of energy, throws that super effective punch, and now we'll see what comes in the back.
Built up to 2 before doing so, giving an opportunity to then throw a move against whatever RGF had to bring in. This time it is the Shadow Talonflame. Nighttime Clasher appropriately reacting with one fast move, good move timing, and then throwing again.
It's very interesting to see how Gastrodon has now become a bit of a Talonflame counter, and that is, even though it is a water-type Pokemon, it does have a water-type attack, but those ground-type fast attacks are really not doing too much. Going for that heavy-hitting Water Pulse. Water Pulse is the more effective attack, and it does get that last shield from RGR's side. Where is Gastrodon going to go? Will he be able to get to another one, or is he going to use his shield? We might see an aggressive farm down. No, RGR doesn't want to risk it going for the attack.
No risking it for the biscuit for RGR, who ends up throwing the move. Nighttime Clasher letting this one go. It's so close to going down anyway. Probably the right move.
Yeah, but look at this Fury Cutter as a fast attack. It's a bug type attack. It doesn't do too much at all to the Corsola or the Talonflame, but he's got to get up a ton of energy to throw at the Pokemon that's in the back. He's still going ahead, and just look how much those fire attacks are just melting away. Now going ahead and swapping in, going ahead and letting these attacks go into the Tinker Tail.
RGR did try to catch the move there, but Nighttime Clasher ended up holding through and making sure that the right move was on the right target. It just so happens it would have been the same move anyway, but making sure that is the key fundamental point.
I mean, energy management is going to be absolutely key for Nighttime Clasher here, so he wants to be able to do it, and this is also a key for him. This could be the key, in fact, to victory, because this heavy-hitting play rough is hit onto this low-health Dusknoir, giving Golisopod all of the extra time and energy it needs to be able to get to its next attack.
What a catch from Nighttime Clasher, and this could be all she wrote, as Nighttime Clasher goes through with the Aqua Jet and lands on the Tinkaton.
Being able to get to this next Aqua Jet, he's not able to make it quite in time. RGR is able to make it to the fly. No Protect Shields, all the bubbles being swiped.
Oh my goodness, Amanda. RGR, I thought this could have been over. Nighttime Clasher with the overfarm to try and get the extra energy that was needed to take down that Talonflame, but it wasn't enough. RGR had the right amount of energy stored on that Talonflame to take it through. Only one Incinerate away, and it just about pipped to the post. Nighttime Clasher taking away the win from his hands.
Nighttime Clasher did everything he could in that scenario. He was out of shields. He had an amazing catch at a strange timing to be able to even throw your charge attack. But RGR, you even saw it on his face, was thinking that the game was over from him now that he lost this attack. But in the meantime, being able to get that one Incinerate, being able to reach that fly just before the Golisopod was able to get to its attack. Congratulations, RGR. We'll see you in day number 2.
I was also thinking it might have been over for him when he was tapping those extra, getting the extra energy in. Yeah. I thought surely he's going to get this move in before the Talonflame gets to the move. But fantastic play. Well done, RGR. Congratulations on my behalf as well.
Yeah, really, really well played. Unfortunately for Nighttime Clasher, he is out of this tournament, but going home with a decent amount of points and a decent amount of pride. He said himself, he played very well in this tournament, but in the end, not quite enough to be able to take it from the jaws of defeat there. Really, really fantastic plays by both of these trainers.
You really do expect Nighttime Clasher to get this far in the tournament, and he's such a formidable opponent. For RGR, this is a very, very good win, and he should be proud to be going ahead to day 2.
I know that I've said it a couple times in this, but I'm really watching like the North American circuit, the LATAM circuit here in Europe as well, and we have a really good mixture of players who have been around for a very long time, who are well established, who are well known within the circuit, and then so many new faces, like people who have maybe been around but haven't had the opportunity to really shine, and seeing them be able to shine recently in these tournaments, be able to make day 2s, be able to make it farther than they've ever made it in tournaments before is absolutely incredible to see, because that just shows the growth of not only the game but also the skill level of all the players involved.
Fantastic performance. And as you're mentioning there, it's not all about the same players over and over again. You do see sometimes an unexpected player make it to day 2, and I personally feel those ones are the most exciting ones to be looking at, because perhaps you've never seen them before. Someone watching the stream has never seen them before, but you know everyone else, so you might think, oh, maybe this is someone I'm going to see again, a new character emerging.
And even so, like, that's what we try to do at the beginning of the stream. We give the people at home some players to watch in the bracket, some players to keep an eye on. But even it goes to show that some of these really, really great named players, they just don't have the tournament. Sometimes it's just not in their favor because someone else has played better, has brought the one Pokemon that ends up wrecking their whole team composition or their whole idea. And I tell you what, like, we love to see all these new fresh faces.
It goes to show you can build your team constantly to the meta. You can be changing it, trying to adapt to every new Pokemon move that is coming out and everything. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just can't be completely there in terms of Wiggly Tough. Wiggly Tough might beat your whole team.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of luck, it takes a lot of skill, and it also just depends on the opponents that you're playing and the team compositions that they have. Speaking of team compositions, these two trainers played earlier on in the day. This is the second grudge match that we've seen, and this is going to determine who will be making it on to day number 2 in Group D between Snowman, which we believe we discussed. I also can't say it very well because it's a Dutch name, so I usually just call him Snowman, versus Cashton, player from France.
If you do recall, Snowman, I call him Snowman, didn't manage to win this last time, but Cashton, a real formidable opponent here. I did an interview with him earlier, a really nice, sound man.
Yeah, but was anything that you could glean from his plays from the interview that you had with him?
He really, really liked his Empoleon, which I would say is maybe a bit of an outlier in his team. I would previously say that it was the Zweilous, but we've seen so many of them now that it has to be Empoleon.
Empoleon has been making quite a few plays. It does have a decent amount of wiggle room against Snowman's team, which is that Scissor, Altaria, and Azumarill, but that's not the matchup we're seeing right now. We've got to be careful here, going straight for that bait attack here on the Furret. But if it doesn't get a shield, this is going to be great. And a last-second shield by Cashton, because that Trailblaze would have done so much damage. But until this, man, worse for the wearer. Snowman says, first I get your shield, now I get your energy, and now let's see what you want to do.
This has been a fantastic beginning of the game for Snowman. He is absolutely cooking, some may say. But Cashton does now get the pick of the bunch of what he wants to bring in against that Altaria, and opts for his Empoleon.
Now, Empoleon does not necessarily want to take this attack, but it's not going to be doing horribly too much damage. But overall, just being able to get up energy so quickly, he's got to go for those drill pecks. It's going to be a little bit heavier hitting. Those Hydro Cannons aren't going to be doing too much Altaria, despite it being that same type attack bonus. And first drill peck going through almost up to the next one, right at the same time, charge attack priority.
And it seems the Empoleon has won. Snowman saying, okay, I forfeit this, and I'm going to let this one go down.
Going ahead and just probably getting a little bit of energy with whatever comes in. That Empoleon is pretty low and also energy dry at this point, as Cashton used both of his drill peck to be able to knock out the Altaria. Immediate pivot now into that, and now met by the Azumarill. even though this is another catch, I think Kashtan is much happier with this attack landing on the Azumarill than it was on the Altaria.
I do think Kashtan would want to throw this Bone Club as it being the stab move, a little bit cheaper, and does do decent damage output anyway. As you can see, he's throwing when he does have the choice to do so, when it's not being caught.
Going ahead, throwing the next one here. He does have a little bit of energy advantage, and also that Shadow type Mudslap damage is just doing quite a bit. Third one already ready. Snowman was hoping to go for a complete bubble down because this Azumarill will come out with a nice chunk of energy, but forced to use his first Protect Shield here to keep it nice and healthy. In comes the Empoleon to try to take away all of that energy the Azumarill built up. Play rough coming through.
Perhaps got a little bit greedy to go over and not let that energy go, but ends up winning overall in that situation in this last Pokemon, which is Cradily.
I tell you what, if we're talking about farm down opportunity, this could be decent for Kashtan as well. He's using his Protect Shield against a super effective Ice Beam, but the Snowman doesn't want to take his foot off the gas either. He's already at a Trailblaze at the same time that the Rock Tomb is going to be available for the Cradily.
Now, this is a neutral attack. It would be super effective if it was a pure Rock type, but it is nullified and neutral against the Cradily. But from this point, the attacks are going to be all ramped up. But hold your horses, Amanda.
They're whole.
Because now the attack's going back down to where it once was from.
Well, speed your horses up, Jay. Because now it's about to go back up from the Trailblaze. Its Trailblaze will connect. It has been debuffed, so it's at its regular stage, but it still puts that Cradily down super low, able to get to the next Rock Tomb. It's going to now come down to fast attack damage. Keep your eye on that Azumarill. Keep your eye on that Cradily, because it's going to see who is going to be able to survive at the end with just a little bit on both of the teams.
Another game down to the wire, and who's going to be the one to win it? It's the Azumarill.
Azumarill, just the bulk of it being able to outlast that Cradily just a little bit more. And at this point, Snowman has taken yet another game from Kashtan, one game away from being in day number 2.
We've seen Snowman do it before. Are we going to see him do it again? A fantastic game. And to be honest, it could have been anyone's game. Snowman made those really good plays at the beginning of the game, but Kashtan ends up playing very well throughout the game and ends up making it so close that it came down to who could have the fast attacks come through slightly faster.
There's so many games that we've seen today, Jay, have really come down to this, like down to the absolute wire, down to one fast attack damage. You can see these two trainers kind of talking it out, and honestly, I don't blame them, because when you've made it this far in a tournament and it comes this close to being a game decisive moment where you're either moving on to day 2 or you're out of a tournament, I think you need to take all the time in the world to discuss it out.
Absolutely, and the Pokemon themselves have spoken volumes. They've said, I've put everything on the line here. So for Kashtan to have a discussion about this first game, I completely understand. He wants to say, did anything change?
Yeah, exactly true. And we'll see if it will be. That's why we do have these judges here. In the meantime, we do get to kind of have the sneak peek behind the scenes and see how these trainers have been playing against each other throughout this day. This, once again, is what we call a, quote, grudge match, which means that they've played each other earlier on. We just saw Chris play against Pine Tree in a grudge match where he did take the games both in the winner's side and the loser's side of the bracket. Snowman looks like he could be well on his way to be doing the same thing.
Very interesting to see some of these players, top players, playing against each other time and time again in a tournament. Very cool, in a double knockout tournament, to play against each other, the same people. It's a testimony to the skill level of these players.
Yeah, we're talking about skill level. Look at these accolades here from Snowman. He's been top cutting. Look at this, UIC top 32 in both 2024 and 25. Also Liverpool top 8 and Utrecht top 16 back in 2023.
Many accolades for this particular trainer. You can't put anything on experience. When it comes down to it, you can see that he's put a lot of time into it, and he's done very well. Kashtan ended up in top 4 in the regionals in Dortmund. Maybe not as many accolades, but a very good one to make it that far in the tournament.
Absolutely, and a lot of the French battlers know him and have become friends with him throughout the time that he's been playing. I'm sure he has a lot of support from the crowd, from people who are wanting this maybe trophy to stay in this region. Lille is one of the trophies that actually, has always gone to a contender who has been from somewhere else.
Oh, really? Well, in football, you have the 12th man, the crowd that supports you. I suppose the crowd on this side would be the second man.
Oh, perhaps. We'll have to see how they want to play this out. Again, you can see that both of these trainers are kind of thinking about how the game went down, making sure that they got all of their attacks through, all of the energy counts. Because at the end of the day, which we're very well nearing, one of these trainers will not be making it on to day number 2. This is the losers finals in a double elimination tournament. We had up to Group H, and this is Group D, so one of the first 4 groups to be able to make it this far.
I've just heard that the match is now under review, so there's going to be a little bit of time before the next game is played.
And that'll take all the time that they need. Like we said, we're getting near the end of the day, so it's actually quite interesting to see how the trainers have been playing throughout the day, all the different team compositions. We talked about that Zweilous, we talked about that Empoleon, so it could be any sort of in-person's game at this point.
I'm very excited to see if we do see the Zweilous again used in the next game.
Yeah, we saw it in that previous game, right? I mean, there's been quite a few trainers who have brought Zweilous to this. I believe Kashton brought it against Snowman earlier, but I cannot recall precisely because, in fact, we've seen so many of them in play. Do you remember by chance?
I tell you what, I've seen so many Zweilous today.
Exactly.
I feel like that's all I can see. When I close my eyes, all I see is Zweilous at this point. But you have to look on the other side and see, is Zweilous even viable? You've got that...
Yeah, I mean, Zweilous is a kind of a dangerous pick against Snowman's team because Azumarill just walls it completely in both its fast attacks and its charge attacks. With the Dark Pulse, body slams can start to add up, but it's just not that much damage. Altaria, you know, they can go toe-to-toe with each other, but again, like, even though Shadow Scissor is pretty squishy, being that steel typing, it's going to kind of, you know, deflect that Dragon Breath damage.
And absolutely does not want to see the Azumarill.
Yeah, exactly. Azumarill is one of those Pokemon. It's been around since the start. It's going to be around, I think, for a while. It's one of the first Pokemon that I think I ever used inside the Go Battle League or in any sort of a PvP circuit.
While we've got this match under review, it seems we have a Pokemon Spotlight.
I would love to see it. Show us what you got.
Oh, Cradilly. Cradilly that we've seen. Fast move recommended is Acid, but we do sometimes still see it with Bullet Seed, the 3-turn fast attack, and it does get to moves very quickly. Acid, I'd say equally as quick. These two very fast moves going through, and you want to get that, essentially, if both moves are neutral, you want to go for that Rock Tomb. It does dependable damage, and it also gets that debuff guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that a lot of times all of the Cordillies that we've seen so far, at least on stream, have been running that fast attack of Acid because it was recently updated in the last moveset update. But you're absolutely right. Bullet Seed is still a viable option for a lot of trainers. Rock Tomb, yeah, the guaranteed debuff. We've seen that so many times so far today. It's no surprise that Cordilly is our top used Pokemon in day 1 here in Lille.
Very exciting, and I do enjoy watching the debuff effect and the satisfaction the trainer throws it must be getting within themselves to know that your Pokemon's not going to do as much damage as mine.
And we've just gotten word from the judges that there is not going to be any rematch for game number 1. How close that came down to just the smallest of margins. But it is going to go to Snowman, so he is going to be able to take that game number 1, which means he just needs one more game to go to be able to put him into day 2.
Very exciting. It has all come down to the crunch now. The losers finals. This is Group D, remember, Amanda. And remember, whoever wins this will be going through to day 2, and whoever loses will be going home, but not going home empty-handed.
No, lots to play for here. Lots of points on the line, packs and prizes galore, and there's been so many cool events that are going on too. I know that a lot of trainers, they like to compete if they're out on day 2 in the different tournaments that you could potentially get more points or go get stuff from the prize wall, do little activities that are around. I saw you wanting to color earlier on. I was like, no, Jay, you got to come back. You got to cast.
I know, it's a real shame, but I saw there was a Mareep, and I really fancied coloring it in, but Amanda told me no.
Yeah, well, he was going outside of the lines, and I was like, okay, yeah, we just don't have time for it right now, but maybe later on this evening we'll take a coloring sheet home for you. You can do it, and you can put it back up on the wall tomorrow, and we can also put that up, crown it, as well as crowning the champion of this Lille Regional Championship.
Maybe I could give my Mareep to
I'm
them
sure they
as a reward.
Would. Yeah, I'm sure someone would like that. People would like that.
You can put it on the fridge.
Yeah, people could. Someone maybe somewhere good.
Okay, it looks like the game is just about to start here. Game number 2. Remember, Snowman is 1-0 up after the review was nullified.
Ooh, and this is looking great for him too. That scissor immediately into that Credilli and a quick swap out into that Marowak here. Trying to catch again a Bone Club like he did game number 1, but Cashton being a little bit more patient with the throwing and going for that heavier hitting Rock Slide. Now, Altaria is very bulky. It can take this.
It can take this. Cashton very vigilant this time, where a catch was made last game. It could have had the detrimental effect. In fact, it probably did have the detrimental impact on the win there in that last game. But this time, Cashton says, no, I'm not letting that go.
Go ahead, the Sky attack enough to knock out the Marowak. It was at another attack here. Now coming back in with the Credilli. Smart play by Cashton. Honestly, either Pokemon could have done well against the Altaria, but he saw from the beginning that that Scissor does not want to face it with the Credilli, at least Credilli without 0 energy. So just continuing to farm up. We might even see an aggressive farm down. Is that even possible? He might have to throw, or no, yes, going to throw right at the last second here before the next charge attack goes through. Doesn't want to have to use a shield on the Credilli.
Good calculation here from Cashton to throw the move just in before Snowman ended up at the move.
Going ahead, coming right back in with that scissor here. Now this is shadow damage, just going to be doing a lot. That Credilli is low. Will it be able to hang on? Cashton lets it go down, and he will be able to throw this rock tomb.
Just about, and even though this move is resisted, it does so much damage into a shadow Pokemon. You're going to see it. Oh my goodness, it was enough to knock it out.
Enough to squash that bug, and now both of them swapping into their essentially last full Pokemon here. We have a Napoleon up against that Furret. 2 shields remaining on Snowman's side. Going ahead and protecting up this, wants to keep it as healthy as possible because this Community Day Hydro attack works and hurts so hard.
Here we see the Furret throwing the grass type attack. Now this isn't a super effective attack as you would expect on most water type starter Pokemon, but the steel typing of Empoleon means it's a neutral move. But big for the Furret, the move is now buffed up, meaning every subsequential move that Furret throws from here out will be 1 stage buffed.
Yeah, going ahead and just using the last protection. Cashton needs to be able to get to an attack before the 2 Swifts are available. Going for that last one here. No Protect Shield remaining. Looks like Snowman might be out of luck here as this Furret is connected. It's still able to hang on by just a thread here, but it's able to get knocked down, and Cashton takes game number 2.
Another very close game. 2 moves were held by the Furret in the Dying Embers there. If the fast attack of Sucker Punch was able to knock down the Empoleon, perhaps both those moves been thrown through would have taken the shield and then taken the win afterwards.
Yeah, completely close games. We saw that there was just a very, very low health Credilli in the back that had knocked out the scissor. Very quick fingers by Cashton being able to completely swap out to save that for later, because we saw both that Furret and the Empoleon go down at the exact same time.
A very big moment here for the Cashton, having taken that catch in the first game. Predicting maybe Snowman will try this again. Tried it again, but this time Cashton says, no, I am not having any of that. I'm going to carry on tapping through, and this time it did pay off for Cashton.
And I've been loving this so far today, seeing some of these matches and recognizing that, you know what, just because you lose the lead is not an indication that you're going to lose that matchup, because if you just look on paper and you say, oh my goodness, we have that Credilli up against that Shadow Scissor, it's game over. Absolutely not. Even swapping in a Shadow Kanto Marowak and being met by an Altaria in the safe swip, a lot of players would maybe feel a little bit downtrodden about a scenario like that.
Absolutely. Now, I'm trying to think of what both players are thinking here, moving into decisive game number 3. We're at that point yet again, Amanda.
Here we go.
We do love a decisive game number 3. And I'm trying to think, are these trainers going to bring in anything different this time? Something that the opposition hasn't seen from them? Because you've got to remember that these two have played each other before. Is anything outlandish going to happen in this last game to maybe throw off the opponent?
The only thing I could potentially think of that could be doing some damage from Snowman's side is that Unovan Sunfist, but it really only has the target in that Empoleon. But Empoleon, for Cashton's side, is coming every single game. So do you take that risk? Do you take that potential rock, paper, scissors scenario? Because if you don't find that Empoleon, you're kind of out of luck.
Well, we're about to find out as the teams have been locked in. We have Credilli on the Azumarill.
Going ahead now, it's Snowman who's going to be swapping out immediately into that Furret. A very safe swap for him in this scenario, but that Rock Tomb is going to be able to go off first. That means it's going to be debuffed before the Trailblaze hits. So even though the attack will be buffed after this point, it's our whole horses scenario all over again.
Holster your horse here, Amanda, because lots of ups and downs are about to happen between these two Pokemon, if any shields are involved, that is. Trailblaze does end up going off on the Cradily, not doing too much damage after it has been debuffed.
Going ahead, and Cashton's actually staying in this matchup, recognizing he has another good answer for Azumarill in the back, being that Empoleon. It's also probably a good indication to Snowman as well, because, I mean, the fact that he didn't swap out and the Cradily is quite low gives a good indication there could be something else in the back. I think we're going to see that Scissor come in, and hopefully we see a quick pivot out into now the Azumarill in the back, and now the Kanto Marowak is a little bit ahead on energy. It's going to be able to throw before any attack is available from the Azumarill.
These bubbles are doing some very high damage to this Marowak here, and even though the pacing to the Bone Club is a bit faster, I think that in conjunction with the Ice Beam and the bubbles, I do think the Azumarill has the better opportunity here.
You see both of these trainers kind of smirking a little bit here. I think Cashin has a big plan in mind here. Both of these, again, said before, go quite well against the Azumarill. It doesn't surprise me to see this Cradily come in. He's just going to kind of either sack it, essentially. He wants to be able to get this Azumarill down as low as possible because he knows having two shields to hide behind with Empoleon could be really great against this Scissor in the back.
At this point, Cashton has seen the entire team of Snowman and he knows exactly what he wants. You've got to bear in mind, at this point, both trainers are still sat on two shields, so this is anyone's game.
And Shadow Scissor, of course, wins charge attack priority as a very high attack. First one not even shielded up by Cashton because he knows he's at an attack. These bullet punches aren't going to be doing too much because of the steel typing, but Empoleon still has to put in a lot of work. Only one protect shield remaining on the side, and only one Pokemon left on the side of Snowman as well.
Do take into account that Night Slash does have that chance of buffing, and I feel like because he didn't get that chance on the first attempt, he's now going for the guaranteed buff of the Trailblaze, which is slightly more costing, but more guaranteed that the fast attack damage will hit.
If you're keeping track, if you're looking at the bubbles, you see that there are two Hydro Cannons loaded. You see Cashton smiling, he's cheering, he's recognizing if one's not gonna do it, the second one might, but there is a charge attack priority first.
We're going to have to stand by here for one moment while this attack goes through and the shield goes up. But wait, hold those horses again, Amanda. Wait for it. Here we go. Cashton ready to take the final Pokemon away from Snowman. A fantastic set of 3 games. To go from 1-0 down, a questionable 1-0, there was a bit of a debate after that first game, to end up taking it back shows true grit and confidence from the trainer. Cashton, who only has that one accolade, remember, but looking to add to it this weekend.
Cashton adding some accolades to his name. A French battler who says, remember who I am because this is going to be my tournament. Talking with him a little bit earlier on, he was very confident in his gameplays, about his play style. It's exciting to see him make it so far, especially in this grudge match scenario, because a lot of times, you know, with trainers, being able to be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket by the trainer and then having a chance to face him again, then losing that first matchup, you kind of could feel deflated, but not Cashton. He ended up taking all of that knowledge and he turned those losses into knowledge building moments where it ended up, you know, really sealing the deal for him in the end.
Really, really well played by Cashton from taking for the loss overall on the first time, and then taking all that information aboard, really cramming in, thinking, what can I do here? Taking a moment between the first and the second game, really summarizing what can I possibly do here to overcome, and then to actually do it and end up winning 2-1 on the set, going through to day 2. Well done, that man.
Absolutely incredible plays there. Each game coming down to the absolute wire, but both of these trainers had a plan and both of these trainers executed it really well. You saw that Snowman's face wasn't even sure if he was going to be able to make it, but took game number 1 in incredible fashion, and then this game 2 just coming so close. He just needed one more match to be able to take this win, but Cashton says, nope, not on my terms.
Not on my terms. My home field advantage. Maybe the second man came into full effect here, Amanda.
Going ahead and taking this, we see the kind of an exchange of charge attacks. One Hydro Cannon for you in replacement for one Night Slash for me. And you know what? I'm feeling generous. How about another Hydro Cannon to seal the deal? Gaston pumps his fist. He's making it on to day number 2.
You have to be so happy for him. Having not made it that far in many tournaments before, this must feel so good for him.
I think that a lot of times, we kind of said it before, this is the name that's super well known by trainers who are in the circuit, also in the grassroots scene, but maybe not someone who's really had their breakout or standout moment. Last season for us, we had so many newcomers come to the scene who had their best finishes was the grand finals and ended up getting the tournament. It's like, yeah, of course, that's it. That's anyone's best finish.
No, you can't get any better than that, Amanda, to be fair. Well played by both these. And so many of these games today, they've been so close. You really couldn't put much more on it. The skill level of these players is much beyond my own. I'll tell you that for one thing, Amanda. I'm really enjoying watching such close games, close finishes, and watching how one slight little moment in the game, a catch or throwing one over alignment, can make a win, can make such a great moment for these particular trainers and end up taking them through onto the next day.
And if you think day 1 is good play, well, we have such a treat for you for day number 2 as well, because this is the players who have been doing so well, the ones who have, you know, won these nitty-gritty battles or have not even lost rounds yet, coming in from those winners' side of the bracket. By tomorrow, we will crown a new champion of Lille, just like we had crowned in Frankfurt earlier this year. And if you need a reminder about our very first tournament of this 2026 season, we have a little video for you starring our man, Inadequence.
Oh, did he win it?
Oh, actually, I don't really remember. Do you think it was him?
Oh, we're going to find out.
My name is Martijn. My in-game name is Inadequence. It feels fantastic to win my second championship.
Mudslap might be enough. Mudslap is enough. Giratina returns. Inadequence is your Frankfurt Special Event Regional Champion.
Key decisions were very much that I often needed alignment in my games, especially being 3 times weak to a Pokemon like Cradily, and that knowing my opponent would always bring a Pokemon like Azumarill or Galarian Corsola. I know that I can read which Pokemon my opponent will bring and the answers that I need to bring. Even if one of their Pokemon looks so good, I can basically bring 2 of mine that counter it, and it would be a decent match. I anticipated a lot of Cradily, a lot of Galarian Corsola, a lot of Marowak, and that's kind of what I built around. I'm not going to say that my meta call for this tournament was great, because I saw a lot of Furt in this tournament, and my team was not great into that. But if you don't face them, you won't have that problem. I really wanted to make Giratina Altered work, so that's what I built around. And then another Pokemon that really caught my eye was the Shadow Talonflame, which is excellent at forcing switch advantage, which could be really important in this meta. I practiced mostly against a lot of meta teams, and that even includes a Dunsparce. My opponent in the Grand Finals had that Dunsparce, and even though the Dunsparce looked so good into Giratina Alt form, I knew it wasn't, and my opponent didn't know that as well. So he answered my Giratina with Dunsparce, and then Giratina just wins. So just having like that knowledge ahead of time, it helps that you can see the opponent's team ahead of time when you're getting into day 2. So you can prepare a little bit in your head what you're going to do and strategize. It's not just at the tables that you have 2 minutes to go. No, you basically have like a pre-game already deciding what you're going to bring in. I make graphics regarding usage and teams for the Go Battle League, but also for the official and grassroots tournaments, and I think it's very helpful to help the community improve. I think it's important. It's important for me as a content creator and also a caster that the game is easy to step into for newer players, and I would like to give the tools to those newer players to step in. Of course, you have to catch Pokemon, race them, but playing PvP is a whole different game. This win changes nothing for me because I already booked the trips to the other regional championships within Europe as well, so I will keep competing. I want more medals. This is number 7. There's only more to get, and also trophies.
That was a really inspiring story of an inspiring trainer. And that's Lou the Pikachu who did that interview. Everyone wants to be like Lou the Pikachu.
I hate blue Gastrodon. Pink Gastrodon's better. That is my message to Lou.
I've always been pink Gastrodon.
Really? With your blue hair?
I'm sorry, I got to disappoint my favorite Gastrodon with his blue hair. But that's why, that's just because I wanted to take after my idol, Martine. Can you coach me, please?
I'm Cyrus, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Our next match is going to be Maximilian versus M.E. Weedle. He does not play a Weedle, but he does have other cool meta
Does
Pokemon.
he have bug types? I believe that me Weedle's favorite type is the bug type.
He never runs the bug type.
Well, maybe he should start running some more bug types. I remember he won the Senior World Championships with a Raquinid.
He did, actually.
He did. I'm not making it up. So he's a bug fan for sure.
And he claimed that was his favorite Pokemon, only to be never used again.
I remember he used it once, but I can't even remember if he did any well with it. So maybe time to bring back the old times.
The old classics, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, why not try to repeat history if success was guaranteed with that Pokemon, right?
Exactly. Now I know Maximilian is the one running the bug type because he's been running Gillespie all day.
Yep, it's been a Pokemon that he's been relying on, not only here, but also at the World Championships. Yeah, take a sip of water there. You're going to need it if you want to stay focused on this match here right now, because this match determines which trainer we will see back tomorrow here in Lille. And it's going to be an interesting one. Maxi kind of bringing, you know, speaking of old classics, we see the Galarian Moltres, Steelix, Galarian Corsola, Goliathspot. Those were all on his Worlds team. I don't remember if he had Gastrodon or Shadow Marowak there.
I can't remember. I believe he had a Shadow Marowak at Worlds.
Yeah.
Careful with the tools you have in your hand. And here we see Maximilian, Worlds top 8, Utrecht top 8, Barcelona top 4. There's so many accolades for this trainer. He's an incredible player, and he's come here again to perform and to apply his favorite Pokemon. I think his team is so tough to maneuver around because the Steelix, Goliathspot, Moltres, they play not linearly, in my opinion.
Just an accolade I want to add to the list as well, as we didn't see it. He also got top 2 at Utrecht last season. That was a very recent success as well. And here you see M.E. Weedle. You know, he's been around for so long and still he makes me feel very old.
But speaking of accolades, world champion for seniors, EYC champion twice, Stuttgart regional champion. He even knocked you out in that tournament.
Thank you for reminding me.
Oh, of course, I'm here to remind you of your failures. Me Weedle is one of the best trainers in Europe, in my opinion.
But he hasn't seen that success for a little while now. It's been a while since he's achieved a medal, so let's see if he can do that this weekend then. Maximilian, I just double-checked his Worlds team. The only change he made from his Worlds team here is that he has Gastrodon instead of Shadow Marowak. Everything else is the same, so these are Pokemon he is familiar with. And let's take a look at what these trainers are going to bring, because it's going to be that Shadow Steelix into the Shadow Dusknoir. This is a relatively neutral matchup. Do keep in mind, Maximilian has Earthquake on the Shadow Steelix, not Crunch.
I think Earthquake could be the way to go in some of these matchups because you don't even win the Galarian Corsola how it is. But Maximilian going straight for that Psychic Fags. Me Weedle knows he doesn't need to shield this.
Yeah, you don't need to shield this attack as it does not do that much damage. Do you see the bait? Yes, he's going for the bait. M.E. Weedle making a very bold play here. And no, he no shields it. Wow, what a goal!
Maximilian is the master of no shielding unnecessary base. He did not
catch!
Wow, incredible play by Maximilian. And he is the master of... He didn't want to shield his bulkiest Pokemon.
That was the million Pokecoins play, but in comes the Tinkaton now. This is kind of the Pokemon you do need to bait out with the Galarian Moltres. Now your Goliathspot can core break this last remaining Pokemon later, as the Dusknoir doesn't have any energy remaining, and with Fury Cutter, Goliathspot is quite good against Credit. We see the Protect Shield there from M.E. Weedle. Maybe he is predicting that there might be Goliathspot in the back.
And M.E. Weedle, he realized that his Tinkaton is very good here, so he wants... he doesn't even charge up this player.
He wants more farm, but he still knocks out.
Oh, that's... Oh, well, yep.
He's not happy about it.
A Play Rough is a hard-hitting move on a triple debuff Pokemon.
It's pretty rough, yeah.
So here we see the Goliathspot. It's not chunking that a Tinkaton very much because it's of double resisted Fury Cutters. Maximilian, does he? Oh, he calls the shield.
I was like, there's no way you're gonna do that twice, right? And that's an extremely good call. But this Tinkaton double resist bug, it's also not in range of an Aqua Jet just yet. So I feel like Wido's actually in a pretty good spot here. As long as he keeps the shield, he can protect his Cradilly from a X-Scissor.
He needs to strip the shield away from the Golisopod. And here, Golisopod needs to put up a shield to be in to keep its health. But Maximilian, he gambles on it being a bait. But now, this Golisopod is getting dangerously low.
At this point, what do you predict is in the back? Because I don't see a lot on the team of Wido that at this point the Steelix or the Golisopod can win. It was a Blastoise maybe, but in comes the Cradilly, goes for the X-Scissor. It doesn't matter because Wido has the shield still. There's energy on the Steelix, but I don't think an Earthquake's gonna be even remotely enough to knock out.
The Weedle shielding up his Tinkaton. That was the decider in this game. Maximilian, he needs to shield his Steelix, but he knows this is a Rock Tomb, but he still has to shield it because he has no HP left in his Pokemon.
He has no health left, otherwise the Steelix would almost get knocked out by that. At this point, you have so much energy, and Weedle even gets the catch on. It's only a Psychic Fangs, but I don't think it might make much of a difference. The Cradilly would have been able to hang on anyway to a Charge and get to his own here.
And we see the grass not coming in. This is knocking out the Steelix. Weedle realized his Tinkaton was the way to victory and shielded up a Brave Bird. Even though it's resisted, it was the right call to make.
You don't. Like, most of the time, Tinkaton doesn't need to shield anything from Galarian Moltres. And I mean, it would have hung on easily on the Brave Bird, but realizing, perhaps this is a bait out, I might need this Tinkaton later. I really like that play. If you look at the team from Maxi, Tinkaton has play in general into about everything that's not Gastrodon.
And if there was a Gastrodon, then the Cradilly still would have had a lot of play in the back.
Yeah.
So I think Weedle made the correct decision. Well, obviously he did. And given the circumstances, this Tinkaton was still so hard to take out. Golisopod had to spend a lot of resources to manage.
We saw an ABB strategy from Weedle there against Galarian Moltres, leading the Dusknoir while having two Unstu Galarian Moltres with Cradilly and Tinkaton. So if there wasn't Galarian Moltres in the lead, we would probably see, or sorry, that's not what I meant. If we see Galarian Moltres lead, he would probably swap in the Cradilly to bait out anything that counts it, and then potentially the Tinkaton could sweep.
But Weedle, he's looking at Maximilian's team and he's thinking, my Cradilly is so safe here. The only problematic matchup for Cradilly is that Golisopod. And as long as he can keep the Golisopod in check with this Tinkaton and with his Dusknoir, then his Cradilly is so good against everything else. It's so safe. So Maximilian can either get a shield advantage or switch advantage with his Cradilly. And when you have Dusknoir and Tinkaton that pair so well together as well, they protect each other from opposing threats, then this is looking like a very tough matchup for Maximilian.
I'm surprised he didn't bring the Galarian Corsola. It looks quite decent into the team of Weedle. It's just the Galarian Moltres that you fear, and maybe that's also the Pokemon that Maximilian kind of expected from Weedle. But all three Pokemon were only neutral or lose the evens to that Galarian Corsola, such as Shadow Dusknoir, Tinkaton, and Cradilly. They're all so against the Galarian Corsola. So I'm kind of surprised Weedle not bringing the Galarian Moltres, but also Maxi not bringing the Galarian Corsola.
I'm guessing that Weedle does not really want to rely on his Moltres here when his Dusknoir and his Tinkaton are so good as they are, and then Cradilly as well. So Galarian Moltres, even though you have some positive matchups, it doesn't outweigh the strength of the other picks. And let's see what these trainers decided to do for game number 2.
Game number 2 is about to start. Golisopod from Maximilian on the left into the Shadow Dusknoir. Weedle doubling down on this lead. This is favorable for the Dusknoir. However, Dusknoir doesn't have a lot of health, so these Fury Cutters are still adding up, and if Golisopod is able to get to 3 charge stacks, the third Aqua Jet will actually knock out, and then Golisopod could win this match.
So how does Maximilian decide to play? Weedle puts up a shield. Will Maximilian swap here? No, he takes a Shadow Punch. Let's Weedle throw a Shadow Punch.
Shadow Punch would do a lot of damage. Maxi knows, so he puts up the Protect Shield, making sure that he can get to another charge attack here. And you will be able to get there right before the next Shadow Punch. This
Goliath's getting really low though, but I don't think that 3 Astonish will be enough to knock it out, so you likely will be able to get to another attack here. Swapping into the Galarian Corsola immediately and getting out the Cradily is interesting here. I mean, Weedle probably predicting that something either is in the back here, or he wants to get out his Pokemon weak to Goliath out of the way.
I think Weedle is... He's valuing his Tinkaton. He doesn't want to expend it on a neutral matchup like the Corsola. But as you mentioned, there's no Galarian Moltres for Weedle, so this Corsola is looking incredible for Maximilian, taking a charge attack after charge attack. Oh, maybe you should throw your moves, Maximilian.
No, I think he's trying to stall the clock here. And Weedle even realizes, and he doesn't throw his charge attack just until here now as well. I now would expect the swap from Maximilian into either one of his Pokemon. So he... Oh no, we don't see the switch. We see the switch into the Tinkaton. You're forced to go into Cradily now. Cradily only has resisted charge attacks, but because Rock Tomb is Rock Tomb, it just keeps debuffing your opponent. Cradily can actually make this quite close. And do keep in mind that the Galarian Corsola has about 2 charge stacks still on Maxi's side.
Well, the unfortunate part for Weedle was that the Corsola was double debuffed, so Maximilian didn't want to expend his energy with the Corsola. But now the Corsola will have reset those debuffs, and the Nightshades will come in with full force.
And there are no protections remaining on Weedle's side as well. Going for the maximum amount of damage. Going for the Grass Knot, actually. I think Maximilian is just satisfied letting this Cradily go and outputting as much damage as possible. I would expect to see a switch right after this charge attack, as you don't want to get farmed down on this Cradily as Maximilian.
So Weedle, he is... What's his win conditioner? What is he looking for? He's going back into the Cradily. Oh!
Is this a catch? I kind of feel like you needed this Cradily. Oh, and we see an undercharge, but do you not get as a down now? No, he's gonna try to get more energy. Interesting, because you don't have a lot of health in the first place. But now Weedle can just soak the damage on either Pokemon. I do think that the... Oh, he's going for Charge Attack Purity Tie. I like this play a lot. Now, can the Tinkaton get to another charge attack against the Golisopod? That is the question for Weedle.
And this, even though a charge attack does 1 damage to the shield...
Wait, he's going for another undercharge. Can you get the Fury Cutter down now?
Maybe the... but he doesn't undercharge enough. So now the Tinkaton can get some more energy, but the Golisopod, is it dry? How much energy does the Golisopod...
Wait, I don't think this knocks out though.
Oh, he's going for the Bulldoze. Maximilian knows this is not a play rough.
But the thing is,
this is a weak move.
There's a 50% chance that you get a drop here. If you get that, can the Fairway knock out? And Golisopod Exile! Maximilian gets to the move!
It was 50% chance for Weedle to win this game, but Golisopod hangs on, barely gets to an Aqua Jet, knocks out the Tinkaton. Incredible game between these two battlers.
Wow, they're both playing out of their mind there. Weedle just kind of doubling down on the Pokemon he already relied on. And again, this time Maximilian brought that Galarian Corsola. Weedle didn't bring the Galarian Moltres again. And Galarian Corsola was such a wedge there for Maximilian to set up the other Pokemon.
There's not that many terrible matchups for Corsola.
Yeah, it's only the Moltres.
Yeah, and Moltres, but I think Moltres is also fine into Maximilian's team. It's just the Steelix that is annoying. Well, the Golisopod is also annoying for Moltres, actually.
Yeah, Golisopod, if you can land 1 Fury Cutter and then you start using Protect Shield, you will actually Fury Cutter down the Galarian Moltres entirely. It's quite devastating.
So, Weedle will have to play to a shieldless scenario to make the Fly able to land on the Golisopod for Moltres to have a shot at winning that matchup. So it's a risky bring for Weedle, because if the Golisopod gets out of hand, it can really go to town on Weedle's team.
The energy is just so flexible. There are very few Pokemon that resist both water and bug, and it makes Golisopod such a good Pokemon. I think for that reason we see the Tinkaton a lot from Weedle just to catch that Golisopod over and over.
Maybe Weedle wants to... it's a great mystery what he will decide to do. But I think controlling that Golisopod will be very important for him. So we are getting ready for the battlers to lock in. I suspect we will still see Tinkaton from Weedle.
Absolutely.
And let's see how Maximilian decides to adjust.
Well, we're about to find out. We're getting ready for decisive game number 3. We have the Shadow Steelix into the Tinkaton. This is a relatively neutral matchup that is generally favorable for this Shadow Steelix. Now, do keep in mind, this Shadow Steelix has Earthquake. It can fade away this Tinkaton in one attack from the battlefield.
That leaves MeWeedle with a decision to make. Will he risk taking an Earthquake on his Tinkaton? But he gets a debuff on his Bulldoze.
Ooh.
And that will make this Bulldoze do even more damage. But
the thing is, this is Charge Attack Purity Time. I don't think we do shields now.
No, because now the Steelix is so low, we can come in with this Dusk Noir and get a juicy farm down if he wants.
Yeah.
He decides to no shield, and Maximilian decided to go for the Psychic Fangs. Oh, that's a great call by MeWeedle. And can Steelix make amends here? It's going for another Psychic Fangs.
I don't think Maxi minds, because as long as this Pokemon's out of the way, Golisopod looks really good in the back, but because Maxi didn't bring any Galarian Moltres, Dusknoir is really free. But we don't see MeWeedle swapping into the Dusknoir because he is afraid of that potential Galarian Moltres in the back. Look at how close this gets. Straight Psychic Fangs.
At first he was afraid, he was petrified.
Oh.
And Maximilian's now the petrified one. He shields up a Play Rough from the Galarian, from the Tinkaton.
That is an interesting play, because I feel like if you see Tinkaton in the back, the Gastron in the back is probably not going to do that well.
So switch advantage is probably not worth that much for Maximilian area. He needs to leverage his Golisopod. But now, is the Cradley going for a farm down in the Steelix? This is so brave, but still so clever, because the Steelix with his resistant Thunder Fangs aren't doing that much damage to the Cradley.
But look at where the energy goes from this Cradilly.
Everywhere!
And look at the team of Maxi. You got nowhere to go against this energy, and this Cradilly almost has 2 charges. Can he get to another? Oh, he gets another Psychic Phase. That's actually pretty nice for Maxi.
And now, maybe MeWeedle...
No shield!
No shield! Will he let this...
He's going to put it all on the Dusknoir.
Oh, but he can probably take one. Oh, and he comes in with a Gastrodon. He's going to call the Rock Tomb.
Is he going to no-shield this Rock Tomb? And, oh, he makes the call. That is an excellent play. In comes the Dusknoir. But it's kind of tough to swap in your Golisopod now, because the Golisopod has resisted fast attack damage. He's going for the Body Slam bait here now. And this is kind of looking very tough for Maximilian. I think he's not exactly believing in it either. This is looking very tough.
And here comes the Golisopod, but the Dusknoir has so much energy after getting the farm against that Gastrodon. And the Cradley also has a charge attack stored in the back.
I think it's one off a charge attack, but regardless, I think this Dusknoir is just going to get an entire farm down for MeWeedle. This was kind of risky because it could have been charge security time. I think that the Gastrodon otherwise will be able to get to a charge attack here. You have to use a Protect Shoot here, but I think that this Dusknoir is just going to astonish down, going for the X's here. I think Maxi was hoping to catch the Cradilly swapping in, and MeWeedle kind of surprised by that, because now he snuck that fast attack, and you totally get the entire Astonish down here. Dusknoir is only one off a charge attack. MeWeedle knows, fist pumping to the crowd. Dynamic Punch is coming in on this Gastrodon.
And you can see him popping off, because this Dynamic Punch is enough to knock out this Gastrodon. MeWeedle is Dynamic Punching the air, and in relief, because he is so pleased with going through to day number 2 here in Lille.
He didn't need the Galarian Moltres at all. Galarian Corsola was hardly even brought by Maximilian, and Mind Games just really came into play in this match, because I feel like MeWeedle was like, I don't really need to catch a Galarian Corsola. I need to catch the Golisopod. That is the real threat, and he did. He brought the Tinkaton every single time.
And he also brought the Dusknoir. The Ghost type can resist the Bug type damage from the Golisopod, and that made Dusknoir such a safe Pokemon for MeWeedle to bring. Because when he was bringing the Tinkaton to scare away that Galarian Moltres, not a lot left on Maximilian's team to punish that Dusknoir.
I think it was, especially if you look at the core of Tinkaton and Galarian Moltres, it was just kind of really hard to break.
You mean Tinkaton and Dusknoir, right?
Yes.
Yes. And that, see, Golisopod is incredible if it avoids those two, but those two were coming every game. So maybe leaning into the Golisopod was not the play for Maximilian.
But that's only hindsight, because if MeWeedle brought the Galarian Moltres, we would be having an entirely different discussion right now.
It could be he say, she say, what if, what not, but MeWeedle, he found the recipe for success, and that was to lean in to his core of Tinkaton and Shadow Dusknoir. We spoke about it at the start of the day. I think Shadow Dusknoir has looked very good today.
Well, the thing is, it also actually hasn't been a lot on like a Galarian Moltres. The one worst case scenario where it was, I can remember earlier on the day, was when shields were pulled earlier in the match and then Dusknoir was able to land a dynamic punch on a Furret. That's super effective. That does a lot of damage. And then suddenly that matchup isn't bad anymore. But let's say shields are up, Dusknoir struggles. It just gets farmed down. It only deals ghost-type damage in that scenario. So really it just is a Pokemon that you can decide how you want to set it up. If you want to pull shields and you have Dusknoir in the back, maybe your opponent has a Furret. Getting those shields down might be really advantageous.
And even though Dusknoir is a shadow Pokemon, it's still, it has very high defenses still. So its HP pool is not the biggest, and it's shadow.
Very low actually.
Exactly, and it's still a shadow Pokemon, but the defenses are still so high that Dusknoir is a deceivingly tanky Pokemon. I think that it can still take a few hits.
Well, it's situational because let's say it's reverse, right? Then you have way more HP to take resisted Fury Cutters. And that is why Golisopod is still kind of fine in Shadow Dusknoir, even though Dusknoir resists all the bug type damage.
Because imagine if Dusknoir that has, say, 100 hit points, if it had 200 but low defenses instead, then the Fury Cutters wouldn't have done that much. Because if it does 200 is more than 100. It's that easy. But Dusknoir, having that small HP pool, that makes one-turn moves really chunk it down.
We clipped a moment from that earlier battle. Let's take a look real quick at what happened there earlier.
So I wanted to take a look at what Maximilian is trying to do, because we were wondering after this Shadow Punch, Maximilian will throw his charge attack immediately, because here he shields, and he's now spent his final shield. And he's scared of the Cradily. Here, it will appear here for Emmy Weedle, coming in and sniping him with a Rock Tomb. That's why Maximilian will press his Exeter immediately to pressure the Cradily in the back. But what ends
the timer wasn't up yet.
The timer was not up yet. So Maximilian, he mistimed the timer a little bit, and that led, I'll show you, that led M.E. Weedle to sneak an entire Astonish through when Maximilian...
Yeah, and he was surprised by that.
Yeah. You'll see M.E. Weedle be surprised by Maximilian, who is pressing the charge attack button immediately. And here you see...
Yeah, look, see, he's surprised.
He's super surprised. And there you see, you saw the Astonish come through. If you watch this part of the screen right here, watch the Dusknoir, it does an entire Astonish when the Golisopod presses the Exeter and gets an entire fast attack through. And Astonish, being an attack that takes 3 turns, it makes...
It makes a difference.
It makes a big difference. But so Maximilian, he wanted to safeguard from a combination play, but it ended up costing him instead.
Yeah, no, that's a great point that you make there, and just like on a higher level explanation, right? Because for some players this speaks for itself, but if you're not familiar with these mechanics, it really is just mathematics. You don't want to line up those fast attacks. So if you have like a 2-turn versus a 3-turn fast attack, you don't want to do 3 fast attacks ending up at 6, and then your opponent also lands at 6 turns. If you then throw your charge attack, that means the other person will sneak an entire fast attack in.
Exactly.
What
but that was Dusknoir doing Astonish.
Okay.
But now we see 2 players who are not astonished because they are running Astonish themselves. It's 2 Galarian Corsola. There's also 2 Shadow Steelix, 2 Furrets on each side, and both of these Shadow Steelix are both running Earthquake. That sounds like a horrible mirror matchup.
I would not want to play that. You know what?
Tell me.
I'm hoping that they both go straight Psychic Fangs. When Breaking Swipe was, I believe it was 35 energy and I believe was 100% chance to debuff. Yes, I believe it was at the time. I was wondering if a Mind Joke and Paula would maybe just go straight Breaking Swipe in the mirror and just see how they go. They didn't, unfortunately.
But this matchup is so exciting because these are 2 players both itching for that win. A Mind Joke,
really?
he has been top 4 at several events, top 8, so many events, but still that championship win eludes him. But he believes that this is the tournament that he can get his win. And Tomahawk UK,
Who was that again?
I can't remember exactly, but he has been a finalist 3 times.
Yeah, but silver looks really good on him.
Absolutely. But see, this championship title, the winner, being the champion, is still out of his reach, but maybe this could be the tournament, but then he needs to defeat a Mind Joke. So this battle here is such a high intense matchup between these two.
Two players that are so hungry to get further because both of them haven't had success in a little bit here, and yeah, only one of them can advance, right? It's only Clodsire business. This is the losers finals, and one of these trains will make to the top 16 that we'll see on day 2.
I think the Shadow Talonflame from a Mind Joke is a very interesting pick here because it will delete the Scissor. It's got a neutral matchup into the Corsola. It's possibly very good into the Golisopod. In the two-shield scenario, I believe you just
it's quite
down.
good, yeah.
Shadow Steelix is pretty good into Shadow Talonflame though, because those Thunder Fangs do a lot of damage.
You only lose the zero-shield scenario, but we'll see how these players are going to do it, because we're heading into game number 1. A Mind Joke on the left, Tomahawk UK on the right. It's going to be the Shadow Steelix from a Mind Joke into the Shadow Scissor from Tomahawk UK. Looks like Tomahawk UK taking some risks into this game.
Imagine, there is a Shadow Talonflame in the back though, and this is, if Tomahawk UK can get rid of this Steelix, he has this Scissor in the perfect spot. As long as it's not on the Talonflame, it's in the perfect spot.
I think a Mind Joke is hoping that Tomahawk UK will swap out, but he's not swapping out. Tomahawk UK not taking any chances. There could be that Shadow Talonflame in the back, so this is likely your better spot for the Shadow Scissor.
Oh,
Even sees the boost there. Now this Shadow Scissor will win the zero shield scenario.
A Mind Joke probably will let this go to get... Oh no, he decides to save the Steelix because maybe the Steelix can put in some work in the back.
Yeah, I like that play actually, because if you see the Scissor in the back, you know it's going to be tough to align Talonflame. It could very well be Azumarill. Scissor and Azumarill make a really good core, but this third with energy is going to be a little bit tedious to deal with. And it looks like a Mind Joke is not exactly accepting that. He swaps into his own now. And this is also very awkward for Tomahawk UK, because now your own third is debuffed. It's going to be almost in Swift with a few Sucker Punch range. But can you bring in your Azumarill? It's weak to Trailblaze.
I don't think you want to bring in your Azumarill here. You shield up this Furret. Threaten a Mind Joke's Furret with your own energy, and then maybe you can consider the Azumarill because you resist the Sucker Punches.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Another Swift coming through. I think a Mind Joke might also put up a Protect Shield here, but he does hang on here. He does have a Shadow Talonflame, which is quite fragile, and he actually does let it go. Do we see a catch here from Tomahawk UK on the Azumarill? No, we don't. In comes the last Swift here. Tomahawk UK is letting go. He's putting the last hopes on that Azumarill, and I think that's the right call because there's a Shadow Talonflame from a Mind Joke in the back.
And this was the correct play from Tomahawk UK. Can the Azumarill deal with this Shadow Talonflame? Most likely. He gets there to the Ice Beam 1 turn before the fly from a Mind Joke.
This fly is going to deal a lot of damage though. I'm not sure if it's exactly already gained from here because there's still a little bit on that Steelix that might be able to get to a charge attack later. I don't think the third can do a lot anymore. You're going to use protection here. I think this is kind of risky because if this was a flame charge bait, the next fly would do even more damage.
But that would be super risky from a Mind Joke. I think fairly safe gamble, but still a gamble. The Azumarill, can it close out this matchup? I believe the Azumarill can bubble down this Talonflame, or
I
am
don't
I
think
wrong?
so. You have to throw your energy.
Have to throw.
And Tomahawk UK throws it immediately. Can this Steelix put in some work still for a Mind Joke? Bubble's super effective, but so is Thunderfang. You can still boost a little bit, or sorry, drop the defense a little bit of the Azumarill, but there's not so much energy anymore.
I don't think you can get to the Psychic Fangs.
I think you get there barely.
Oh, you barely get there.
I don't think this is enough. Let's see.
But it could be close. The Furret is going to land a few Sucker Punches.
Does this Azumarill have a charge attack now?
No, it's still one bubble away from a charge attack. And Furret, but he gets there! Azumarill hangs on with a single HP!
The damage from the Sucker Punch, it didn't register, and now this Azumarill takes out the Furret just on a sliver of HP. Tomahawk UK takes game number 1.
What a match! It went back and forth, back and forth. When we saw the Talonflame against the Azumarill, I really expected Tomahawk to be in such a good position. But Talonflame, the Shadow variant with Fly, it
actually put in quite some work still.
It did, and Steelix reaching that Psychic Fangs, it really made the Azumarill sweat.
Yeah, I think that we are just kind of looking at something obvious here, because the Ferret on the save switch from Tomahawk UK, right? If you lose the lead, the save switch is the Pokemon you then swap into the in replace of your lost lead. So Ferret is just so safe because with an energy advantage, it's not even that bad into the Florges. Florges is kind of the main answer a Mindjoke has to opposing Ferret, so I'm not surprised with that at all. And on the other side, Tomahawk UK has Scissor, but even Scissor is so fragile, it doesn't even do that well into Ferret. It can still lose that.
I believe both of these trainers want to run Ferret here. And Tomahawk UK, he will know that Ferret is a Pokemon he needs to be aware of. So, but I'm very surprised by a Mindjoke willing to risk the Shadow Steelix Mirror, because that it feels like a horrible matchup. Whoever lands the Earthquake will win that matchup. They have double resisted fast attacks and Thunderfang on a ground type.
Maybe he wouldn't play it even out. Maybe he just swaps in the Ferrets. We will never know what the plan would be, or he really is willing to play the bait game there. I'm curious to see if both trainers are now going to play that Shadow Steelix.
And let's see if we can get 2 Ferrets, 2 Steelix, some Scissor and Talonflame action.
Here we go. We have, from a Mindjoke, we have the Galarian Corsola. A terrible lead, but a great lead for Tomahawk UK. Now, a Mindjoke goes into a safe switch. That is the first, but because you're behind, Tomahawk UK can now go for a Swift and potentially then swap out. He does have his own Steelix in the back.
Will Tomahawk UK match with his Steelix here, or will he stay in with his own Ferret? He matches, he goes into his Steelix, and now Ferret will start boosting up, but it's getting kind of low already.
Yeah, and Shadow Steelix is quite bulky, so 2 Trailblaze is not going to be enough just yet. Tomahawk UK not only will likely be able to keep switch advantage, he's also not really forced to throw any to put in any shields here.
So Tomahawk UK will debuff this Ferret and come out with some energy, because they will farm it down. Ferret gets to a Trailblaze, but this is not enough to knock out Steelix. Tomahawk UK trusts in its Shadow Steelix to hang on through this move, and it does.
It does very easily there. Corsola comes back in, but I think you're going to get hit by that Psychic Fangs here. It's going to drop the defense of this Galarian Corsola. I don't think that Galarian Corsola is going to stay into this matchup anyway. We're likely going to see a Mindjoke swap into his own Steelix, and then I think that the play for Tomahawk UK is to swap in his Galarian Corsola so he can keep the alignment with the Ferret on the opposing Galarian Corsola. But no, he stays in for a little bit.
I would have swapped immediately. Oh, okay, but he leaves with a charge attack. That is pretty clever by Tomahawk UK. But now, he needs this Corsola to deal with the Steelix.
We're going for it. He's going for the Earthquake. Previously, a Mindjoke went for the Psychic Fangs. Does Tomahawk UK call this? And oh, he lets it go. It's going to do a lot of damage.
Oh, it does heavy damage. But Tomahawk UK knows this Corsola from a Mindjoke cannot really touch his Ferret in the back.
Yeah.
So as long as he can keep shields for that Ferret, he's trusting in the Ferret to win this game for him.
This is looking very dire for a Mindjoke, as the Psychic Fangs won't even knock out just yet, so you would have to put in 2 Protect Shields here. Keep in mind, Tomahawk UK also already has a Swift loaded on his own Ferret, so if you take too much Astonish damage here, you might even be getting that range there. In comes the Ferret, he swaps, and now going for the Psychic Fangs. This is actually getting a little bit weird here, because if Tomahawk UK decides to... Oh, he calls it! That's a crazy play, actually! If he used 2 shields here, then this Ferret would have been in Power Gem range.
And Ferret has no quick way of taking out the Corsola, because Corsola, it needs to land... Ferret needs to land a lot of Sucker Punches to take out this Corsola, but this Trailblaze boost on these Sucker Punches will help out a lot.
Trailblaze doesn't do a lot of damage, like you said, but neither do the Astonish. I think that this Ferret can just safely get to another Trailblaze. It's actually at the Trailblaze right now. Tomahawk UK still has a Protect Shield. There goes his final Protect Shield.
How will Tomahawk UK decide to play this? Is he going for the farm down? Is he throwing energy? He's throwing energy into the Corsola. He wants to Sucker Punch the Shadow Steelix down.
Now he's... Ferret is double boosted from the Trailblaze with Steelix. Hardly has any health left. It doesn't matter. Tomahawk UK flies on the wings. Well, not of the Galarian Corsola, but on the Hawk. And he goes to phase 2.
And he's so relieved. And a Mindjoke, being a good sport, congratulating his opponent. Of course, he's disappointed. This was not his tournament either. But Tomahawk UK, he is still in the run to win this tournament.
Did you know that he has a pet called Tom? That's where his username comes from. And I think that Tom is watching right now and can be very proud of Tomahawk UK. You also may know him as Farid to get further here. And, you know, I think he kind of needs that because that's been a while.
It's, but I think Tomahawk UK will cherish this moment. He has put in. He said that he hasn't put in as much work as he would like for this tournament.
I don't believe him. He puts in a lot of work.
But he likes to put up the actor
Yeah.
And I'll let him have it.
An actor maybe, or he wants to be.
And he does a fine job. I'll believe him. I'll believe him. At least he's put in enough work to get to day 2. Because he won his losers final. And that means we will see Tomahawk UK in game number 2.
2 thumbs up from these trainers. Only one could make it to day 2 here in this exciting final between 2 veterans. Yeah, I mean, Ferd was definitely the star of the show here. It's proving to be such a safe Pokemon again. Trainers had kind of dropped it halfway the season, but now I think they picked up again, especially with Galarian Corsola just staying so relevant and also having play into Credilli. Like, that's the core I feel like you want to tackle.
Oh, 100%. And also, there are ground types on every team, and Ferd is usually pretty solid into those because of its Trailblaze. So, a Mind Joke had to rely on Florges to deal with Tomahawk's Ferd, but that could be risky against Scizor, against Shadow Steelix.
But that's kind of the problem from Florges, because if you're behind one fast attack, the Ferd will actually outpace you, and it actually is not even that bad of a matchup for the Ferd anymore. And I think that's why a Mind Joke went with the Galarian Corsola lead in game number 2, because there was like, you know what, he's not gonna lead Ferd. If he leads Ferd into Florges, that's a devastating lead for the Ferd on even energy. So he will have Ferd always in the back. And then, ta-da! Ferd's in the lead.
And
tough.
That was tough from him, but he made it kind of close. The double debuff on the Ferd made it almost.
And the call on the Psychic Fangs from Tomahawk UK, that was kind of bold. If that was an Earthquake, but it's so tough to go for the Earthquake there when you have like no health remaining and your opponent has 2 shields. You'll be like, they gotta be using shield at some point.
But if you go for the Earthquake in that position,
you win.
You win.
You do win.
Maybe the
only win condition
actually was to go for the you know what? Getting the shields with the Psychic Fangs, and then landing the Power Gem, that's also a win condition. But that is actually kind of less likely, because it's so unlikely that the player will throw the Earthquake in the first place. So sometimes a Hail Mary is what you need to go for. But Tomahawk UK, he sniffed out and he found the right play, and now he's on to day 2.
Shield play and energy play is so important in Pokemon Go. And at the LAIC, we're going to have an entirely different meta where I think that's even more relevant to manage your shields and energy. To get you a little bit excited, we're going to show you some of the LAIC. Do not miss out on it. It will be later in November. We'll be right back with you.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got. They already know.
Well, we just got done blasting off again. All of their plushies now. They're Team Rockets. You thought you were recruiting everyone? I think that we've got the plushies on our side if anyone wants to join our team.
I mean, some suspicious activity has gone down today, and, well, I'm down for some mischief.
Yeah, I tell you what, there has been some suspicious activity, but there's been some phenomenal activity as well with all of the players who have competed here in Lille. Has there been anything that's really stood out for you guys this weekend so far?
Yeah, I think Tomahawk UK finally making it again to day 2. I've been giving him a hard time for a little bit, but I'm glad for him that he now has made it. Our fellow co-caster, not casting today, but you may have seen him at other events. And yeah, good for him that he's finally done it with Furret. Furret has been outstanding.
One thing that's really excited me personally about watching all these battles is usually when you come to one of these events, you'll see the usual suspects, the same Pokemon, time in, time out. And of course, we have a couple of those, but we see different flyers and different dragons in nearly every team, and it's so exciting to see such a wide array of Pokemon being used.
I'm really excited by RGR and his Shadow Talonflame play. He no-shielded a Body Slam from Megatrodon who was at the Water Pulse, and then that was in one round, and in another round, he barely made it to a fly to close it out in game number 3 against Nighttime Clasher. That was incredible play, and the Shadow Talonflame of RGR, I think we're gonna see more of it tomorrow.
There's so many incredible players who made it on, who made incredible plays. One thing that you pointed out with the Tomahawk UK making on to day 2, had a quick chat with a Mind Joke, and you know, there's this thing, he's calling it the caster curse. He says, so far this season, I've been knocked out of tournaments by only casters. First time being Inadequates, and second time being Tomahawk UK. And to the point that you made, Jay, we're seeing so many different things in the meta. Let's go ahead and show you the day 1 usage, because there's been so many different Pokemon. Yes, we do see Credillia and Corsola at the top, but I think we saw some surprises along the way.
The Empoleon stood out to me. We don't see it on this graphic, but it was incredible today. But on the graphic here, Furret and Shadow Dusk Noir has really put in a lot of work this tournament, in my opinion. I think both of them have really outperformed their usage.
So many of these Pokemon we've seen in a lot of these games, including the Corviknight, who has played to perfection. But a Pokemon you don't see on there that we did see quite a lot of that did so well at the top level was that Zweilous. Zweilous not making the list, but you see some of the top players using it.
Well, you don't see it day 1, but potentially we could see it day 2.
Outstanding Pokemon, outstanding player. Zweilous as a Dark and Dragon type Pokemon. That's the same as Guzzlord, and we've seen Guzzlord before, but I feel like with Guzzlord, the typing, or sorry, the fast attack damage usually is not that great. And with Zweilous, it just felt faster. It felt more consistent. Getting to a Body Slam and a Dark Pulse against that Shadow Marowak earlier on the day was incredible.
So go ahead, take a snapshot of this, because this is just the top 12 Pokemon for day number 1. But there are a lot of competitors who have been able to make it to date number 2, whether it's from that loser side of the bracket, which we just kind of saw finishing up, or from the winner's side of the bracket, which we saw a little bit earlier on in the day. Take a look at these names. These ones haven't lost any matches yet.
We're playing 4 difficult rounds tomorrow. If you lose, you have to go all the way back or down to the loser's bracket. You cannot rely on calculations other than what's in your mind. So, but this is the Lille Gauntlet. We are going all the way. Whoever wins goes into the winner's semifinals, facing another gauntlet of trainers, and then moving on.
Today, I learned a new set of words from Jay, the usual suspects. And I feel like these are not the usual suspects. These are not trainers that you see on top on that winner's brackets so often. So I'm super excited to see who of these trainers is going to make it very far tomorrow.
Keep an eye on that, because one of those trainers, Galaxica Bolton, was a previous Lille champion. He still has potential to take a throne for a second year, but there are so many people ready to take that spot from him. You're going to want to tune into the action, and it's going to start at 9:20 CET time. Just as a reminder for those who are maybe watching from Europe, we do have an hour shift. Means you get to have a little bit more sleeping time, but you're still going to want to check in at 9:20 bright and early, and that's when we're going to get started. Where are you going to watch it? I'm glad you're asking. You're going to want to catch all of the action at Pokemon.com/broadcast, and you're going to want to make sure that you're following on the Twitch schedules. But speaking of, there's not just the Lille competition. There's going to be other competitions that are going up. Jay, you walked us through it so beautifully this morning. Why don't we go over it
I've done it
one more
once.
time?
I'll do it again. Frankfurt has already been played, and we all know how that went, and we do not have to repeat ourselves.
Every time.
There are several more events in Europe to be played, so loads of opportunities for trainers to get their championship points, to get that elusive spot in San Francisco Worlds, and loads of ICs around the place ready to be played.
And that's not the only thing you can be watching on the channels. Of course, if you're checking out Twitch, there are so many other fun Pokemon-related things that you can be watching on the broadcast. Let's take a look at these. We got Pokemon Master Quest coming up first.
Yeah, make sure to tune in for all the Pokemon action that you want to see this week. We have Tuesday, Pokemon Master Quest. We have on Wednesday the Pokemon Latin America International Championship VGC rerun. Marcus, I think you can take notes from that. I heard about the tournament. Thursday, we're going to have Pokeween Thrills and Chills. Maybe we see some more Dusknoir. And then, of course, we have the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show. I've seen that before. I believe Jake Spragles was on that super fun show. Make sure to tune in next Friday. And then, of course, next week, we're going to be back on this channel for another regional championship here in Gdansk.
That's right. Europe is taking over. We've got Lille this weekend. We've got Gdansk coming up. You saw those little red blinking lights on the Twitch stream. Those means those are live events. So you're going to want to have to tune in right away to be a part of that action. You can follow the channels and you can watch these broadcasts on either Pokemon Go or Play Pokemon on YouTube. And of course, you want to catch all the action. I'll say it once again. You got to follow that broadcast channel, Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's all we've got for you guys today. We're looking forward so much to seeing who will be the next Lille champion tomorrow. And we got one more thing from Inadequates.
I just want to ask one more thing. Who do you think is the better team? Team Rocket or Team Galactic?
Team Rocket for the win.
Come on, it's not hard, right? It's not hard.
So much effort into my costume.
We have a championship winning Pokemon here.
Reach for the stars above. That's all I want to say, trainers. Reach for the stars above.
Meowth, that's right. That's all I got. We gotta go, guys. We'll catch you tomorrow bright and early. Have a good one, and let's see who the champion will be.
We're blasting off again.